Chapter 1. The Fated Villain Yi Wangchuan. Alas, I have been reincarnated in this world for 18 years, only to be informed now that I am the villain. Chang'an City. Several tall guards accompanied a luxuriously dressed and handsome young man as he strolled casually through the streets. The young man's name was Yi Wangchuan, and today marked the 18th anniversary of his reincarnation into this fantastical realm. For the first 18 years, Yi Wangchuan believed he was merely an ordinary individual who had crossed over into a wealthy household, possessing a modest fortune. Though lacking any system or extraordinary abilities, he had led a rather carefree life. However, during his 18th birthday banquet a few days prior, he learned that the Yi family had annihilated dozens of clans throughout their history. Among them were the Su, Lin, Qin, and Shao families. Moreover, it was said that when the Yi family executed their extermination, they spared all children under the height of a wheel. This revelation left Yi Wangchuan quite troubled. One could argue that if they were to eradicate a clan, they should do so thoroughly. Why leave behind a horde of offspring? Were they merely waiting for retaliation? And naturally, he would be the first target of that vengeance. After all, he was the sole heir of the Yi family, effectively attracting all the enmity towards himself. Those old fools have left me with a pile of mess. Yi Wangchuan muttered under his breath in exasperation. At that moment, a young girl brushed past him, colliding into him. Both lost their balance momentarily. Yi Wangchuan quickly regained his posture to steady himself. Unfortunately, the girl was not so fortunate, as she fell flat on the ground. "I'm so sorry. This young master, I am in a bit of a hurry. I truly apologize." The girl, named by Piao, stood up with a grimace, repeatedly bowing an apology to Yi Wangchuan. She then turned to leave in haste. However, the instant Bai Piao pivoted, crack, Yi Wangchuan swiftly turned, seizing her wrist with a firm grip. "What are you doing? Trying to take advantage of me?" Bai Piao exclaimed, panic evident in her eyes as she turned to face him. Her words drew the attention of passers-by. Regardless, the powerful hand gripping her wrist showed no sign of loosening. Hey, you bump into me, and now you're accusing me of theft?" Yi Wangchuan looked at Bai Piao with a dumbfounded expression. He then forcefully raised her arm, revealing the object clutched in her hand. In Bai Piao's grasp was a plump and exquisite pouch of coins. Upon seeing this, the onlookers began to comprehend the situation. One was a lavishly dressed young man, the heir of the Yi family, while the other was a poorly clad girl with no significant background. It was evident to whom the pouch belonged. Immediately, a crowd began to point and murmur at Bai Piao. Realizing she was under scrutiny, Bai Piao gritted her teeth and addressed Yi Wangchuan. "I am so sorry. My grandmother is gravely ill, and I urgently need this money to buy her medicine." "I'm so sorry too." As she spoke, tears began to trickle from the corners of her eyes. Her appearance was not unattractive, yet the disheveled state of her face, combined with her pitiful demeanor, rendered her heartbreakingly charming. "Why should I care?" Yi Wangchuan retorted casually. He then reached for his own pouch, tugging at it to reclaim his money. Yet, Bai Piao's fingers clutched the pouch tightly, as if she were a baby monkey clinging to its mother. "Young Master Yi, I beg of you. I am aware that your family is the most powerful in Chang'an City. Your family is prosperous, just a tiny fraction of your wealth could save my grandmother's life. Once she is saved, I'm willing to offer my body to you for your every whim." As Bai Piao spoke, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Even her small face bore 2 streaks left by her tears. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort, unable to chastise her. After all, she was merely hoping for her family to survive. Where was her wrongdoing? Bang! Seeing that Bai Piao refused to release her grip, Yi Wangchuan decisively lifted his right leg and delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen. The impact sent Bai Piao flying several meters. She crashed heavily into an empty wooden frame, causing it to splinter upon impact. Though Yi Wangchuan was merely 18, he stood a solid 1.85 meters tall and regularly trained to hone his martial skills. In terms of strength, he was undoubtedly no match for a frail girl. Yi Wangchuan dusted off his pouch, shaking off the dirt that clung to it. He then extracted 5 copper coins and tossed them disdainfully at the fallen Bai Piao. "If you wish to beg, do so in the marketplace. Don't make a nuisance of yourself here." With a cold remark, Yi Wangchuan tucked his pouch away and prepared to depart. By the wooden frame, Bai Piao stood in stunned silence. "No way. I am a girl, and quite an attractive one at that," crying pathetically. "After all, I practiced my fake cry in front of the mirror for ages. Logically, a wealthy young master should be drawn to my innocent charm. No, I cannot let this big fish slip away. I still need money for drinks at the tavern." Bai Piao muttered to herself. Then, under the gaze of all the onlookers, she shouted, "You heartless Yi, you promised to play with Bai Piao and then save my grandmother. Now that you've had your fun, you suddenly backtrack and abandon me. You beast. Wah. Her outburst drew the attention of those who had been preparing to leave. Although it seemed unlikely that a young master would toy with a poor girl, they were intrigued by the spectacle. Wasn't this far more entertaining than watching a play? As Wangchuan was about to leave, his steps faltered. He genuinely had not anticipated this. In a world where power reigned supreme and the weak were devoured by the strong, there existed a version of T0? So this is how it is. Yi Wangchuan smiled, turning to face Bai Piao. He then raised the previous pouch high above his head. Seeing him produce the pouch, Bai Piao's expression brightened. Indeed, this young master was willing to spend money to quell the situation for the sake of his reputation. TSK, TSK, TSK. He should have done this sooner now. He realizes the value of money. Even if he offered it, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. This is the price he pays for provoking me. Bai Piao reveled in her triumph. You all go and give this woman a good beating. Whoever strikes her the hardest will receive this pouch from me. Yi Wangchuan announced to the surrounding crowd. Bai Piao, still lying on the ground, froze, her expression shifting to one of terror. She quickly turned to survey her surroundings. Circles of people surged toward her, their faces a mix of greed and madness. Originally, Bai Piao had shouted a draw in the crowd, intending to use their numbers to pressure Yi Wangchuan. Little did she know that his words had turned the onlookers into arrows aimed at her. Chapter 2. I am truly a benevolent villain. As Bai Piao's mind raged with curses directed at Yi Wangchuan. Bang! A passerby lunged forward, delivering a solid punch to Bai Piao's face. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted. So too was her dental integrity. Damn you, dog. Did you think you'd get ahead? Hit her in the stomach. Go hard. Nonsense. Aim for the head. With one person initiating the attack, others began to swarm in, surrounding Bai Piao for a brutal beating. They were terrified of not hitting hard enough and losing out on the substantial wealth in Yi Wangchuan's possession. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking flesh resonated through the air. Bai Piao's anguished cries echoed relentlessly. Yi Wangchuan observed from the rear, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Yi Wangchuan believed in gender equality. Whether male or female, those who provoked him deserved a beating. This assault continued for 10 minutes. Only when Yi Wangchuan's guards interjected did the crowd cease their onslaught. Bai Piao was on the verge of death. Young master, this woman is about to be killed. What shall we do? Let me take a look. The guards parted the crowd, allowing Yi Wangchuan to step through. Upon reaching the center, he beheld Bai Piao, crumpled on the ground, her body bruised and battered, her face distorted from the blows, and even in a state of incontinence. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to one of the guards. Which of these individuals struck her the hardest? Young master, it was that one. The guard pointed to a burly man and continued. He is a butcher, naturally strong, and possesses first-level cultivation. Had I not warned him, that woman might have been killed outright. Very well, reward him. Yi Wangchuan grinned, tossing a pouch of coins to the butcher. As the sole heir of the Yi family, Yi Wangchuan was never short on funds. If he were to throw money into a lake for amusement, it would likely fill the lake before he ever ran out. His reluctance to give Bai Piao the pouch earlier was not due to stinginess. He simply had no desire to do so. Stealing and then justifying her actions? Not a chance. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, young Master Yi. The butcher exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight upon receiving the coins. He was overwhelmed with gratitude, incessantly thanking Yi Wangchuan, nearly recognizing him as a father figure. The reason was quite simple. This butcher would have to toil for a full 3 years to earn the sum contained in that bag. And this was under the condition that he possessed a certain level of cultivation. Were he an ordinary individual, it might take him no less than 5 years of relentless labor to amass such wealth. The other passers-by, witnessing the butcher receiving his payment, felt a stir of excitement within. However, upon observing the butcher's physique and his level of cultivation, they could only suppress their wicked thoughts. All right, you all may leave now. Yi Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing the surrounding onlookers. Once they had departed, he turned to his attendant and commanded, fetch a ladle of water and splash it on this woman to awaken her. The attendant nodded and rose to retrieve the water. Splash! Cough, cough! As the water splashed on her face, the unconscious Bai Piao was immediately jolted awake. Upon noticing Yi Wangchuan towering over her, she quickly came to her senses, disregarding her pain as she pleaded for mercy. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was utterly wrong. I should not have stolen your money. I should not have fabricated lies to coerce you. I should never have wronged you or falsely accused you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths. Bai Piao's desperate pleas spilled forth. Had it not been for her numerous broken bones, rendering her unable to move, she might have knelt and prostrated herself in apology. Of course, Bai Piao's recognition of her wrongdoing was not born of genuine remorse. She merely realized that Yi Wangchuan was audacious enough to strike a woman. Why oh why? Shouldn't men be more courteous to women? Yi Wangchuan chuckled softly and approached her. Deserving 1,000 deaths is a bit excessive. I am, at heart, a kind-hearted individual. Upon hearing this, Bai Piao's face lit up with hope. It seemed her pleas were effective. Yes, yes. Young Master Yi, you are absolutely right. I certainly do not deserve to die. If I were to perish, who would clarify my unjust accusations against you? Everyone would assume that you, young Master Yi, had wronged me out of shame and sent someone to beat me. Look, my survival would serve to vindicate you and restore your honor. Bai Piao spoke passionately, convinced of her own cleverness. No, no, no. You have not wronged me at all, Yi Wangchuan replied, still wearing a cheerful expression. Because, you see, I am indeed planning to play with you, just as you suggested. However, you are not worthy of my attention. With that, Yi Wangchuan snapped his fingers. 2 attendants approached and hoisted the incapacitated Bai Piao from the ground. Bai Piao looked at Yi Wangchuan in utter disbelief. In the next moment, he declared, "Take this woman to the mountain village." Yi Wangchuan spoke with the most amiable demeanor, uttering the most terrifying words. At this statement, Bai Piao's pupils dilated in shock. The mountain village. To put it mildly, it was a village nestled in the mountains. To be more blunt, it was a place where the impoverished, unable to sustain themselves in Chang'an, sought refuge in the wilderness. Moreover, the women of the mountain village were predominantly unattractive and portly. Beautiful women would never find themselves in such a place, even as servants in wealthy households. They would fare better. It was easy to imagine how desperate the men in the mountain village must be. Though Bai Piao's face had been marred by her beating, she was still somewhat presentable. Thus, if she were to be cast into the mountain village, she would undoubtedly become a mere object of desire for the impoverished inhabitants. Please no, I refuse to go to the mountain village. I beg you, young Master Yi, I do not wish to go to the mountain village. I would rather die. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die. Bai Piao screamed and struggled frantically. To be sent to the mountain village would be akin to a fate worse than death. Alas, her limbs were all broken, leaving her unable to put up any meaningful fight. Rather than struggling, she appeared to be twisting helplessly. I have already stated that you do not deserve to die, and I shall not allow you to perish. After we dispose of this woman in the mountain village, remember to attend to her injuries. I am a compassionate soul, unable to bear the sight of others dying. With that, Yi Wangchuan smiled. As a villain, he was indeed quite benevolent, sparing lives even when wronged. How truly virtuous he was. Upon receiving the order, the attendants promptly forced Bai Piao onward toward the mountain. Stop! I refuse to go to the mountain village. Help! Help! Bai Piao's desperate screams naturally attracted the attention of bystanders. What happened to this woman? Sent to the mountain village with broken limbs? How tragic. You wouldn't believe it, this foolish woman just accused young Master Yi. Wow, young Master Yi can get angry too? I thought he was always just strolling around, appearing quite amiable. Word has it that young Master Yi had already given that woman several chances, but she insisted on clinging to him, thus leading to her current predicament. As the crowd murmured, nearby, a petite girl happened to pass by. She cast a couple of glances at the battered Bai Piao and, as if ignoring her entirely, prepared to slip away. Saving the damsel in distress was better left to others. She had no desire to get involved. Just then, a voice echoed in the petite girl's mind. Ding! The system has detected the emergence of the destined great villain, and hereby assigns the following task to the host, Li Luo. Chapter 3. This villain seems off. Ding! The system has detected the emergence of the destined great villain, and hereby assigns the following task to the host, Li Luo. Option 1. Mind your own business and leave the area. Reward. A pair of useful straw sandals. Helps the host run faster. Option 2. Heroically save the damsel in distress by rushing in to rescue the woman destined for the mountain village. Reward. 3 low-grade cultivation pills and 1 low-grade foundation building pill. Increases cultivation speed. Option 3. Sneak around to the back and launch a surprise attack on the destined great villain, Yi Wangchuan. Reward. 6 low-grade cultivation pills, 2 low-grade foundation building pills, and a villain emotion value of 100. The electronic voice issued tasks within the mind of the petite girl named Li Luo. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent floating window appeared before her, visible only to her. After perusing the task options, she began to ponder. Li Luo was a traveler, having traversed numerous worlds. By defeating the corresponding destined great villains in each world, she could earn rewards and transition to the next realm. Moreover, with each new world, Li Luo would acquire a new system. Just days ago, she had arrived in this world and obtained the so-called God-tier selection system, and this was the first time it had issued a task. As for why she inhabited the diminutive body of a 139 centimeters girl, it was merely due to malnutrition in her youth. Li Luo's actual age was a solid 18 years. Returning to the system, it was evident that the difficulty of the tasks and their rewards were directly proportional. The more perilous and challenging the task, the more substantial the rewards. System, what is this villain emotion value? Li Luo extended her small hand and pointed at the floating window. The villain emotion value was a unique token that only the destined great villain could provide, which could be used to purchase rewards. As the system spoke, it unfolded a new interface. Li Luo glanced at the display, and her composure instantly faltered. Inferior grade cultivation pill, 30 villainous emotional points. Inferior grade foundation building pill, 90 villainous emotional points. Gazing at the dazzling array of treasures, Li Luo swallowed hard. She swiped down with her finger, eager to explore more of the system's offerings. Cleansing marrow fruit, villainous emotional points. Light feather celestial sword, villainous emotional points. 9-layer cultivation experience card, villainous emotional points for 1 hour. The exorbitant villainous emotional points required for these items rendered their prices indecipherable to Li Luo. However, it was evident that these items were extraordinarily formidable. Truly, this was a fantastical realm. Before selecting a task, Li Luo surveyed her surroundings and noticed a wall encircling Wangchuan. At the base of the wall, there was a small, broken hole, just large enough for Li Luo to squeeze through while the guards could not. It was as if this escape route had been tailored specifically for her, designed to prevent her from being caught by the guards after a stealthy strike. I shall choose option 3. Seeing the escape route, Li Luo decisively opted for task option 3. The villainous emotional points were exceedingly valuable. Even saving them would be advantageous. Moreover, the task itself was not particularly daunting. Was it not merely a matter of launching a sneak attack on a formidable antagonist? Who could not manage that? And with a convenient hole for her escape. No. Let go of me. Let go. I refuse to go to the mountain village. I refuse. On the spot, the guards continued to forcibly drag Bai Piao away. Meanwhile, Wangchuan and his guards watched the scene with amusement. Yet, internally, Wangchuan was far from amused. Could it be that a child of destiny would arrive to rescue the damsel in distress? Wangchuan contemplated as he began to survey his surroundings. The scene before him could only be described as quintessential. A wealthy scion was bullying a beautiful young woman, intent on forcibly sending her to a remote village. If one were to suggest that a fated hero would not appear to rescue the damsel, Wangchuan would find such a notion hard to believe. However, after casting a few glances around, he did not observe anyone resembling a fated hero. If he had to point out something odd, there was a raven-haired little girl staring intently at him, which struck him as peculiar. Yet, Wangchuan dismissed it. She was merely a child. After all, what could be more ordinary? A fated hero, by all accounts, ought to be an adult male. It seemed improbable that a little girl could fulfill such a role. Or could she? At that moment, the small girl began to approach Wangchuan. I shall first feign the appearance of an innocuous little girl and walk over to ask him for directions. When he lets his guard down, I will strike him with 2 swift punches to his lower body. After that, I shall make my escape through a hole. Regardless, I only seek the system's rewards. The act of saving someone is of no concern to me. Li Luo mentally mapped out her plan as she drew closer to Wangchuan. However, just as she was within 5 meters of him and poised to take a few more steps, the next moment unfolded. Wangchuan suddenly took a few steps back. Li Luo, feeling puzzled, took a step forward again. Wangchuan took a few steps back. What on earth is going on with this person? Li Luo pondered in confusion. Yet he chose not to advance any further. If he pressed on, he would undoubtedly raise suspicion. What is this child up to? Wangchuan furrowed his brows as he gazed at Li Luo. Although he understood that the child of destiny was unlikely to be a young girl, he could not shake off a sense of unease. After all, this girl had been lingering nearby for some time, and now she inexplicably sought to approach him. It was indeed rather suspicious. Could it be that the child of destiny possessed the ability to shape-shift, deliberately drawing near with the intent to launch a surprise attack? Wangchuan pondered for a moment before addressing Li Luo. Child, what brings you near me? As soon as Wangchuan's words left his lips, the nearby guards returned to their senses. They ceased their gaze upon the departing Bai Piao and instead focused intently on the raven-haired girl before them. Aha! I lost my way with my mother and sought directions, Li Luo said, feigning embarrassment as she scratched her head. However, internally, she was already lamenting her predicament. Why was this villain so cautious? Did he truly need to be wary of a mere child? It had long been said that the antagonists in male-centric fantasy realms exhibited an almost paranoid level of vigilance. Who could have imagined it to be true? Directions? Very well. You there, go show her the way. Wangchuan extended his hand and effortlessly sent a female guard sprawling. The guard approached Li Luo, kneeling gracefully, and gently inquired, "Little sister, do you remember where you became separated from your mother?" It should have been just ahead, Li Luo feigned ignorance, pointing down the path. The guard smiled softly and led Li Luo in that direction. Externally, Li Luo nodded enthusiastically and followed, but internally, a river of sorrow surged within her. There was no choice. Option 3 was utterly unattainable as the antagonist was far too cautious. As for option 2, it bore little possibility. Li Luo had just arrived in this world and had yet to fully develop. In terms of pure strength, she could hardly contend with even an adult. Thus, she contemplated ambushing Wangchuan to secure a reward. The other two options were impossible to achieve, leaving only option 1 for resolution. System, finalize the assessment. Li Luo silently intoned. Ding. Option 1 has been completed. Reward for the host, a pair of useful grass sandals. They have been placed in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. I do not desire grass sandals. Woe is me. Chapter 4. The opening of the celestial stage in the Yi family, Wangchuan swaggered home after an exhilarating outing. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man seated in the hall, engrossed in his calligraphy and painting. The man wore a tattered gray straw hat. His attire was worn and shabby, and his feet were clad in a pair of dilapidated straw sandals. Beside him lay an aged fishing rod, lending an air of dishevelment to his appearance. However, his physique was well maintained. Despite his middle-aged visage, his muscles remained exquisitely chiseled and fluid. Yet, this seemingly unkempt individual was the patriarch of the Yi clan, known as Yi Jintian, and he happened to be Yi Wangchuan's father in this realm. Oh, old man, you didn't go fishing today? Why are you here practicing your art? Yi Wangchuan entered and pulled out a chair beside Yi Jintian, taking a seat. You've returned quite early this time. I expected you to indulge in your amusements until evening. Yi Jintian replied casually. Yi Wangchuan helplessly shrugged and leaned forward to glance at the content written by Yi Jintian. Congratulations to my son Yi Wangchuan for achieving a talent level of 99. Congratulations. 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 Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched slightly as he expressed his disbelief. Isn't the heavenly assessment supposed to commence tomorrow? How can you assume that I will undoubtedly possess a talent of the 99th rank? If you are not of the 99th rank, you ought not to linger within the Yi family. Yu Xintian, having spoken, retrieved a ring from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan caught the ring and examined it closely. This was a spatial ring, capable of storing objects in an alternate dimension. It was an excellent piece of equipment for the villain to unleash a torrent of gold coins. As he inspected the contents within the spatial ring, a smile spread across his face. Ah, old friend, you have truly invested a considerable amount this time. I simply do not wish for you to bring me disgrace. Now, prepare yourself swiftly. If you fail to perform well during tomorrow's ascension, you shall see how I will deal with you. Yi Jintian, with a cold expression, put away his paintings and walked back to his bedroom. Once he entered the room, a triumphant smile broke across his face. Old Lu. Does your son really think he can surpass mine? This time, let us see how you measure up. The following day, in the heart of Chang'an City, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement, filled with bustling traffic and throngs of people. The reason for such fervor was simple. The annual Tianjie opening ceremony was about to commence. Much like other fantastical realms, the so-called Tianjie opening is an assessment of one's innate potential. In this world, individuals are not born capable of cultivation. Each person must wait until the age of 18 to participate in the Tianjie opening. Only after awakening their innate talents can they embark on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, attempting to cultivate without having unlocked their potential would only result in self-destruction of their meridians. Yi Wangchuan sat atop the highest level of a wooden tower, gazing down at the throngs below. Young master, the list of participants for the Tianjie opening ceremony, including those surnamed Su, Lin, Qin, and Xiao, is here. A guard approached and presented a list. Yi Wangchuan took the list, scrutinizing it intently. Pay close attention to these two, Lin Fan and Xiao Fan. Also, keep a watchful eye on Qin Tian and Su Chun. If there are any individuals with these surnames who wield a sword as their weapon, take note. Moreover, if anyone bears the name Long Outyan, please be sure to inform me. Yi Wangchuan pointed to several names, and after making the arrangements, he continued to gaze down below. The sole requirement for participating in the Heavenly Stairway investment is the attainment of 18 years of age. As long as one surpasses this threshold, irrespective of gender, wealth, status, or background, they are eligible to partake in the Heavenly Stairway investment. This initiative serves a dual purpose. Firstly, to introduce individuals from the lower strata, thereby accentuating the exceptional abilities of those from higher echelons. While innate talent is not easily altered, it is true that individuals from elevated backgrounds often possess superior capabilities, and their offspring inevitably inherit such traits. Secondly, it aims to prevent the obscurity of genuine talents. However, at present, Yi Wangchuan no longer perceives this as a favorable development. There exists an overwhelming number of fortunate prodigies who ascend rapidly due to their aptitude tests. Those gifted individuals are typically embraced by formidable sects, while those deemed inept may still catch the eye of certain powerful figures. Perhaps it would be prudent for the old man to reconsider the participation criteria for next year's Heavenly Stairway investment, imposing a registration fee of 500 silver coins. This sum equates to 500,000 copper coins. Yi Wangchuan has roughly calculated that the purchasing power of 10 copper coins in this world is akin to that of 1 yuan in Blue Star. In other words, 500 silver coins equate to 50,000 in Blue Star. This registration fee is sufficient to filter out the fortunate sons of impoverished families. Yi Wangchuan was deep in thought when suddenly his gaze sharpened as he looked below, seemingly noticing something extraordinary. Amidst the crowd, he spotted a little person darting about erratically. "Wait," he commanded. "You, go fetch me 20 bundles of the finest wooden sinew ropes." Yi Wangchuan commanded a guard to the registration area. Li Luo squeezed through the throng, her face etched with displeasure. The memory of not securing the finest reward last time lingered in her mind, casting a shadow over her spirits for quite some time. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to attend the Tianjie aptitude test. Without it, she could not cultivate. Missing this year's opportunity would mean waiting until next year to attempt the test again, essentially wasting a year of precious training time. Lost in her thoughts, it soon became her turn to register. "What is your name?" the guard inquired. "Li Luo." "From the Li family?" "No, I was abandoned beneath a loquat tree, hence the name Li Luo." The guard nodded, preparing to grant her entry. However, upon observing her diminutive stature of 139 centimeters, he hesitated and asked, "Are you certain you are 18? Do not take it lightly. Those under 18 cannot withstand the pressure of the Tianjie." "I am indeed 18, Li Luo replied impatiently, stepping into the Tianjie registration venue. Though termed a venue, it was merely an expansive open area. The number of participants in the Tianjie aptitude test was in the millions, far exceeding the capacity of any formal venue. After all, in a fantastical world, a sparse crowd would hardly suffice for the villains to wreak havoc. As her thoughts wandered, Li Luo's mind drifted back to the retreating figure of the antagonist, Yi Wangchuan, and her mood soured instantly. How infuriating! How could there be such a villain? Just then, a voice interrupted her reverie. "Ah, little one, what brings you here?" Yi Wangchuan extended his hand and gently patted Li Luo's head. Today marks the commencement of the Heavenly Steps event, and naturally, Yi Wangchuan's father is present, observing the proceedings from a distance. The fact that this young girl has entered the Heavenly Steps venue indicates that she has yet to undergo any cultivation. Thus, aware that this little girl might be the child of destiny, Yi Wangchuan felt emboldened to approach her and engage in conversation. Yi Wangchuan harbors unwavering confidence in his father's prowess. If a child of fate, untrained in the arts, could harm him under his father's vigilant watch, then this world would indeed hold no further merit. "Who are you? Do not touch my head, you shall." Upon turning, Li Luo was rendered speechless at the sight of Yi Wangchuan. How is it possible for this villain to locate me with such precision amidst millions? At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Luo's mind. System has issued a task. Option 1. Climb the Heavenly Steps obediently. Reward, premium climbing gear, facilitating the host's ascension of lofty mountains. Option 2. Ascend over the 66th step during the climb. Reward, 5 low-grade cultivation pills, 2 low-grade foundation pills. Option 3. Ascend higher than Yi Wangchuan on the Heavenly Steps and deliver a resounding slap to his face. Reward, 7 low-grade cultivation pills, 3 low-grade foundation pills, 150 villain emotion points. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It must be 3. Those villain emotion points must be acquired at all costs. Chapter 5. This little girl is truly adorable. I wish to deliver a couple of punches to her abdomen. Child, you have turned 18, haven't you? Yu Wangchuan continued his dialogue with Li Luo. Those who are permitted to step into the Heavenly Stages conference hall must be at least 18 years of age. Thus, Li Luo is still a legally recognized young lady. Upon hearing the term child, a vein throbbed on Li Luo's forehead. Do not call me a child. My name is Li Luo. And what of it if I am 18? Well, since you are indeed 18. Then yesterday when you mentioned that you got lost with your mother, was that a falsehood? Yu Wangchuan smiled gently as he stepped closer to Li Luo. The petite Li Luo had to tilt her head upwards in order to meet Yu Wangchuan's gaze. What, pray tell, was your true intention in approaching me that day? As Yu Wangchuan uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently upon Li Luo's eyes, attempting to discern any subtle expressions. Indeed, he managed to perceive quite a few. Despite Li Luo's efforts to maintain a composed demeanor, a fleeting layer of panic flickered beneath his pupils. Flustered, perhaps? It seems my conjecture was not misplaced. This young lad is truly a child of fortune. Observing Li Luo's silence, Yu Wangchuan patted Li Luo's shoulder and continued, Are you certain you will not speak? As she gazed at the formidable hand that seemed capable of ending her existence at any moment, Li Luo swallowed hard. Yet, she firmly believed that she had not provoked this villain, as long as she did not admit that her approach was intended for the purpose of confronting him. She hoped she would be safe. I merely wish to ask for directions. Is that too much to ask? Li Luo retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. At 18, you still cannot find your way? Can you really get lost even with your mother? Yu Wangchuan questioned, perplexed. Indeed, I am frail and petite, even at 18. I cannot part from my mother. Is that a problem? Li Luo replied through gritted teeth. Well, when you put it that way, it seems there is no issue. Yu Wangchuan mused, stroking his chin. If there is no issue, then do not touch me. Are you some kind of pervert with a preference for young girls? Li Luo exclaimed, brushing off Yu Wangchuan's hand from her shoulder. In the next moment, the villain's emotional value increased by 20 points, leaving a current total of 20 points. Seeing the villain's emotional value rise, Li Luo felt momentarily bewildered. What had she just done to provoke this increase? She had just called Yu Wangchuan a pervert. Could it be that this emotional response was simply about inciting feelings in the villain rather than fulfilling a specific task? Li Luo lifted her head and tentatively hurled another insult at Yu Wangchuan. Pervert. The villain's emotional value surged by another 20 points, now totaling 40 points. Yu Wangchuan cast a cold glance at Li Luo. Why had this child insulted him twice? And what was the source of her unwavering confidence? As for Li Luo, this little brat, Yu Wangchuan felt no desire whatsoever. If he were to express any inclination, it would be a fleeting urge to deliver a reprimand. After all, this little girl, Li Luo, was akin to that previous woman, daring to slander him and deserving of a good thrashing. A good beating would surely render her obedient. I am not a pervert, Yu Wangchuan replied coldly. Li Luo. No, you are the pervert. Just now, you were staring at my body and thighs. Yu Wangchuan. I haven't seen it. Villain emotion value 30, current remaining, 70 points. Noticing that the villain emotion value had increased again, Li Luo could hardly contain her delight. Merely uttering 3 insults directed at a pervert had effortlessly earned her 70 points in villain emotion value. She could already purchase 2 low-grade cultivation pills. If she were to express some traditional cultural sentiments, would it not yield even more villain emotion value? Li Luo's mind was racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Yu Wangchuan was also deep in contemplation. He pondered whether to deliver a punch to the little girl's abdomen, or perhaps 2. Or should he eliminate her entirely? Perhaps it would be wise to wait and see what unique abilities this girl possessed. If he could seize them, he would certainly make the attempt. As he mulled over these thoughts, Yu Wangchuan cast a cold glance at Li Luo, falling silent. Li Luo shivered, a chill running down her spine. Having defeated numerous villains in previous worlds, she was acutely sensitive to their presence. She looked up at Yu Wangchuan's indifferent expression, feeling a surge of anxiety within her. Was he intending to strike her? There was no way she could be mistaken. She was certain that Yu Wangchuan wanted to harm her. The malice he concealed ran deep. Yet she sensed a hint of it. If it weren't for her experiences in the prior worlds, she might have failed to discern any abnormality in Yu Wangchuan's demeanor. Damn it, is this how it is, my friend? I am but a little girl, and we have only met twice. In our first encounter, I did nothing. And in the second, I did nothing again. Well, that is not entirely accurate. It seems I did insult him 3 times as a pervert. Time swiftly passed. And noon arrived. Boom. The hour had struck. Heavenly stairs. Open. With the resounding chime of a great bell, an elderly man with flowing white hair clad in a long robe, appeared in the center of the sky. With a casual flick of his hand, a tremendous rumble echoed as the ground beneath the feet of the millions who had registered for the ascension trembled. In the next moment, the earth and stones beneath everyone's feet rose into the air, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. The robed elder waved his long sleeves, dispersing the clouds in the sky. He pointed, and the sunlight began to warp. Gradually, the rays of light coalesced into a magnificent staircase adorned with golden edges, stretching up to 99 steps. Though referred to as steps, their size was anything but ordinary. Each step towered approximately 100 meters above the last, resembling a steep cliff. The cumulative height of the 99 steps reached nearly 10,000 meters. With such height, the length and width were equally astonishing, easily accommodating millions of people on each step. The heavenly stairs' ascension would last for a week and was commencing now. Chapter 6. I shall wait for someone, the robed elder's words echoed, and the golden staircase shimmered with brilliance. As someone stepped onto the first stair, they were astonished to discover that under the radiant glow, their body would continuously replenish energy, heal injuries, and cleanse impurities. The so-called test of aptitude was quite straightforward and brutal. Simply plunge a finger into the step and ascend bit by bit. Even if fingers were to break and bleed, they would heal in an instant. Even should one fall 100 meters and be reduced to a pulp, they would be bouncing back to life within 10 seconds. It was a test of perseverance, a test of strength. Soon, those around began to scramble against the wall, starting their ascent. Wait, are they really climbing? Li Luo raised her head, gazing in disbelief at the towering 100-meter wall before her. Just looking at it was enough to induce a sense of oppression. And this wall was merely one of a staggering 98. Just as Li Luo was lost in confusion, Wangchuan suddenly surged forward, approaching the massive wall. Upon reaching it, he pressed his hand against the surface and forcefully propelled himself upward. Harnessing that momentum, he began to scale the wall with agility. Once the force diminished, and he could no longer maintain his ascent, he would again use his fingers to grip the wall and propel himself upward. This fluid sequence of movements took a mere 10 seconds, and Wangchuan had already climbed 50 meters. In stark contrast to those around him who had only ascended a mere 10 meters, he was far ahead. Wow. The wall climbing technique that old man taught me is truly effective, Wangchuan pondered internally. After all, he was a scion of a wealthy family, and his father had imparted to him a modicum of climbing skills to facilitate his ascent in society. Was that too much to ask? Below, Li Luo gazed up in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Wasn't it said that one could not cultivate before the age of 18? How had Wangchuan ascended so swiftly? At that moment, Li Luo suddenly recalled his own mission and clapped his hands in realization. Damn. He needed to climb higher than Wangchuan to earn his reward. He had to catch up quickly. Li Luo approached the 100-meter staircase and patted the steps. The wall stood at a perfect 90-degree angle. How had Wangchuan managed to scale it with such agility? Li Luo attempted to dig his fingers into the wall. To his surprise, it was rather effortless, akin to pressing his fingers into soft, wet soil, yielding yet firm enough to provide a solid grip. Once he secured his fingers, he exerted all his strength, attempting to propel himself upwards in a manner reminiscent of Wangchuan's feats. However, with a resounding thud, Li Luo tumbled to the ground, eliciting raucous laughter from those around him. Get lost, all of you, he exclaimed, rising to his feet and shooing away the mockers. Subsequently, he began to climb the steps earnestly. At that moment, a silver-haired man unexpectedly approached Li Luo's side. Of course, he did not draw near intentionally. Rather, his purpose was to pursue Wangchuan. With a swift motion, he placed his foot against the wall, coiling his legs before launching himself upwards with astonishing speed. After completing his leap, the man rested his hand against the wall for a brief respite before continuing his rapid ascent, closing the distance between himself and Wangchuan. Li Luo thought to himself, are you truly just ordinary people who have never practiced cultivation? 2 hours later, with a powerful exertion of his arm, Wangchuan successfully positioned himself on the 34th step. Those who reached this level possessed at least moderate aptitude. Wangchuan exhaled softly, casting his gaze downward. There, he beheld a white-haired man resting against the wall. Once the man had recuperated, he propelled himself with a forceful kick against the wall, effortlessly ascending to the 34th step. Wangchuan, why do you not continue your ascent? The white-haired man inquired, glancing at Wangchuan who lay upon the 34th step. Wangchuan merely remarked, I am here waiting for someone. You may carry on with your own affairs. There are still 6 days until the competition. All right, but do not become too lax. My father has stated that the difficulty of climbing beyond the 67 steps surpasses that of the preceding 66 steps combined. I understand. Yi Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing the white-haired man. Once he confirmed that the man had distanced himself, Yi Wangchuan began to ponder. The white-haired man was named Lu Han, the heir of the Lu family. According to the old fellow's account, the Yi and Lu families had maintained a cordial relationship for millennia, frequently collaborating with one another. In his youth, Lu Han had often been accompanied by Yi Wangchuan on leisurely strolls. Therefore, Yi Wangchuan initially had no inclination to harbor doubts. However, could it be that Lu Han truly was the child of fate? After all, his extraordinary talent and prestigious lineage bore a striking resemblance to that of a protagonist destined for greatness. Of course, he could also be likened to a villain. Yet, Yi Wangchuan did not believe that a single region could harbor two characters of such similar villainous attributes. If Lu Han were indeed the child of fate, would he potentially turn against him? However, at present, there seemed to be no reason for animosity between them. Perhaps he was overthinking. He decided to keep a watchful eye on Lu Han moving forward. After all, who said that a child of fate must inevitably clash with a villain? He had read novels where the child of fate and the villain coexisted harmoniously. Naturally, excluding that little girl who was also a child of fate, her willingness to approach him indicated that she likely harbored ill intentions, warranting caution. Yi Wangchuan shook his head drowsily and lay down on the 34th step to sleep. Although the heavenly stairs continuously infused energy into his body, rendering sleep impossible. Approximately half an hour later, Li Luo had ascended to the 33rd step. After climbing for several hours without a moment's rest, she still felt relatively at ease. For her, each wall felt as soft as wet clay, making it easy to traverse. However, the commoners struggled to keep pace with Li Luo, one after another falling behind. For them, the first step's wall was as hard as wet clay, but by the second step, it had hardened to a consistency akin to firm clay. By the 5th step, it resembled wood, and by the 10th step, it had become as solid as stone. Yet, due to Li Luo's extraordinary talent, she felt no significant difficulty. Apart from her, only the scions of wealthy families could ascend with such ease. In this world, even innate abilities of the affluent far surpassed those of the common folk. As Li Luo contemplated this, she approached the 34th step, her excitement palpable. The 133rd step represented inferior talent. The 3,466th step signified average talent, and the 6,799th step indicated superior talent. If she could ascend just one more step, she would reach the threshold of average talent. In the next moment, however, her smile abruptly froze. Above her stood a young man, motionless on the staircase, his garments billowing in the fierce wind. Chapter 7. Does it feel good to curse? Yi Wangchuan? What is he doing up there? Li Luo gazed at Yi Wangchuan in exasperation, twisting her body to the side as she prepared to circumvent him. Wishing to avoid any potential trouble, Yi Wangchuan observed Li Luo crawling sideways and chuckled softly. He then turned and took a couple of steps, positioning himself directly above Li Luo once more. Li Luo thought, this is bad. He is coming for me. Undeterred, she attempted to shift sideways a few more times. Yet, wherever she moved, Yi Wangchuan seemed to follow suit. What do you intend to do? Li Luo asked, exasperated as she looked up at Yi Wangchuan. To pursue you, he replied. Yi Wangchuan casually stepped on Li Luo's hand as she ascended the stairs. A sharp pain shot through her, causing her to gasp in agony. She glared up at him, indignantly exclaiming, "What? Are you upset because I called you a pervert?" The villain's emotional value increased by 20, leaving a current total of 90 points. It is merely slander. No matter how you malign me, I shall not be stirred to anger. Yi Wangchuan spoke nonchalantly, simultaneously applying more pressure with his foot against Li Luo's palm. Hiss. Are you being stubborn? Feeling the bones in her hand being crushed, Li Luo's face flushed with indignation. In a fit of rage, she directed a string of furious insults at Yi Wangchuan. You perverse fiend. Hypocrite. You present yourself so grandly, yet behind the scenes, you are utterly revolting. How dare you block my path after I have berated you? Pervert. Disgusting. Scum. The barrage of insults rendered Yi Wangchuan momentarily speechless. In the next instant, his villainous emotional value surged by 100, and then another 100, leaving him with a total of 290 points. Goodness, that is quite a lot. Li Luo found herself momentarily bewildered by the sudden increase in villainous emotional value. Just then, Yi Wangchuan unexpectedly bent down, swiftly grasping the back of Li Luo's collar and lifting her as one would a kitten by the nape. Her hands and feet were immediately pulled away from the wall, leaving her suspended in midair. Wait? Li Luo was momentarily dazed but quickly regained her senses, preparing to cling tightly to Yi Wangchuan's arm. However, in the next second, he suddenly let go, and she plummeted freely. Boom. Falling from a height of 100 meters, Li Luo landed with a splat on the 33rd step. Fortunately, there was the heavenly stage below. Was it merely a splat? A burst of golden light enveloped the puddle of mud, and in mere moments, it began to regain a humanoid shape. At that moment, Wangchuan produced a long spear, embedding it into the wall beside him, allowing himself to glide downward. Seizing the opportunity while Li Luo was still recovering, he descended rapidly to the ground, rushing to her side. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, a spatial ring on his finger shimmered, and a bundle of rope appeared before him. This rope was the sturdy cowhide rope Wangchuan had previously instructed his guard to procure. It was nothing particularly special, just remarkably resilient and nearly impossible to break. Not even a mighty elephant could snap it, nor could the sharp teeth of a fierce tiger gnaw through it. Behave yourself. Wangchuan crouched down before Li Luo, who had just regained his human form. He decisively bound Li Luo's hands behind his back. He was meticulous, ensuring that no part of him was left unrestrained. The legs were tied together, and a rope was extended from the ankles to the neck, preventing any erratic movements. The arms and torso were secured, and even the fingers were tightly wrapped. Each knot was tied with the utmost precision, nearly impossible to undo. As Li Luo's mind was restored by the celestial healing, he realized he was thoroughly bound. Alas, Wangchuan, you beast, what do you intend to do? Are you truly going to harm a child? Are you even human? Malefactor emotion value, 20 malefactor emotion value, 20 current remaining, 330 points. Li Luo, unable to contain himself, unleashed a torrent of traditional expletives. On one hand, it was an outpouring of his pent-up frustration. On the other, it was a calculated effort to accumulate malefactor emotion points. Merely a couple of curses were sufficient to earn enough points to purchase a low-grade cultivation pill. Yet, he could only afford to utter a few more insults. I have never held any interest in your desolate form. Spare me your self-adoration. Wangchuan spoke casually, as if toying with a puppet, tugging at the rope tied around Li Luo's neck. A sudden constriction caused her to cough incessantly, just as she began to regain her composure. A piece of cloth was abruptly stuffed into her mouth. After securing the cloth, Wangchuan proceeded to wrap the rope around the back of Li Luo's head and jaw several times. With these measures in place, she was rendered utterly silent, only able to emit faint whimpers. Once he had finished binding her, Wangchuan nodded in satisfaction. With her restrained in such a manner, she ought to be unable to ascend any further. Wangchuan let out a long sigh. This plan had been in preparation since the moment he first laid eyes on Li Luo from the wooden building. After all, Li Luo was merely a young girl, and in terms of physical prowess, she certainly could not match him. Thus, Wangchuan instructed his guards to procure wooden ox tendons and ropes, readying himself for his physical sealing technique. The reason for confronting Li Luo at the 33rd level was quite straightforward. The talents of those destined for fortune are either remarkably high or exceedingly low, with some existing in between. Wangchuan had confined Li Luo at the 33rd level, a mere pinnacle of mediocre talent. It remained uncertain whether this action would disrupt Li Luo's fortune. Should his fortune be compromised, the so-called child of destiny would be rendered ineffective, alleviating Wangchuan from the burden of constant vigilance against him. Even if this plan failed, it would not pose a significant concern. The primary reason for Wangchuan's decision to restrict Li Luo was that all sects within this continent required their disciples to possess at least a 34th level of talent. No sect would accept disciples of the 33rd level or below, thereby diminishing Li Luo's prospects of being recognized as a prodigious child of fate. If Li Luo were to ascend like other chosen ones, it would likely be due to encountering an extraordinary opportunity or possessing a unique system. However, Wangchuan had yet to observe Li Luo wielding any miraculous artifacts or inexplicably experiencing a surge in cultivation. Thus, he remained uncertain about the existence of such a system, merely harboring suspicions. Moving forward, the goal was to devise a means to prevent anyone from unraveling Li Luo's seal. Wangchuan gazed at Li Luo. Although the knots binding her were tightly secured and would take a considerable amount of time to untie, compounded by the resilience of the wooden sinew ropes which were virtually unbreakable, Wangchuan still felt a twinge of unease and deemed it prudent to exercise caution. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a piece of white cloth from his spatial ring and inscribed a message upon it with a brush. Subsequently, he thrust a spear forcefully into the ground beside Li Luo, securing it firmly in place. He then draped the cloth over the spear, which bore the inscription, "This individual is my enemy, Lu Han. I do not wish for her exceptional talent to flourish, hence she is bound here. Should anyone dare to lift her seal, they shall be at odds with the Lu family. Having completed this task, Yi Wangchuan departed, ascending further. Chapter 8. The treasure from Father Li Luo wore a look of exasperation as she observed the throngs of people passing by. These individuals had undoubtedly noticed her. Bound like a pretzel. Regrettably, the vast majority, about 90%, were disinclined to intervene, continuing their ascent without a second thought. The remaining 10%, upon glimpsing the cloth, opted to turn away, unwilling to provoke the Lu family. Among the countless passers-by, only one woman attempted to aid Li Luo. This was not due to a lack of fear regarding the Lu family, but rather because the woman was illiterate and could not comprehend the message on the cloth. Nevertheless, the unyielding nature of the wooden sinew ropes meant that Yi Wangchuan's knots were steadfastly secured. After 5 minutes of fruitless effort, the woman ultimately surrendered her attempt to rescue Li Luo, choosing instead to continue her ascent. Li Luo twisted her body in vain. It was of no use. In her heart, she felt a profound sense of bewilderment. What kind of villain ties someone up and then simply abandons them? Isn't the typical antagonist supposed to be arrogant and deride those without backing who dare to ascend the heavenly steps, only to eventually face a resounding defeat? System. Do you possess any items for escape? 9-tier cultivation experience card. That's beyond my means. Li Luo sighed inwardly, though her mouth remained obstructed. Very well, she thought. I shall embrace this predicament. With that, she wriggled into a more comfortable position, contemplating whether to cultivate land or wander as a rogue cultivator once the heavenly ascent concluded. Just as Li Luo was lost in thought, a sudden splash of ink soared before her. The ink coalesced into a swirling vortex, expanding rapidly until it gradually formed a human silhouette. In the next instant, a diminutive old man, standing merely 4 feet tall, sprang forth from the vortex. Upon emerging, he began to circle around Li Luo, inspecting her from every angle. Goodness, how diminutive you are, even shorter than me. The old man exclaimed joyously upon noting Li Luo's height of 139 centimeters. Li Luo glared at him, a vein throbbing on her forehead, filled with indignation. What was this old man doing here? Moments later, the old man approached the cloth hanging from Yi Wangchuan's spear. After reading the inscription, he scoffed. The Lu family? How brazen they have become, obstructing others on the path of the heavenly ascent. Fortunately, my timing is fortuitous. I recall your name is Li Luo. Your talent is exceptional. Let us strike a bargain. I shall assist you in breaking your bonds, but you must join the Li family of Chang'an. With that, the old man looked down at Li Luo, seeking her agreement. Li Luo nodded vigorously. This was a stroke of good fortune. Breaking free would enable her to ascend, and joining the Li family would provide her with a protective ally. Even if the Li family viewed her merely as a pawn, she could leverage this period of shelter to cultivate vigorously, for she had discovered the true utility of her system, to relentlessly pursue Yi Wangchuan with scorn. Seeing her acquiescence, the old man nodded in satisfaction, producing a brush with a flick of his wrist. With a swift motion, he unleashed ink that sliced through the wooden sinew ropes binding her. Li Luo spat out a mouthful of saliva, relieved. She looked up, puzzled, and inquired, "Who are you?" "Oh, I am merely an ordinary member of the Li family," the old man replied with a grin before dissipating into a cloud of ink. "Riddler, begone," Li Luo muttered, rubbing her body marked with indentations. That ruthless Yi Wangchuan. Very well, I shall ascend first. Yi Wangchuan ascended steadily, benefiting from his innate talent. He required merely 4 hours to ascend from the 33rd to the 67th step. Prior to reaching the 67th step, he scarcely felt any pressure. Each celestial step was as yielding as damp earth. Upon arriving at the 67th step, Yi Wangchuan glanced upwards. At this moment, there were only 5 individuals in total, including himself. Aside from him and Lu Han, the remaining 3 bore the surnames Zhang, Jiang, and Wang. The one with the surname Jiang was a woman, while the other 2 were men. However, it appeared that these 3 were nearing their limits. In a few days, they would likely be unable to ascend beyond the 80 steps. In contrast, Lu Han had already reached the 80th step. It seems that these 3 individuals are not the fated children of fortune. Evidently, there is a limit to the number of such individuals in each city. The emergence of Lu Han and Li Luo as 2 children of fortune in Chang'an has nearly reached its maximum capacity, especially considering that the dragon vein supports the fortunes in Chang'an. In other cities, it is plausible that only 1 child of fortune may exist. Yi Wangchuan analyzed the situation and swiftly surpassed Zhang, Jiang, and Wang. Another 60 hours had passed. Yi Wangchuan successfully ascended from the 67th step to the 89th. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Han was sweating profusely as he climbed the 95th step. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Wangchuan relentlessly pounded his fists against the wall of the 89th step. After thousands of strikes, he finally managed to create a small dent in the wall. Hastily, he seized the dent, propelling himself upward a fraction more. As Yi Wangchuan ascended, the pit he left behind began to heal, preventing others from exploiting it to gain powers they ought not to possess. However, this also signified that should Yi Wangchuan fall, he would have to start anew. After 2 hours of arduous effort, Yi Wangchuan finally reached the 90th step. My innate talent appears to culminate here. The limit seems to be the 90th step. Yi Wangchuan murmured to himself, reflecting that attaining the 90th rank could indeed be considered extraordinary talent. Over the years, scarcely 100 individuals have managed to surpass the 90th rank. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. Falling short of the 99th rank would inevitably subject him to ridicule from the old ones upon returning home. Even that Lu Han fellow has reached the 95th rank. Yi Wangchuan gazed at the spatial ring, poised to retrieve the treasure bestowed upon him by his father. This precious artifact would undoubtedly aid him in ascending directly to the 99th tier. Previously, Yi Wangchuan refrained from utilizing this treasure out of fear that Lu Han might witness it and subsequently enter a frenzied state, charging towards the 99th tier. After all, it is not uncommon for the child of destiny to unleash such ferocity. The child of fortune is indeed an unreasonable entity. However, now that he is nearing the conclusion of the celestial tier opening, using this treasure is no longer a concern. No matter how fervently Lu Han might rage, he cannot ascend to the 99th tier. Should he dare attempt such a feat, Yi Wangchuan would simply kick him down. With this thought, Yi Wangchuan focused his intent and retrieved the treasure. Before him lay a large burlap sack, filled with numerous marrow-cleansing fruits. The function of these fruits is quite straightforward. Upon consumption, they enhance one's innate talent. As for why other affluent youths do not indulge in such fruits, it is likely because the marrow-cleansing fruit trees are monopolized by his father. Chapter 9. A bounty of pills. Just as Yi Wangchuan was about to begin devouring the marrow-cleansing fruits, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked downward. He spotted a small black dot ascending towards the 90th tier, and the speed was astonishing. The innate talent of this individual was not inferior to that of Lu Han. Li Luo? The instant he noticed the small black dot, Yi Wangchuan immediately thought of Li Luo. As it turned out, his assumption was correct. The small black dot was indeed Li Luo. When Yi Wangchuan spotted Li Luo naturally noticed him as well. I shall not ascend any further, Li Luo declared. Observing Yi Wangchuan above, she had positioned herself halfway up the mountain, resolutely refusing to climb any higher. She certainly did not wish to be abandoned by Yi Wangchuan. Above her, Yi Wangchuan, observing that Li Luo had ceased his ascent, let out a light chuckle and inquired, "Who assisted you in untying the ropes?" "A plump woman helped me," Li Luo replied casually, suppressing the urge to curse. She used a fine needle to pry open the knot. He was acutely aware that if he were to insult Yi Wangchuan at this moment, his aspirations of reaching the 90th level would be dashed. Although Yi Wangchuan appeared harmless and cheerful on the surface, Li Luo was certain that he harbored a deep-seated grudge within. Yi Wangchuan nodded, seemingly convinced that there indeed existed a plump woman who had aided Li Luo in untying the ropes. "I see," he remarked, "but pray tell, why do you not ascend?" I wish to enjoy the breeze," Li Luo replied, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Wangchuan smiled, realizing that Li Luo was quite astute. After receiving a lesson from him, she understood the wisdom in refraining from reproaching him. With the heavenly steps nearing their conclusion, he felt compelled to focus on his ascent, bidding farewell with the promise of future encounters. With that, Yi Wangchuan vanished from Li Luo's sight. Li Luo let out a sigh of relief and lingered in place for half an hour. After this interval, she began her ascent. As long as no one obstructed her, she climbed with remarkable speed. However, just as she reached the 90th step, Yi Wangchuan, who had been resting in a blind spot, glanced over. Instantly, he took off towards her. Li Luo exclaimed, "No, didn't you go up? Don't wait for me here, big brother. Are you harboring a secret affection for me?" As she spoke, she took off running. Yet, the two of them were an amusing contrast, one with long legs and the other with shorter ones. Unsurprisingly, the shorter legs could not keep pace with the longer ones. In mere moments, Li Luo found herself seized by both wrists and lifted off the ground. her legs flailing helplessly in the air to no avail. Yi Wangchuan immediately prepared to cast Li Luo down to the 89th level. No, brother, Wangchuan, my charming and handsome brother who captivates countless hearts. Villain emotion value, 20 villain emotion value, 20 current remaining, 370 points. In a brief moment, Li Luo employed all his lifelong skills and flattery. Remarkably, he managed to earn an additional 40 emotion points. It seems that the emotions encapsulated within this value encompass not only disdain, sorrow, and anger, but also joy, excitement, and elation. However, there was no time to ponder further. Although Yi Wangchuan had gained 40 emotion points internally, he maintained a cold demeanor as he lifted Li Luo into the air, his fingers beginning to loosen. Li Luo gritted his teeth. You can't catch a wolf without parting with a child. Yi Wangchuan, I possess a medicinal pill that can enhance cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Wangchuan's loosening fingers tightened. A cultivation pill? Such a thing does not exist in this world. Could it be a gift from a golden finger? Is it true? Show it to me. As Yi Wangchuan spoke, he effortlessly flung Li Luo back. Li Luo grimaced as she sat up, feigning to reach into her pocket for something. Simultaneously, she mentally communicated with the system, purchased 2 inferior cultivation pills. A notification chimed in response. The price for 2 inferior cultivation pills is 60 villain emotion points. Deducted. Current balance, 310 points. As the system reported, 2 inferior cultivation pills materialized within the system's space. Li Luo promptly chose to extract the pills, making them appear in her pocket. She then presented the inferior cultivation pills to Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan gazed at the cultivation pill, a smile gracing his lips. Although he could not ascertain the authenticity of the elixir, he was certain of one thing. This pill had been produced out of thin air by Li Luo. Long before Yi Wangchuan had bound Li Luo, he had taken the opportunity to search him, discovering nothing in Li Luo's pockets. Furthermore, considering the intense physical confrontation that had just transpired between them, it was perplexing that this round, plump pill had not been revealed. Thus, Yi Wangchuan was 90% convinced that this pill had indeed materialized from nothing. Was it concealed within a spatial ring or perhaps within a system space? Yi Wangchuan pondered incessantly. Since there exists a space, there must surely be more than these 2. With this thought, Yi Wangchuan resolved to extract every possible benefit. He turned to Li Luo and inquired, are these truly the only 2? Li Luo, reluctant to relinquish her advantage, wished to retain the villainous emotional value for her own use. Whether there are only 2, I shall ascertain with a mere flick. Yi Wangchuan approached, preparing to search Li Luo. His intent was not merely to seek treasures, but to ascertain whether she concealed a hidden spatial ring. He probed her coat pockets, empty. He patted her trousers, void. He removed her straw sandals to inspect, nothing concealed therein. Lifting her coat, Li Luo exclaimed, I have. Please, do not search any further. Panic-stricken, she pushed Yi Wangchuan away. She harbored no doubt that he would meticulously search her entire being for elixirs. If he dared to strip her of her garments now, she could scarcely fathom what he might attempt later. With a deeply aggrieved expression, she retrieved 2 cultivation pills from the inner lining of her coat. These are my last 2. I do not believe you. Truly. Then allow me to search below. Wait, in fact, I possess 2 more. 10 minutes later, Yi Wangchuan gazed at the 12 cultivation pills in his hand, then turned to the furious Li Luo, who seemed intent on his demise. It was then that he truly believed Li Luo had indeed run out of cultivation pills. Yes, this time, it appeared there were none left. Yi Wangchuan nodded as he spoke. Li Luo, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of frustration. There was certainly none left. Only 10 villain emotional points remained. This was truly infuriating. Once he ascended, he would unleash a torrent of curses upon you. He intended to reclaim all the villain emotional points he had expended. Yi Wangchuan, however, to be on the safe side, I shall conduct another search. Li Luo, hey. No, don't come closer. Yi Wangchuan, you. Chapter 10. Miscellaneous Fish. Once Yi Wangchuan completed his search, he finally allowed Li Luo to depart. He did not uncover any spatial ring. But Li Luo managed to produce 12 pills. It was evident that a system space was at play. Otherwise, where else could such a quantity of pills be concealed? As for the notion of discarding Li Luo, it was feasible but unnecessary. The disparity in aptitude was merely a few tiers. It would be far more advantageous to leave a lasting impression on Li Luo, one that would ensure that whenever he presented treasures to Yi Wangchuan, he would be released. This would facilitate Li Luo's potential to yield greater gold for himself in the future. Given that Li Luo possessed a system, There was no urgency to eliminate him. Instead, a strategy to make Li Luo his subordinate should be devised, allowing him to extract benefits from Li Luo's system daily. This approach would maximize his gains. Very well. You may pursue your own path. Yi Wangchuan spoke to Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo lay on the ground, her face a portrait of despair. To avoid being searched by Yi Wangchuan, she surrendered all her assets. Yet, to her dismay, Yi Wangchuan still conducted a thorough search. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would not have relinquished so many cultivation pills. Oh, the villain's emotional value. It pains me to the core. Li Luo sat up, tightening her loose-fitting garment, and attempted to scale the 90-tiered wall. It proved to be quite challenging, but she managed to continue her ascent. After climbing approximately 20 meters, Li Luo turned her head and, looking at the perplexed Yi Wangchuan who remained stationary, inquired, "Why aren't you climbing? My innate talent has reached its limit. I can ascend no further." Yi Wangchuan casually deceived, intending to dismiss Li Luo and remain alone. This way, the subsequent scene of him consuming a multitude of marrow-cleansing fruits would remain unseen by Li Luo. Treasures such as marrow-cleansing fruits ought to be concealed securely, lest they fall into the gaze of the son of destiny. After all, what if he covets your belongings? However, upon hearing these words, Li Luo pondered for a moment. Having been bound for so long, he was still able to catch up with Yi Wangchuan, indicating that the latter's innate talent was indeed inferior to his own. Presently, Li Luo found himself against the wall, which meant that it was a splendid opportunity to mock Yi Wangchuan and garner villainous emotional points. With this thought, Li Luo displayed a mischievous grin and taunted Yi Wangchuan. "Huh? Is this all you've got? Just this? Villainous emotional points 10, current total 20 points. Seeing that the villainous emotional points only increased by a mere 10, Li Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that Yi Wangchuan had developed a resistance to mockery and was becoming indifferent to such remarks. A change in strategy was necessary for the next round of taunting. As for complimenting Yi Wangchuan to earn emotional points, Li Luo had no intention of doing so. A thought struck him. "Oh, is this where you falter? The young master of the Yi family is truly insignificant. I never expected someone from such a privileged background to possess lesser talent than an ordinary person like myself. Truly useless, just a floundering fool. Villainous emotional points 100, villainous emotional points 100, current total 220 points. Ah yes, this is precisely what I desired." Upon witnessing the surge of 200 emotional points, Li Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Yi Wangchuan could not withstand this more audacious form of mockery. It was evident that Li Luo's intuition was correct. Yi Wangchuan maintained his aloof demeanor, yet within, a subtle surge of agitation began to stir, a desire to strike. In the next moment, swish. With a mere thought, Yi Wangchuan conjured a bag of cleansing fruits before him. These cleansing fruits bore a resemblance to dragon fruit, yet their taste was as fluid as water. Crunch. Yi Wangchuan immediately bit into the cleansing fruit, his eyes casting a cold glance at Li Luo. The latter, who was pressed against the wall, trembled, sensing a wave of malevolence approaching. "Damn, this Yi Wangchuan intends to strike at me again. No worries, no worries. My innate talent surpasses that of Yi Wangchuan, and I am the fastest at scaling walls. Speaking of which, what exactly is Yi Wangchuan gnawing on?" Li Luo scrutinized the cleansing fruit closely. In the next moment, her expression turned to one of sheer terror as she called out in her mind, "System. Open the emotional value store. Flip to the last page. Cleansing fruit. Villain value 1 piece." Li Luo swallowed hard and clicked on the interface of the cleansing fruit to view the details. Cleansing fruit. Description: born from the only cleansing fruit tree in the entire continent. It bears but one fruit every 100 years, capable of enhancing the consumer's innate talent. A first-tier talent user can leap to the 99th tier after consumption. Li Luo's heart jolted as she glanced below. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan had already consumed 3 cleansing fruits. His bag still contained 7 more, clearly indicating his intention to devour them all. Isn't this a bit excessive, my friend? Cleansing fruits, on par with the experience card of the Ninefold Emperor, are a rare treasure, limited to 1 in a century across the continent. You intend to eat 10 at once? Moreover, just 1 can elevate you to the peak. What is your aim in consuming 10? To reach the 999th tier? Li Luo was aware that the Yi family was the most affluent clan in Chang'an City. However, she truly did not anticipate that their wealth extended to such extraordinary heights. Such a treasure, which could incite countless sects and families to vie for it, was being consumed by Yi Wangchuan as if it were mere fruit. The remaining 9 were being squandered. In truth, they were not wasted at all. Yi Wangchuan was savoring the 4th cleansing fruit. At this very moment, he could still perceive the enhancement of his innate talents. Although the pinnacle was capped at the 99th tier, the arduous journey to reach that level contrasted starkly with a more effortless ascent. The quality of one's innate abilities was undoubtedly distinct. Yi Wangchuan incessantly gnawed at the cleansing fruit until he had consumed the 10th one. Yi Wangchuan took a bite of the last cleansing fruit, only to realize that his innate talent had not been enhanced. At last, he concluded that his potential had reached its zenith. The cleansing fruit, it seemed, could not serve as sustenance. Even after consuming 9, he found himself still unsated. Yi Wangchuan carefully stored the bitten cleansing fruit into his spatial ring, casting a smile towards Li Luo above. In the next instant, he pressed his fingers against the wall and propelled himself upward with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Li Luo. Li Luo exclaimed, "Yi Go, I was just joking. It was merely a playful remark. Yi Go, are you serious? Haha, well then, I shall join in your fun." Yi Wangchuan approached Li Luo, grasping his ankle with a firm hand, effortlessly pulling him down. Li Luo collapsed immediately. Yi Wangchuan smiled and said, "What else would you like to say? Could you perhaps be a little gentler?" Li Luo replied softly, "All right." Yi Wangchuan exclaimed with delight, Yi Wangchuan, let go of me. Release me." Against the wall, Yi Wangchuan swiftly scaled upward, his wrist bound by a wooden cow tendon rope. At the other end of the rope, Li Luo was ensnared like a dumpling. The scene resembled Yi Wangchuan wielding a meteor hammer as he ascended the mountain. Yi Wangchuan lowered his head and said, "Am I not assisting you in climbing the ranks? You ought to express your gratitude. Please refrain from helping." "Very well," Yi Wangchuan spoke, tearing off the wooden cowhide rope from his wrist and casting it downwards. "Wait, I believe it would be better if you assisted me." With a snap, Li Luo's words were cut short, and he transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Chapter 11. The conclusion of the Heavenly Steps. Bang! The bell tolled. Only half an hour remained until the conclusion of the Heavenly Steps. On the 96th step, Luhan struggled painfully above, relentlessly pounding his fists against the wall. With each strike, fragments flew, not from the wall, but from the shattered remnants of his own fists. Thud! Thud! Luhan continued to batter the wall with his bloodied hands. The moment the Heavenly Steps healed his fists, they would be broken anew by his relentless assault. Yet, after countless strikes, the wall remained unyielding, showing not a single crack. Luhan glanced up, realizing how far he still had to ascend to the 97th step. Damn it! Is this the limit of my talent? His gaze dimmed. Nevertheless, his fists persisted in their futile endeavor against the wall. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated from his waist. "Silly child, think positively. You are already far superior to that boy from the Yi family, at least within Chang'an. You are the most gifted genius." In the next instant, a swift motion followed. Yi Wangchuan suddenly darted away from Luhan's side. Luhan, with a voice tinged with age, remarked, "It is of no concern. The patriarch of the Yi family possesses formidable strength, and it is only natural for his son to exhibit extraordinary talent. At the very least, you remain the second most gifted individual in Chang'an." Half an hour later, Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo bellowed as he chased upward. Though his speed paled in comparison to that of Yi Wangchuan, it was significantly swifter than Luhan's. Luhan, taken aback, swiftly raised his hand to silence the aged voice at his waist, fearing that if it continued, he might lose his standing among the top 3 in terms of talent. 25 minutes later, Yi Wangchuan pondered, who has been assisting Li Luo in untying the ropes. At the 97th step, he reflected on the several occasions he had bound Li Luo with ropes made of wood and sinew. Yet, each time, Li Luo managed to free herself. "Yi Wangchuan, you truly wait," Li Luo exclaimed, just as she reached the 97th step. Before she could grasp the situation, she found herself entangled once more. After Yi Wangchuan secured everything, he clapped his hands and ascended to the 98th step, peering down to assess the situation. Indeed, just 3 minutes after Li Luo had been bound, 2 droplets of ink suddenly coalesced in the air. With a flicker, the ink traced a sweeping line in the atmosphere. Consequently, the restraints binding Li Luo also shattered. Could it be that this ink originates from the Li family? Have they recognized Li Luo's exceptional talent and sought to recruit her specifically? Yi Wangchuan pondered as he gazed at the sky. Only 2 minutes remained until the conclusion of the celestial staircase's opening. Yi Wangchuan stretched lazily, using his hands to grasp the wall as he effortlessly ascended the 99th step. As he reached the pinnacle, a resounding chime echoed throughout the city. The celestial staircase had concluded its unveiling. Suddenly, the elderly figure clad in a flowing white robe reappeared in the sky. With a flick of his robe, a gust of wind surged forth, sweeping all those present on the staircase down to the ground below. Then, with a decisive clap of his hands, the entire celestial staircase transformed into a flat plane. This surface resembled a colossal chart adorned with horizontal lines. Upon closer inspection, there were precisely 99 rows. The bottommost row represented the first step, ascending sequentially to the second and third steps. The robed elder waved his hand, and a multitude of footprints emerged upon the plane. These imprints reflected the highest points each individual had reached on the staircase, retaining only the most elevated footprints. Soon after, the footprints began to shimmer and morph into the names of their respective owners. The scene unfolded as follows: 99th step, Yi Wangchuan 98th step, Nun 97th step, Li Luo 96th step, Lu Han, as the names were unveiled. The crowd on the ground erupted in animated discussion. The celestial curtain has emerged. Look, 99 steps, incredible. I can't believe it. The young master of the Yi family frequents the streets and even assaulted a woman yesterday. Who knew his innate talent was so extraordinary? The young master of the Lu family is equally formidable, surpassing the 95th step. Clearly, the notoriety of Yi Wangchuan and Lu Han was substantial. By the way, who is Li Luo? Isn't the young master of the Li family Li Yid? I don't know. The name Li Luo remained largely unfamiliar, as she had suddenly traversed into this world. In a small pavilion, several elderly gentlemen sat together, sipping tea. The emergence of the celestial curtain had undoubtedly captured their attention. Yi Wangchuan's father, Yi Zhentian, peeked out. Upon seeing his son's name atop the 99th level, his spirits lifted instantly. The essence-cleansing fruit was indeed worth it. My friends, my eyesight is somewhat failing me. I cannot discern this celestial screen. Is there anyone who can assist me in identifying who stands at the pinnacle? Are you really experiencing vision issues? Does that mean we are all blind? An elderly man grumbled, craning his neck to take a look. In the next moment, he exclaimed in shock, "Goodness! Don't tell me that Yi Wangchuan's that little brat has claimed the first place? I had suspected as much. No, it is old Lu. Your son is merely in third place." What? The elderly gentleman with the surname Lu rushed over, scrutinizing the celestial screen intently. When he discovered another name above his son's, he emitted a sharp cry. "Old Li, when did you have such a talented child?" Several elderly men, upon realizing the second place belonged to someone named Li, quickly gathered around old Li, inquiring eagerly. Old Li stroked his beard, chuckling amiably. My family has simply birthed a genius. There is no need to make a fuss." Old Lu retorted, "Let me see where your son Li Yud stands." At the 61st level. In no time, the elderly gentleman began exchanging insults, while Yi Zhentian sat contentedly to the side, sipping his tea. Yi Wangchuan raised his head and glanced upward. The few individuals in the front row were not much different from what he had anticipated, save for the addition of Li Luo. The top three were Yi, Li, and Lu, followed by Zhang, Jiang, and Wang. Among the top six, all but Li Luo were scions of affluent families. It seemed there were no other favored children of destiny present. Having surveyed the upper echelon, it was time to examine those below, for even those with exceedingly mediocre talents might still possess the fortune of being a child of destiny. Yi Wangchuan glanced down and noted the rankings. 5th rank, Dou, Dogzi 4th rank, Nun 3rd rank, Tangsan 2nd rank, Nun 1st rank. None. Upon seeing the name Tang San, Yi Wangchuan nearly lost his composure. Could it be that one? If it is, then... Chapter 12. Compensation to exercise caution. Yi Wangchuan resolved to inquire with a passerby. He surveyed the surroundings and approached a scholarly-looking young man, asking, "Do you know who this Tang San is?" "Why, Yi Shao." The scholar trembled at Yi Wangchuan's approach. Though rumors suggested that Yi Wangchuan was merely a wanderer and had only struck someone once due to a misunderstanding, the aura of pressure emanating from this affluent young master was undeniably palpable when one drew near. "Speak quickly." Yi Wangchuan, observing the other party's hesitance, produced several silver coins and placed them into the scholar's hand. "I am at your service," he declared. The scholar's eyes brightened at the sight of the coins, prompting him to begin speaking. This Tang San, he is the young master of the Tang family. However, his character, alas, is quite deplorable. Furthermore, due to his incessant claims of having endured 3 betrayals, he has acquired an additional moniker, Yi Wangchuan. 3. Scholar. No. It is Tang Liuzi. Villain's emotional value 500. If this scholar possessed a system, he would receive such a notification. Yi Wangchuan suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and continued to inquire further. However, at present, it seemed that Tang San was indeed no longer his concern. In a certain sense, one could regard Tang San as a child of fortune. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing task option 2. Option 2. Ascend to the 66th level or higher in the heavenly stage. Reward. 5 low-grade cultivation pills and 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills. The rewards have been allocated to the system space. Meanwhile, Li Luo gazed at the rewards he had received, feeling a sense of secret delight. Very good, indeed. Although he had not fulfilled the more rewarding option 3, he felt a slight regret, at the very least. He had completed option 1. As for the villain's emotional value, he had the Li family as his backing. Although he was uncertain of the Li family's true extent, it should not be lacking by much. In the future, he would seize opportunities to provoke Yi Wangchuan a few times, simple and straightforward. While Li Luo was lost in thought, he spotted Yi Wangchuan, who was gathering information. He chuckled to himself. The villain's emotional value was just arriving. Oh, isn't that young Master Yi? Just a moment ago at the heavenly stage, I was. Yi Wangchuan swiftly extended his hand, firmly covering Li Luo's mouth to stifle any sound. All right, you may leave now. Yi Wangchuan spoke to the scholar from earlier. Such a scholar, enamored with gossip, prompted Yi Wangchuan to cover Li Luo's mouth, preventing any intentional jibes from reaching the scholar's ears. After all, once Li Luo began to mock, his words would inevitably veer into bizarre territory. Very well. Although the scholar was unaware of the circumstances, he nodded and departed from the scene. Once the scholar had left, a vein throbbed on Li Luo's forehead. Damn it, why is he still covering his mouth? How long does this villain intend to keep this up? In a fit of rage, Li Luo opened his mouth and bit down on the hand before him. Villain's emotional value 40. Villain's emotional value 40. Current total, 300 points. Are you a dog, biting people? Yi Wangchuan, at a loss for words, pinched Li Luo's face and withdrew his hand. After glancing at his palm, he noticed it was bleeding. You owe me for this, he declared. Yi Wangchuan displayed his palm for Li Luo to see. With his face being pinched, Li Luo, unable to articulate clearly, exclaimed in anger, You deserve it. What an unreasonable woman she is. Yi Wangchuan shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he retrieved the cultivation pill that Li Luo had given him earlier. Yi Wangchuan selected one from the collection, crushed it, and unceremoniously shoved it into Li Luo's mouth. A shudder coursed through Li Luo's entire being, not for any other reason, but because the moment the medicinal pill touched her tongue, an overwhelmingly bitter flavor akin to concentrated traditional Chinese medicine surged forth, relentlessly assaulting her taste buds. She immediately began to writhe and struggle. Behave yourself, swallow this elixir. Yi Wangchuan pressed Li Luo against the wall, tilting his head back and covering his mouth with his hand to prevent him from expelling the elixir. He stared intently at Li Luo, unwavering, until the latter finally swallowed the potion with a soft gulp. Only then did Yi Wangchuan release his grip. Li Luo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, and coughed a few times in bewilderment. Cough, cough. What are you doing? I am testing you for poison. Yi Wangchuan spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo chuckled mischievously and said, Haha. In fact, among those 12 elixirs, one of them contains poison. Why not let me try them one by one? Yi Wangchuan, the one I fed you is composed of portions taken from each one, blended together. Li Luo. After Yi Wangchuan finished speaking, he pulled Li Luo up from the ground. Subsequently, he took out the remaining cultivation pills and popped one into his mouth to taste. Li Luo immediately lifted her head, eager to see if this fellow Yi Wangchuan would be pained by the bitterness of the pill. However, it was evident that it had no effect. Yi Wangchuan, with an impassive expression, swallowed the cultivation pill and sensed a significant enhancement in his energy. At the same time, he became certain of one thing. Li Luo possessed a system. The madmen of the alchemical cultivation sect had labored for millennia, yet failed to create a pill that could unconditionally elevate one's cultivation level. How, then, could you, Li Luo, achieve such a feat? Moreover, There was the previous instance when Li Luo had conjured pills out of thin air. Yi Wangchuan believed that the system was the most compelling justification. However, on the surface, he merely smiled and patted Li Luo's small shoulder, saying, "This is quite good. Just give me 12 more foundation-enhancing elixirs. I only have 2. Where would I find 12? Li Luo instinctively retorted. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly covered her mouth. It was over. She had been led into speaking unwisely. What she should have said was that such elixirs did not exist. Yi Wangchuan. Indeed. There is. Hand it over to me. Li Luo, are you a beggar? I shall not give it to you. Yi Wangchuan. You have bitten my hand. Compensation is due. Li Luo. You deserve to be bitten. Yi Wangchuan. How unreasonable you are. I am clearly worried that your slander will be overheard by the scholar. Li Luo, then I can compensate you with a pearl. As the two were conversing, a middle-aged man approached Yi Wangchuan from behind and spoke up. Is this Li Luo? I am one of the elders of the Li family. As you have just arrived, I will be responsible for teaching you some of the family rules. Perfect timing, elder. I accidentally bit this person, and he insists that I compensate him. Could you assist me with that? Li Luo said to the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder had no intention of providing compensation. Instead, he angrily addressed the person opposite Li Luo. Whose child are you? How dare you challenge our genius, young Master Yi, over such a trivial bite? My apologies for the interruption. Please continue, young Master Yi. At this point, Li Luo was merely an outsider and had not yet joined our Li family. His actions bear no relation to our clan. Upon recognizing Yi Wangchuan, the elder swiftly changed his tone, executing a graceful turn before departing. Li Luo. What? I am a genius of the 97th rank. Is this how you abandon me? I merely bit Yi Wangchuan. Is it really that serious? Chapter 13. Perseverance and Effort. Thanks to the divine endorsement of Shepherd Horse for the additional chapter, could you please leave? Give me the foundational elixir, and I shall depart. Yi Wangchuan said while rubbing Li Luo's head. Don't say it. It's quite amusing. All right, here you go. Li Luo replied, speechless. As he pulled out a low-grade foundation establishment pill from his pocket, Yi Wangchuan collected it, and then said, "One is insufficient." Li Luo ground her teeth and offered another. She now deeply regretted her earlier insistence on approaching Yi Wangchuan. Had she known it would come to this, she would have gone to the Li family first. Yi Wangchuan. 2 are insufficient for compensation. I demand 5, and additionally 3 more. Li Luo. I possess only 2 foundation establishment pills. Yi Wangchuan. I do not believe it. Li Luo. Whether you choose to believe or not is of no concern to me. There are only 2. If necessary, you may search me thoroughly. Yi Wangchuan. Then you shall write an IOU, owing me 3 pills, to be repaid later. If you return 1 less, you will owe me an additional pill next month. Li Luo. Are you out of your mind? Villain's emotional value 20. Current remaining, 320 points. Li Luo felt as though he might explode. This Yi Wangchuan. Always demanding 3 inferior foundation establishment pills, neither willing to compensate for the injury nor to write an IOU, yet accusing him of being irrational. What is this fellow's obsession with such precise quantities? He had exactly 320 points of villainous emotional value. Each inferior foundation establishment pill required 90 points. It was precisely enough to purchase 3. How could Yi Wangchuan be so particular about the amount? Did he think Li Luo was gentle and easy to bully? Yi Wangchuan expressed his bewilderment, seizing Li Luo by the collar and coldly declaring, "If you refuse to compensate me with elixirs, then you shall serve as my servant in my household for 6 months." Yi Wangchuan's words were not born of any malevolent amusement. Rather, it was evident that Li Luo's servitude at the Yi household would yield significant advantages. Firstly, within the confines of the Yi family, Yi Wangchuan could frequently exploit opportunities to his benefit. Secondly, he could withhold cultivation resources from Li Luo, thereby stifling her growth. In this manner, a child of destiny would be diminished, while a source of profit would be gained. Feeling as though Yi Wangchuan was not jesting, Li Luo feigned rummaging through her pocket and produced 3 foundation establishment pills with her delicate hand. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within her mind. Ding! The price for 3 foundation establishment pills is 270 villainous emotional points. Deduction complete. Current balance, 50 points. Oh, how disheartening. After accumulating emotional points for so long, they had vanished just like that. A mere bite from Yi Wangchuan would only yield 80 points. Very well. Upon seeing the pills produced, Yi Wangchuan smiled. He accepted the 3 foundation establishment pills and set Li Luo back on the ground. Subsequently, He turned and departed, no longer lingering in that place. Yi Wangchuan must return to celebrate his attainment of the 99th level with the old man. After Yi Wangchuan departed, Li Luo, filled with indignation, stomped his feet on the ground. Yi Wangchuan, Yi Wangchuan, Yi Wangchuan. He infuriates me. With each encounter, there was never a favorable outcome. Just as Li Luo simmered with anger, an elder from the Li family suddenly approached, cheerfully exclaiming, "Li Luo, come, I shall escort you to the Li family." "Didn't I just assert that I have no ties to the Li family?" Li Luo retorted, perplexed. The elder cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "Well, isn't it rather fortuitous that I am taking you there now?" "Uh-huh." With a resigned sigh, Li Luo obediently followed the elder. Yet, in her heart, she had already devised a plan. If the Li family intended to exploit her, she could just as easily turn the tables and utilize the Li family for her own benefit. Once she navigated through this initial phase, everything would surely improve. The Yi family. Yi Wangchuan strode back home with an air of unbridled confidence. While it was not unusual for him to return in such a manner, this time he exuded a peculiar and enigmatic self-assurance, akin to that of a student who has achieved a score exceeding 700 on a critical examination. However, Yi Wangchuan's achievement surpassed mere 700s. He had attained a perfect score. Unlike those favored by fortune, who climbed to the 90th tier through innate talent and prowess, he stood apart. His ascent to the 99th tier was the result of unwavering perseverance and tireless effort. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Wangchuan approached the entrance of the hall. He then composed himself, concealing his smile, and entered with an air of calmness. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted his father, joyfully engrossed in creating calligraphy and paintings. As Yi Jintian noticed Yi Wangchuan approaching, he immediately concealed his smile, adopting an expression of utmost composure. The two, father and son, exchanged words with a serene demeanor. "You're back. I was already aware you would ascend to the 99th level. Go rest in your room. I shall pen some blessings and send out invitations." Yi Jintian appeared to have anticipated this outcome. "It's merely the 99th level, a trifling matter. Make the blessings sound imposing," he added. Yi Wangchuan smiled softly, seemingly unfazed. "As long as you know, just don't be overly proud. I initially had no intention of hosting a celebration, but fearing you might feel disappointed, I suppose I shall reluctantly proceed with it." Yi Jintian seemed indifferent to the festivities. "Such gatherings hold little significance for me. However, since the invitations have already been dispatched, we might as well hold the event," Yi Wangchuan remarked casually, also appearing disinterested in the celebration. After a mutual nod of understanding between the composed father and son, Yi Wangchuan prepared to return to his room. Before departing, Yi Jintian observed the cloth wrapped around Yi Wangchuan's hand with curiosity. "What happened to your hand?" he inquired. "It's nothing, it just got dirty. So I'm using this cloth to wipe it," came the reply. After Yi Wangchuan departed, the next moment, a hearty laugh erupted. "My son has reached the 99th level. Lu family, Li family, Zhang family, Jiang family, Wang family, come and witness this." Yi Jintian murmured to himself in a state of exhilaration. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, he conjured a multitude of gilded invitation cards. "Go." With a flick of his hand, these invitations took flight on their own accord. In Yi Wangchuan's room, a playful smirk appeared as he remarked, "Hee, ascending just one level of cultivation from the 99th tier is hardly impressive. Let me demonstrate a slight shock to the old fellow." Yi Wangchuan returned to his chamber. With a mere thought, 10 cultivation pills and 5 foundational pills materialized before him. Yi Wangchuan immediately began to alternate between consuming the two types of pills. The cultivation pill was responsible for enhancing his spiritual power, allowing for remarkable progress. The foundational pill was designed to solidify his foundation, preventing any superficiality in his cultivation. The synergy between the two was akin to the invigorating essence of the marrow-cleansing fruit, embodying unwavering determination and effort. Boom. After ingesting 9 cultivation pills and 3 foundational pills, Yi Wangchuan astonishingly broke through to the initial stage of the first level of cultivation right then and there. My goodness, what a miraculous system power. Yi Wangchuan gazed at his own body, murmuring to himself. For an ordinary person, it takes a painstaking 3 years to progress from the beginning stages of cultivation to the first level. Yet for him, it had taken merely 2 minutes. It seems he must seize the opportunity to draw upon Li Luo's resources a bit more in the future. As Yi Wangchuan pondered, he tossed the remaining cultivation pill and 2 foundation-building pills into his mouth. Ugh, how bitter. Chapter 14. The relationship between these two is quite extraordinary in the Li family. The old man Li sat at a table, gazing at the invitation from the Yi family with a grim expression. Humph. This Yi Zhentian, now that his son has reached the 99th tier, suddenly remembers to invite us. Surely, he is only eager to flaunt his achievements. I cannot comprehend why he takes such delight in showcasing his son. As he spoke, he glanced at a young boy beside him, whose face was filled with grievance. Li Yud, how can you bear to look on? With a talent level of 61, you haven't even reached the upper tier. You're quite the disappointment. Why can't you learn from Yi Wangchuan and bring some pride to your father? Despite the old man's reprimands, Li Yud merely pouted and muttered softly. I can't control my talent, so why blame me? Enough of this. Go practice your martial skills, lest you starve in the future. The old man, filled with anger, ordered Li Yud out. Afterward, he settled back in his chair, rubbing his temples and sighing in resignation. Fortunately, there is an outsider from the Li family who has reached the 97th tier and agreed to join us. Otherwise, our family would truly be doomed. Just as the old man was lost in thought, a few knocks sounded at the door. Sensing the aura outside, he called out, "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open to reveal the elder who had previously guided Li Luo. The elder approached the old man and spoke, "Patriarch, I have brought Li Luo back. There was no need to trouble you with such trivial matters." The old man waved his hand, about to dismiss the elder, but the elder shook his head and continued. It is not merely this small matter. Just now, when I went to find Li Luo, you won't believe what I saw. Yi Wangchuan was with him. Oh, why? The old man inquired with intrigue. Because Li Luo had bitten Yi Wangchuan's hand. Bang! Before the elder could finish, the old man sprang to his feet, slamming the table in terror. Then why did you bring Li Luo here? Don't you know that Yi Zhentian is fiercely protective of his son? Can you stop him if he comes after us? Calm down, Patriarch, let me explain. The elder steadied the old man, urging him to sit down, then excitedly continued. But Li Luo and Yi Wangchuan clearly share a unique bond. Their actions were not only intimate, but almost flirtatious. Moreover, Li Luo merely gave Yi Wangchuan a few pills, and he forgave him, leaving quite satisfied. Additionally, Li Luo's appearance is indeed exceptional. I suspect Yi Wangchuan may have feelings for Li Luo. As the elder spoke, the old man's expression shifted from anger to calm, then to a smile, and finally to hearty laughter. Excellent. What are you waiting for? Quickly have the maid prepare Li Luo for the Yi family's banquet. After their conversation, the elder escorted Li Luo to a smaller version of an ancient palace, where he shared some rules of the Li family, such as maintaining a neat appearance, refraining from loud outbursts, avoiding profanity, and exhibiting graceful behavior. However, Li Luo paid little heed to these mundane regulations. They posed no challenge to her. Good day, Miss Li. I am your maid, responsible for your care. Hot water is ready in the next room. Please proceed to bathe. Your clean clothes are here, and I will bring you new attire shortly. A maid, whose appearance was quite pleasant, spoke cautiously. All right, Li Luo nodded. The garments she wore were merely tattered burlap, acquired from unknown origins, and after so many days, they had become quite filthy. It was indeed time for a wash. After shedding her clothes, she went to the bathing area. Once she finished and emerged with damp hair, she found the maid waiting outside with undergarments and a delicate cheongsam. The dress was evidently freshly made, with exquisite fabric and intricate patterns, perfectly tailored to Li Luo's form. However, there was one issue. The garment was exceedingly thin, rendering it almost as if she wore nothing at all. Li Luo looked down at the fabric clinging to her abdomen. The material was so sheer that she could faintly discern the contours of her body beneath it. Moreover, the dress had slits that extended almost to her thighs. A gust of wind swept through, making her shiver involuntarily. This fabric is truly too flimsy. Is there nothing thicker available? Li Luo inquired, puzzled. The maid awkwardly shook her head, explaining, Miss Li, this is the only garment we could prepare on short notice. We were unable to make more, and inferior materials would not suit you. I sincerely apologize. Fine, Li Luo replied, exasperated. Afterward, the maid styled her hair into an attractive double bun. As for makeup, it was deemed unnecessary. The cosmetics from the Hehuan sect were indeed effective, but Li Luo's natural beauty required no enhancement. Only those with imperfections needed makeup to conceal flaws. Though she still felt quite cold, it did not concern her excessively. Once her hair was arranged, she planned to resume her cultivation. Although Yi Wangchuan had taken a considerable number of her pills, she still had 5 inferior cultivation pills remaining. Consuming them should sufficiently raise her cultivation level to withstand the chill. Just as Li Luo prepared to return to her room to indulge in her pills, the maid interjected. Miss Li, Elderly has requested that you come to the entrance once you are ready. Reluctantly, Li Luo made her way outside, shivering against the biting wind. The thinness of her clothing made her particularly sensitive to the cold. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw a lavish carriage waiting. You must be Li Luo. I am the patriarch of the Li family. You may call me Uncle Li. The old man, seated in the carriage, greeted her with a warm smile. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he felt no need for such formality, but given Yi Wangchuan's interest in Li Luo, he extended his courtesy. All right, Uncle Li. Li Luo responded politely, nodding. It was prudent to show respect to the patriarch. The old man beamed at her address, exclaiming, Excellent. Come, Li Luo, hop into the carriage. Uncle will take you to a banquet. A banquet? Li Luo feigned confusion. Truthfully, she would prefer to cultivate over attending a gathering, for the cold was quite unbearable. Old Li noticed that Li Luo's expression was somewhat displeased, so he added, It is the banquet of the Yi family, and their young master, Yi Wangchuan, is also present. Very well, I shall go. Upon hearing that Yi Wangchuan would be there, Li Luo promptly boarded the carriage with alacrity. Antagonistic emotional value. Here I come. Chapter 15. Just keep your mind on that cultivation pill. The Yi family, at this moment, is resplendent with lights, bustling with extraordinary liveliness, eager to showcase their grandeur. Yi Zhentian had indeed extended invitations to every family within Chang'an City. Even the ordinary passers-by were compelled to partake in a hearty meal before departing. Greetings, Sir Li. Welcome to the banquet. Lord Yi is awaiting you inside. Shall I assist you with your carriage? That would be most appreciated, replied the elder Li as he handed the reins to a servant. The servant swiftly ascended the carriage to find an appropriate spot to park. Let us proceed. The elder Li smiled at Li Luo and made his way into the Yi residence. At that moment, Li Luo finally beheld the grandeur of the Yi family estate. Its scale was monumental, and its decor exquisite. In both appearance and aura, it rivaled that of a royal palace. Previously, Li Luo had considered the Li family to be quite substantial, but in comparison to the Yi family, he began to understand why the Li family elders dared not provoke Yi Wangchuan. Upon entering the Yi residence, they first arrived at a vast courtyard, where hundreds of large tables were arranged. The servants and attendants of the Yi family are here joyfully indulging in delicacies. How shall I put it? It resembles a grand feast. Li Luo casually glanced around, noting that each table hosted more than 10 individuals. This, mind you, is but one courtyard. The Yi family undoubtedly possesses more than just this one. Therefore, it can be inferred that the Yi family has at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of servants. This count does not even include those who are occupied with tasks and have not partaken in the feast. Li Luo's lips twitched. With such a multitude of servants, if they were all to be mobilized, they would constitute a formidable force. As he traversed the courtyard, he arrived before a wooden building. The entrance of this structure was no ordinary door. It bore an eye, as large as a bowl. Old Li approached this eye and gave it a gentle knock. The eye, feeling the discomfort, narrowed momentarily before reluctantly opening, casting a few glances at Old Li. In the next instant, the door swung open. As the door creaked open, a group of elderly gentlemen were gathered inside, enjoying tea. Upon noticing Old Li's arrival, they eagerly beckoned him over. Isn't this Old Li? Come, come. Have a seat here. By the way, Old Li, why didn't you bring your son Li Yud along? Humph. Him? Don't even mention it. He has more trouble than he has worth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Li turned to Li Luo, saying, Li Luo, my dear nephew, I wish to converse with these old friends for a while. Why don't you go and amuse yourself with the younger crowd? All right. Li Luo nodded and glanced towards another area. In stark contrast to the elderly gentlemen engaged in gossip, the younger group was mostly occupied with various activities. Some were arm wrestling, others were showcasing their skills, and a few were dancing and singing. Li Luo approached a long table and casually picked a golden grape, savoring its sweetness. Quite delectable. One more, and yet another. Just as he was about to indulge in a few more, he suddenly noticed Yi Wangchuan quietly sipping tea by a serene window, engaged in conversation with a young man with white hair. Yi Wangchuan, no, Yi brother. You truly have impressed me. Previously, I thought you were merely a carefree idler, but now I see you possess extraordinary talent. Achieving a breakthrough in your cultivation within a single afternoon. You are indeed a genius among geniuses. Lu Han unabashedly showered praise upon Yi Wangchuan, leaving him feeling somewhat speechless. Could such a fortunate individual truly be his rival? Lu Han was almost becoming an admirer. Haha, Lu Han, you jest. Your talent, rated at 96, is hardly inferior to mine. As for cultivation, it is merely the initial stage of the first realm, nothing to be overly concerned about. While the two were exchanging flattery, Li Luo strolled over, munching on grapes, and remarked with a hint of disbelief, Yi Wangchuan, your aptitude is only 90. The 99 rating is merely a result of consuming the marrow-cleansing fruit. Before Li Luo could finish his sentence, Yi Wangchuan swiftly grabbed a pear from the table and shoved it into Li Luo's mouth. Marrow-cleansing fruit? Lu Han tilted his head, puzzled by the term. This was quite understandable, as the only known marrow-cleansing fruit tree had been monopolized by Yi Jintian for countless millennia. Yi Jintian had never sold these fruits. Instead, he hoarded them as reserve assets. Over time, only a few ancient individuals, contemporaries of Yi Jintian, remained aware of the existence of such fruits. However, these elders understood the terrifying power of Yi Jintian and dared not covet the marrow-cleansing fruit. You're free now. Go find old Zhang and old Jiang to play with. Yi Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing Lu Han. Lu Han nodded and departed. At this moment, Li Luo finally removed the pear from her mouth. Ugh, Yi Wangchuan, you scoundrel. She was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon him. However, recalling Yi Wangchuan's vengeful nature, she suppressed her foul language. Instead, she stiffly remarked, You are a man exuding charisma. Villain emotion value, 20 current remaining, 70 points. Unable to resort to curses, Li Luo had no choice but to praise Yi Wangchuan. Although it felt rather distasteful, it was the only way to accumulate some villain emotion points. At this moment, Yi Wangchuan was perplexed. What is this? Why is she inexplicably complimenting me? Is she out of her mind? Does she seek to ingratiate herself with me? How laughable. I would never waver for such trivial praise. With that thought, Yi Wangchuan coldly inquired, Do you have something to discuss? Why did you come over? Nothing much. There are so many people here. And you are the only one I recognize, so is it wrong for me to come and sit for a while? Li Luo casually replied as she pulled out a stool and sat down. She had already formulated a plan. She intended to stay here and accumulate emotion points throughout the night, amass a trove of elixirs, achieve a breakthrough, surpass Yi Wangchuan in cultivation. Then, she would ruthlessly berate him, thereby earning another bounty of villain emotion points. Just as Li Luo confidently envisioned her scheme, a gust of wind blew in from outside. Ugh! The sudden breeze made her shudder involuntarily. Yi Wangchuan glanced over and chuckled. Has the Li family fallen so low that they cannot even afford fabric? How is it that you are clad in such thin attire? I do not know, but you can give me your clothing, exclaimed Li Luo, who was struggling to endure the chill. Yi Wangchuan glanced at the coat draped over him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. 3 cultivation pills. Why don't you just seize them? Just one. 3 cultivation pills. It's merely a garment, after all. I no longer want it. Li Luo huffed in annoyance, curling his legs in front of him in an attempt to find some warmth. However, as gusts of wind swept through, he found himself unable to warm up before the chill returned. Li Luo could only lift the stool, adjusting his position, hoping that Yi Wangchuan would shield him from the biting wind. As Yi Wangchuan observed this scene, every time Li Luo found a suitable position, he subtly adjusted it, allowing the wind to continue to blow towards Li Luo. After a moment had passed, feeling his hands and feet grow icy and his body tremble uncontrollably, Li Luo finally spoke up. 2. I will give you 2 cultivation pills. Will that suffice? 3, came the reply. All right, 3 it is. Now, quickly hand over the clothes. Chapter 16:3. Thanks to Haji Miao for the reward. Additional update. At the window, Li Luo, draped in a coat over his qipao, sipped hot tea and exhaled a puff of warm breath. At last, he felt somewhat warmer. Beside him, Yi Wangchuan, clad only in an inner garment, consumed the cultivation pills. The 3 pills resembled hawthorn balls, which Yi Wangchuan devoured in swift succession. Following this, he expressionlessly picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Ugh, these cultivation pills, no matter how many I consume, still taste unbearably bitter. After venting his frustrations internally, Yi Wangchuan turned to Li Luo and said, I have consumed 3 essence pills, now return my clothing. What? Did you not sell the garments to me outright? Li Luo, still reeling from the warmth he had just regained, turned in astonishment. Yi Wangchuan, I merely mentioned 3 cultivation pills. I did not suggest selling you any garments. Li Luo, Yi Wangchuan, your mother must be a celestial beauty. How else could she have given birth to someone as handsome as you? Villain's emotional value 20. Current remaining, 90 points. Yi Wangchuan was taken aback for a moment before he spoke. Are you trying to curry favor with me? Ha. Indeed, Li Luo replied. His smile stiff. But flattering me is of no use. Never mind. It is merely a piece of clothing. I shall gift it to you. Yi Wangchuan clapped his hands, summoning a servant. After exchanging a few words, the servant soon returned with a fresh garment for Yi Wangchuan to don. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Luo's expression froze. So, you can indeed have a servant fetch your clothes. What about my cultivation elixir? I am still perplexed as to why you insist on my attire. Yi Wangchuan chuckled softly, relishing the sight of the young girl, the fated child, losing her composure in exasperation. In the senior section, several elderly men peered curiously, discreetly observing Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo. They watched as Li Luo chattered incessantly, while Yi Wangchuan listened with a serene smile. One of the elder gentlemen clicked his tongue and remarked, Old Li, I must say, I truly believe these two have potential. Another chimed in, Indeed. Just look at the oversized coat draped over Li Luo. It appears rather excessive, doesn't it? That's none other than the coat belonging to young Yi. Old Li, you've struck gold this year. If she were to align herself with the Yi family, wouldn't she surpass old Lu in no time? The elders continued their lively banter. Just then, an unsettling sensation coursed through them, a familiar yet perilous aura. They turned to see Yi Jintian and old Lu approaching with cheerful smiles. What are you all looking at? Allow me to take a glimpse as well. Yi Jintian chuckled heartily as he followed the gazes of those around him. Upon noticing his son engaged in jovial conversation with a young girl, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Yi Jintian furrowed his brows and turned to the other elderly men, inquiring, What is the situation? Brother Yi, it is as follows. Several old men explained with faces etched in anxiety. After all, they were quietly discussing someone else's son. It was widely known that Yi Jintian was not an ordinary protector of his own. If he were to become angry. Once the explanations concluded, Lu Laotu nudged Yi Jintian with his elbow, chuckling, You know, old Yi, I feel quite optimistic, compared to the tension of the other elders. Lu Laotu appeared significantly more relaxed. First, let us consider talent. Your son possesses a talent level of 99, while that girl from the Li family has a talent level of 97. In terms of innate ability, there is no issue. They are both prodigies. Next, let us examine their appearances. Your son is tall and handsome, nearly perfect, while the girl from the Li family has exquisite features and a healthy physique. Aside from being a bit short, she has no flaws. As for their family backgrounds, well, at least the Li family does not appear too shabby in my eyes. Despite Lu Laotu's elaborate reasoning, Yi Jintian's furrowed brow remained unchanged. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, No, my son has stated that he will only associate with the strong. A girl like this, who has just begun her cultivation, will not reach the 9th tier for an eternity. It is impossible for my son to be attracted to such a girl. Absolutely impossible. Yi Jintian became increasingly confident as he spoke. Old Lu, puzzled, asked, What if your son truly likes that girl? Yi Jintian waved his hand with confidence, asserting, It is impossible for him to have any affection. My son only cares about personal gain. Am I still unaware of his character? Unless, of course, that young lady possesses some divine artifact capable of continuously providing treasures to Yi Wangchuan. Otherwise, I cannot conceive of another reason. Upon his declaration, the surrounding elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the character of Yi Wangchuan is as such. However, the expression on old Li's face is far from pleasant. He turns to gaze at Yi Wangchuan's position, observing Li Luo donning Yi Wangchuan's attire as they share tea together. He genuinely cannot fathom why these two would be so close if there were no mutual affection. What could possibly compel them to be in such proximity? Surely, there must be some treasures to be gained from one another. Regardless, he feels compelled to play matchmaker. What if it succeeds? If it does, they would soar to great heights. Yi Wangchuan, your fingers are quite exquisite, long and slender. The villain's emotional value increases by 1, with a current balance of 200 points. After Li Luo's relentless praise, she has successfully accrued her emotional value to 200 points. However, it proves to be a formidable challenge to offer unique compliments that elicit emotional responses from the other party. Excessive flattery tends to grow tiresome for the recipient over time. In contrast, disparagement can be repeated with ease, A single remark of derision can yield multiple emotional points. Even if the insults provoke Yi Wangchuan to develop a resistance, one can continue to accumulate points by employing different forms of mockery, such as referring to him as a mere small fry. Yet, the swift accumulation of emotional value through mockery carries the risk of overstepping boundaries and facing severe retribution. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan's mind is filled with confusion. What is this child of fate up to? Why is he praising me? And such poor praise at that. Just as Yi Wangchuan ponders these questions, a loud crash reverberates as an elderly man forcefully swings open the door, followed closely by a young boy. Yi Wangchuan cast a fleeting glance. Unfamiliar. I do not recognize which minor family they belong to. However, in the next moment, Yi Wangchuan discerned the identities of the old man and the youth. A servant approached them and spoke. They must be from the Tang family. I sincerely apologize, but members of the Tang family and their pets are not permitted to enter this banquet. Please leave. As soon as the servant uttered these words, a raucous laughter erupted from the crowd. Which family is the Tang family again? Ah, yes, the one with the third-tier aptitude. Oh, that one. Ha ha. It reminds me of something amusing. Listening to the mocking laughter surrounding him, the elderly Tang, who had previously banged on the door, felt his face flush with anger. He immediately seized the servant by his collar and exclaimed, "What does your Yi family mean by this? Every family in Chang'an has received an invitation, yet my Tang family was excluded. Indeed, how dare a mere servant speak so boldly to my father? This is sheer arrogance. You have sealed your own fate." Beside the old man, the young Tang Sin stepped forward to voice his thoughts. Chapter 17. 3 fortunate children observing the two Tangs besiege the servant. Yi Wangchuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How is it that they could attend this gathering without an invitation from my father? Especially that one named Tang San. Just hearing the phrase "you have sealed your own fate" confirmed that Tang San was indeed a fortunate child. Furthermore, he was a fortunate child from a suppressed family, looked down upon for his own low aptitude. Lost in thought, Yi Wangchuan was suddenly struck by a realization. He glanced at Li Luo beside him, a fortunate child of the system. Then he looked at Lu Han, a genius fortunate child. Finally, he turned his gaze to the entrance, where Tang Sin stood, a wasteful fortunate child. 3 fortunate children? Setting aside the improbability of 3 fortunate children existing in one city. Especially since Tang San could hardly claim much fortune, the presence of 3 fortunate children at his celebration indicated something significant was bound to occur. Yi Wangchuan hurriedly recalled his memories of reading novels in his past life. The Son of Destiny, a banquet, a typical event. Could it be a cancellation of a betrothal? However, Yi Wangchuan himself did not possess anything resembling a fiancée. He then turned his gaze, intently scrutinizing every corner of the venue. Meanwhile, Li Luo was preparing to enhance his villainous emotional quotient. Li Luo, Yi Wangchuan, your gaze. It's so earnest, so dazzling. Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo, Yi Wangchuan. Why does your clothing possess a subtle fragrance? Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo, Yi Wangchuan you. Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo, silence. Do not jeopardize my endeavors. Li Luo, at the entrance. I apologize, but the clan leader prohibits members of the Tang family from entering. I am merely a servant. Questioning me is futile. Regardless, the Tang family is not permitted to enter. The servant stood tall, unwavering. The previously flushed face of the elder Tang turned an even deeper shade of crimson upon hearing such blunt dismissal. He stammered, struggling to find a retort. After all, he had indeed not received an invitation. His primary intention for attending was to collect some treasures from the banquet. Meanwhile, Tang San, witnessing his father's humiliation, felt a surge of indignation. He approached and pointed an accusatory finger at the servant, exclaiming, "How dare a mere servant be so arrogant? My father has been treated unjustly. What wrong is there in seeking an explanation? It is you, servant, who has overstepped your bounds. Do not presume that because you serve the Yi family, you are one of them. I see you are courting death. Today, I, Tang San, shall eliminate this ill-tempered servant to restore order." As Tang San spoke, he intended for his father to attack the servant. However, he was powerless, possessing merely a third-tier aptitude, unable to even contend with the servant. Just then, a tall man clad in silver armor approached, laughing heartily. "Ah, but I am of the Yi lineage. May I ask if I possess the right to be audacious?" The servant, upon seeing him, slightly bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yi Bai." Indeed, the man named Yi Bai nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan observed this scene in silence, deep in thought. Although Yi Wangchuan was the sole heir of the Yi family, it did not imply that he was the only young man bearing the Yi surname. For instance, Yi Bai was a descendant of the 38th adopted son of his grandfather, and he had already reached the late stage of the second tier, exhibiting considerable strength. At the entrance, Yi Bai dismissed the attendant and turned to regard the two members of the Tang family, disdain evident in his voice. "Ah, the Tang family. Do you not realize why you were not granted an invitation? How dare you complain of unfair treatment? Your strength is rather lacking, yet your temperament is quite foul. You resemble a dog, prone to biting indiscriminately. The only contribution your family has made to Chang'an is the emergence of a farcical talent with a mere third-tier aptitude. It is utterly laughable. A third-tier aptitude. I could drag an elderly lady to the heavenly tier, and she would not be limited to such a trivial third tier." Yi Bai uttered a sarcastic remark from his seat. Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched in irritation. Goodness, this Yi Bai's villainous aura is all too palpable. Such blatant mockery. According to Yi Wangchuan's prior experiences with web literature, suggests that Yi Bai will soon find himself face-to-face with a humiliating setback at the hands of Tang San. Furthermore, why is it always a member of the Yi family cast in the role of the antagonist? Can the third-tier talent Tang San truly confront and overpower Yi Bai, who possesses dual cultivation? Surely, he must possess some extraordinary advantage. I must draw closer to observe more closely. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment before glancing at Li Luo, who was curled up like a hamster, gnawing on a grape beside him. If two children of fortune were to oppose each other, would the aura of destiny become futile? Contemplating this, Yi Wangchuan turned to Li Luo and said, "Come, let us go observe the spectacle." "I'd rather not," Li Luo replied, somewhat exasperated. "Did you not tell me to keep silent and not disrupt your plans?" "Very well, then I shall seek out Lu Han," Yi Wangchuan retorted. Yi Wangchuan shook his head and turned to leave. In the corner, Li Luo continued to nibble on grapes. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding! A special event has been detected, and the system has issued a task. Option 1. Remain in place and continue eating grapes. Reward: 100 golden grapes. Ensuring the host's satisfaction. Option 2. Assist Yi Wangchuan in beating up the young master of the Tang family. Reward: 3 cultivation pills, plus 100 villain emotion points. The host already has a path to demise. Option 3. Prevent Yi Wangchuan from assaulting the young master of the Tang family. Reward: 5 cultivation pills, plus 200 villain emotion points. The host will not face a path to demise. Li Luo gazed at the options, feeling a slight sense of perplexity. Why did Yi Wangchuan strike the young master of the Tang family? Furthermore, what exactly is this path of death? However, judging by the rewards associated with option 3, it appears that this path of death is not particularly favorable. In this light, it is evident that Li Luo would decisively choose option 2. Li Luo resolutely opted for option 2. She could discern which was the greater peril, offending the Yi family or the Tang family. Moreover, from the discussions she overheard, it seemed that the heir of the Tang family possessed only third-tier aptitude. Therefore, offending him was not particularly daunting. Lu Han, let us approach and take a closer look. Brother Yi truly possesses remarkable spirit, engaging even in such trivial matters. Yi Wangchuan and Lu Han were engaged in conversation. Lu Han stood up, ready to join Yi Wangchuan in the lively gathering. At that moment, Li Luo approached, interrupting their dialogue, declaring, "I shall go as well." Yi Wangchuan lowered his head, only to notice Li Luo approaching. With a playful gesture, he ruffled Li Luo's hair and chuckled, Did you not say you wouldn't go? Mind your own business. I want to go now," Li Luo exclaimed, shaking his head in an attempt to free himself from Yi Wangchuan's grasp. This sudden change of heart from Li Luo regarding his desire to join the festivities was quite unexpected. Yi Wangchuan naturally would not refuse. This little girl, inexplicably changing her attitude, must have accepted a system task. Once he dealt with Tang San, he would surely take full advantage of her. Well then, by the way, Lu Han, are you still going? Lu Han glanced at Yi Wangchuan, who was scratching his head. Then he looked down at Li Luo, who had his eyes tightly shut, trying to shake off the hand on him. In the next moment, Lu Han seemed to understand something. With a serious expression, he said, "Brother Yi, I shall not disturb you any further." What do you mean by disturbing or not disturbing? Yi Wangchuan was perplexed. Chapter 18. And Lu Shan enters Chang'an. The quarrel at the entrance persisted. There are numerous families that are weaker and more despicable than the Tang family. Yet, It is only the Tang family that has not received an invitation. You Yi family are clearly being discriminatory. This is preferential treatment. Yi Bai, a talent of the third tier, silence yourself. Tang San. Furthermore, even if my Tang family is indeed at fault, setting aside the facts, does your Yi family possess no faults at all? Yi Bai, the third tier of talent, silence. Tang San. Since your Yi family feels emboldened by your power to target the Tang family at will, I surmise that other families may not be particularly safe either. Yi Bai, a talent of the third tier, silence. Tang San. Could you perhaps rephrase that? Yi Bai, Tang Liuji, be silent. Tang San, all right. Tang San glared at Yi Bai with clenched teeth and spoke, since you look down upon those with a talent of level 3 and consider me feeble. Dare you to compete with me? Huh, just you? Yi Bai chuckled softly, saying, if a competition can put an end to your harassment of the Yi family, then let it be so. To ensure you do not claim that I am taking advantage of my cultivation, I shall willingly suppress my own power. Before he could finish speaking, a cold voice interrupted from the side. Yi Bai, are you a child? Why the hesitation? Just expel these two at once. It was Yi Wangchuan, cutting off Yi Bai, who was poised to accept the challenge. Yi Bai glanced over and recognized Yi Wangchuan, then helplessly spread his hands. Very well. Since the young master has said so, I shall not compete. Upon hearing this, Yi Wangchuan nodded, feeling quite satisfied, given the circumstances. Had Yi Bai truly suppressed his cultivation and engaged in a contest with Tang San, it was certain that Tang San would possess some hidden weapons or extraordinary abilities. Ultimately, he would triumph over Yi Bai, delivering a resounding slap to the latter's face and flaunting his prowess to those around him. Fortunately, Yi Bai was not a mindless antagonist. He was able to articulate his thoughts and resolve the dilemma with his own words. Yi Wangchuan was elated, yet Tang San's countenance soured instantaneously. He cast a disdainful glance at Yi Wangchuan and remarked coolly, oh, the eldest scion of the Yi family? TSK, quite unexpected. I initially believed your ascent to the 99th level indicated exceptional talent, yet your character appears so feeble. Before Tang San could utter another word, Yi Wangchuan approached and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The force of his early-stage foundational cultivation reverberated through the air, creating a fierce gust. With a thunderous crash, Tang San was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground amid the sound of cracking bones. He rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. Coughing violently, he lay on the ground, expelling copious amounts of blood. Attempting to rise, he realized he had lost control over his body, seemingly due to an injury to his spine. His internal organs had been severely damaged, and numerous bones lay shattered. Early-stage foundational cultivation. Yi Wangchuan had undoubtedly achieved early-stage foundational cultivation. Tang San's pupils trembled in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. The celestial level assessment concluded at noon, and Yi Wangchuan had arrived at early-stage foundational cultivation by evening. How could he have progressed with such astonishing speed? Surely, one could not cultivate to such an extent at the 99th level in such a brief span. Yet here he was, nearly killed by Yi Wangchuan's nonchalant kick. Inside the room, Yi Wangchuan looked at Tang San with exasperation. You talk too much. And you, old man, get out. Yi Wangchuan gestured towards the old man Tang, his words devoid of any semblance of respect. Old Tang glared back, his voice seething with anger. Yi Wangchuan, why did you strike my son? If you wish to hit him, then do so. In a fit of rage, old Tang could do little but seethe in silence. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to endure the indignation. Endurance. It was imperative to withstand. Just as old Tang was on the verge of suppressing his fury, Li Luo observed from the sidelines, noting how Yi Wangchuan could insult old Tang with impunity. She assumed that old Tang was feeble. After all, Tang San was merely a worthless individual, and his father likely possessed little strength as well. With this in mind, Li Luo suddenly stepped forward, darting out of the room. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she rushed towards Tang San. Raising her foot, she aimed for his waist and delivered a powerful kick as if playing soccer. Crack! The previously writhing Tang San collapsed instantly, falling still. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. Reward: 3 cultivation pills, villain emotional value 100. The host has now acquired the path to death. Rewards have been allocated to the system space. Current remaining villain emotional value, 300 points. Excellent. Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, pleased to have fulfilled the task. Inside the room, Several individuals stared in shock at Li Luo. Why did this little girl inexplicably rush out to deliver a blow to Tang's San? Yi Wangchuan. Old Tang. Huh? My son. You little brat, are you insane? The normally restrained Old Tang could no longer contain his fury. Yi Wangchuan, the young master of the Yi family, dared to strike Tang San within the confines of his home. How dare you? The death of his son rendered Old Tang utterly unhinged, his rage erupting forth. In the next instant, Old Tang's cultivation was revealed. Mid-stage of the first realm. Indeed, it was mid-stage of the first realm. He possessed a full half-realm of cultivation beyond Yi Wangchuan, who had only trained for a day. Terrifying indeed. Whoosh. Old Tang immediately charged towards Li Luo. Noticing Old Tang rushing towards him, Li Luo glanced around and spotted a narrow alley to the side. She hurriedly scurried in, her petite frame slipping inside. Just then, Old Tang arrived, squeezing at the entrance, reaching out to grab Li Luo within the alley. Unfortunately, he fell just short. Seeing this, Li Luo breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced back and realized it was a dead end. Could she climb up? No, the exit above was also blocked. You little brat. Come out now. Boom. In a fit of exasperation, Old Tang brandished a massive hammer, as large as a vat, and began to demolish the alley. With each strike, he shattered multiple stones. Boom, boom, boom. As Old Tang attacked, he gradually pushed further into the alley. However, Li Luo remained unperturbed. She had anticipated this scenario long before her confrontation with Tang San. Clearing her throat, Li Luo called out, Uncle Li. In the next moment, what do you want while I'm eating? At the entrance, Old Li, who was enjoying his noodles, suddenly appeared. Uncle Li, come save me. Li Luo's voice echoed from the alley. Following the sound, Old Li turned his gaze towards the alley and beheld Old Tang, his eyes ablaze with fury, demolishing the wall. Beside him lay the lifeless body of Tang San. Instantly, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Help me bring down the bowl. Old Li turned back, placing the noodles he held into Yi Bai's hands, preparing to rescue Li Luo. However, upon turning, Old Li caught sight of Yi Wangchuan. His eyes flickered as he suddenly pieced together a thought. Ah, Wangchuan, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Chapter 19. A heroic rescue of the fair maiden. Clan leader Li, what is it? Yi Wangchuan, upon noticing the elderly beckoning him, approached with a sense of curiosity. After all, despite not being as prominent as the Yi or Lu families, he still felt compelled to show respect to the patriarch of a notable clan. Who knows? He might need to rely on the Li family for a bounty of gold coins in the future. Ha ha ha, don't call me patriarch, it feels too formal. Just call me Uncle Li. The elder Li waved his hand dismissively, casually walking over to pat Yi Wangchuan on the shoulder. Wangchuan, the old man from the Tang family, is only at the mid-stage of the first realm. It would be somewhat unfair for me to engage him. I sensed your cultivation level is already at the initial stage of the first realm. Although I am unsure how you advanced so rapidly, I believe you should consider challenging the old man from the Tang family. This experience can prove invaluable for honing your combat skills, and with my oversight, nothing dire should occur. The elder Li's words served a dual purpose. On one hand, he genuinely aimed to nurture Yi Wangchuan's abilities and foster goodwill towards the Yi family. On the other hand, he sought to create an opportunity for Yi Wangchuan to exhibit heroism, thereby strengthening the bond between him and Li Luo. Indeed, there was some merit to his reasoning. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment, and indeed, the reasoning was sound. However, beyond merely acquiring combat experience, there existed another critical aspect, the opportunity to exploit Li Luo's resources. Li Luo's sudden assault on Tang San might appear inexplicable to others, yet in Yi Wangchuan's eyes, it was evident that Li Luo's actions were driven by the necessity to fulfill a system task. This implied that Li Luo undoubtedly possessed some treasures. It would not be unreasonable for him to seek a modest share, perhaps 6 cultivation pills and 3 foundation establishment pills. Very well. I shall proceed to spar with that old man Tang, Yi Wangchuan casually remarked. With a thought, a long spear materialized from the spatial ring before him. Yi Wangchuan gripped his spear tightly, his muscles taut. He then abruptly hurled the spear forward with great force. At the alley's entrance, Old Tang was poised to continue hammering away at the entrance. Suddenly, a faint breeze brushed against his shoulder, accompanied by the distant sound of rushing wind. Old Tang's pupils constricted sharply. He slapped his palm against the wall before him, utilizing the recoil to swiftly retreat. In the very next moment, a spear descended like a colossal arrow, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. The immense force created a 1-meter-deep crater, sending soil and stones flying in all directions, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. Perspiration streamed down Old Tang's forehead, his heart racing with lingering trepidation. Had that spear struck him, he would undoubtedly have been incapacitated. One must admit, the old man truly possessed an extraordinary sixth sense. Wangchuan strolled leisurely towards the scene. He casually retrieved 2 long spears, advancing to the mouth of the alley where he forcefully thrust the spears, one after the other, into the entrance. The 2 spears effectively blocked the passage. Inside the alley, Li Luo appeared utterly bewildered. Wangchuan's actions were driven by the desire to prevent Li Luo from fleeing during the battle, for that would thwart his plans. However, in the eyes of the old man Li, the situation was perceived differently. In such a tense combat scenario, Wangchuan's initial action was surprisingly to wield his spear to guard the alley entrance, ensuring that Li Luo remained unharmed. How gentle, old man Li remarked, visibly moved. Nearby, Yi Bai, who was slurping his noodles, interrupted, returning to the battle. Young master of the Yi family, I have no desire to engage you. We harbor no grievances against one another. Why do you obstruct me? Old man Tang furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. If you wish to avoid conflict with me, then depart from the Yi family estate. No one will stop you. Wangchuan replied nonchalantly. No, I must kill that girl. She took my son's life. I demand retribution. Upon mentioning Li Luo, old man Tang's eyes blazed with fury. Then I must stop you, Wangchuan declared, drawing a spear from his spatial ring once more. With a swift motion, he lunged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. In the midst of the confrontation, Wangchuan executed a series of sweeping, thrusting, and slashing maneuvers with agility, while old man Tang, wielding a heavy hammer, endeavored to block the spear's relentless assault. Regrettably, while the hammer was effective against fortified defenses, it proved cumbersome against the spear's reach and finesse. After a few exchanges, old man Tang found himself with 3 deep gashes and a punctured wound. This will not do. The young man possesses a superior weapon and demonstrates remarkable skill. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. My foremost priority is to avenge my son. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he noticed the spear lodged at the alley's entrance, blocking Li Luo's escape. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Clang! Clang! The skirmish persisted, with old man Tang keenly observing Wangchuan's movements. Just as Wangchuan lunged with his spear, old man Tang shouted, "You are still too inexperienced." Boom! With a powerful thrust, old man Tang propelled himself toward Wangchuan. A surge of force struck, causing Wangchuan to momentarily lose his balance. Wangchuan decisively thrust his spear into the ground, leveraging the shaft to perform a swift somersault, thus creating distance between himself and the old man Tang to evade pursuit. However, upon completing his maneuver, he discovered that the spot where the old man had stood was now occupied solely by a large hammer. Meanwhile, old man Tang was sprinting furiously towards the mouth of the alley. Wangchuan was taken aback and hurriedly pursued. However, the distance was too great. At that moment, the old man Tang had already grasped the spear planted at the entrance of the alley. "You wretched little brat, who killed my son? Go down and accompany him in death." With a roar of fury, the old man Tang prepared to seize the spear and hurl it towards Li Luo within the alley. His own enormous hammer was too unwieldy to be thrown into the narrow space to strike Li Luo. Yet, the spear was a different matter. It could effortlessly pierce a mere child. Wangchuan, usually composed, now revealed a hint of panic. Inside the house, the old man Li furrowed his brow, ready to deliver a fatal blow to old man Tang. "Die!" Tang bellowed, gripping the outer spear and yanking it with all his might. Crack! The wooden shaft of the spear came free, leaving the tip embedded in the earth. Staring at the stick in his hand, Tang momentarily froze. What nonsense is this? Tampering with the spear? He seethed with rage, snapping the wooden stick in frustration. The spear at the outer alley entrance was merely a ruse. It was an ordinary spear with a loosened tip. A worthless piece of wood could not possibly deliver a fatal blow to Li Luo. The spear within the alley was likely the genuine threat. Wangchuan's placement of 2 long spears at the cave entrance was not merely a precaution. It was an elaborate trap. Old Tang was just about to extract the inner spear when it was too late. Whoosh! A spear hurtled towards him. There was no time to evade. It struck true, directly impacting the back of Old Tang's head. In the next instant, the spear pierced through his skull, emerging from his forehead. It impaled him with such force that he was pinned against the wall. The wall itself bore the brunt of this violent act, cracking like spider webs under the tremendous impact. Old Tang, having been pierced, convulsed a few times against the wall before succumbing to silence. With his demise, this battle reached its conclusion. Indeed, quite impressive. Inside the room, Old Li nodded in satisfaction. Although Yi Wangchuan's combat experience was somewhat immature, his proficiency with the spear and the clever trap he set warranted his victory over a mid-stage opponent. With the matter resolved, Old Li prepared to return to the elders' area for more conversation. As he turned, he exchanged glances with Yi Bai, who was engrossed in his bowl of noodles. "Why are you eating my noodles?" he questioned. "Ah, the alleyway." Yi Wangchuan looked with a cold demeanor at the corpse of the old man Tang. He did not hasten to the alley's entrance, but gestured to Yi Bai inside the room, signaling him to prevent anyone from approaching. Subsequently, gritting his teeth, Yi Wangchuan resolutely drove the long spear into his own body, inflicting numerous wounds until he was a bloody mess. Only then did he limply make his way to the alley's entrance. Upon arriving, he first yanked the long spear off the wall. Then, as if discarding refuse, he kicked the corpse of the old man Tang backward, allowing it to join the remains of Tang's San. These bodies held little significance. At present, the most crucial matter was Li Luo. Yi Wangchuan gazed at Li Luo, who wore a serene expression within. Having traversed numerous realms, Li Luo had inevitably engaged in the act of taking lives. Thus, when an elderly man met his demise before her, she remained composed. In fact, one might say she felt a tinge of satisfaction, considering that the old man had harbored intentions to end her life. However, to Yi Wangchuan, this seemed rather peculiar. Why does Li Luo's expression appear so unperturbed? Yi Wangchuan pondered with a sense of bewilderment. He was a scion of a wealthy family, having undergone various forms of training since his youth. For instance, he had experienced the act of slaughtering pigs with his bare hands, feeling the creature's breath and heartbeat gradually diminish. Initially, he might have found it somewhat disconcerting. However, with practice, he had naturally become desensitized to the act of taking a life. Thus, he was able to nonchalantly kick aside the corpse of the old man, Tang. Yet, this Li Luo, who had previously appeared to be an ordinary commoner with no apparent training, remained unfazed in the face of such brutality. Why? When an elderly man was shot dead before her eyes, did she maintain her composure? After a moment's reflection, Yi Wangchuan shook his head, realizing that he was overthinking. After all, Li Luo was the child of destiny. It was not uncommon for such children to have their families annihilated or to be forced into taking lives at a young age. Moreover, it was Li Luo who had delivered the fatal kick to Tang San. At present, the priority remained to seize the opportunity. "Li Luo, are you all right?" Yi Wangchuan presented an appearance of extreme frailty, yet he persisted with a facade of strength, as if he had just endured a grueling battle with old Tang. "I am fine, but you seem to be rather seriously injured," he remarked. "Yi Wangchuan, I recall that I summoned Uncle Li. Have you seen him?" Li Luo inquired, puzzled. "I have not encountered him," came the response. As Yi Wangchuan spoke, he stealthily delivered a blow to his own chest, expelling a copious amount of blood. Li Luo, witnessing this, inquired within her mind, "System, if Yi Wangchuan dies, will I be able to transition to the next world?" The system responded, "The host must attain a cultivation level of 9 and personally defeat the destined arch-nemesis to proceed to the next realm. Should the destined arch-nemesis perish prematurely, a new one will emerge." Upon hearing this, Li Luo was momentarily rendered speechless. What? There are such conditions? Realizing that Yi Wangchuan's demise would yield no benefit for her, she hurried to the alley's entrance and shouted across the length of her spear, "Yi Wangchuan, don't die just yet. Pull out the spear blocking the alley." "I cannot," he replied. "I am utterly weakened, my body riddled with hidden injuries." Yi Wangchuan shook his head. He approached and spoke to Li Luo at the entrance of the alley. "It is of no concern. Shortly, the attendants of the Yi family shall arrive here. You merely need to." Yi Wangchuan, as he spoke, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He collapsed to the ground, appearing on the verge of joining Tang San. Li Luo's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "Oh my, brother, please do not leave me in such a manner. If you perish here, I would find myself unable to cleanse my name even if I were to jump into the Yellow River. I find myself utterly immobilized at this moment." Yi Wangchuan weakly continued, Unless what? Unless you still possess cultivation pills and foundation building pills. If I consume them, I can enhance my cultivation and prolong my life. Yi Wangchuan spoke with utmost seriousness, only to revert to a feeble state thereafter. Li Luo called out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Young Master Yi of the Yi family has collapsed here. Hurry and come to his aid." Upon hearing the mention of his own elixirs, Li Luo raised his voice in a desperate plea. However, after shouting for over 10 seconds, scarcely anyone responded. Li Luo scratched his head in confusion, perplexed by the lack of assistance. Is there truly no one from the Yi family present? In reality, there were a few attendants who wished to ascertain the situation. However, they were all intercepted by Yi Bai. "The young master is performing. Please refrain from causing any disruption. And remember, do not divulge anything about the young master's performance." In the elders' quarters, the scenario was quite similar. A few aged gentlemen expressed their curiosity regarding Li Luo's circumstances, yet they were all restrained by old Li. "Oh, it's nothing alarming. Yi Wangchuan is merely amusing himself with Li Luo." Meanwhile, Yi Zhentian sat nearby, his expression clouded with frustration. What's with this brat? Deliberately injuring himself for pretense? After a full minute of waiting, no one arrived. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan feebly spoke. "The banquet is protected by a disturbance-repelling formation, which silences all external sounds. Thus, your voices cannot penetrate." Yi Wangchuan fabricated an excuse casually, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt somewhat dazed. He was truly forcing his own elixir to its demise. Li Luo had never doubted that Yi Wangchuan was feigning his injuries. Although the visibility at the alley's entrance was limited, he had not witnessed the entire altercation between Yi Wangchuan and the old man Tang. Yet, given that old Tang was at the mid-stage of the first rank, while Yi Wangchuan was merely at the initial stage, it was entirely plausible for him to sustain injuries from the encounter. Li Luo could not fathom that Yi Wangchuan would intentionally harm himself for the sake of uncertain quantities of elixirs. Contemplating this, Li Luo surveyed his remaining possessions. He had 5 cultivation elixirs left and 300 points of villainous emotional value. Each cultivation elixir cost 30 points, while a foundation-laying elixir required 90. If distributed evenly, that would amount to 6 cultivation elixirs and 3 foundation-laying elixirs. Although Yi Wangchuan was a villain, he had sustained injuries this time to save me. If I were to stand idly by in his time of need, could I still consider myself human? Moreover, should he perish, a new villain would inevitably emerge, leading to even greater complications. With a steely resolve, Li Luo retrieved 2 cultivation elixirs and 1 foundation-laying elixir. She tossed the pills through the gap and inquired, "Will these 3 suffice? We're still a bit short." Yi Wangchuan, feeling weak after consuming the elixir, spoke softly. Li Luo could only retrieve 2 cultivation pills and 1 foundation-building pill and toss them over. After finishing, Yi Wangchuan continued, "We're still a bit short." "Still a bit short?" Li Luo gazed at the last 2 cultivation pills and a foundation-building pill with a heart full of concern. Gritting her teeth, she threw all the pills away. "This is all I have left. If you can't survive with this, then there's nothing more to be done." "No, we are still just a tad short." Yi Wangchuan spoke, unwilling to spare even a single strand of wool for Li Luo. Yet, at this moment, Li Luo found herself utterly devoid of any elixirs. Hearing that she was still short, her heart sank significantly. How is it possible that this cannot save you? At that moment, Li Luo recalled something. "Yi Wangchuan, if I happen to scold you a bit harshly later, please bear with me." "What?" Yi Wangchuan looked up in confusion. In the next moment, he exclaimed, "You are utterly useless. You managed to get yourself battered and bruised while fighting an old man. Did you not learn any martial arts in your youth? Why did you feel the need to rescue me? Could you not have called upon someone stronger? Are you truly so foolish? Or are you pervert, afraid I might come to harm? Fool, useless, trash, pervert." Li Luo shouted at the top of his lungs, fearing that Yi Wangchuan might not hear him. Villain emotion value 100. Villain emotion value 100. Chapter 21. What has happened has happened. Thanks to the esteemed author who goes wild at the sight of Lolis for the endorsement. Additional update. Seeing that the 200 villain emotion points had been credited, Li Luo's expression brightened, and he immediately spent them to acquire 3 cultivation pills and 1 foundational pill. The 200 villain emotion points he had just collected swiftly diminished to 20. Here, the last 4. Li Luo tossed the pills to Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan took the elixir and promptly placed it into his mouth. As he swallowed the 4 pills with a soft gulp, a powerful aura erupted from his being in the next instant. He achieved a breakthrough. advancing from the early stage of the first realm to the mid-stage of the first realm. With this breakthrough, the injuries that had been quite severe at the early stage of the first realm transformed into injuries that were now bearable at the mid-stage of the first realm. Wangchuan was acutely aware that he had exhausted all possibilities and could no longer persist. He rose slowly to his feet and drew the long spear that obstructed the alleyway. Then, extending his hand, he smiled at Li Luo and said, "Thank you." Li Luo silently nodded in response, yet within her heart, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped her. Wangchuan consumed 9 cultivation pills and 4 foundation-building pills. How can you eat so much? The rewards from the tasks obtained through battling Tang San are insufficient to satisfy your appetite. You even had to supplement with your own resources. And yet you have reached the mid-stage of the first level. You haven't even reached the first level yourself. What's more, Wangchuan sustained injuries solely to save you. There's no room for reproach. Not even a shred of villainous sentiment to extract. Oh, the pills. At that moment, noticing Li Luo's melancholic demeanor, Wangchuan gently patted her shoulder. Li Luo, just now in the alley. Didn't you ask me why I chose to save you? The answer is quite simple. I have encountered numerous individuals, yet the majority, upon learning of my identity, cower in fear and distance themselves from me. Those who are with me tread carefully, anxious not to provoke my ire. Only you disregard my status and engage with me candidly. This aspect I truly appreciate. Hence, I wish to save you. I do not want you to leave. As Wangchuan's words left his lips, Li Luo turned to glance at him. With an exasperated gesture, she lightly slapped Wangchuan and retorted, "Then why would you hit me if I scold you? You deserve it." Shooting him a glare, Li Luo hastily departed from the scene. Once she had distanced herself, she leaned against a wall and began to ponder. Could it be that Wangchuan's earlier remarks indicated a certain fondness for me? How delightful. This means I could extract more of his villainous emotional value. Just wait and see how I drain you dry. Li Luo chuckled mischievously, preparing to reap Wangchuan's emotional currency. At the mouth of the alley, upon witnessing Li Luo's departure, Wangchuan retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, his injuries began to mend rapidly, and before long, he was restored to his former self. I deliberately uttered those words earlier. They should surely enhance Li Luo's fondness towards me. With her affection on the rise, I shall be able to reap greater benefits from her. Let us see how much I can extract from you. Wangchuan chuckled softly, intending to continue reaping the benefits from Li Luo. At that moment, Yi Bai approached. "You are quite ruthless, young master, to have someone killed so swiftly. I believe that old Tang is merely seeking vengeance for his son. Surely, it does not warrant death." Yi Bai glanced at the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground and spoke. However, despite the weight of his words, his expression bore a playful grin. Why spare them for the new year? Allowing the adversary to escape only facilitates their return for vengeance, does it not? The old man could never let go of the grudge for his slain son. If the conflict cannot be resolved, then the only option left is to eliminate the old man. Wangchuan spoke softly indeed. Yi Bai nodded and then inquired, "How shall we handle these 2 corpses?" The old man Tang's body can simply be discarded at the entrance of the Tang family. They have no objections. As for Tang San's remains, incinerate them to prevent any possibility of his resurrection. Wangchuan spoke as he prepared to change his attire, for his clothing was stained with blood and felt uncomfortable. Before departing, he cast a fleeting glance at Tang San's lifeless body, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A conjecture that had lingered in his mind was now confirmed. The child of fortune could indeed be slain. However, such individuals typically possessed a bloodlock. As Wangchuan delivered a kick to Tang San, the latter's health diminished by a mere 99 points, still clinging to life. Yet, if a child of fortune were to strike another of their kind, this bloodlock could be disregarded entirely. For instance, when Li Luo approached, she delivered a decisive kick that shattered Tang San's spine. He had no time to unleash his memories before succumbing on the spot. Intriguingly, Li Luo's strength was that of a delicate young girl, lacking in any significant power. This realization led to the conclusion that if he wished to eliminate other rival children of fortune in the future, it would be prudent to have an allied child of fortune by his side. Once he had rendered the adversary on the brink of death, the ally could deliver the finishing blow, effectively bypassing the bloodlock and ensuring an instant kill, thus evading the resurgence of memories. It seemed that Li Luo, aside from being a source of advantage, had now become another compelling reason for him to keep her around. Truly, what serendipity! Tang family. Bang. Bang. Several attendants from the Yi family approached, unceremoniously discarding the corpse of the old Tang at the entrance of the Tang residence. The leading attendant cleared his throat and shouted towards the interior, "Tang family, you have not received an invitation, yet you dare to intrude upon the Yi household." Tang-san, in a fit of rage, hurled insults at the attendant, only to be accidentally kicked to death. The old Tang, consumed by fury, attempted to assault the esteemed guest of the Yi family, but was swiftly executed on the spot. Tang family, take care of your dead. The attendant's scathing remarks attracted a crowd of onlookers from the nearby populace, eager to witness the spectacle. The attendants, having concealed their identities, bellowed their lines before vanishing into the throng. When the elders of the Tang family emerged, they were met with the sight of their clan leader lying lifeless at the entrance, surrounded by a group of spectators who were chattering and laughing at the grisly scene. "Begone, all of you, who permitted your presence here." The eldest of the Tang family stormed over, shooing away the curious onlookers. A few hurriedly lifted the corpse and carried it into the Tang residence. Upon entering, one elder paused, exclaiming, "Wait, did that Yi family guard not say that young Master Tang-san was kicked to death? Where is young Master Tang-san's body? Indeed, without young Master Tang-san's remains, we cannot even attempt to resurrect him. Cursed Yi family, this must be a premeditated murder. They dare not return young Master Tang-san's body. The Yi family intends to strike against our Tang family." Several members of the Tang clan began to concoct various nefarious theories about the Yi family. At that moment, the eldest of the Tang family spoke up. "I believe you are all correct. Let us unite our forces to assault the Yi family. Who will take the lead? Perhaps young Master Tang-san's body was unwittingly stolen away by some malevolent creatures. Indeed, given the circumstances, let us first have a meal." The Tang elders, adept at shifting the conversation, abandoned the topic. As for the old Tang, deemed of no value for resurrection, he was unceremoniously discarded on a desolate mountain to feed the beasts. Chapter 22. The sect's recruitment conference for disciples after the conclusion of the Yi family's banquet. Chang'an entered a period of tranquility, much like those that had preceded it. Yi Wangchuan's rapid ascension from nothing to mid-stage of the first realm within a mere half-day garnered him widespread acclaim and astonishment throughout Chang'an. However, Yi Wangchuan himself remained utterly indifferent to this newfound fame. He chose to retreat into seclusion at home, seeking to acclimate to the formidable power of his new stage and to refine his combat techniques. After all, his cultivation had indeed progressed at an alarming pace. Concurrently, he dispatched numerous female guards to vigilantly observe Li Luo for 12 continuous hours, fearful that she might stumble upon some fortuitous opportunity that he would miss. Yet, as the days passed, Li Luo remained surprisingly tranquil. She devoted her time in the Li family's academy to filling the gaps in her knowledge that had accumulated over her 18 years, striving for a more comprehensive understanding of the world. After all, her system needed to draw closer to Yi Wangchuan in order to maximize its benefits. Yi Wangchuan is absent, and the system does not even provide a single selection task. The two of them thus settled into a tacit tranquility. Time swiftly passed. It has been 2 weeks since the incident at the Yi family banquet. On this day, it is also the grand assembly for the recruitment of disciples by the sect. The Yi family. Old fellow, a multitude of sect members has arrived in the city center, seeking to recruit disciples. "I intend to go and take a look." Yi Wangchuan spoke softly. Beside him, Yi Jintian reclined on a wooden chair, sipping tea while perusing the daily newspaper. With a hint of confusion, he inquired. Such places as sects are typically frequented by ordinary individuals. They lack cultivation resources, a formidable backing, and martial arts manuals. Thus, joining a sect is a means of providing strength in exchange for resources, support, and secret teachings. However, being entangled with a sect also means one cannot recklessly provoke enemies. Within the Yi family, you possess an abundance of resources, a solid foundation, and ample manuals. Therefore, why would you choose to squander your advantages by venturing into a sect? Yi Jintian's doubts are undoubtedly quite reasonable. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment before presenting the excuse he had long prepared. Staying within the confines of the Yi family has been too smooth and uneventful for my liking. I wish to venture out and seek some experience. Yi Jintian scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Humph, do you intend to feign weakness to catch your opponent off guard? Revealing your identity as a member of the Yi family at the moment of their attack to shock them thoroughly? Only a fool would resort to such tactics. If you genuinely wish to hone your skills, I shall cast you into my legacy right now for a proper trial." Upon hearing this, Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched slightly. Damn, this old fellow is surprisingly knowledgeable. He actually understands the tactic of feigning weakness to deceive the strong. Yi Wangchuan's recent utterance was certainly not an endeavor to feign ignorance. Rather, it stemmed from his recollections of novels from his past life. Such sect recruitment gatherings typically feature a reclusive master establishing a unique sect to select a final disciple. Coincidentally, the child of fortune is often chosen by this master to join the sect. As the chosen disciple of fate, this fortunate individual receives an array of exceptional care and training, allowing them to soar to greatness instantly. Yi Wangchuan's intention for this visit was to ascertain whether he could seize the opportunity presented by this sect. After all, with Tang San's demise, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for another child of destiny to emerge in Chang'an. Just as Yi Wangchuan was contemplating another reason to persuade Yi Zhentian, he mused that, of course, if one truly desired to join the sect, it was certainly feasible. Yi Zhentian sat up, stretched his shoulders, and continued. "Once you have chosen your sect, I shall uproot the sacred grounds of that sect and relocate them beside the Yi family. In this manner, you will receive the nurturing of both the sect and the Yi family." Yi Zhentian remarked as he tossed a black token to Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan caught the token, revealing an expression of exasperation, and inquired, "Old man, are you reluctant to see me depart from Chang'an, worried that you might not see me again?" "Absolutely not." In the heart of the city, a colossal circular stone platform with a radius of 5,000 meters hovered in the air. Simultaneously, the base of this circular platform radiated sunlight, ensuring that the area below remained free from shadow. A series of floating stone steps cascaded from above to the ground below. Yi Wangchuan ascended the stone steps and arrived at the recruitment site of the sect. The atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Although the number of attendees did not reach the million seen at the heavenly stage, it still amounted to several 100,000. This was partly due to the recruitment event lasting 2 weeks, allowing some individuals the luxury of time to arrive without haste. Yi Wangchuan glanced around. The entire stone platform was divided into 6 distinct areas, each representing a different school of thought: martial cultivation, magical cultivation, medical cultivation, alchemical cultivation, talismanic cultivation, and weapon cultivation. Yi Wangchuan first eliminated the 4 schools of medical talismans and alchemical devices. These 4 sects are primarily responsible for logistical support and possess combat prowess inferior to that of their martial and magical counterparts of the same rank. Yi Wangchuan would certainly not allow himself to be devoid of combat prowess. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the martial cultivator and the magical cultivator. One emphasized martial skills, while the other focused on supernatural abilities. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the martial cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wangchuan resolved to pursue martial cultivation. After all, the time spent mastering the long spear should not go to waste. Furthermore, the sword is also considered a part of martial cultivation, and thus, the chances of being favored as the son of destiny within this realm would certainly be higher. Entering the martial cultivation zone would facilitate the discovery of hidden masters and their sections. In the square designated for the recruitment assembly, the unassuming Li Luo furrowed her brow, her gaze directed towards the martial cultivation area. Had Yi Wangchuan just passed by? After a brief reflection, she decisively chose to follow him. In truth, Li Luo had no intention of joining a sect. As a member of the Li family, she naturally lacked for resources and thus saw no necessity in becoming part of a sect. However, if Yi Wangchuan were to join a sect, she would also seek to align herself with the corresponding faction. Li Luo mused. The entirety of her previous conclusions had been predicated on the assumption that Yi Wangchuan would remain in Chang'an without joining a sect. Yet, should he decide to leave Chang'an, then wherever Yi Wangchuan goes, Li Luo must follow. There was no other option. Without accompanying Yi Wangchuan, there would be no system rewards for her. To cultivate alone would require no less than 1.5 years just to reach the first level. Without Yi Wangchuan, she had never triggered the system's task selection. Therefore, it was imperative to capitalize on Yi Wangchuan's advantages and amass sufficient negative emotional energy. Li Luo tightened her coat and Chong Sam, stepping resolutely into the martial cultivation zone. Yi Wangchuan glanced left and right. The recruitment of disciples by the sect was both serious and casual. The entire martial arts training area resembled a bustling marketplace. The recruiters from various sects set up stalls, draping cloth and inscribing their recruitment criteria with brushes. For instance, on the left. As Yi Wangchuan turned to the left, he beheld a stall adorned with a banner that proclaimed, Sword Dance Sect. Characteristics of sect techniques. The swordplay is ethereal, akin to a graceful dance, exhibiting remarkable aesthetic appeal. Recruitment standards. Individuals with a talent level of 60 and above may join without scrutiny. Those with a talent level of 34 and above are invited to approach the stall and present their circumstances. Benefits. Outer disciples receive approximately 28 to 150 silver coins monthly for cultivation resources, while inner disciples will discuss further during subsequent meetings. The number of people present was quite considerable. However, Yi Wangchuan was not particularly fond of such effeminate sections. He then turned his gaze to explore other stalls. Chapter 23. Sparrow Sect, Qinglian Sword Sect, Axe Tiger Gang, Moonbow Hall. Yi Wangchuan's gaze wandered until it alighted upon a stall nestled in a corner. Devoid of any queue before it, a surge of joy welled up within him. This was it, a sect unclaimed by the masses. Surely, it was established by a reclusive master, unnoticed by all. Soon, he anticipated, a forsaken child of fate would reluctantly choose to enter this sect, subsequently soaring to greatness. Alas, he had arrived just in time to seize the opportunity. The remaining spots in this sect would be filled to the brim by none other than himself. Yi Wangchuan smiled and approached the stall. As he drew near, he beheld a diminutive figure clad in a long robe, an ethereal, white-haired girl standing at a mere 138 centimeters. However, Yi Wangchuan did not perceive her as merely a child. Despite her petite appearance, she had undoubtedly surpassed the age of 18. After all, the prerequisite for joining the sect was the attainment of heavenly aptitude, which necessitated being at least 18 years old. The white-haired girl lay sprawled across the table, soundly asleep, her small mouth slightly agape, allowing drool to escape. Yi Wangchuan, white-haired lowly. Yi Wangchuan turned his head in silence, glancing at the side of the white-haired lowly. The characteristics of the Sparrow Sect's martial arts, indeed, quite formidable. Recruitment criteria. Only one disciple possessing a talent level of 99 is accepted. Benefits and treatment. None. Yi Wangchuan gazed at the piece of cloth, a large question mark forming above his head. It was no wonder no one had come. Yet, the more peculiar the situation, the more convinced Yi Wangchuan became. This was indeed the sect belonging to the Child of Destiny. Moreover, it only accepted a single closed-door disciple. He had directly seized the position of the Child of Destiny. Exhilarating. He approached and rapped on the table, proclaiming, "Awake." Thud, thud. Awake. Thud, thud. Get up. Thud. With a resounding bang on the table, he finally roused the white-haired lowly from her slumber. What is it? The white-haired lowly slowly sat up, leisurely pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the drool that had dribbled down. She had not anticipated that someone would indeed sign up. Initially, she had planned to simply find someone to fill the role of closed-door disciple after the recruitment conference concluded, should no one apply. Yi Wangchuan, registration. White-haired lowly, level 99. Yi Wangchuan, level 99. White-haired lowly, impressive. My name is Fang Ke, what is yours? Yi Wangchuan, Yi Wangchuan. The white-haired lowly, Fang Ke, from the Yi family? Yi Wangchuan. With just a few simple words, the white-haired lowly named Fang Ke yawned. Subsequently, she languidly turned her gaze towards Yi Wangchuan and inquired. You possess a talent ranking of 99, and yet you remain within the formidable Yi family. I find it rather perplexing why someone of your exceptional aptitude would choose to join my sect. For scions of esteemed families such as yours, it seems far more advantageous to receive training within your own lineage, does it not? Upon hearing Fang Ke's line of questioning, Yi Wangchuan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Indeed, such inquiries were to be expected. After contemplating his reasoning, Yi Wangchuan replied, My father is preoccupied with fishing, so naturally, he sent me to seek cultivation within a sect. Fang Ke, couldn't you persuade your father to refrain from fishing? Yi Wangchuan, it is unwise to provoke him. If deprived of his fishing, he may resort to violence. Fang Ke, what of the elders of the Yi family? Surely, they cannot all be preoccupied. Moreover, with the Yi family's considerable wealth, cannot they enlist the aid of skilled experts? Additionally, Yi Wangchuan, halt. Yi Wangchuan halted Fang Quebec. He had come to understand that without a reasonable explanation, Fang Ke would stubbornly persist. Thus, Yi Wangchuan candidly expressed, I have a preference for petite women. Fang Ke, with an expressionless demeanor, nodded, so you like me, then. How reasonable. Concealed in the corner, Li Luo listened in bewilderment. With her curiosity satisfied, Feng Ke clapped her hands towards the sky. In the next instant, a colossal sparrow, measuring 10 meters in length, soared down. Chirp, chirp. The sparrow lowered its head towards Feng Ke, who then climbed aboard. She nestled into its soft feathers and addressed Yi Wangchuan. Come aboard, Yi Wangchuan. From this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. I shall take you to my spiritual mountain. Master Feng Ke, I believe it's unnecessary to go to the spiritual mountain. Why not? Just as Feng Ke was puzzled, she suddenly felt enveloped by a shadow. Looking around, she realized that not only herself, but the entire recruitment venue was shrouded in darkness. As her confusion grew, she looked up and saw a middle-aged man effortlessly lifting a mountain, towering at a height of 100,000 meters as he flew by. Why is an old man carrying my spiritual mountain? Feng Ke stared blankly at Yi Wangchuan. That is my father. Isn't your father named Yi Zhentian? Yes. Above the Yi family, Yi Zhentian lifted the ethereal mountain, which floated gracefully through the air. After surveying his surroundings, he selected a spot that was unobstructed by sunlight and prepared to place the mountain down. However, it was evident that simply setting the mountain down would be impractical, as it would inevitably crush a vast expanse of buildings. Thus, Yi Zhentian extended his hand towards the ground and, with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a thunderous roar. In an instant, the structures adjacent to the Yi residence were uprooted along with the earth beneath them, swiftly relocating hundreds of thousands of meters away before gently settling onto a flat terrain. He forcefully cleared a space with a diameter of 1 million meters for the mountain. All was well. As Yi Zhentian beheld the expanse before him, he became ethereal, allowing his form to dissipate as he effortlessly cast the colossal mountain from his grasp. The sacred mountain, akin in size to a small asteroid, plummeted with a resounding roar towards the earth. It was evident that if it were to descend unimpeded, the resultant shockwave would suffice to overturn 10 Chang'an cities without question. However, Yi Zhentian was not so foolish as to devastate his own domain. At the moment the sacred mountain's impact met the ground, a magnificent golden dragon, larger than the mountain itself, materialized above Chang'an. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the dragon's presence instantaneously quelled the impending shockwave threatening the city. The sacred mountain descended gently, akin to a massive inflatable balloon settling softly onto the ground. Once the mountain stood firmly in place, the ethereal dragon began to dissipate. In the assembly hall, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the spectacle that had just unfolded. What had transpired? My goodness, was it truly as simple as relocating a mountain? Had my home been shifted from the heart of the city to the outskirts? What exactly was that golden dragon? It represented the dragon vein, possessing the power to safeguard the territory, ensure favorable weather, and bestow fortune upon its realm. The crowd buzzed with speculation and discourse. Chapter 24. The Sacred Mountain, Gratitude to the Illustrious Deity, unashamed of their flamboyant name, for the affirmation and the additional content. In the corner, observers watched the entirety of the sacred mountain's placement unfold. Yi Wangchuan wiped his forehead in exasperation. Father, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Initially, Yi Wangchuan thought that no matter how his father moved a sect, it would merely amount to a small mountain, perhaps a few hundred meters at most. However, to his astonishment, they had relocated an entire spiritual mountain that was over 100,000 meters high. Oh, my dear father, to accommodate this mountain, you even utilized the dragon vein. Was that truly necessary? This was a bit excessive, wasn't it? By the way, why did Feng Ke choose to occupy a spiritual mountain as her sect? At her height of merely 138 centimeters, what need did she have for such a vast mountain? Though internally astonished, Yi Wangchuan maintained a calm facade and addressed Feng Ke. Shall we proceed to the spiritual mountain? All right, Feng Ke nodded, preparing to have the large sparrow carry Yi Wangchuan to the newly relocated spiritual mountain. Just then, from the corner, Li Luo, who had been observing discreetly, stepped forward. Wait a moment. I wish to join as well. Feng Ke cast a casual glance at Li Luo and replied indifferently. Yi Wangchuan is my sole disciple. I shall not accept others. But I possess a talent rating of 97. Impressive. Yet, I still shall not accept you. What? Li Luo was taken aback by the swift rejection. She had assumed that with her 97 talent rating, joining the same sect as Yi Wangchuan would be a simple endeavor. However, who could have anticipated encountering a sect that disregarded even a 97 rating? Not willing to give up, Li Luo produced a bag of money and inquired, "Is there really no way?" "Absolutely not. I am not inclined to teach two individuals simultaneously. Your money is of no consequence," Fang Ke replied, bemused. Simultaneously. She pondered the situation. Judging by the sophistication of Li Luo's Qi Pao, she must also be from a prominent family. Why, in these times, were the offspring of noble families so eager to join sects? What had transpired during her several millennia of seclusion? At that moment, Fang Ke suddenly noticed Li Luo's gaze drifting towards Yi Wangchuan. Remembering Yi Wangchuan's earlier remark about his preference for petite women, and considering that Li Luo was indeed petite, being only a centimeter taller than Fang Ke, she thought, could it be? Do you harbor feelings for Yi Wangchuan? If you both share mutual affections, I shall permit you to join my sect. Fang Ke unabashedly voiced her thoughts before both individuals. The two were momentarily stunned. The next second, Li Luo gritted her teeth and declared, "Why yes, I do." Yi Wangchuan candidly expressed his affection, and the two spoke in unison. However, Li Luo did not genuinely harbor feelings for Yi Wangchuan. Her intentions were merely to infiltrate the sect and take advantage of him. Moreover, by professing her fondness, she might enhance Yi Wangchuan's goodwill, thus facilitating her ulterior motives. Yi Wangchuan, of course, did not harbor genuine affection for Li Luo. His intentions were solely to facilitate Li Luo's entry into the sect and to exploit his potential. Moreover, by professing a fondness for him, he might enhance Li Luo's goodwill, thereby making it easier to take advantage of him. Upon comprehending the implications of what he had just heard, Li Luo turned his head in alarm. While it was indeed a positive development that Yi Wangchuan claimed to like him, and considering that Yi Wangchuan had previously rescued him at the banquet, where he also mentioned a preference for petite women, the revelation of Yi Wangchuan's feelings for him left Li Luo utterly astonished. This Yi Wangchuan, it seemed, was quite the peculiar character. The audacious antagonist dares to take an interest in me. Just wait and see how I will strip you bare. Yi Wangchuan remained outwardly calm, yet a flicker of astonishment stirred within him. What madness was this Li Luo exhibiting? Was it the system that mandated her to join this sect? That seemed plausible. Beside them, Fang Ke nodded at the scene. "Very well, you two, come forth." With that, the large sparrow lowered its head, facilitating their ascent. Once everyone was comfortably seated, the colossal bird flapped its wings and swiftly soared towards the Spirit Mountain adjacent to the Yi family estate. The Spirit Mountain, as its name implies, is a majestic peak that actively absorbs spiritual energy. Its abundance of spiritual essence fortifies the mountain structure, resulting in heights that surpass 10,000 meters. However, despite its towering elevation, the mountain does not suffer from a lack of spiritual energy, nor does it become unbearably frigid. On the contrary, the entire mountain enjoys a perpetual spring, teeming with exotic flowers, rare fruits, and vibrant fauna. It is, without a doubt, a paradise removed from the mundane world. Before long, the great sparrow landed on the Spirit Mountain with its passengers. Heave-ho! Fang Ke leapt down from the bird's back. She rummaged through her long robe and produced a handful of seeds, tossing them into the sparrow's beak. The bird instantly displayed an expression of sheer bliss and joyfully took flight. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan surveyed his surroundings. The environment was exquisite, the air crisp, and the spiritual energy abundant. A splendid place for cultivation. Yet, that was all there was to it. No grand gates of a sect, no sacred grounds, no outer or inner sanctums, only a modest wooden cabin. "You two acclimate to the surroundings first. I shall take a brief nap," Fang Ke casually stated as she made her way toward the small cabin. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan suddenly extended his hand, skillfully grasping Fang Ke's collar and lifting him to inquire, "Where is the sacred ground of our sect? What has become of the other disciples? And the library?" "Indeed. I too wish to inquire about this matter," Li Luo chimed in from the side. Suspended in midair, Fang Ke pondered for a moment before bluntly responding, "There are none." Yi Wangchuan, having anticipated this outcome, was rendered speechless. "You do not possess a single disciple, yet you directly accept a closed-door disciple? Merely follow the procedure. As long as the teachings are not interrupted, it suffices." Yi Wangchuan helplessly wiped his face. Well, Fang Ke is indeed a reclusive master who revels in his indolence. At this moment, Li Luo approached with a puzzled expression. "Where shall we stay then? You can each return to your own homes. Below us lies Chang'an. Just jump down." Master Fang Ke, we would die if we jumped." "Is that so? Then you may reside in the little wooden cabin over there." Fang Ke gestured towards a nearby cabin. Soon, the three of them entered the modest wooden dwelling. The design was exceedingly simple, a single bed and a wooden table. Nothing more. Glancing out the window, they noted that dusk had fallen. Fang Ke said, "It's getting late. You two can manage to sleep here together since you have an affinity for one another. There's only one bed, so I shall take the floor while you two squeeze in on the bed." Yi Wangchuan, no. Li Luo, no. Fang Ke, how childish to be shy at your age. You two discuss how to allocate things. I shall take my leave and rest now. Fang Ke yawned, squinted, and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 25, Residence inside the cabin. Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo exchanged glances for a moment, contemplating who would occupy the bed and who would take the floor. After a brief consideration, Li Luo mused to himself, "Well, you are a pampered young master. Accustomed to soft beds since childhood, I suppose you are not used to the discomfort of sleeping on the ground. Out of kindness, I shall allow you to take the bed." As he spoke, he began to prepare a makeshift bed on the floor. "Are you truly intending to sleep?" Yi Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a face full of disbelief, as if he were gazing at a fool. Li Luo exclaimed, "Yi Wangchuan, what do you mean? If you choose not to sleep, that is your prerogative. If you refuse to occupy the bed, then I shall take it." Yi Wangchuan shook his head and calmly stated, "This is Chang'an." Li Luo inquired, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Li Luo was filled with bewilderment, questioning the cryptic words of Yi Wangchuan. However, in the next instant, the answer became apparent to her. She observed, with a mere thought, Yi Wangchuan summoned a token from his spatial ring. The token, entirely obsidian in hue, was engraved with a white character resembling a leaf. Subsequently, Yi Wangchuan tapped the token gently with his finger. As his finger made contact, the white leaf character on the token suddenly emanated a golden shimmer. Yi Wangchuan observed the glowing token and addressed it directly. "Hello, old fellow. Could you arrange for the Longevity Palace to be sent over, along with 50 attendants?" Yes. Bring them to Mount Ling. As for supplies, just a few will suffice. Perhaps sending a few elders would be unnecessary." Once the conversation concluded, Yi Wangchuan tapped the token again to cease its luminescence. Beside him, Li Luo appeared utterly bewildered. "What is this? A telephone? Yi Wangchuan, what manner of token is this?" "Ah, this is the Yi family token, possessing the ability for remote communication," came the reply. Yi Wangchuan spoke casually as the two waited for a moment. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the foot of the mountain, accompanied by a subtle tremor. The sound grew increasingly closer. Li Luo, puzzled, turned to gaze towards the source of the vibrations. In the next instant, her expression turned to one of astonishment. There, atop the steep cliff, was an enormous turtle. This creature measured approximately 500 meters in length, appearing immensely heavy. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the turtle's shell was adorned with vast and exquisite architectural complexes, collectively known as the Palace of Longevity. The structures were enveloped in a special formation, rendering them remarkably stable despite the absence of a foundation. "Ah, Wangchuan, over there go?" An elderly man poked his head out from atop the turtle, and, upon seeing Yi Wangchuan, his expression brightened instantaneously. With a mere gesture of his hand, numerous talismans illuminated on the turtle's back. Following the activation of these talismans, the turtle's speed surged, climbing the mountainside with agility surpassing that of a monkey. In but a moment, it arrived before Yi Wangchuan. The old man jumped down, approaching Yi Wangchuan with a cheerful demeanor. "Wangchuan, I have brought the Palace of Longevity and 50 attendants that you requested. Moreover, here is a space ring containing elixirs. This one holds provisions, and this one is filled with garments." The old man continued to chatter, placing a large handful of space rings into Yi Wangchuan's hands. Beside them, Li Luo inquired, "Why are there so many space rings? Aren't they supposed to be rare treasures? The entire Li family possesses only 5 space rings." While she pondered this, the elderly man suddenly turned his gaze towards Li Luo, his expression one of curiosity. "Wangchuan, who is this girl? She does not appear to be your master." "My master is resting indoors. This is Li Luo from the Li family, with a talent level of 97. Yi Wangchuan began with a simple introduction. After a moment of contemplation, the old man chuckled and said, "I see now. Greetings, young lady Li Luo. I am the 3rd elder of the Yi family. Come. Allow me to present you with some fine gifts." As he spoke, the 3rd elder produced a stack of talismans and handed them to Li Luo, also offering a bundle to Yi Wangchuan. After examining the talismans, Li Luo inquired with curiosity, "What purpose do these serve?" The 3rd elder explained, When affixed to your person, they can significantly reduce the rate of energy consumption, thus aiding you in your cultivation. Yi Wangchuan. With these talismans, it will be much more convenient to cultivate martial arts. And I want T need to rest as often. Thank you, Elder San. Li Luo. Oh, thank you. The two of them calmly stowed away the talismans, displaying no other emotions. Elder San, observing this, helplessly rubbed his temples. It seems I have overthought this. These two do not appear to comprehend the proper use of the talismans. Nevertheless, it matters little. He can effortlessly draw a multitude of talismans whenever he wishes. Wangchuan, where shall we place the Longevity Palace? Anywhere is fine. After a brief moment, the Longevity Palace was situated by the sun-drenched lakeside. In addition, a modest wooden building was placed across the lake, intended to accommodate 50 attendants. This arrangement shall suffice. Should you require anything, simply use the token to summon me, and I shall bring it to you. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Elderson leapt onto the turtle and descended the mountain. Wow, what a grand house. Yi Wangchuan, this is too much. Li Luo gazed at the Longevity Palace, standing proudly in the clearing, her spirits lifted. At least I won't have to reside in a small wooden cabin anymore. She was ready to step inside the Longevity Palace to explore when suddenly, wait, you must pay a residence fee if you wish to stay here. Otherwise, you are not permitted to reside. Yi Wangchuan extended his hand, lifting Li Luo with ease. Li Luo, wearing a look of exasperation, gazed at Yi Wangchuan. We are fellow disciples. Is this trivial matter truly worthy of concern? He remarked. Indeed it is. Yi Wangchuan replied. Staying a day requires 3 spirit refinement pills or 1 foundation establishment pill. Such an exorbitant amount. I think I shall opt for the small wooden cabin instead, Li Luo declared, his enthusiasm waning upon hearing the hefty price. Very well, Yi Wangchuan conceded without further insistence. As the two engaged in their light-hearted quarrel, a voice interrupted. What are you two arguing about? Fang Ke, rubbing her eyes in a state of confusion, emerged from the wooden cabin. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the once barren ground now adorned with a cluster of structures. Where did these come from? Fang Ke inquired. Puzzled. I had the Yi family deliver the Longevity Palace, Yi Wangchuan explained. Oh, Yi Wangchuan, may I go in and rest? Fang Ke asked with curiosity. Certainly. Yi Wangchuan nodded in agreement. Thank you. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a remarkable spell. Fang Ke expressed her gratitude. Yi Wangchuan's thoughts were rather straightforward. This master was a reclusive expert, and he believed that he might acquire some formidable techniques from him. Therefore, it was essential to cultivate a certain level of goodwill. As for Li Luo, his intention in winning Li Luo's favor was to amass gold coins, and at this very moment, he was indeed in the process of doing so. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment before leisurely following Fang Ke into the palace. Li Luo, upon witnessing Yi Wangchuan enter with Fang Ke, felt a surge of unease within her. Initially, she believed that Fang Ke would be indifferent to the grandeur of the architecture and would continue to slumber in the modest wooden cabin. In such a scenario, residing in the cabin would be quite acceptable for her. After all, once daylight broke, Yi Wangchuan would undoubtedly emerge to practice his skills, allowing her to seize the opportunity. However, if Fang Ke chose to remain within the Longevity Palace, the situation would take a different turn. What if Fang Ke clandestinely imparted the techniques to Yi Wangchuan under the cover of night, leaving her to miss out? That would spell disaster for her. Thus, she resolved to enter the Longevity Palace as well. Chapter 26. A night raid on Yi Wangchuan. Wait, I too wish to join. Li Luo suddenly called out to Yi Wangchuan, who was preparing to depart. Yi Wangchuan turned his head in confusion and said, Did you not wish to reside in the wooden cabin? Now, I desire to stay in the Longevity Palace. That is unacceptable. Yi Wangchuan, your greed will be your downfall. Li Luo retorted indignantly, glancing at his system space. Not a single elixir remained, and the villainous emotional value stood at a mere 20 points. 3 cultivation pills, or 1 foundational pill, required 90 points of villainous emotional value. This indicated that he needed to extract 70 more points from Yi Wangchuan. After calculating, Li Luo mocked Yi Wangchuan. After consuming so many of my elixirs, without me, you would likely be incapable of even cultivating. You incessantly ask me for pills, yet you are utterly useless. I am at my wit's end with you. Villainous emotional value 50. Villainous emotional value 50. Current balance, 120 points. Upon witnessing the increase in villainous emotional value, Li Luo spent 90 points to purchase 3 cultivation pills, feigning to rummage through his pockets before handing them to Wangchuan. Here, I shall begrudgingly offer you a few, you insignificant creature. Villainous emotional value 20. Villainous emotional value 20. Current balance, 70 points. Very well. Wangchuan responded with a seemingly indifferent nod, casually accepting the elixir, appearing entirely unfazed by Li Luo's provocation. However, a flicker of doubt began to stir within him. Li Luo typically comported herself in a rather ordinary manner. Why was it that whenever the matter of the elixir arose, she felt compelled to mock him? It was as if she were a mischievous imp. Was it a mandate from her system that necessitated her derision, or was it simply her penchant for sharp-tongued banter? Wangchuan pondered as he entered the Palace of Longevity. Within the Palace of Longevity, there existed merely a modest cluster of structures, several courtyards, a few sleeping quarters, and some gardens. It was not particularly opulent. Wangchuan casually chose a dormitory near the entrance, instructing his attendant to tidy it up before he retired to rest. At this hour, the sky had darkened, and Fang Ke had also sought a room for slumber. There was no longer any necessity to endure the night further. Wangchuan squinted his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Ah, what a day of tranquility and smoothness it has been. May it pass just like this. In the dead of night, a soft creak echoed as Li Luo stealthily pushed open Wangchuan's window and climbed inside. Bathed in the moonlight, she glanced around. Soon enough, she spotted Wangchuan soundly asleep on the bed. Humph, sleeping so deeply. When I startle him awake, he will surely yield a wealth of emotional points. Just wait. I shall extract every last bit of this month's rent from him. With confidence radiating from her, Li Luo placed her hands on her hips, her heart brimming with delight. Subsequently, she climbed onto the bed and gently tapped Wangchuan's shoulder, exclaiming, Wangchuan, return my life. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the very instant her hand made contact with his shoulder. Villain emotional points, 200. Villain emotional points, 200. Current total, 470 points. Wangchuan suddenly awoke, his weary eyes still heavy with sleep. Upon hearing the phrase return my life, he instinctively grabbed Li Luo by the collar and pressed him onto the bed. In his fervor, he inadvertently smashed one of the bed's wooden posts, producing a resounding crash. He hastily retrieved a stack of talismans from his spatial ring, muttering curses under his breath. Whose wild ghost is this? Watch me obliterate you with these talismans, Li Luo. It was only then that he recognized the person before him was indeed Li Luo. How did you get in? What do you want? Upon realizing it was Li Luo and not some vengeful spirit, Wangchuan swiftly calmed himself, restoring a tranquil expression. He first glanced at the door, confirming that he had used a wooden post to block it, then surveyed the surroundings. Soon, he noticed a small window that he had forgotten to secure. After all, the window was only large enough for someone of Li Luo's petite stature to squeeze through, so he had overlooked it. Ah ha ha, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd bring you out for a stroll. Li Luo immediately raised her hands in surrender. Wangchuan possessed a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the first realm, while she had yet to attain even the first level. Should she dare to taunt him now, it was likely that she would soon find herself subdued by Wangchuan. Having already amassed 400 points, it was wise to know when to retreat. Just as Wangchuan was about to inquire why Li Luo had not knocked, but had instead stealthily entered, a sudden commotion ensued. Hey, Wangchuan, why are you making such a racket? Fang Ke exclaimed, as she tiptoed and leapt to the small window. Peering in, she was met with the sight of Wangchuan pinning Li Luo on the bed. Wangchuan, Li Luo, Fang Ke, may I continue watching? Wangchuan, certainly. Li Luo, such matters should not be viewed casually. Oh wait, I misspoke. After a period of explanation, Li Luo finally clarified that she merely wished to accompany Wangchuan for a stroll. Ah, Fang Ke stifled a yawn, her expression devoid of emotion. So it is merely this trivial matter. You two may go. I shall continue my slumber. With that, Fang Ke cheerfully climbed onto the windowsill and slipped back to her own room. In truth, Wangchuan also felt a tinge of fatigue and was not particularly inclined to wander with Li Luo. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. One foundation-building pill. Are you made of gold or silver? Is it truly so costly for a single evening? Li Luo shot Wangchuan an exasperated glance. Then, she retrieved a foundation-building pill and tossed it to him. Here, go, she declared, striding towards the exit. Her offer of the foundation-building pill was not due to an overwhelming surplus of villainous emotional value. Rather, she believed that during their evening out, A few careless remarks would suffice to recoup this expenditure. At this moment, her villainous emotional value stood at 380 points. Yi Wangchuan accepted the foundation-building pill, stifled a yawn, and followed Li Luo outside. The two first arrived at a pavilion situated above a serene lake. The lake housed various fish, its waters flowing and thus remarkably clear and pristine. Within the pavilion stood a stone table intricately carved with a chessboard, adorned with neatly arranged pieces. Li Luo couldn't help but wonder how the third elder managed to transport such a delicate setup intact. Yi Wangchuan, do you know how to play chess? Yes. Come. Li Luo seated himself on a stone bench, a sly grin spreading across his face. If he could win the chess match against Yi Wangchuan, he would undoubtedly earn some villainous emotional value. All right, but merely playing for fun lacks excitement. How about this? The loser must provide the winner with a cultivation pill. What do you think? Yi Wangchuan was still contemplating how to take advantage of the situation. Li Luo cast a silent glance at Yi Wangchuan. Here you go again. Just how much do you adore my elixirs? Are you frightened? Not in the slightest. If you wish to challenge me, then let it be, Li Luo muttered, making her move first. After all, she was a person of the modern era, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding various strategies in the game. Yi Wangchuan, a figure from an ancient fantasy realm, could hardly compete with the distilled wisdom of 2 millennia of modern chess. In the 27th chapter, we encounter the spiny creature known as the porcupine and ponder what name might befit its similarly spiked counterpart among bears. Within the pavilion, the chess match unfolded over a considerable duration. In the first game, Yi Wangchuan narrowly triumphed over Li Luo. Li Luo, shaking his head, remained undeterred. Acknowledging that his opponent was a scion of a prestigious family, undoubtedly versed in the art of the game, while he himself was merely out of practice. In the second game, Yi Wangchuan again achieved a slight victory over Li Luo, who began to feel a sense of urgency, his defenses wavering. Just a hair's breadth away. If only I could alter my strategy, victory would surely be mine. The third game saw Yi Wangchuan suffer a close defeat at the hands of Li Luo, who rejoiced inwardly, exclaiming, "At last, I have won." Yet he was perplexed as to why Yi Wangchuan did not exhibit any signs of villainous discontent. Did he truly not care about winning or losing? In the fourth game, Yi Wangchuan again narrowly bested Li Luo, who felt his frustration mounting. Curse it! If only I had not made that one misstep. At the very least, I should reclaim my losses. In the fifth game, Yi Wangchuan inadvertently made a blunder that led to a resounding victory over Li Luo. Yi Wangchuan, did you deliberately let me win? Li Luo inquired, as he presented the third cultivation pill to Yi Wangchuan, raising his remaining villainous emotional value to 290 points. At last, Li Luo arrived at a revelation. I'm done, he declared, biting his lip. Wait, just one more match, and I shall wager 3 cultivation pills. Yi Wangchuan raised 3 fingers in response. No, I refuse to continue. Li Luo, trembling with frustration, decisively rose to depart. Oh, woe is me. Not only can Yi Wangchuan play chess, but he also possesses an uncanny ability to manipulate the game. Had he not made that blunder in the 5th round, I would have truly lost my mind and continued for several more games. Yi Wangchuan observed Li Luo's face, which was etched with grievance, and he chuckled lightly before rising to his feet. He patted Li Luo on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. In truth, I deliberately lost that round. Silence! Cried Li Luo in exasperation. Thus, their game of chess came to an abrupt conclusion. Subsequently, the two meandered through other areas of the Longevity Palace. They engaged in leisurely pursuits, gazing at the moon and admiring the flowers. Yet, none of these romantic scenes transpired. Throughout their journey, Li Luo was preoccupied with thoughts on how to extract the emotional value from the antagonist. Yi Wangchuan was preoccupied with thoughts of how to procure elixirs. The two meandered aimlessly, exploring their surroundings. Suddenly, Yi Wangchuan broke the silence and inquired, "Shall we take a stroll outside?" "Ah, but what if there are wild beasts?" Li Luo replied, lifting his head in confusion. Yi Wangchuan shook his head and elucidated, "This sacred mountain is undoubtedly the dwelling place of Master Fanke. I am certain that she must regularly purge the area of malevolent beasts. However, I sense that she may not be quite so diligent," Li Luo remarked, and with that, he ceased to protest further. It appeared that he would be residing on this ethereal mountain for an extended period, and familiarizing himself with the surroundings would prove beneficial. He rose onto his toes and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the Longevity Palace. Yi Wangchuan gazed at Li Luo, who was bouncing with exuberance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a talisman from his pocket, examining it closely. The talisman bore 4 prominent characters: Beast Control Talisman. Its function was as straightforward as its name suggested, a talisman for controlling wild beasts. Previously, the third elder of the Yi family had employed this very talisman to command a giant turtle, a favor that Yi Wangchuan had specifically requested from him. As for Yi Wangchuan's intentions regarding this talisman, it was undoubtedly to exploit it for the purpose of extracting gold coins from Li Luo. In the wilderness, the duo meandered for half an hour, pausing intermittently to admire various treasures of heaven and earth, as well as amiable creatures. However, at this juncture, Li Luo's legs had grown weary. After all, she had yet to reach the first level of cultivation, remaining merely a petite girl with a frail constitution. Yi Wangchuan. Carry me, Li Luo declared. You can rest at home if you're tired, Yi Wangchuan retorted, exasperated. We are far from the longevity palace. I'll offer you a cultivation pill. Li Luo countered. A foundation establishment pill, Yi Wangchuan countered back. How exorbitant. Your carrying fee exceeds that of a luxurious mansion for a day, Li Luo exclaimed in frustration. Nonetheless, her legs indeed ached. Casting a glance around, Li Luo sought a stone to sit upon and take a brief respite. I won't give you a foundation establishment pill. If Yi Wangchuan extracts another pill from me, I shall write my name backwards. As Li Luo sought a stone to rest. On the other side, Yi Wangchuan chuckled softly. Feeling fatigued? It appears the moment has arrived. With that thought, he discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket. Subsequently, he pricked his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to anoint the beast control talisman. As the blood was smeared onto the talisman, within the thicket, a bear lay peacefully in slumber. In the next instant, a radiant symbol illuminated upon the bear's form. Meanwhile, perched upon a stone, Li Luo swayed his legs, patiently awaiting the restoration of his strength. Yi Wangchuan stood by, resting against his long spear, which was planted firmly in the ground. He had anticipated that this evening would pass in a serene and leisurely manner. However, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the thicket beside Li Luo. The sound was thunderous, instilling a profound sense of terror merely by its presence. Yi Wangchuan was taken aback. In an instant, he reacted by kicking Li Luo aside and swiftly drawing the long spear from behind him, positioning it defensively in front of him. With a resounding clang, reminiscent of iron striking iron, a formidable force collided with the spear. This immense pressure forced Yi Wangchuan backward, propelling him a distance of 4 meters, leaving deep furrows in the earth beneath his feet before he finally came to a halt. It was at this moment that both Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo finally beheld the source of the furious roar. Before them stood a creature resembling a polar bear, yet significantly larger, measuring an astonishing 3.5 meters in height. Its weight exceeded 1.5 tons. Its fur was not soft and fluffy. Rather, it consisted of dense, needle-like strands, closely packed across its body, as if it were naturally adorned with a layer of iron armor. Hence, it was aptly named the Hao Bear. For Yi Zhentian, Old Li, and even Yi Bai, this formidable beast could be easily vanquished. However, regrettably, only Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo were present in the arena. Yi Wangchuan's gaze sharpened. This formidable bear possessed strength equivalent to a late-stage human practitioner. Contemplating this, Yi Wangchuan turned solemnly to his companion behind him. Li Luo, seek Master Fong Quebec understood. Li Luo quickly rose from the ground, disregarding everything else. An Arctic bear, adorned with silver spikes, loomed before her, and she certainly did not believe she could prevail against it. Rather than hindering Yi Wangchuan, it would be wiser to summon assistance. At the very moment they concluded their conversation, the bear launched another assault. With a deafening roar, it plunged its claws into the earth, uprooting a chunk of soil 0.5 meter in diameter and hurling it towards Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan decisively swung his long spear, piercing through the clod of earth. As the soil was penetrated, a cloud of dust arose, momentarily obscuring his line of sight. Yi Wangchuan focused intensely, noticing a flash of silver amidst the dust, and decisively retreated. Bang! The formidable bear, having just smashed the earth, charged to the very spot Yi Wangchuan had occupied a moment before. Its fists clenched tightly as it struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled slightly, fissures spreading like a web. This mighty bear possessed a degree of intelligence, cleverly utilizing the dust as cover to launch a surprise attack. Had it not been for Yi Wangchuan's keen instincts, he would have surely taken a solid blow. Chapter 28. The Useless System. Clang. Clang. The battle raged on. Seizing the moment while the bear's fist struck the ground, Wangchuan boldly launched his own offensive. A torrential barrage of spear strikes descended, each blow forcefully dislodging dozens of iron spikes from the bear's body. Some spikes were sent flying, while others were driven deep into the bear's flesh. In mere seconds, the bear's form was marred by large, indistinct patches of blood and flesh. The iron spikes, resembling a suit of steel armor, were significantly reduced in number. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Roar! The excruciating pain did not instill fear in the bear. Rather, it incited further rage. Moreover, as the injuries were solely external, the bear seemed to grow even more ferocious in the short term. Rising to its feet, it charged at Wangchuan recklessly. Clang! Clang! However, Wangchuan's spear technique was not without merit. He adeptly retreated while employing his spear to wear down the beast. The advantages of the spear were fully realized in his hands. Roar! Alas, even the most advantageous positions can yield mistakes. Amidst the relentless assault, the bear suddenly seized an opportunity. In a fleeting moment, when Wangchuan wielded the spear with one hand instead of two, the beast lunged forward, forcibly driving the spear into its own flesh. Then, gripping the spear firmly, it yanked it back towards itself with ferocious strength. Wangchuan was taken aback and hurriedly released his grip to prevent the individual from being dragged away. The fierce bear, seeing that Wangchuan had lost his weapon, revealed a hint of a mocking expression that bore an unsettling semblance of humanity. It was bizarre and absurd, as if it were taunting Wangchuan, proclaiming that his time of demise had arrived. In the next moment, swish! With a mere thought, Wangchuan activated the spatial ring, causing a long spear to materialize in his grasp once more. The fierce bear, despite its formidable presence, found itself at a disadvantage. While it possessed a certain level of intelligence, the concept of wielding a weapon was beyond its capabilities. Thus, even though its strength, defense, and speed surpassed those of Wangchuan, the mere presence of the spear in his hands rendered any attempt to close the distance futile. The advantage of being armed was undeniably significant. Moreover, Wangchuan's spatial ring contained thousands of spears. Even if the bear attempted to seize one by force, it would be in vain. At this moment, the battle raged on. However, as the bear's fury gradually subsided, the sharpness of its pain became increasingly apparent. Its instinctual fear began to infiltrate its mind. Likewise, with the decline of its rage, the bear started to regain a semblance of rationality. It realized that confronting the spear-wielding human head-on was unwise. Just as the bear's momentum waned and it contemplated retreat, a thought crossed Wangchuan's mind. Splendid. This should eliminate any suspicion directed towards me. As Wangchuan perceived the opportune moment had arrived, he slipped his hand into his pocket, smearing the blood from the beast control talisman. With the alteration of the blood's form, a talisman faintly glimmered upon the back of the ferocious bear. Simultaneously, the bear's gaze momentarily faltered as it became aware of an unusual sight. Several hundred meters away, a diminutive figure, naturally Liluo, was frantically sprinting with his short legs. Since Wangchuan's initial encounter with the bear, approximately 3 minutes had elapsed, during which Liluo had managed to cover just over 300 meters. This was an arduous feat for him, as his short legs and poor physical condition rendered him fatigued. Achieving 300 meters in 3 minutes was a testament to his latent potential. Observing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed the bear's eyes. The man and the cub were companions. If the cub were to be attacked, the man would undoubtedly rush to protect it, thus unable to unleash his full power. This notion inexplicably flashed through the bear's mind. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the bear as it charged towards Liluo with a speed of 6 seconds per 100 meters, completely disregarding Wangchuan in its path. Upon witnessing the Arctic bear barreling towards him, Liluo was instantly seized by terror and hastened his pace with all his might. Wangchuan feigned astonishment for a moment. Soon after, he seemed to grasp the situation and cast aside his long spear, fervently pursuing the ferocious bear. In terms of sheer speed, Wangchuan was slightly faster. However, the bear had the advantage of an early start, its lead significantly surpassing that of Wangchuan. In just a matter of seconds, the bear surged to within 30 meters of Liluo. Behind the bear, Wangchuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. He intentionally utilized the beast control talisman to command the fierce bear, directing it to attack Liluo. Shortly, He would rush in to absorb the fatal blow intended for Li Luo, much like the previous incident with Old Tang, seizing the opportunity to play the role of the gallant hero. Suffering a seemingly grave injury would allow him to extort numerous elixirs from Li Luo. If he could acquire a late-stage elixir, it would be even more advantageous. Meanwhile, Li Luo, pursued by the fierce bear, screamed in confusion, "Why are you chasing me? I'm delightful." As she frantically scoured the system shop, she lamented, "Useless dog of a system. What else can I purchase besides cultivation elixirs and foundation-building pills?" In her mind, she cried out in desperation, "Your host is about to perish." "Host, please refrain from insulting the system," it replied. Upon filtering, besides cultivation elixirs and foundation-building pills, the host may also acquire the following items: ordinary iron sword, 5 villainous emotional points; ordinary longbow, 5 villainous emotional points; ordinary arrows, 5 villainous emotional points for 10. "Ah, you worthless dog system." Just as Li Luo was in a frenzy, the fierce bear abruptly halted its pursuit. Li Luo was momentarily stunned by the bear's sudden stop. Then, a sense of triumph washed over her. "Ha ha, foolish bear. Out of stamina, are we? Just wait. Wangchuan will stab you down." Before she could finish her taunts, the bear's muscles tensed, and with a powerful thrust of its legs, it launched itself towards Li Luo like a bolt from a crossbow. "Wah! I need medicine," she shrieked in panic. At that moment, Wangchuan's gaze sharpened as he prepared to intercept this lethal attack. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Li Luo's mind. "Ding! The system has successfully secured the purchasing rights for a low-grade explosive talisman. This system is not useless," it proclaimed. "Low-grade explosive talisman, 200 villainous emotional points for 1. Li Luo was astounded. "What? 200 points? Why don't you go steal it?" She decided to buy 1 to test its efficacy. Purchased 1 low-grade explosive talisman. Deducting 200 villainous emotional points, current balance, 90 points. As the system's words faded, a crimson talisman materialized in Li Luo's space. She swiftly retrieved it and examined the description. Low-grade explosive talisman, a talisman that detonates. The system has lifted the spiritual energy activation restriction. The host merely needs to will it into action. Oh, how splendid. Li Luo's eyes sparkled as she hurled the explosive talisman towards the oncoming bear. With a slap, the talisman adhered to the bear's face. Li Luo then snapped her fingers and casually uttered, "Bong." Nearby, Wangchuan, who was poised to aid Li Luo, was momentarily perplexed by her utterance. Then, he noticed a crimson glow emanating from the bear's face. Upon witnessing this radiance, Wangchuan's heart raced, for he recognized its significance all too well. In Chang'an City, there was a particularly troublesome mountain. Unable to bear it any longer, the third elder of the Yi family affixed a talisman to it. In a flash of red light, the mountain vanished from sight. Though the glow on the bear's face was considerably less potent than the elder's explosive display, Wangchuan prudently retreated several paces. With the beast control talisman still in his possession, he had no concern for the bear attacking Li Luo. Instead, he smeared the blood on the talisman, commanding the bear to flee into the distance. Roar? As the blood was smeared, a thought surged in the bear's mind. The glowing red light was no trivial matter. It needed to escape, to find a river to dive into. Without hesitation, the bear turned and dashed in the opposite direction. Just 3 seconds after its departure, a thunderous roar erupted. A small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind that swept across the area, sending Li Luo's petite form soaring through the air. Wangchuan steadied himself by planting his long spear into the ground. As the tumult subsided, he cast his gaze towards the spot where the imposing bear had once stood. However, there was no trace of the magnificent beast. All that remained was a vast pit, 30 meters in diameter. Wangchuan. At this moment, Wangchuan was engulfed in a sea of perplexity. His confusion did not stem from the potency of the talismans, for the third elder of the Yi family could effortlessly inscribe a myriad of such symbols. Wangchuan was perplexed by one point. How could Li Luo wield such a potent talisman? In this realm, talismans could not be employed beyond one's level. The greater the power of a talisman, the denser the essence and strength required to activate it. A practitioner of lower cultivation could never hope to invoke high-quality talismans. Otherwise, Wangchuan would have long borrowed a plethora of formidable talismans from the third elder to overpower the son of destiny. Yet, this Li Luo, devoid of any cultivation, managed to unleash a talisman capable of obliterating a late-stage beast in an instant. What was the explanation? A system artifact, perhaps? Yes, it must be a system artifact. With this realization, Wangchuan turned his gaze to the ground nearby. Alas, Li Luo lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her rear with a pained expression. The explosive shockwave had caught her off guard, propelling her a considerable distance before she crashed to the ground, leaving her backside sore. Are you all right? Can you stand? Wangchuan approached, grasping Li Luo's hand with the intention of lifting her up. Ouch! Oh dear, that hurts. Please don't move. My backside aches. And my legs feel weary. I cannot rise, Li Luo lamented as she lay on the ground, exasperation evident on her face. Subsequently, she expended her remaining 90 points to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Li Luo handed the pill to Wangchuan and, with a sigh of resignation, requested, "Carry me." Wangchuan. At this moment, Wangchuan's emotions were exceedingly intricate. Initially, he had intended to employ the formidable Hao Xiong for a gallant rescue. However, to his surprise, Li Luo resolved the situation with Hao Xiong independently. With matters having unfolded in this manner, he decided it prudent to retire for the night. Very well. Wangchuan accepted the foundation establishment pill. Subsequently, he crouched down, cautiously cradling Li Luo's thigh and back, lifting her as one would a granddaughter. Since he was carrying her, Wangchuan naturally supported her thigh with his hand to prevent her from slipping. With his hand firmly holding her thigh, he set off on the road, his expression devoid of emotion. Everything appeared utterly normal, if only Li Luo could disregard the incessant voice echoing in her mind. Villain emotion value 20, villain emotion value 20, villain emotion value 20, villain emotion value 20, Li Luo remarked, slightly exasperated. Wangchuan, as a wealthy scion, have you never encountered a woman throughout your life? Villain emotion value 100. What are you insinuating? Do you believe I lack the company of women? It is merely that I am indifferent to them. Such desires are far too base, not at all aligned with the lofty aspirations I pursue. Wangchuan chuckled lightly. Seemingly unfazed, Li Luo observed the surging villainous emotional value, and his heart blossomed with joy. So, you have never encountered it before? Villainous emotional value 100. Yet, here I am, encountering it now. Wangchuan spoke casually, his expression and words remaining remarkably calm. Li Luo was left somewhat dumbfounded. How could Wangchuan manage to accumulate a plethora of emotional value while maintaining such composure? Were it not for the existence of a system, Li Luo might genuinely believe that Wangchuan was devoid of any feelings towards women. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept across Li Luo's face. It seemed she had discovered the proper way to engage with Wangchuan. With a gentle sigh, Li Luo rested her head on Wangchuan's shoulder and softly blew into his ear, whispering, "In your eyes, do I qualify as a woman? Villain emotional value 200. You are not a woman. You could very well be a man. I merely referred to you based on your biological gender." Wangchuan spoke with a hint of exasperation on his face. At this moment, Li Luo was on the brink of euphoric delight. With just a few teasing remarks, he could effortlessly accumulate a significant amount of villainous emotional points. It was utterly exhilarating. Moreover, it seemed that teasing Wangchuan did not entail any grave repercussions. Or rather, there shouldn't be any severe retaliation, should there? Wangchuan walked calmly down the street. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, his rationality prevailed. After all, he was the young master of the Yi family, meticulously nurtured for greatness. A mere woman could not sway his resolve. Moreover, this was Li Luo, a girl of slender build, resembling a child. Furthermore, Li Luo was the favored child of fortune. As a villain, he was destined to clash with such a bearer of fortune in the future. With this thought, Wangchuan's mindset gradually stabilized. As he continued on his way, his villainous emotional value steadily increased. Li Luo, of course, would not miss the opportunity to exploit this situation. Whenever the rate of his emotional value acquisition began to diminish, she would tease Wangchuan with a few words, prompting him to run away in an attempt to evade her. With the enhancement of his cultivation at the mid-stage of the first level, Wangchuan managed to return to the Changshou Palace within 10 minutes. At this moment, Li Luo had amassed 2,000 points of villainous emotional value, delighting in her unprecedented success. She had never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor in her life. With plans to purchase 11 foundation establishment pills and 33 cultivation pills, she intended to elevate her own cultivation to the mid-stage of the first level. This was the treatment a system traveler deserved. What had her previous life even been? Just as Li Luo pondered these thoughts, Yi Wangchuan abruptly pushed open Li Luo's bedroom door. He tossed Li Luo onto the bed, then pulled out a stool and sat down, glaring at Li Luo. "What do you want?" Li Luo asked, slightly anxious. "Could it be that you, Yi Wangchuan, just mocked me 3 times for never having touched a woman, called me a mere fish 5 times, and even deliberately rubbed against me with your thigh? I demand compensation of 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation building pills." Upon hearing Yi Wangchuan's words, Li Luo's tense expression froze. "Really, my friend? How much do you truly care about the elixir?" Yi Wangchuan's thoughts were quite straightforward. He surmised that Li Luo must possess an abundance of elixirs, for he understood Li Luo's character. He was certainly not the type to indulge in frivolous banter. Thus, when Li Luo had been fidgeting and speaking nonsensical remarks on his back moments ago, it was undoubtedly an attempt to earn system rewards. "You've profited, so why shouldn't I receive a share?" "No way. I won't give you a single one. Why should I compensate you? I even assisted you in vanquishing that formidable bear." As Li Luo spoke, he covered his head with the blanket. "You've mocked me so many times, and you think it ends here? I could have slain that bear myself. Your contribution was merely for self-preservation." Yi Wangchuan approached, abruptly tossing aside Li Luo's blanket. Left without cover, Li Luo could only sit on the bed, glaring at Yi Wangchuan in indignation. "Humph! Yi Wangchuan, you scoundrel! Did you not profess your affection for me? What harm is there in my playful teasing? I no longer harbor feelings for you. I hold a grudge. Quickly compensate me with a medicinal pill." Yi Wangchuan spoke in a calm manner. Li Luo helplessly rubbed his temples. Yi Wangchuan was well aware of Li Luo's character, and naturally, Li Luo understood Yi Wangchuan's temperament as well. She recognized that Yi Wangchuan was the type who harbored grudges and would not relent until his objectives were achieved. If she stubbornly refused to provide the elixirs, it was likely that Yi Wangchuan would resort to other means to compel her to compensate him. Thus, Li Luo resolved to negotiate, aiming to maximize her gains. Li Luo proposed 3 cultivation elixirs and 1 foundation building elixir. Yi Wangchuan, "No. I need 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation building pills." "Li Luo, you are asking for too much. With this quantity, consuming them would elevate you to the late stage of the first realm, wouldn't it?" Yi Wangchuan, "Indeed, otherwise, why do you think I desire these?" "Li Luo, I will not give them to you. Whatever you do, I shall not comply." Yi Wangchuan, "Then I shall ensure that you find no solace in sleep each night, tormenting you until the break of dawn." Yi Wangchuan had already devised a plan. If Li Luo refused to provide the elixir, he would furiously fan Li Luo and deny him a blanket, tormenting him to the brink of despair. "Huh, you monstrous pervert. I simply will not give it. I refuse. If you dare, come and search me," Li Luo exclaimed, displaying an unwavering determination to resist. Yi Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. "How about this, Li Luo? If you agree to give me 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation building pills, I shall accompany you for a stroll tomorrow night." Upon the utterance of Yi Wangchuan's words, Li Luo hesitated for a brief moment. As long as Yi Wangchuan accompanied her on an outing the following day, she could persist in feigning leg fatigue, allowing him to carry her home. This would provide her with an opportunity to continue teasing him, thereby exuberantly accumulating her villainous emotional value. The more she profited, the more Yi Wangchuan would benefit from the elixirs. A true win-win situation. Although, engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement with a villain seems somewhat amiss. "Very well. I shall provide you with the elixirs. You must not go back on your word." With a mischievous grin, Li Luo promptly retrieved 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundational pills from her pocket. Yi Wangchuan accepted the elixir, nodding slightly. In truth, his request for 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation building pills was merely a test, an attempt to ask for more. He never anticipated that Li Luo would actually possess such an abundance. Indeed, exchanging 15 cultivation pills and foundation building pills in a single evening proved to be quite a lucrative deal. Yi Wangchuan understood that Li Luo ventured out to accomplish her task. However, the prospect of 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation establishment pills, coupled with what she had previously obtained, could directly elevate her to the late stage of the first realm. This enhancement was undeniably significant. Additionally, she was equally intent on discerning the means by which Li Luo completed her tasks to earn rewards. Once she grasped the method of Li Luo's task fulfillment, she would ensure to accompany her daily on assignments, reaping all the rewards. The task rewards were 0 for Li Luo, while she would claim the entirety for herself. After Yi Wangchuan had departed, Li Luo glanced at her system space. She had just expended 900 points of villainous emotional value to purchase pills for Yi Wangchuan, leaving her with 1,100 points. This transaction had indeed been quite profitable for her. With a few more nights alongside Yi Wangchuan, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Li Luo cheerfully mused as she procured 12 cultivation pills and 4 foundation establishment pills, swiftly consuming them. Ugh, why must the system make these pills so bitter? She lamented, forcing herself to endure the unpleasant taste as she swallowed the pills. There was no alternative. She had to swallow it down. Perhaps due to the disparity in innate talent, her absorption efficiency was not as high as Yi Wangchuan's. After consuming the pills, she successfully broke through to the early stage of the first realm. Li Luo surveyed her system space again. She had just spent another 720 points of villainous emotional value, leaving her with 380 points. This amount was surely insufficient for her to advance to the mid-stage of the first realm. Thus, Li Luo decided to conserve her villainous emotional value, allowing her to purchase explosive talismans should she encounter any crises in the future. After all, Yi Wangchuan could not seize her villainous emotional value. On the other side, Yi Wangchuan glanced at his spatial ring. The rent for a day in the Longevity Palace was 3 cultivation pills, and spending the night required 1 foundation pill. Winning a game of chess earned him 3 cultivation pills, and carrying Li Luo home cost him another foundation pill. Additionally, he had just acquired 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation pills. At this moment, Yi Wangchuan possessed 21 cultivation pills and 7 foundation pills. According to his calculations, he only needed to consume 18 more cultivation pills and 6 foundation pills to reach the late stage of the first realm. Yi Wangchuan contemplated as he extracted a corresponding number of elixirs and swallowed them. As for the surplus 3 cultivation pills and 1 foundational pill, Yi Wangchuan decided to reserve them for the time being. After all, these potions not only enhance one's cultivation, but can also serve as tokens in dealings with Li Luo. Chapter 31. Fang Ke explodes with gold coins. Oh, it was noon. At this moment, Fang Ke finally emerged from her slumber. The room she had chosen was poorly lit, even at midday. It remained enveloped in a somber gloom. Fang Ke relished this shadowy ambience. Yawning, she casually grasped the long robe at the foot of her bed and draped it over herself, fastening it simply. Her white hair, disheveled from a night's rest, appeared untidy yet devoid of any grease or dandruff, instead remarkably clean and silky. At her current stage of cultivation, she had achieved a state of purity, free from any filth. Even after thousands of years in seclusion, her hair and body remained immaculate, eliminating the need for sustenance or restroom visits. With a few nonchalant strokes through her hair, she descended from her bed barefoot, as she preferred the comfort of being shoeless. Naturally, she did not make direct contact with the ground. Her feet floated an inch above the surface. The absence of contact kept her feet soft and delicate. Thus, she glided through the air to the door, opening it with a creak. Suddenly, the fierce midday sun poured in with a blinding radiance. Fang Ke instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, only to remember her formidable cultivation rendered her impervious to such brightness, prompting her to lower her hand and gaze outside. In the courtyard, Yi Wangchuan sat leisurely on a chair, sipping tea while a guard fanned him. Li Luo, in the center, swung a wooden stick about haphazardly. In one corner of the yard lay a bed with a broken post. Bang! In the next moment, Li Luo accidentally struck himself on the head with the stick he was wielding. Ouch! He squatted down, clutching his head. TSK. If you can't even handle a stick, how do you expect to wield a spear? Yi Wangchuan chuckled. You did that on purpose. Do I look like someone suited for a spear? Li Luo grumbled, exasperated. Well, there's no other choice. I'm only skilled with a spear. You should ask Master Fang Ke to teach you something else. She has just emerged, Yi Wangchuan replied, glancing towards Fang Ke at the entrance of the courtyard. Fang Ke nodded, approaching with a lackluster demeanor. I will spend 20 minutes teaching you some foundational skills, and we shall conclude for today. The remainder can be addressed tomorrow. Upon uttering these words, Fang Ke stepped forth. Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo's lips twitched slightly. Rising at noon, they had only practiced for a mere 20 minutes. Was this not a bit too much? Just as Fang Ke was preparing to instruct them, she suddenly sensed the auras of Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo and inquired with curiosity, What is going on with you two? Yesterday, You were at the mid-stage of the first realm and immortal, yet today, you have both ascended to the late stage and the early stage of the first realm? With a puzzled expression, Fong Ke glanced towards the corner where the broken wooden pillar of the bed lay. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Did you two engage in dual cultivation last night? The results are remarkable. Do take me along next time. Yi Wangchuan, no. Li Luo, absolutely not. By the way, this cannot be brought along, right? Fong Ke waved his hand and returned to the main topic. Allow me to briefly explain the divine abilities of the Ke sect. Yi Wangchuan, come here. Yi Wangchuan approached Fong Ke with a sense of confusion. In the next moment, a wooden table unexpectedly soared through the air, positioning itself between Fong Ke and Yi Wangchuan. Fong Ke rested her right arm upon the table and addressed Yi Wangchuan, saying, "Come, let us engage in an arm wrestle." Very well, he replied. Although Yi Wangchuan did not comprehend the reason behind it, he complied nonetheless, his broad palm entwined with the delicate little hand. 3, 2, 1. At Fong Ke's command, Yi Wangchuan exerted his strength. Suddenly, a force enveloped Fong Ke's arm from all directions, compelling Yi Wangchuan's arm down against the table. With a resounding thud, Yi Wangchuan was effortlessly overpowered. Both he and Li Luo were not at all surprised by the outcome. After all, Fong Ke was a formidable being capable of dominating a 10,000-meter spiritual mountain. Without considerable strength, that mountain would have long been seized, and perhaps even the person would have been taken. Fong Ke continued to inquire of Yi Wangchuan. Did you sense anything amiss during the arm wrestling just now? Indeed, my defeat was not merely due to Master Fong Ke's strength, but rather because a force enveloped my arm, pressing it down against the table. Yi Wangchuan expressed his previous sensations. Indeed, do challenge me to an arm wrestle once more, Fong Ke remarked. As she deftly summoned a bundle of golden threads from her spatial ring, she wrapped the golden strands around her right arm several times, then grasped Yi Wangchuan's hand and declared, 3, 2, 1. Once again, Yi Wangchuan exerted his full strength. Bang! This time, he effortlessly overpowered Fong Ke, scarcely perceiving any resistance. It felt akin to wrestling with a child. Yi Wangchuan inquired with a hint of perplexity, Master Fong Ke, is your constitution not robust? Indeed. My constitution makes it arduous even to lift a load of 30 pounds, Fong Ke replied nonchalantly, removing the golden cord from his right hand. This cord is known as the binding immortal rope. Any part ensnared by it loses the ability to actively control spiritual energy. Consequently, with the binding immortal rope wrapped around my arm, I find myself unable to contend with you, Yi Wangchuan. Should my entire being be bound, I fear I would be at the mercy of others. As Fong Ke prepared to stow away the binding immortal rope, Yi Wangchuan suddenly leaned closer and asked, Master Fong Ke, may I borrow this item for a while? The binding immortal rope is indeed a rare artifact. It is said that to fashion this rope, one must slay a celestial dragon and extract its dragon sinews. However, slaying a celestial dragon is no simple task. It is not merely due to their formidable strength, for no one has ever bested them. Rather, it is because Yi Jintian has vanquished 9 descended celestial dragons. Since then, not a single celestial dragon has dared to descend to the mortal realm, fearing they would meet the same fate and have their sinews drawn by Yi Jintian. With only 9 bundles in existence, how could such an item not be considered exceedingly rare? Yi Wangchuan gazed intently at Fong Ke, fully prepared for the moment. Should Fong Ke refuse to lend him the binding immortal rope, he would offer the cleansing fruit in exchange. This equally rare object should suffice, albeit barely. Oh, you desire it? Very well, consider it a gift, a token of gratitude for your hospitality at the Longevity Palace, Fong Ke casually remarked, placing the binding immortal rope into Yi Wangchuan's hand. Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo. At this moment, Li Luo was equally bewildered. Just moments ago, she had searched for the item binding immortal rope in the system marketplace. To her surprise, it actually existed. Unfortunately, the price was exorbitant. Binding immortal rope. Villain emotional value 1 bundle. It was simply unaffordable. One must wonder, why would such a precious item be given directly to Yi Wangchuan? At this moment, Yi Wangchuan gazed at the binding immortal rope in his hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that his master was so generous? A gentle tug revealed more gold coins than Li Luo had amassed in several days. Splendid. From now on, he would seize every opportunity to extract a few more treasures from this white-haired lowly master. Chapter 32. The perks of being a villain. Just moments ago, The reason I was able to gain the upper hand over Yi Wangchuan was due to a particular divine ability. If you closely observe my feet, you will notice they are actually floating above the ground, also a result of this ability. This divine skill allows one to manipulate objects through the air. Since it is a technique I devised myself, I was too lazy to name it, hence I refer to it as sparrow skill. Fang Ke explained the divine ability she had just employed. With a mere thought, she effortlessly levitated a massive stone before her. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the stone was instantly reduced to dust. Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo, who were watching, nodded in agreement, both arriving at the same conclusion. Is this not telekinesis? Yi Wangchuan began to ponder within himself. It must be said, the sect that has welcomed the child of fortune is indeed remarkable. I never anticipated that the teachings would encompass such a versatile skill as mental force. This mental force is akin to a universal remedy. It proves to be exceptionally beneficial for both martial and magical practitioners. Martial cultivators can harness mental force to manipulate multiple weapons, thereby compensating for limitations in attack range. With a sword, one could even unleash a wave of flying swords or soar through the skies. For magical practitioners, possessing mental force can directly address the challenges of limited physical strength and vulnerability in close combat. Furthermore, it allows for the alteration of the trajectory of their magical attacks. Therefore, it would be more accurate to describe this sparrow sect not merely as a martial sect, but rather as a sanctuary for the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts. Yi Wangchuan felt a sense of relief, fortunate to have seized this sect for himself. Where could one find a sect that casually bestows a binding celestial rope while also imparting the art of mental focus? It is indeed a pity for the original heir of this destiny. Such a splendid opportunity has been snatched away by him. Ha! How delightful! The subsequent time was spent as Fang Ke elucidated the principles behind the sparrow technique. 20 minutes swiftly passed. Fang Ke gazed at the sky and announced, "We shall conclude here for today. Tomorrow, I will teach you the application of the sparrow technique. I am off to wander around Chang'an. Would you two care to join me?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The large sparrow that had previously appeared at the sect's recruitment conference soon soared over. Fang Ke climbed aboard and reclined against its feathers. "Well, I shall accompany my master on this outing." Yi Wangchuan contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow suit. Primarily driven by the desire to ascertain whether he could extract a bit more advantage from Fang Quebec. I must also pay a visit to the Li family. I have yet to inform Uncle Li about my entry into the sect. Li Luo also tiptoed up to join them. The large sparrow flapped its wings and, with remarkable speed, darted towards the foot of the spiritual mountain. Upon reaching the base, Li Luo, Yi Wangchuan, and Fang Ke parted ways, allowing the attendants of the Yi family to escort her to the Li residence. Fang Ke then turned her gaze towards the street. "Yi Wangchuan, where can one find dumplings in Chang'an?" Master, with your cultivation level, you surely do not require meals, do you?" "I'm just craving something." "Very well. I shall request the chefs of the Yi family to prepare a fresh batch for you. Their flavors surpass those of the shops outside. Just going to the street is sufficient. I am unaccustomed to such delicate fare." "All right then. When it comes to strolling through the streets, none are more familiar than Yi Wangchuan." Soon, Yi Wangchuan and Fang Ke arrived at an exquisitely decorated dumpling shop. "Waiter, I would like a large bowl of pork dumplings." "Please." Yi Wangchuan approached the counter and placed a silver coin down. The young attendant, noticing the coin, cheerfully exclaimed, "All right. A large bowl of pork dumplings costs 200 copper coins, and here is your change of 800 copper coins." "Oh my, it's you, young Master Yi." Upon recognizing Yi Wangchuan, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hastily returned the silver coin, saying, No, young Master Yi, I cannot accept your money. There is no need for such formality. I am not a cruel man." Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched in exasperation as he silently pushed the money back to the waiter. Only then did the waiter cautiously accept the coins, retrieving 800 copper coins to present to Yi Wangchuan. After receiving the money, Yi Wangchuan returned to the seat where Fang Ke was waiting. Fang Ke sat on the bench, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the bustling crowd on the street. Since Yi Wangchuan was not a favored child of fortune, he did not worry about any troublemakers seeking to provoke or mock him. The two of them lingered in this comfortable silence for a while. "Here come the large bowl of pork dumplings." The waiter chuckled as he placed a sizable bowl of dumplings on the table. The bowl was brimming with dumplings, clearly indicating that the chef had generously added more than usual. Noticing the abundance, Fang Ke sighed. Yi Wangchuan, there are too many dumplings. I cannot finish them all. Please take a bowl and help me share some. We must not let it go to waste. All right. Yi Wangchuan chuckled softly, beckoning the waiter to fetch a bowl. Yet, within his heart, he began to take a certain satisfaction in his role as the antagonist. Everyone who encountered him treated him with utmost courtesy. Even the dumplings were served with a little extra care. There would be no simpleton daring to spring forth with mindless mockery. Had he been the favored child of fortune, the waiter at the dumpling shop would undoubtedly have sought to provoke him intentionally. For instance, upon noticing Fong Kei's relatively short stature, he might have remarked, "Dressed in such rags, you ought not to dine in the city center. Can you even afford these dumplings?" Yi Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. The words he had just heard were not mere figments of his imagination. They were uttered by the young waiter. Following the sound, he spotted a ragged young man outside, resembling a beggar, glaring at the waiter. "I can afford it. Who are you to chase me away?" The beggar shouted, brandishing a bundle of muddy copper coins. The waiter, upon seeing this, scoffed derisively. "Let me tell you, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Are you aware of the Yi family in Chang'an? The young master of the Yi family is dining in this establishment. A beggar like you would ruin his appetite. Can you compensate for that?" With that, the waiter extended his hand and forcefully slapped the beggar's hand. The coins, caked in dirt, scattered across the ground. Instead of bending down to gather them, the beggar shot a glare back, gritting his teeth. "Don't push me too far." The waiter retorted mockingly, "What if I do? A beggar like you must be too talentless to be accepted by any sect. Haha. Do you have any connections or abilities?" The waiter sneered while spitting at the beggar. The beggar quickly raised his hand to shield himself, his anger intensifying. The waiter's derision was not unfounded. The beggar, named Su Fuguei, regrettably had never experienced a hint of wealth in his life. Orphaned from a young age, the name Fuguei was given to him by an elder in his impoverished village. Su Fuguei toiled in the fields, saving every grain he could muster. After enduring much hardship, he finally accumulated enough food to embark on a journey to Chang'an, traversing mountains and rivers. When his provisions ran out, he resorted to foraging for wild fruits and drinking from streams and lakes. Yet, the wilderness was fraught with peril. He often encountered beasts of considerable prowess and had to evade them, nearly losing his life on multiple occasions. Eventually, he encountered a merchant caravan headed to Chang'an, but had to sell the jade bracelet he had been born with to secure his passage. After 2 months, he finally arrived in Chang'an, just in time for the recruitment event. Su Fuguei hoped to ascend to a higher tier of talent to gain entry into a reputable sect, dreaming of a peaceful existence. However, he discovered that his talent was merely at the 19th tier. Chapter 33. The fourth child of fortune. Su Fuguei endeavored to ascend the heavenly stairs, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the distant 34th tier. Just crossing into the 34th tier would grant him entry into a sect. In that moment, he clung to a shred of hope. What if a sect took notice of him during the recruitment event? For several weeks, he persisted. When the recruitment event arrived, Su Fuguei humbly implored various sects to accept him, willing to sweep floors daily without any resources, as long as they provided meals. Nevertheless, every sect resolutely rejected him. In the mystical realm, mortals were in abundant supply. Left with no options, Su Fuguei found a secluded sect known as the Case sect, which had no disciples at all. He contemplated approaching them if he failed to find a sect after the recruitment event. However, upon arriving at the corner after the event concluded, he discovered that the Case sect had already accepted disciples and dismantled their booth, halting recruitment. Despair engulfed him. With a talent of merely 19 tiers, no background, no wealth, and no abilities, he found himself unwanted by any sect. He realized he could not survive in Chang'an and would be forced to return to his rural village, leading a life of aimlessness. In his despair, he sought out a tree and hanged himself. Su Fuguei's story should have ended there. Yet, at that moment, in a parallel world, a young man named Su Fuguei from Blue Star was accidentally struck by a vehicle. By a twist of fate, his soul crossed over into the body of the beggar Su Fuguei. Upon his arrival, he was granted 10 seconds of invincibility, which he utilized to free himself. After absorbing the memories of his predecessor, Su Fuguei felt overwhelmed. What a hellish start, given the circumstances. The newly reincarnated Su Fuguei felt hunger pangs and decided to seek out a dumpling shop. This led to the earlier confrontation. In the dumpling shop, Su Fuguei pointed angrily at the waiter, his demeanor radiating fury about to erupt. Had he been his former self, he might have endured the humiliation. But the current Su Fuguei was different. As a transmigrator, his youthful fervor would not allow him to be insulted by a mere waiter. What of it? Do you know who young Master Yi Wangchuan is? The waiter sneered. Before he could finish, Su Fugui's fist connected with his face, sending the waiter crashing to the ground. I don't care about your young Master Yi or anyone else. I, Su Fugui, have come here to take charge. Su Fugui glared wrathfully at the waiter. Unleashing his fury, Yi Wangchuan halted his movements of consuming dumplings and cast his gaze towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Fang Ke continued to savor her dumplings leisurely, completely unconcerned by the altercation unfolding at the door. Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched momentarily, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. The beggar named Su Fugui had audaciously revealed his identity. It must be said, he truly embodied the essence of a favored child of fortune, enduring ridicule from a mere waiter for an extended period. One might ponder whether this Su Fugui was seeking trouble with him. Should he eliminate him now? After all, he was merely a beggar. However, Master Fang Ke was present, so it would be prudent to observe what special abilities Su Fugui possessed first. With this thought in mind, Yi Wangchuan leisurely retrieved a fan from his spatial ring, fanning himself as he began to watch the unfolding drama. You dare strike me? The waiter, regaining his composure, immediately sprang to his feet and engaged Su Fugui in a scuffle. Before long, Su Fugui found himself at a disadvantage. Alas, the original body's frailty was a significant hindrance. Having suffered from hunger in his childhood, despite standing at a height of 6 feet, Su Fugui weighed a mere 100 pounds. The waiter, lacking any cultivation, stood at 5 feet 9 inches and weighed 130 pounds, accustomed to carrying food and cleaning tables daily. He swiftly overpowered Su Fugui, who was as thin as a wisp. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 sharp elbow strikes from the waiter, Su Fugui spewed blood and collapsed to the ground. Humph, filthy beggar. You're as scrawny as a dog and still dare to brawl with me. Su Fugui, I think you ought to be called Su Qianggu. The waiter wiped his nose and, cursing under his breath, landed several punches on Su Fugui's face. As he was being beaten, Su Fugui began to curse in return. Damn it! I will absolutely slaughter you, you wretched scoundrel. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detection of host's intense desire for wealth and power. The super-rich system has been activated. System function grants the host 1,000 currency daily. For every 100 currency spent, the host receives 1 enhancement point. 1 currency, 1,000 silver, 1 silver, 1,000 copper, 10 copper, 1 blue star coin. Enhancement points can be used to bolster the host's cultivation or learn skills. Due to the high difficulty of this world, the host is granted a beginner's gift, 30 enhancement points to assist in navigating the early stages. Upon hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Su Fugui was momentarily stunned. The next second, he exclaimed, "What the heck? System, fill my cultivation to the brim." He shouted loudly. Yi Wangchuan, who was watching the spectacle, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Really, my friend? Aren't you worried about other transmigrators in this world? Though he himself was reincarnated, not a transmigrator. At this moment, Su Fugui was not inclined to scrutinize the system's functions. He only had one thought in mind: battle. Ding! 30 enhancement points have been fully allocated to cultivation. As the system's voice faded, a warm current surged through Su Fugui's body. Then, with a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted from him. Su Fugui had instantly broken through to the initial stage of the first realm. Feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, Su Fugui smiled. In an instant, he swung a fist toward the waiter's face. Bang! The waiter's face caved in, and he was sent flying backward, crashing through several wooden tables inside the establishment. Witnessing the waiter's convulsions, the crowd and the entire dumpling shop erupted into chaos, spilling out into the streets. During the commotion, someone accidentally knocked over Fang Ke's dumpling bowl. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, the dumplings and broth returned to the bowl, untouched. Before long, only Su Fugui, the waiter, Yi Wangchuan, and Fang Ke remained in the shop. Yi Wangchuan, still observing the unfolding drama, couldn't he help but chuckle helplessly. The favored child of fortune truly lacks reason. He has merely been mocked, and has already broken through to the first realm. It took Li Luo several weeks to barely achieve the same breakthrough. Though he had not exploited any advantages, Li Luo would likely have already reached the second realm. At that moment, Su Fugui turned to Yi Wangchuan. You are Yi Wangchuan, the young master of the Yi family? Indeed. Yi Wangchuan nodded nonchalantly. He had already made up his mind. Should Su Fuguei dare to provoke him, it would signify the intent to harm. This individual must not be allowed to remain. It's nothing. I will merely inquire. Su Fuguei waved his hand and left the establishment. He was youthful and impetuous, but not foolish. The waiter had already remarked on Ye's prowess. Why would he seek to antagonize him? He decided to first enhance his own abilities before considering any confrontation. Chapter 34. Our Yi family truly exemplifies kindness with a soft sound. The dumpling shop was filled with the quiet enjoyment of dumplings by Fong Quebec. Yi Wangchuan stood aside, analyzing Su Fuguei. At present, he could only ascertain that the latter was a child of destiny, characterized by a fierce and volatile temperament, unwilling to suffer humiliation. If one were to declare him intelligent, it would be noted that he boldly proclaimed his name, identity, and system. Conversely, if one were to deem him foolish, he demonstrated awareness by refraining from provoking Yi Wangchuan. Moreover, upon announcing the system's attribute allocation, he immediately ascended to the initial stage of cultivation. Thus, Yi Wangchuan concluded that the individual was likely a newly arrived child of fortune. Subsequently, he cast his gaze toward the young waiter nearby, who was already lifeless. Despite Su Fuguei's apparent frailty, he was still at the initial stage of cultivation, and the attack had targeted a vital area, the head. A mere mortal like the waiter, naturally, succumbed to death on the spot. Yi Wangchuan shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. The young waiter had treated him with considerable courtesy, and he had taken quite a liking to him. He had originally contemplated offering a modest tip, but it seemed that opportunity had vanished. Just then, a formidable figure strode into the establishment, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the lifeless body of the waiter. Beside him, Yi Wangchuan was momentarily taken aback. He recognized this imposing man as Yi Menghu, the proprietor of the dumpling shop. Yi Menghu was the descendant of the 26th adopted son of his grandfather. The dumpling shop, situated in the city center and adorned with exquisite decor, indicated that the owner held a position of considerable esteem. Given Yi Menghu's financial prowess, he could easily transform this humble dumpling shop into a lavish restaurant. However, he preferred a more down-to-earth approach, deliberately crafting the establishment in its current form. Yet, these details paled in significance compared to the pressing matter at hand. Who dares to murder an employee of my dumpling shop? Do they truly have the audacity to disregard the Yi family? I shall ensure they are reduced to mere fragments. Yi Menghu roared in fury. It was unclear whether his anger stemmed from the death of Xiao Heir or from provocation, but he undeniably appeared fierce. With a resounding clap, Yi Wangchuan helplessly struck his forehead. Alas, it was indeed as he suspected. Yi Menghu is a minor antagonist in the early stages, responsible for delivering significant challenges to Su Fuguei. Yi Wangchuan let out a sigh. If he and Yi Bai were merely villains by coincidence, the addition of Yi Menghu would render it unmistakably clear. In this world, all those bearing the surname Yi are indeed antagonists. The foremost family of Chang'an has transformed into a den of malevolence. At this moment, Yi Wangchuan's actions also caught the attention of Yi Menghu. Yi Menghu's expression brightened with joy as he spoke. Wangchuan, what brings you here? I have come to treat master to some dumplings. Yi Wangchuan elucidated. Yi Menghu nodded slightly, then withdrew his smile and inquired. Very well. By the way, Wangchuan, did you happen to see who was responsible for the death of my subordinate? Such individuals must not be spared by the Yi family. I did not catch a glimpse. Yi Wangchuan feigned ignorance as he spoke. He certainly did not wish for Yi Menghu to impart his experiences to Su Fuguei. TSK. Yi Menghu let out a soft sound of contemplation, intending to inquire among the gossiping aunties nearby. He harbored no suspicion that Yi Wangchuan had deceived him. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan spoke again, advising, do not seek further information. Instead, take this young man and revive him. Very well, came the reluctant reply. Yi Menghu nodded and beckoned a servant to come over and carry the body of the waiter, preparing to resurrect him first. In this world, resurrection spells do exist, and there is a myriad of them. For instance, if a family member dies 7 days before the commencement of the heavenly ascension, the body can be preserved. Once the heavenly ascension begins, the body can be cast upon the steps, resulting in immediate revival. Among the elders of the Yi family, there exists one proficient in the healing arts. As long as a corpse has not lost more than half of its integrity, she possesses the ability to restore life. Naturally, the art of resurrection is not without its limitations. The higher the cultivation of the individual, the greater the cost of revival. Likewise, the lower the completeness of the corpse, the more significant the price for resurrection becomes. These two constraints are nearly universal to all forms of resurrection. The reason for reviving Wangchuan is quite straightforward. A person serving as a servant in the Yi family, even in death, can be brought back to life. Once this news spreads, the reputation of the Yi family is bound to soar. The servants of the Yi family, upon reflecting on the care bestowed upon them by their masters, are inspired to exert themselves even more diligently in their duties. Yet, what is the cost incurred by the Yi family in return? The answer is virtually negligible. Reviving a mortal who has just departed this world for less than an hour is, for that elder skilled in medical arts, a mere trifling task. Once Yi Minghu departs, Yi Wangchuan retrieved the Yi family's token. This time, he did not merely tap it twice with his finger. Instead, he rapped it 4 times. After completing the 4 taps, the white character for Yi on the token suddenly transformed into a shade of gray. Pray tell, where has that beggar, who just caused a commotion outside the Yi Minghu dumpling shop, gone? You ought to know his whereabouts. A hoarse voice responded, Young Master Yi. He has proceeded to the commercial street, heading towards a clothing shop. Perhaps he intends to purchase an outfit. Yi Wangchuan nodded slightly and extinguished the token. This is a fantastical realm, devoid of any semblance to surveillance. Thus, the Yi family has meticulously placed their eyes throughout the city, lurking in the shadows to observe the happenings within. Yi Wangchuan had just been conversing with the intelligence-gathering office. At that moment, Fang Ke finished her last dumpling. Fang Ke, your robe seems a bit too monotonous. How about we take a stroll through the tailor shop? Sure, she nodded, without any hesitation. After all, she understood that Yi Wangchuan was merely seeking an excuse to visit the shop. The true motivation stemmed from the fact that he had activated the hands-free mode of his token, showing no intention to conceal his voice. The system grants me 1,000 coins a day. That's equivalent to 1 billion on Blue Star. He exclaimed in disbelief. This system is astonishing. 1 billion a day. Moreover, for every 100 coins spent, I receive a reinforcement point. Not only is there wealth, but spending also makes me stronger. This is simply euphoric. In the bustling market, Su Fugue murmured to himself while contemplating the system's features. Its functions were straightforward, yet undeniably powerful. Soon, he arrived at a tailor shop. According to his memories, a woman from the merchant caravan had purchased her garments here, often looking down upon Su Fugue. What are a few pieces of clothing? He scoffed, glancing at the 1,000 coins in his system space. He took a bold step into the shop, dismissing the proprietor's earlier mockery. Inside, a tall and heavily made-up proprietress was showcasing garments to other customers. Upon noticing Su Fugue's entrance, she hastily yelled, Hey, beggars are not allowed in here. These clothes are worth more than your life. If you soil them, you won't be able to compensate. Do you truly believe I cannot afford these garments? Su Fugue retorted with a disdainful smile. In his system space, he possessed a total of 1,000 coins, each equivalent to 100,000 on Blue Star. That would surely astonish this short-sighted proprietress. Without further ado, he disregarded her scorn and strode confidently into the shop. The first thing he did was to seize a white gown displayed at the entrance. He then used it to wipe his hands and face, quickly staining the pristine fabric. Su Fugue couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since his previous self had bathed. The proprietress shrieked in horror as she witnessed the destruction of her merchandise. What are you doing? That gown is made of rare silk. It's worth 900 silver coins. Can you afford it? Just 900 silver coins? Allow me to show you what true wealth looks like, Su Fugue began, but before he could finish his sentence, a beautiful young girl pointed at him, her expression shifting from shock to disgust upon seeing his attire. At that moment, a tall and handsome man approached. Darling, do you know this beggar? Of course. He's the impoverished Su Fugue I told you about from the caravan, she replied, chuckling. Oh, so it's the toad dreaming of eating swan meat. The man mocked, prompting Su Fugue to feel a surge of anger. He recognized the girl, his previous girlfriend, Muli. This situation harkened back to the memories of his former self's journey to Chang'an. At that time, Su Fugue had encountered a merchant caravan and, to avoid being killed by wild beasts, pleaded to join them. However, they were unwilling to carry an extra burden. Desperate, he presented a rare jade bracelet to gain passage. Mu Li, the merchant's daughter, initially thought Su Fugue was wealthy due to the jade bracelet. They dated for some time until she discovered that the bracelet was all he possessed, leading to a humiliating breakup. Now, encountering Mu Li again ignited an inexplicable rage within Su Fugue. a remnant of his former self's unfulfilled resentment. Humph, so it's you, the materialistic woman. Just days after our breakup, you found another man. TSK, he remarked, glancing at Mu Li's midsection, shaking his head. Su Fugui, you are truly shameless. Mu Li exclaimed, her composure shattered by his words. She turned to her tall companion, clinging to his arm. Baby, he's bullying me. Don't cry, I'll help you get your revenge. The man cooed, stroking her hair before confronting Su Fugui. Mu Li beamed with pride. Do you know who my boyfriend is? His name is Tang Mo. He belongs to the Tang family. Ah, the Tang family, is it? Do they have someone skilled in entanglements? Su Fugui smirked, knowing that his words would provoke. Though Tang Mo did not grasp the meaning behind Su Fugui's words, he recognized the contemptuous tone and glared at him defiantly. A filthy beggar in Chang'an? Each of these garments costs dozens to thousands of silver coins. Can you afford them? And if I can? If you can, I'll kneel and call you father. But if you can't, I shall tear your insolent mouth apart and break your arms. Tang Mo declared confidently, dismissing Su Fugui entirely. His words drew a crowd of onlookers. But Su Fugui merely laughed derisively. With his 1,000 coins, not only could he purchase clothing, but he could easily buy out the entire shop. Unequal? That's laughable. I shall not lose. Haha. You think these garments, which are only fit to be rags, are valuable? Su Fugui retorted, snatching a red chi-pao from the entrance and tossing it onto the ground, using his dirty foot to wipe it. The sight left Tang Mo and Mu Li momentarily speechless. The proprietress, who had been trying to appease Tang Mo, could no longer contain herself. Ah, that is a phoenix chi-pao, crafted by a master. It costs 1,800 silver coins. How dare you, you filthy beggar. The proprietress, her eyes reddened with fury, charged forward, intent on tearing into Su Fugui. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Su Fugui reached into his pocket and casually tossed 8 gold coins onto the ground. The golden coins rolled about, emitting a crisp sound. You wretched dog. Pick them up, Su Fugui coldly instructed the proprietress. Stunned for a few seconds, she found herself not enraged by the insult. Instead, she immediately dropped to the ground, akin to a dog, to collect the coins. After retrieving one, she held it aloft, feeling the pure spiritual energy surging within. It was genuine, truly real money. The proprietress was utterly astonished. This small coin in her hand was something an ordinary person would toil a year to earn. Yet, this individual had carelessly tossed out 8 of them. Ha 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 ha. The proprietress laughed heartily and continued to search the ground for more coins. Meanwhile, Tang Mo and Mu Li stood in a daze. No way, you are truly wealthy? Chapter 36, slapping the face and showing off inside the clothing store. The atmosphere was thick with shock, terror, and disbelief. Upon witnessing Su Fugui's lavish display of wealth, both Tang Mo and Mu Li, along with the onlookers, were left wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. Tang Mo could hardly believe that Su Fugui had actually produced such wealth. Did this mean he would have to publicly kneel and call him daddy? Beside him, Mu Li was engulfed in deep regret. Why was Su Fugui so affluent? And why had he deceived her into thinking he was impoverished? Was it a test of her genuine affection? If she were still Su Fugui's girlfriend, wouldn't this wealth rightfully belong to her? Regret. An endless tide of regret surged within Mu Li's heart. Observing their reactions, Su Fugui felt a sense of satisfaction. With a disdainful glance at Tang Mo, he mockingly remarked, "What was it someone said earlier? Something about kneeling and calling me daddy if I could afford these clothes? Humph, a mere 8 coins, and this is all you can comprehend." Through gritted teeth, Tang Mo tore a small piece from his clothing, carefully extracting 10 gold coins from its fabric. This sum was his family's contingency fund, meant for emergencies only. Yet, Tang Mo could no longer afford to care. Was his pride worth less than 10 gold coins? With a triumphant grin, he addressed the proprietress, still on the ground collecting coins. "I'll give you 10 gold coins. You must not sell the clothing to that filthy beggar." Upon hearing this, the proprietress's eyes brightened. Good. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads in resignation, realizing that the beggar stood no chance. Surely he had no money left? After all, even the least esteemed of families like the Tang clan possessed a foundation that ordinary individuals could not shake. Suddenly, with a flourish, Su Fugui flung out 12 more gold coins. "Wretched dog, who allowed you to look up? Keep picking them up," he commanded coldly. At these words, the crowd was once again engulfed in shock and disbelief. Who was this person? Was he perhaps a powerful heir masquerading as a beggar? Tang Mo's mind raced with wild thoughts, while Mu Li's regret deepened. Given Su Fugue's casual tossing of 20 gold coins, it was likely that his family was not weaker than the Tang clan. She had sacrificed a watermelon for a sesame seed. Regret. An endless cycle of regret. The proprietress, now even more elated, continued to collect the coins. Some onlookers could no longer restrain themselves and contemplated rushing in for the money. However, upon witnessing the proprietress's sudden surge of strength, they lost their desire to seize the coins. Tang Mo anxiously swallowed hard, quietly returning the 10 gold coins to his pocket. He rubbed his hands together, putting on a stiff smile, and cautiously inquired, "May I ask what your surname is?" "Esteemed sir?" Tang Mo needed to ascertain which powerful family he had inadvertently provoked. "Huh, it's of no use to curry favor with me now. You must call me daddy today. As for my surname, listen closely. I won't change my name or my surname. It is Su Fugue." Su Fugue declared with confidence. In the next moment, Su? Which family is that? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a hidden family, or one from Yinjing. The crowd began to murmur. The destruction of the Su family by the Yi family had occurred thousands of years prior. Such a long time had passed that ordinary people were unaware of the Su clan. Even Yi Wangchuan learned of the Su family only when Yi Jintian boasted of his achievements. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Su Fugue felt a flicker of confusion. What was going on? According to his experience with novels from Blue Star, the surname Su should belong to a prominent family, on par with the Yi, Lin, Qin, and Xiao clans. How was it that the Su name was less renowned here than the Tang name? Yet, such details mattered little. He had traversed worlds and was not bound by the narratives of Blue Star. Disregarding these trivialities, Su Fugue coldly addressed Tang Mo. "Aren't you going to kneel?" "You. Although I am unaware of the Su family's standing, do you truly wish to provoke the Tang clan? Perhaps we could collaborate," Tang Mo stubbornly replied. With so many witnesses present, he was reluctant to kneel. "Collaborate? How absurd. Kneel before me." Su Fugue suddenly dashed to Tang Mo's side, raising his hand. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed as Tang Mo's head snapped to the side, sent sprawling to the ground. When he lifted his head, a painfully swollen handprint marred his face. Feeling the searing pain that shot through his face, Tang Mo attempted to speak, only to have several broken teeth tumble from his mouth. "Kneel." Su Fugue looked down at Tang Mo with an air of superiority, his voice icy and devoid of any room for refusal. Tang Mo trembled, caught between pain and fear. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular frame was no match for the frail beggar who had just shattered half his teeth with a single slap. What did this signify? It indicated that the other party possessed at least a level of skill. Moreover, had the other party not deliberately restrained their strength, they could have easily delivered a blow capable of fatal consequences. Tang Mo trembled all over, instinctively glancing at Mu Li, and spoke, "Darling, Tang Mo, please refrain from speaking to me. I fear Su Fugue might misunderstand." Mu Li's words struck Tang Mo like a thunderclap, resonating deeply within his heart. Despite his desire to unleash a torrent of curses upon her, he was deterred by Su Fugue's hand, poised to strike once more. "Papa." Tang Mo knelt, his voice barely a whisper. "I can't hear you. Speak louder," Su Fugue demanded, clearly dissatisfied. "Papa." Tang Mo gritted his teeth in frustration. "I expect you to raise your voice," Su Fugue insisted, still unimpressed. "Papa." This time, Tang Mo nearly shouted in fury. His exclamation resonated loudly, capturing the attention of every passerby. Only then did Su Fugue nod in satisfaction. "Now leave." With that, Tang Mo scurried out of the tailor's shop, a mix of rolling and crawling. Laughter erupted from the onlookers as Tang Mo bit his lip, his eyes brimming with resentment. Su Fugue, I swear, I will make you pay. Your end is near." With a heart full of deep-seated animosity, Tang Mo departed. Chapter 37. The inconvenience of being without Li Luo inside the tailor shop. Mu Li exclaimed, "Wow, Su Fugue, it's been ages. How have you become so formidable?" She was unfazed by Tang Mo's humiliating retreat, captivated instead by the sight of Su Fugue casually tossing away 20 pieces of gold with a single slap that knocked out Tang Mo's teeth. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Su Fugue, a man of wealth and strength, with just a hint of charm. What woman could resist such a lure? As she approached, calling out to him with an exaggerated sweetness, She extended her arms, ready to embrace him. In the next moment, slap. Su Fu Gui swiftly raised his hand, delivering a sharp blow to Mu Li's face, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Yet, he had not struck with full force. Had he done so, she would have lost several teeth. With a disdainful expression, Su Fu Gui looked at her, as if she were refuse. Wretched girl, even a slap from me feels beneath my dignity. Be gone. Su Fu Gui. You, Mu Li, on the ground, pointed at him, clearly enraged. However, her ability to curse paled in comparison to the modern vocabulary Su Fu Gui had acquired online. After a moment of struggle, she managed to stammer out. How can a man hit a woman? Men should defer to women. To hell with that. I believe in gender equality. I merely went easy on you before, now it's time to make up for it. Su Fu Gui stepped closer, raising his hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps. In truth, when he had struck Mu Li earlier, he had unconsciously tempered his strength. However, her words had successfully provoked him. Slap, slap. With renewed vigor, Su Fu Gui's blows sent Mu Li crashing to the floor, convulsing briefly before lying still. Dead. Damn it. Su Fu Gui muttered, turning to the shopkeeper. Select a few suitable garments for me. Keep the change. Yes, of course. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. As for Mu Li's lifeless body, it attracted no attention. Su Fu Gui deemed the matter trivial. After all, Mu Li lacked any significant connections. If she had possessed any influence, she would not have been associating with Tang Mo. Killing someone without backing posed no threat of retribution. Though it was his second act of taking a life, Su Fu Gui felt no profound emotional upheaval, having absorbed the memories of his predecessor. It was as if he had lived through that former life himself, enduring 18 years of hunger in the village, scavenging for food along the road to Chang'an, suffering humiliation and bullying while silently enduring, and climbing the heavenly stairs until his fingers broke. Having experienced such hardships, Su Fu Gui was naturally desensitized to the act of killing. In this fantastical world, human life was as expendable as grass. If one refrained from killing, they risked being killed in return. As for the reason he spared Tang Mo, forcing him to kneel and call him Papa could provoke Tang Mo to summon a few personal guards out of pride for retribution. However, should he truly kill Tang Mo, it would certainly attract far more than mere guards. As for restraint, avoiding conflict with Tang Mo was simply out of the question. Su Fu Gui's temper could not tolerate such insolence. The previous encounter with Yi Xiao at the dumpling shop had at least been devoid of such provocation. Otherwise, Yi Xiao would have received a beating as well. In the crowd, Feng Ke, her head covered with a white veil, looked quizzically at Yi Wangchuan. Why are you wearing a mask to spy on this beggar? With a black mask concealing his face, Yi Wangchuan chuckled softly and explained, I merely enjoy observing the spectacle. There is no need for you to worry, Master Feng. Once this beggar's commotion subsides, I shall take you inside to purchase clothing. Yi Wangchuan scrutinized Su Fu Gui with a discerning gaze, while his mind began to strategize. There were several points he could ascertain. First, Su Fu Gui possessed a system that allowed for attribute enhancements. It remained uncertain whether these enhancements served purposes beyond merely augmenting his cultivation. Second, Su Fu Gui had just conjured 20 pieces of gold seemingly out of thin air. Observing Su Fu Gui's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Wangchuan surmised that this wealth was bestowed upon him by the system. If Su Fu Gui were genuinely affluent, he would not have been subject to mockery from the innkeeper. Thus, this money could only be a gift from the system, and it appeared to be in abundance. Enough that Su Fu Gui could squander it without exhibiting any trace of regret. Third, Su Fu Gui was not only audacious and fond of ostentation, he also eschewed the role of a sycophantic fool. He was not a saintly figure either, as he was unhesitant to eliminate scoundrels when necessary or administer a thorough beating if killing was not an option. Although Yi Wangchuan had once relished such protagonists in novels during his previous life, he found himself disenchanted with this type of character upon assuming the role of an antagonist. Such characters proved difficult to contend with. In contrast, if the protagonist were a sycophantic fool, he could simply deploy an exquisitely beautiful woman to ensnare and delay his opponent. However, with a character as brazen as Su Fu Gui, it was evident that he would not merely collect women, but rather establish a harem. Protagonists of this ilk often harbored grand ambitions, with ultimate aspirations that transcended the mere acquisition of a few companions, aiming instead for supremacy in the world. He could not afford to linger. Today he dared to publicly humiliate the Tang family. Tomorrow, he he might very well target the Liu family. The Yi family is indeed a cooperative clan of the Liu family. How could they possibly allow the audacious Su Fugui to behave so recklessly? This individual must not be spared. The primary reason lies in the fact that Su Fugui's method of enhancing his cultivation is through direct point allocation rather than consuming medicinal pills. This leaves Yi Wangchuan unable to exploit the situation. Currently, the only resource provided by the system is money, and Yi Wangchuan is certainly not lacking in that regard. Thus, keeping Su Fugui around serves no purpose for exploitation, and his ambitions are considerable. Furthermore, as a member of the Su family, who harbors enmity towards the Yi family, he could very well be a remnant seeking vengeance. It would be prudent to eliminate him directly to avert potential future troubles. However, with Li Luo and Lu Han currently absent, am I truly in a position to eliminate Su Fugui? Yi Wangchuan felt a surge of doubt within. The last successful elimination of Tang Sen was largely attributed to the presence of Li Luo. The fateful son delivering the final blow to another fateful son would not trigger the blood lock or explosive transformation. Yet now, Li Luo had gone to the Li family, and Lu Han was diligently honing his skills within the Liu family. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Fang Quebec. It seemed implausible. Su Fugui bore no grudge against him, and Fang Ke would undoubtedly refrain from aiding him in committing murder. After all, Fang Ke was originally the mentor of the Destined One. While his moral character might not be impeccable, he certainly possessed a code of ethics, refusing to harm the innocent and defenseless. Unlike himself, a villain who, out of mere anxiety, contemplated the elimination of others, clearly a manifestation of paranoid delusions. This course of action would not suffice. Without the Destined One's timely intervention, the risks were excessively high. Moreover, with Fang Ke's master present, it was essential to maintain a virtuous and upright impression to facilitate future endeavors. The most prudent solution at present was to seek out Li Jia and confront Li Luo. Taking advantage of Su Fugui's current unpreparedness, they could collectively overpower him. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment before turning to Fang Quebec. He addressed her, "Master," upon careful observation. "I discern that the quality of the garments in this shop is rather inconsistent and does not befit you. However, an idea has just struck me. The Li family excels in various products, one of which is apparel. How about we visit the Li family to have a custom outfit made for you?" Fang Ke nodded in agreement. "That sounds fine. It would also be good to see Li Luo." Chapter 38. Yi Wangchuan arrives at the Li family, thanks to the esteemed Zai for the certification and additional content. At the Li residence, Li Shu, I have returned. As Li Luo spoke, he pushed open the door and entered a room. Inside, at a wooden table, Li Laotu was engaged in conversation with a short elder, who stood at a mere 1.40 meters. Upon noticing Li Luo's return, Li Laotu turned to him, his expression somewhat stern. "Why were you out all night? Where have you been?" "Let me tell you, there are many ill-intentioned individuals outside, especially towards young girls like you. I spent the night with Yi Wangchuan on Ling Mountain." Li Luo interjected. "However, it must be said that you indeed need to venture out alone occasionally to cultivate your self-sufficiency." Li Laotu's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression softening instantly. Li Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, indeed. The members of the Li family change their expressions the moment they hear the name Yi Wangchuan. Is Yi Wangchuan a special switch? At this moment, old Li spoke again. "By the way, Li Luo, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual beside me. He is the grand elder of the Li family. You must have encountered him on the celestial stairs." Upon hearing this, Li Luo turned to the short old man, the grand elder of the Li family. It was he who had rescued her when Yi Wangchuan had bound her on the celestial stairs. As a consequence, she had since joined the Li family. Li Luo nodded and politely said, "Greetings, grand elder." "Haha, there's no need for such formality. Just a casual introduction will suffice." The grand elder waved his hand, chuckling. "Li Luo, I assume you have not yet joined any sect? As it happens, I have set aside some time recently to teach you my ink-based techniques, which are quite powerful." I apologize, but I have already joined a sect called the Sparrow Sect," Li Luo replied. Upon hearing this, both Old Li and the Grand Elder fell silent for a moment. The next second, Old Li furrowed his brow and said seriously, as a scion of a prominent family, "Why would you choose to enter a sect? Moreover, what is the Sparrow Sect? I have never even heard of it. Could it be a demonic faction?" "Yi Wangchuan is also in the Sparrow Sect," Li Luo interjected. "However, one cannot remain within the family indefinitely, otherwise, one risks stagnation. Old Li's expression shifted yet again. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, seemingly unfazed by the rejection, simply smiled and said, "Very well, Li Luo, you may study the techniques from the Sparrow sect for now. Should the opportunity arise in the future, feel free to come learn the ink techniques from me." Understood, Li Luo nodded. Subsequently, the group engaged in further conversation. In truth, Li Luo had come to inform them that she would be frequently residing atop Ling Mountain. Old Li had no objections, especially since Li Luo had spent the night with Yi Wangchuan. He certainly wouldn't voice any dissent. As the discussion continued, a servant knocked on the door. "Come in." "What is it?" "Honorable clan leader, it is as follows. Young Master Yi Wangchuan from the Yi family has arrived at the entrance of the Li family, stating he wishes to see Miss Li Luo." "Oh, who is it?" "Yi Wangchuan. Let him in. Whoever dares to block him will face my wrath." Old Li instantly perked up. Goodness. Li Luo voluntarily spent the night with Yi Wangchuan, and now he has come to seek her out. This is promising. The Li family is about to embark on a partnership with the Yi family. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, urging Li Luo to step outside and see what was afoot. In the Li family, within a garden, Yi Wangchuan sat on a wooden chair, indulging in fruit while awaiting Li Luo. Meanwhile, Fang Ke was taken by a maid from the Li family to a private room to have her measurements taken for custom garments. After a brief interval, Li Luo arrived in the garden. She approached confidently and plopped down beside Yi Wangchuan, munching on golden grapes. As she savored the fruit, she muttered, "What do you want from me? Soon, I will need you to assist me in eliminating someone. Upon completion, I shall waive your rent for a day," Yi Wangchuan casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Luo was about to retort about the absurdity of having a day off, but in the next moment, she turned her head in confusion and asked, "Are you talking about killing someone?" "Indeed, you are responsible for the deaths of Tang San and others. I doubt you would mind taking another life." Yi Wangchuan spoke as if it were a matter of course. Li Luo waved his hand and shook his head, intending to decline. In the next moment, a chime sounded, indicating the detection of a special event, and the system issued a task. Option 1. Refuse to assist Yi Wangchuan in committing murder. Task reward. A certificate of excellence, reflecting the host's benevolence. Option 2. Agree to assist Yi Wangchuan in committing murder. Task reward. Low-grade cultivation elixir 6. Low-grade foundation establishment elixir 2. Villainous emotional value 100. Option 3. Pretend to assist Yi Wangchuan, then suddenly betray him at a pivotal moment. Task reward. Low-grade foundation establishment elixir 5. Explosive talisman 2. Villainous emotional value 500. Upon hearing this series of electronic sounds in his mind, Li Luo's lips twitched. He almost forgot that his system possessed the function of issuing tasks. After contemplating the three options for a moment, Li Luo concluded that option 2 was undoubtedly the most favorable. Regardless of the allure of the rewards from option 3, one must still possess life to spend it. Having come to this realization, Li Luo turned to Yi Wangchuan and declared, "Very well, Yi Wangchuan. I shall assist you in committing murder. But you must waive my rent for a week. A single day is simply too meager." "Agreed." Yi Wangchuan nodded in agreement, somewhat taken aback that Li Luo had so readily acquiesced. However, upon reflection, it was not unexpected. A mere mortal life could hardly compare to the significance of 21 cultivation pills. After their discussion, the two prepared to embark on their murderous endeavor. Indeed, it was commonplace for the children of fate to conspire against another child of fate, was it not? Meanwhile, Su Fugue found himself less encumbered by matters. He first adorned himself handsomely at a tailor's shop and then, with the remainder of his funds, procured an opulent carriage, a lavish estate, recruited several attendants, splurged on furnishings, indulged in a grand feast, and even acquired a striking attendant for his harem, among other extravagances. During this time, Su Fugue faced skepticism regarding his ability to afford a carriage or a mansion, and his attendants were subjected to the harassment of local ruffians. Yet, these were mere trifles. Before long, evening descended. With only 50 coins remaining, he decided to halt his expenditures for the day, planning to continue once the promised 1,000 coins arrived the following day. As he traversed the dimly lit streets, he contemplated the 9 enhancement points displayed on his system interface. Having expended 30 points to reach the initial stage of the first realm, he realized that these 9 points were insufficient to advance to the mid-stage of the first realm and resolved to conserve them. Lost in thought, he was suddenly confronted by 2 shadowy figures, one male and one female. Su Fugui's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized his adversaries. To his astonishment, it was Tang Mo and his loyal attendant. Su Fugui, your end is nigh, Tang Mo proclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. At that moment, the marks on Tang Mo's face had vanished, a clear indication of the healing provided by the Tang family. Beside him stood a woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her figure tall and exquisite, her ample bosom straining against the fabric. She wore a delicately patterned mask that concealed all but her piercing eyes. Although her features remained obscured, those sharp eyes hinted at her breathtaking beauty. Do you know who this woman is? Tang Mo boasted. She is my most loyal attendant, Night Shadow. Can you guess her cultivation level? The initial stage of the second realm. She surpasses you by an entire realm. What can you possibly compare? As he spoke, Tang Mo attempted to slap Night Shadow playfully, eager to flaunt his possession of such a remarkable woman, while Su Fugui lacked any such fortune. However, Night Shadow deftly evaded his hand, her chilling voice emerging from beneath her mask. Young Master Tang, I am a hired assassin for 5 coins, not your loyal attendant. Please conduct yourself properly. Can you not humor me for a moment? I can offer you more coins. Tang Mo retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Night Shadow waved her hand dismissively. Apologies, but money is not the issue. Your behavior has crossed the line. Enough. Just go ahead and break that man's limbs. Tang Mo exclaimed impatiently, then turned his gaze to Su Fugui with a sinister grin. You are finished. I will make you wish for death. I want your limbs shattered, your body mutilated, and displayed in my family's lavatory. You shall not escape death. Su Fugui rolled his eyes in disbelief. You are quite the fool, lost in your own fantasies. Su Fugui, I curse you. Tang Mo shouted. Night Shadow, attack. In an instant, Night Shadow vanished from sight. Su Fugui gasped in surprise. As someone at the initial stage of the first realm, his reflexes were significantly sharper than those of an ordinary person. Yet even he could barely perceive the fleeting black shadow hurtling toward him. Without a moment to spare, he drew a sword from behind, positioning it defensively in front of him. This sword, acquired from an antique market, was said to belong to a wandering swordsman of the third realm. A renowned appraiser had once coveted it, only to be thoroughly humiliated by Su Fugui in front of others. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. It was only then that Su Fugui finally caught a clear glimpse of Night Shadow. She wielded 2 small daggers, their short range compensated by her incredible agility. With a single hand, she adeptly maneuvered both blades, launching a flurry of attacks. In an instant, she struck 3 times, leaving Su Fugui's arm numb and fracturing his wrist in the process. Damn it! Su Fugui yelped in shock, retreating hastily. Yet, as he moved back, Night Shadow closed in once more. He could feel her soft curves pressing against his neck, but there was no time to ponder such sensations. Night Shadow raised her dagger, poised to strike at his temple. Enough! You leave me no choice. Su Fugui grimaced, summoning his hidden skill. Ah! He shouted, lowering his head. Startled, Night Shadow swiftly kicked his leg, creating distance between them. What are you doing, you disgusting man? She spat, glancing down at herself in disdain. After taking a moment to compose herself, she picked up a towel and began to wipe herself clean. It was evident that this assassin had a strong aversion to being touched by unfamiliar men. Lying on the ground, Su Fugui clutched his thigh, grinning despite the pain. He had successfully deduced her weakness. Once Night Shadow had finished tending to herself, she glared at him with disgust. You revolting man, I will, before she could finish. Su Fugui produced 10 coins and tossed them to the ground. Night Shadow froze in astonishment. With a triumphant smile, Su Fugui declared, Kill Tang Mo? That doesn't seem right. Another 10 coins landed on the ground with a soft thud. Kill Tang Mo. Assassins value their reputation. We cannot simply. Yet another 10 coins fell. At this moment, Tang Mo finally grasped the situation, sweat pouring down his face as he lunged at Su Fugui, intent on delivering a fatal kick. Suddenly, Night Shadow seized Tang Mo's wrist with surprising strength. Young master, don't be hasty. Let us extract more coins from him first, then we can deal with him. All right. Tang Mo stammered nervously. With a flourish, Su Fugui displayed 50 coins, grinning. I have another 50 at home. Just as he finished speaking, a spray of blood erupted into the air. It is Tang Mo's blood. With a swift flick of her arm, Ying elegantly cleansed the dagger of any remnants of blood, leaving herself entirely untainted. She approached, collected the money, and coldly remarked, My brother is a top-tier assassin with triple cultivation. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Naturally, Su Fuguei chuckled softly as he struggled to rise, his movements hindered by a fractured thigh and wrist. At that moment, Ying tossed him a medicinal pill. Upon consuming it, he felt an invigorating rush coursing through his body, promising a recovery from his fractures in approximately 6 hours. Su Fuguei, leaning against the wall, managed to stand and inquired, "Are you interested in a long-term partnership? If you become my personal bodyguard, I shall offer you a daily remuneration of 5 coins. Oh, what do you mean by personal? Ying asked, casting a glance over Su Fuguei. To her surprise, the carefully groomed Su Fuguei indeed possessed a striking appearance. Had he not been so slender, he might have appeared even more handsome. For someone who was both attractive and affluent, Ying seemed less averse to the idea of him touching her. Perhaps a bit of both, Su Fuguei replied, extending his hand. Ying reciprocated. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed as Ying suddenly struck Su Fuguei's shoulder, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. He fell to the ground, grimacing in confusion, wanting to ask why. Then, a deafening crash erupted, debris flying in all directions. Su Fuguei watched in shock as a long spear slammed down precisely where he had just been standing. Chapter 40. Numerous contingencies with a thundering impact. The heavy spear caused the wall to collapse, fissures spiderwebbing across the floor. Su Fuguei, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, realized that had the spear struck him, he would have surely met his demise. Who goes there? Ying frowned, gazing towards the source of the spear's trajectory. At the end of the path, a man donned in a black mask approached, fanning himself leisurely. Who is that? Su Fuguei asked, his face a mask of confusion. After all, Wangchuan had concealed his identity with a mask while also adjusting his attire to alter his silhouette. Typically, those of lower cultivation would not recognize him as Wangchuan. Wangchuan chuckled softly twice, then closed his fan. In the next moment, a series of sharp clangs echoed through the air. Wangchuan swiftly drew his long spear. Night Shadow suddenly appeared before him, decisively launching an attack with the dagger in hand. Yet, Wangchuan retreated, positioning the spear defensively and sweeping it forward. Night Shadow initially intended to employ the same tactic, rapidly closing the distance. However, the significant advantage of the spear's reach rendered her attempts futile. No matter how she maneuvered, Wangchuan could effortlessly adjust the spear's tip to target her, leaving her unable to find any openings. Consequently, Night Shadow was compelled to alter her strategy, forcefully striking the spear with her dagger. She aimed to use her formidable strength to directly dislodge the spear. Wangchuan similarly swept his long spear towards the dagger. With a resounding clash, the dagger struck the spear. However, contrary to Night Shadow's expectations of a scene where the spear would vibrate upon impact, the dagger shattered instead. What extraordinary quality was this spear? So unyielding. Night Shadow was genuinely taken aback. The dagger he had deemed quite effective was shattered so effortlessly. This indicated that the spear was likely crafted from some exquisite material. Haste left no room for further contemplation. Wangchuan, perceiving his opponent's misjudgment, decisively thrust his spear forward in a sweeping motion. The distance was too close, leaving Night Shadow no choice but to hastily raise another dagger to shield his waist in an attempt to withstand the impact. Bang! The spear sent Night Shadow flying several meters away. Wangchuan pressed on, thrusting with his spear. However, Night Shadow, being a practitioner of the second level, was not easily incapacitated by a mere strike from the long spear. She swiftly rolled to dissipate the impact and sprang to her feet, drawing a backup dagger from her leg holster to continue the battle against Wangchuan. Despite Wangchuan being at the late stage of the first level and Night Shadow at the second, it was evident after several exchanges that Wangchuan held the advantage. Meanwhile, Su Fuguei observed the unfolding scene with astonishment, witnessing Night Shadow's fleeting silhouette engaged in combat with the mysterious man. The sound of metal clashing resonating for 3 seconds before Night Shadow was sent flying by the spear strike. Su Fuguei swallowed hard. He had nearly been slain by Night Shadow in mere seconds when at his peak, yet this enigmatic figure had managed to withstand her assault and launch her away. With his current injuries, he knew he could not intervene in this skirmish. As he contemplated, a youthful voice pierced the air. "Big brother, what happened here? A child?" Su Fuguei turned in confusion to discover the source of the voice. In the next moment, thud. As he turned, he was unexpectedly struck below the belt by Li Luo, who was masked and wielding a long spear. The excruciating pain surged through him, overwhelming even his resolute spirit. "Ah!" Su Fugue emitted a sharp cry, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing in agony. The pain was unbearable. With some effort, Li Luo lifted her spear, preparing to strike Su Fugue in the back of the head. Night Shadow, locked in combat with Yi Wangchuan, was taken aback by this turn of events. Memories of her time with Su Fugue flickered through her mind, albeit fleeting. Without hesitation, Night Shadow kicked Yi Wangchuan's spear away and dashed towards Li Luo, screaming, "Stop it!" Her frantic cries resonated, igniting a spark of realization in Su Fugue. "Yes, I cannot perish. There are enchanting twin maids waiting for me back at the estate." "Ah!" Su Fugue roared in defiance, mentally pleading, "System, grant me strength." Before he could finish his thought, a spear pierced the back of his skull, and darkness enveloped him. Night Shadow froze in her tracks. "What? Is he dead just like that?" On the other side, Yi Wangchuan smiled, relieved that he had brought Li Luo along. Otherwise, Su Fugue might have truly exploded with rage. Li Luo proved to be invaluable. Ding. The host has completed task option 2. Rewards. Low-grade cultivation pill 6. Low-grade foundation building pill 2. Villain emotion points 100. Current remaining villain emotion points, 480. Upon receiving her rewards, Li Luo's expression brightened. She then prepared to drag the corpse away to incinerate it, as per Yi Wangchuan's instructions, to prevent Su Fugue from resurrecting. But in the next moment, "No! Su Fugue!" Night Shadow roared, charging towards Li Luo. Despite having known Su Fugue for merely 10 minutes, she felt a profound bond with him. At the very least, she had to secure his body. Li Luo, startled by the approaching second-level practitioner, quickly abandoned the corpse and fled. Being only at the initial stage of the first level and lacking proficiency in spear techniques, she felt outmatched unless she resorted to explosive talismans, which she was unwilling to expend for a mere corpse. Indifferent to the body, Night Shadow seized Su Fugue's remains and fled at an astonishing speed, vanishing within seconds. Li Luo shrugged helplessly at Yi Wangchuan. "I can't catch up. It is what it is. By the way, you really do have a persecution complex. You want to burn the body after killing someone." Li Luo remarked nonchalantly. Having secured her task rewards and avoided 7 days of rent, the price was merely the life of an individual. Simple. Yi Wangchuan nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled Li Luo's hair, praising her. "You performed admirably this time. Your execution was decisively ruthless, devoid of any hesitation." Li Luo's lips twitched slightly in response. Well, that commendation was quite sufficient. Perhaps refrain from such flattery in the future. Curiosity flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Wangchuan and inquired, "Yi Wangchuan, your family possesses numerous formidable individuals, does it not? Why do you not enlist their assistance in your endeavors, opting instead for my involvement?" He replied thoughtfully, "The answer is rather simple. I wish to witness your gradual ascent to strength. I do not desire for you to remain feeble." Yi Wangchuan casually concocted a reason. He certainly could not divulge to Li Luo that he regarded her merely as a tool for his own gain. Moreover, Yi Wangchuan indeed sought out a member of the Yi family to keep watch in the vicinity, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. In the distance, on the dimly lit street, Yi Bai wiped the blood from his hands. Before him lay Night Shadow, covered in wounds. Although he did not understand why the young master had a penchant for burning the bodies of others, he complied with his wishes. "My apologies, dear sister." Yi Bai grinned mischievously as he spoke. Night Shadow opened her mouth, intending to utter something. However, her throat had already been severed. With a swift motion, Yi Bai crushed Night Shadow's neck beneath his foot. He then nonchalantly dragged the lifeless body of Su Fugue away. Chapter 41. Su Fugue's Precious Treasure. Thanks to the esteemed Night Star for the validation and additional update. The sound of crackling echoed. In the Yi family, within a quaint alchemy chamber, an elderly man sat before the furnace, meticulously wielding a feather fan to regulate the flames. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The alchemist, puzzled, glanced toward the entrance. "Who is it?" "Fourth Elder, it is I, Yi Bai." "Oh, young Bai, do come in," the fourth elder exclaimed, his expression brightening at the sound of Yi Bai's voice. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Yi Bai, who entered, bloodied and dragging a lifeless body behind him. The fourth elder, upon witnessing this unsettling sight, gasped in shock. "Dear me, young Bai, what has transpired? Here, take this medicinal pill, hurry." "Nay, fourth elder," Yi Bai replied. "The blood upon me belongs to another, it is not mine. There is no need for such alarm." Yi Bai hastily began to explain. Ah, I see. This is also because, apart from Wangchuan, you are my most cherished child, and I certainly do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. He chuckled heartily. The fourth elder patted his chest casually before turning his gaze to the corpse in Yi Bai's hands, his expression shifting to one of curiosity. By the way, little Bai, what is your intention in bringing this corpse here? Oh, this, Yi Bai replied. I would like you to incinerate this body, esteemed elder. Young Master Wangchuan mentioned that this individual is quite special and should be treated with utmost care. Understood. You may set it down. Once I have finished refining the elixir, I shall proceed to burn the corpse, he affirmed. Very well. Yi Bai nodded and departed from the alchemy room. After approximately half an hour, the fourth elder finally completed the alchemical process. Upon finishing, he turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of Su Fugui. What exactly did Xiao Bai say about this corpse? I can't quite recall. The fourth elder tapped his head, attempting to jog his memory. He vaguely remembered Yi Bai mentioning. I would like you to, this corpse, elder. Young Master Yi Wangchuan indicated that this individual is quite unique and requires meticulous handling. Yes, unique, meticulous handling. The fourth elder smacked his hand, suddenly enlightened. Xiao Bai must have intended for me to revive this corpse because of its uniqueness. However, due to his strained relationship with that old woman, he had no choice but to enlist my assistance. What a predicament. With a resigned smile, the fourth elder dragged Su Fugui's body towards a wooden building within the Yi residence. This building, known as the medical pavilion, consisted of 3 floors. The first floor was designated for treating common ailments such as colds, fishbone obstructions, abrasions, fractures, and so forth. The second floor catered to more serious injuries, including severed limbs, significant blood loss, poisoning, and cancer. The third floor was reserved for critically injured individuals, such as those suffering from drowning, asphyxiation, spinal fractures, extensive burns, or decapitation. The fourth elder tossed Su Fugui's body onto the surgical table on the 3rd floor and shouted, Old woman, can a first-stage cultivator who has been dead for an hour be saved? Alas, it's hardly a concern unless they're at the 4th stage. From a chair, a woman who appeared to possess a lingering charm reminiscent of a neighborly matron stood up. Her youthful appearance made it difficult to believe that she was the elderly woman the 4th elder had just referred to. Moreover, she was also the 6th elder of the Yi family. The 6th elder approached and examined Su Fugui's lifeless form closely. At that moment, her brow furrowed slightly as she pointed at Su Fugui's blood-soaked trousers, puzzled. Where are the accessories? Were they not collected? I don't know. The 4th elder scratched his forehead. Xiao Bai didn't provide the missing accessories either. Oh well, it's just a few missing parts. It's not a significant issue. The 6th elder waved her hand dismissively, donned a pair of gloves, and then began to perform the resurrection procedure. Since the individual was brought by the 4th elder, she did not inquire further. 3 minutes later, all done, the 6th elder declared, clapping her hands and discarding the gloves. Miraculously, all of Su Fugui's wounds had healed. As Su Fugui slowly opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at a ceiling crafted from exquisite redwood, along with a woman, an elderly man, and several medical apprentices peering down at him. Where am I? Su Fugui asked, bewildered. You are awake. The operation was a success. You have been revived. The 6th elder explained the situation. After hearing her words, Su Fugui felt utterly dazed. He had died, then been transported to the Yi family, and subsequently revived? What on earth? Why does the Yi family wish to resurrect me? Su Fugui inquired, his disbelief evident. I, Su Fugui, have no connections with your Yi family. Why have you inexplicably saved me? It is the will of young Master Yi Wangchuan. He believes you to be quite extraordinary and thus deemed it necessary to rescue you, replied the 6th elder, relaying the words of the 4th elder from earlier. Su Fugui fell silent for a moment, recalling the scene when a mysterious little girl had struck him with a spear, a chill coursing through him. To think, at this juncture, he would be granted a 3rd chance at life. Moreover, it was the very individual he had initially regarded with animosity, young Master Yi, who had come to his aid. Overcome with emotion, Su Fugui exclaimed, I am eternally grateful for this life-saving grace. The kindness of the Yi family and young Master Yi Wangchuan shall remain etched in my memory for all my days. That is splendid, the 6th elder chuckled, continuing. However, due to the absence of certain components, I have modified parts of your structure to a more suitable configuration. You will need some time to adjust. Which parts? Su Fugui queried, scratching his head in confusion. You will discover it soon enough, came the elusive reply. Feeling no significant ailment, Su Fuguwei departed from the Yi residence and returned to the mansion he had purchased earlier that day. I wonder how Yi Ying is faring. She should be fine. After all, she is of the second realm, he pondered. The thought of Yi Ying's alluring figure, encased in a form-fitting outfit, stirred a restlessness within Su Fuguwei. Unable to contain himself any longer, he summoned the enchanting twin maidens he had recruited earlier into his chamber. Once everything was prepared, Su Fuguwei grinned and revealed his prized possession. Huh. Su Fuguwei stared at the space where his treasure was typically kept, now conspicuously empty, leaving him bewildered. Where's my prized possession? Master, it appears you were a woman all along, one maid remarked. Sister, it is not uncommon for affluent families to possess peculiar preferences, the other chimed in. Indeed, he replied, bewildered. Meanwhile, on the side of Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo, after completing their assassination mission, Yi Wangchuan prepared to return to the Li family, as Master Fang Ke was still there. Just then, Li Luo suddenly tugged at Yi Wangchuan's sleeve. What is it? Yi Wangchuan, perplexed, turned his head to inquire. My legs are sore, carry me. Li Luo said this while climbing onto Yi Wangchuan's back. Yi Wangchuan was taken aback and quickly reached behind him, grasping Li Luo by the collar of her garment and pulling her down. He lifted her before him as one would a small kitten. If your legs are weary, take a rest. There are no ferocious bears pursuing you now, he remarked, somewhat exasperated. I'm feeling lazy. Hurry up and carry me back to the Li residence. Li Luo retorted. Did I give you so many elixirs yesterday just for this? She swung her limbs in the air. I merely agreed to accompany you for an evening stroll, and here we are, strolling indeed, she continued, seeing Li Luo's flailing antics. Yi Wangchuan couldn't help but be amused. This hardly counts. I am here to assist you in slaying foes, not merely wandering the streets. I shall provide you with 3 cultivation elixirs if you quickly carry me, Li Luo said, her voice tinged with irritation. Yi Wangchuan fell into contemplation for a moment, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. How about I let a maid from the Yi family carry you? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression momentarily froze. No way. I want you to carry me. You're the most capable. Why trouble someone else in the dead of night? Li Luo insisted stubbornly. With the answer now clear, Yi Wangchuan stroked his chin, beginning to calculate. The day prior, Li Luo had slain a formidable bear, and upon returning to the Changshou Palace with her on his back, she had not only produced a plethora of elixirs for herself, but also advanced to the initial stage of the first realm the following day. This indicated that during that one night, Li Luo had received an extraordinary amount of rewards. Initially, Yi Wangchuan had presumed that these rewards were a result of Li Luo's impressive feat of defeating a late-stage bear, which had garnered her an abundance of system rewards. However, today, Li Luo's sudden and unexpected request for him to carry her once more, coupled with her firm refusal of the maid's assistance, led him to ponder. Is it only when I carry Li Luo that she receives these system rewards? After Yi Wangchuan arrived at a rough conclusion, she calculated the quantity of medicinal pills from yesterday. Li Luo had bestowed upon her 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundational pills. Furthermore, she herself had achieved a breakthrough to the first level. In total, she possessed 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundational pills. This implies that by merely supporting Li Luo for one night, she could acquire enough pills to ascend to the second level? Haha, Li Luo. My interest in your system is growing ever stronger. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Yi Wangchuan glanced at Li Luo with a faint smile and remarked, I truly cannot find a way to resist you. Come on. Yi Wangchuan gently placed Li Luo upon his back and began to stroll leisurely towards the Li residence. With a gleeful chuckle, Li Luo thought to herself, it is once again time to indulge in the delightful pursuit of emotional value. With that thought, she playfully traced her fingers across Yi Wangchuan's back. Under her eager gaze, the notification chimed, Villain Emotional Value 1. Then, silence ensued. Oh, Li Luo was taken aback. Nudging Yi Wangchuan with her thigh. Villain Emotional Value 5. Villain Emotional Value 5? Why has the emotional value increment diminished so greatly today? Even if Yi Wangchuan has developed a resistance, it shouldn't have decreased this significantly. How infuriating. For the sake of my cultivation elixir, I must resort to more potent measures. With this resolve, Li Luo loosened the coat that Yi Wangchuan had gifted her. She then wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him close until her body, through the fabric of her chi-pao, pressed against his back. Once again, she heard the familiar notification, Villain Emotional Value 200. Villain Emotional Value 200. Hey Li Luo. What are you up to? Yi Wangchuan sensed a disturbance behind him and turned to inquire with a frosty expression. Upon hearing this, Li Luo revealed a mischievous grin and replied, I just feel a bit uncomfortable with the code in front of me. What is the matter? Oh, young Master Yi. Could it be that you're lost in fantasy? After all, you are already 18 and have yet to encounter a woman. Villain's Emotional Value 100. Villain's Emotional Value 100. I have already stated that I simply do not care for women. Yi Wangchuan spoke in silence. Oh, our young Master Yi is truly exceptional. So immaculate. Unlike other young masters who indulge in frivolous pursuits every day, undoubtedly leading to a certain degree of filth. Wouldn't you agree? Villain's Emotional Value 100. Yi Wangchuan took a deep breath, his hand reaching out to aim precisely at Li Luo's posterior, delivering a resounding slap. Smack. Li Luo. Yi Wangchuan. Be honest. Stop wriggling around. With that, Yi Wangchuan ceased his conversation with Li Luo. At times, he truly contemplated pinning Li Luo in the grassy thicket by the roadside and delivering a thorough thrashing until she no longer dared to provoke him. If it were not for the fact that Li Luo was an exceptional source of financial gain, he would fear inadvertently damaging her. Otherwise, she would certainly face dire consequences. Fortunately, after Yi Wangchuan had slapped her, Li Luo remained compliant for a full minute. The Yi residence. Yi Wangchuan escorted Li Luo into the Li residence. The guards were familiar with the two individuals and, as such, did not obstruct their passage. Yi Wangchuan entered the garden and casually placed Li Luo onto a wooden bench. At that moment, Li Luo was brimming with excitement. Just moments ago, she had managed to extract a staggering 1,800 points of villainous emotional value from Yi Wangchuan. Although it was not as much as her initial success, she was nonetheless satisfied, for the first time held a unique freshness. Li Luo glanced at her system space, which contained 6 cultivation pills, 2 foundation building pills, and 2,280 points of villainous energy. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a voice commanded, Li Luo. Procure 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation building pills. How can you be so demanding? Li Luo suddenly lifted her gaze to meet Yi Wangchuan's, each word laced with incredulity. 24 cultivation pills, 8 foundation building pills. Why so much? I require them to advance to the second tier, Yi Wangchuan replied with a nod. Are you out of your mind? I would never grant you such a fortune. It's far too excessive, Li Luo retorted, her tone filled with indignation. If you refuse, I shall not carry you home tomorrow evening, Yi Wangchuan threatened outright. Fine, fine. I can only offer you 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundation building pills, just like yesterday. Li Luo attempted to haggle as usual. That won't suffice. My price has increased. I demand 24 cultivation pills and 8 foundation building pills. Yi Wangchuan remained steadfast. Showing no signs of yielding, Li Luo lowered her head, counting on her fingers. By allowing Yi Wangchuan to carry her tonight, she had earned 1,800 points of villainous emotional value, equivalent to 30 cultivation pills and 10 foundation building pills. Therefore, even if she conceded to his demands, she would still gain a slight profit. With a determined bite of her lip, she resolved that for the sake of sustainable development, she would have to concede more benefits. With that thought, Li Luo slowly retrieved the pills from her pocket and handed them to Yi Wangchuan. After the exchange, her system space was left with merely 1,200 points of villainous emotional value. Chapter 43. Have you two cultivated together again? After storing the pills in her spatial ring, Yi Wangchuan, accompanied by Li Luo, stopped a servant and inquired, Excuse me, could you please tell me in which room Fang Ke is located? Ah, Master Yi. Miss Li, the servant quickly responded. Fang Ke has already fallen asleep in her guest room. Yi Wangchuan was not taken aback by this revelation. It was quite natural for Fang Ke to be resting at such a late hour. Then, please prepare a guest room for me as well. Upon hearing Yi Wangchuan's words, the attendant's mind raced with thoughts. She recalled a rule previously imparted by her senior. Whenever Yi Wangchuan was seen in the company of Li Luo, every effort should be made to facilitate their union. After contemplating this, the attendant spoke up. I sincerely apologize, young Master Yi, but it appears that there are no guest rooms available. Oh, is it truly the case that the Li family possesses so few guest rooms? Yi Wangchuan felt a twinge of confusion. He was contemplating whether he should simply purchase a horse-drawn carriage and return to the Yi residence for a night's rest. In that case, why not come and sleep in my room? Li Luo casually suggested from the side. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Regardless, they had to return to Lingshan by dawn, so it mattered little where they spent the night. With that, Li Luo grasped Yi Wangchuan's hand and began to lead the way. Behind them, a servant gave a thumbs up to Li Luo's back. Well done, Mississippi. You must stay with Yi Wangchuan. I've heard that the servants of the Yi family enjoy a complimentary resurrection once a year. I've always envied that. Inside Li Luo's chamber, it was merely a typical ancient bedroom, furnished with a bed, a table, and a cabinet, complemented by a hint of incense. Li Luo arranged the candles and, opening the cabinet, addressed Yi Wangchuan. You will be sleeping on the floor? Is that acceptable? No need. Yi Wangchuan waved his hand, pulled out a chair, and seated himself. Tonight, I shall strive to ascend to the second realm. I will forego sleep. Well, very well, Li Luo remarked. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, before heading off to take a shower. Yi Wangchuan produced 27 cultivation pills and 9 foundation building pills. The second level represents a significant realm, and the breakthrough naturally requires far more resources than the lesser realms. Yi Wangchuan calculated that if he consumed all these elixirs, he would likely achieve a breakthrough. He immediately began to ingest them rapidly, akin to devouring dates. However, transcending to the second level was not as simple as merely consuming the pills. Upon reaching the limits of one's cultivation, the subsequent step entails body forging. The distinction between a mortal and the first level lies in the latter's slightly greater robustness. The difference between the first and second levels is that the second level possesses a marginally enhanced physique and the nascent ability to manipulate spiritual energy. Nonetheless, a mere mortal cannot wield such energy. Thus, body forging is essential to enable the physical form to absorb and subsequently control spiritual energy. The process of body forging is neither overly complicated nor exceedingly simple. With unwavering dedication, eschewing food, drink, and sleep for 2 months, success in body forging can be attained. Naturally, Yi Wangchuan would certainly not resort to such methods. After holding back for 2 months, it is likely that the other favored ones of fortune would have ascended to the third realm or beyond. He rummaged through his spatial ring and soon unearthed a silvery elixir. Fortunately, on my 18th birthday, the fourth elder had gifted me a body refinement pill. Yi Wangchuan mumbled to himself as he consumed the body forging pill. The effect of this elixir was quite straightforward. It reduced the body forging process from 2 months to merely 6 hours. Following this, Yi Wangchuan merely needed to refrain from food, water, and sleep for a duration of 6 hours. Such a feat was exceedingly simple for him. After his breakthrough to the first level, Yi Wangchuan was already capable of going 3 days without sleep. However, it would undoubtedly be rather exhausting. Yi Wangchuan took out a fan and gently fanned himself while retrieving a book on marksmanship from his spatial ring, immersing himself in its pages to pass the time. Approximately an hour later, Li Luo, clad in a thin nightgown, walked into the bedroom, towel in hand to dry her hair. Noticing Yi Wangchuan seated on a wooden chair engrossed in his reading, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Aren't you supposed to be cultivating?" "I am indeed cultivating," he replied. "In 6 hours, I shall achieve a breakthrough to the second level," Yi Wangchuan casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression stiffened. Damn, he was merely at the initial stage of the first level, yet this formidable antagonist was set to advance to the initial stage of the second level by tomorrow? Although it was all thanks to his own contributions, this seemed utterly outrageous. Contemplating this, Li Luo glanced at his system space. With 1,200 points of villainous emotional value, he realized that by consuming 15 cultivation pills and 5 foundational establishment pills, he should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the first level. I must advance as well. Resolute in his decision, Li Luo promptly began to consume the pills one by one. To prevent Yi Wangchuan from snatching them away, he deliberately purchased only 1 pill at a time from the system. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched. How could Li Luo possibly possess such an abundance of elixirs? It seemed he had not been thorough enough in his endeavors. When Li Luo's villainous emotional value dwindled to a mere 300 points, she successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the first realm. What do you think now? With hands on her hips, Li Luo swaggered before Yi Wangchuan, flaunting her prowess. Indeed, impressive. Yi Wangchuan did not even glance at Li Luo, simply giving a thumbs up. "I'm going to sleep. I won't bother with you," Li Luo replied, speechless. as he dried his hair and dove into bed. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan continued to focus on his marksmanship. The following day, a powerful aura emanated from within Yi Wangchuan. He closed the book, stretched lazily, and sensed his body naturally absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. A slight smile graced his lips. He had successfully forged his body. With the cleansing power of spiritual energy, Yi Wangchuan no longer needed to rely on food for sustenance. Instead, he could directly convert spiritual energy into vitality. Furthermore, his body would no longer produce any impurities, such as skin flakes, oils, or dirt, and he would not need to relieve himself. Even after 10,000 years of seclusion, he would remain unsoiled. Most importantly, Yi Wangchuan could now manipulate spiritual energy to wield divine abilities. Those at the first level could not use divine abilities due to the absence of spiritual energy. At that moment, seeing that Li Luo was still asleep, Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched. He has been sleeping for 11 hours. With that thought, he approached and shook Li Luo awake. Li Luo sat up, looking somewhat bemused at Yi Wangchuan. She proceeded to tidy herself up as usual before stepping out with him. Outside Li Luo's room, several maids were diligently attending to their tasks when Elderly happened to pass by. Suddenly, he spotted the rosy-cheeked Li Luo and the somewhat weary Yi Wangchuan emerging together. Li Luo's vibrant complexion was due to her lengthy slumber, while Yi Wangchuan's fatigue stemmed from his all-night vigil. However, to Elderly's eyes, the scene appeared entirely different. Good heavens! Elderly gaped, incredulous as he beheld the two from afar. Just then, Fang Ke approached Li Luo and Yi Wangchuan. Noticing their heightened cultivation, Fang Ke inquired, "Have you two engaged in dual cultivation again? Why wasn't Ti included?" In the distance, Elderly, upon hearing Fang Ke's words, nearly had his eyes pop out of his head. Dual cultivation? Again? Excellent. Excellent. Li Luo, you are remarkable. But why does the master need to join in? Chapter 44. Almost forgot about that fellow Lu family. Huff. Huff. Luhan was in the courtyard, drenched in sweat as he relentlessly swung his fists. Each strike sent droplets of perspiration splattering onto the ground. You foolish child, take a break. You can't continue like this. Your body won't endure, an elderly voice within Luhan's clothing urged. It's fine. The Lu family has physicians. I won't perish. Luhan continued his solitary practice, displaying an attitude as if he did not value his life at all. Yi Wangchuan has reached the mid-stage of the first realm, and this revelation has struck Luhan profoundly. Within him, a tumult of emotions brews, astonishment, envy, jealousy, and admiration intertwine. Yet, predominantly, there lies an insatiable desire to catch up. Unfortunately, Yi Wangchuan's ascent is akin to a cheat code, making the pursuit seem almost insurmountable. Even if Luhan were to devote himself to relentless training, he estimates it would take him a year to reach the first realm. But what value is the first realm? It merely signifies a slight enhancement in physical prowess, allowing one to shatter a solid stone of 2 meters in size with a single punch, without the ability to wield spiritual energy or divine powers. What significance does it hold? Only upon reaching the second realm does the true journey commence. And the second realm is a level that takes an ordinary person a decade of cultivation to attain. Sighing, an aged voice offered consolation from a different perspective. My dear child, do not constantly compare yourself to Yi Wangchuan. He is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, blessed with abundant familial resources, and thus, his rapid progress is only to be expected. Yet, I can assure you that among this generation in Chang'an City, your cultivation level is undoubtedly second only to Yi Wangchuan. The confidence in the elder's words provided Lu Han with a measure of comfort. At that moment, nearby, old Lu reclined, supervising his son's training while sipping tea. Feeling somewhat bored, he thought to strike up a conversation with old Li. With a mere flick of thought, a strand of consciousness reached out to the Li family. Moments later, a response echoed back from the Li residence. Hey, old Lu, what do you want? Nothing much, just feeling a bit bored as my son is diligently training. Sometimes, being too hard-working isn't necessarily a good thing, old Lu replied, his words laden with complaint, yet his expression brimming with uncontainable joy. Before long, old Li's reply came, but it was not the irate response old Lu had anticipated. That's not quite right. Hard work is always commendable. Unlike my Li Luo, who hardly puts in any effort, always sticking to Yi Wangchuan and neglecting his duties, even dining across from me. Old Li scoffed. Humph. If it weren't for Yi Wangchuan's mysterious dual cultivation technique that has propelled Li Luo to the mid-stage of the first realm, I shudder to think how far behind he would be. What? Old Lu jumped up in astonishment. The subsequent words escaped him in a shout rather than through thought. Pfft. Lu Han, who was training nearby, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What nonsense is this? With a talent ranking of 97, Li Luo has reached the mid-stage of the first realm, yet I, with a ranking of 96, remain unqualified for even the first realm? Oh dear. Silly child. You must not let your mind stray into madness, allowing anger to cloud your heart and shatter your resolve. And no, it's fine. It's just that Li Luo has broken through to the first realm. I am not that fragile, Lu Han stubbornly asserted, rising to his feet. Seeing that Lu Han had not succumbed to despair, the aged voice sighed in relief. Indeed, indeed. Even if you lag behind Wangchuan or Li Luo, what of it? They have only surpassed you by a single realm. Meanwhile, Old Li, hearing Old Lu's reaction, was quite pleased. He chuckled and continued, yes. I truly wonder what kind of dual cultivation technique it is that is so formidable that even Wangchuan has ascended to the early stage of the second realm. Wangchuan has reached the early stage of the second realm. This exclamation, too, erupted from Old Lu's lips. Pfft. Once more. Lu Han expelled a large quantity of blood. He lay on the ground, coughing incessantly, struggling to breathe. The second realm? Wangchuan has reached the second level? While I have yet to attain the first level, he's already able to wield divine powers. Ah. Upon this realization, Lu Han spewed another mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloping his vision as he collapsed to the ground. An elderly voice remarked, I had intended to offer some consolation to this foolish child. At least he could secure third place in this round. Surely, no one else can ascend to the first level within a month, can they? Nearby, the astounded old man Lu felt as though he might sever his connection to the divine senses. He feared that if he continued conversing, he would be driven to madness by old man Li. It was incomprehensible how the Li family had stumbled upon such a great treasure this year. Humph. The displeased old Lu turned his gaze toward Lu Han, only to find him lying in a pool of blood. Ah, my son. When Lu Han regained consciousness, he found himself in a medical facility. The attending physician, noticing his awakening, hurriedly exclaimed, Ah, young Master Lu Han, you are awake. You recently experienced a surge of anger that placed undue strain on your heart. I am fine. Allow me to step outside for some fresh air, Lu Han replied coldly. Rising from the bed and striding toward the door, the physician called out in vain. Soon, Lu Han arrived at the banks of a tranquil river, where he settled on the grass beside a tree, lost in a myriad of memories. Lu Han, that lad, had always approached the study of cultivation manuals with utmost seriousness. After all, he was the child of the Lu clan leader, destined to possess immense strength. Ha ha ha, Lu Han, you are a true genius. Come, Lu Han. This is Wangchuan. You two shall be good brothers henceforth. Engage with one another often. As he gazed at the flowing waters in the passage of memories, Lu Han's heart gradually found peace. Old Sheen, you once told me about a sacred mountain you visited. Within that mountain lies a mysterious cave, correct? Indeed. Furthermore, that cave is shrouded in special restrictions, only permitting those of the third level or below to enter, and it opens once every 1,000 years. The elderly voice of Old Sheen explained. Lu Han inhaled deeply and inquired, where is its location, and when will it next open? Foolish child. It is far beyond your comprehension. Moreover, the sacred mountain is fraught with danger. Should you venture there, I fear not death, Lu Han interjected solemnly. I must grow stronger. Old Sheen continued, I have set a formation on the sacred mountain. When that mysterious cave opens, it will emit a radiant light. No sooner had he finished speaking than boom. A resplendent blue light shot forth from the very heart of Chang'an City. The brilliance reflected in Lu Han's eyes as he stood up, his fist clenched. Old Sheen remarked, When did the sacred mountain move to the center of Chang'an City? Chapter 45, The Opening of the Cave at this moment. Within the longevity palace of the sacred mountain, Feng Ke was instructing Wangchuan in the art of sparrow technique. Concentrate your intent, then channel your spiritual energy, creating a connection between yourself and the object you wish to manipulate with the sparrow technique. Beside them, Wangchuan and Li Luo sat attentively, observing Feng Ke's demonstration. Just then, boom, a dazzling blue light surged into the sky. The three within the longevity palace naturally turned to gaze at the phenomenon. Li Luo asked, Wangchuan, what is happening? Wangchuan, that is the cave heaven formation, whose sole purpose is to indicate the opening of a cave. The brilliance of the light emitted by the formation signifies the abundance of rare treasures within the cave. The color of the light denotes the level of conditions required for entering the cave. Li Luo. Oh, Wangchuan, You possess quite an extensive knowledge. What does this blue light signify? Wangchuan. The treasures and rare artifacts are abundant, accessible only to those of threefold cultivation or below. After Wangchuan concluded his explanation, he bowed his head in contemplation. Only those of the third tier and below are permitted entry. Thus, he could seize the opportunity to search around a bit. Wangchuan harbors an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. From a tender age, he has undergone various combat training, mastering the esteemed techniques of the Yi family as marksmanship. Furthermore, due to his affluent upbringing, he has always wielded the finest long guns available for his current capabilities, often amassing several thousand of the highest quality firearms suited to his skill level. The term current capability is significant, as higher-grade melee weapons tend to be increasingly cumbersome. Thus, the utilization of spiritual or celestial weapons remains beyond Wangchuan's reach. Nevertheless, he possesses an extraordinary combat strength that enables him to engage opponents of higher tiers. This is all the more remarkable considering he has yet to learn divine abilities. Once he masters the art of the sparrow and acquires a few explosive talismans, his potential will be truly formidable. Wangchuan estimated that he could manage a trifling initial stage. Beside him, Li Luo contemplated with simplicity. Oh, a dungeon has opened. There are rewards to be claimed. Although she was incapable of overcoming the trifling challenge, she could certainly enlist Wangchuan to do so. A mischievous grin crossed her face as she envisioned Wangchuan as her instrument, battling while she reaped the spoils. The thought brought her delight. Ah, that celestial realm. Lacking in intrigue, Feng Ke yawned, seemingly well acquainted with that celestial realm. Wangchuan glanced at Feng Ke and inquired, "What do you think?" Every time it opens, a multitude of people floods into the mountains, creating a cacophony. I hope this year will be a bit more peaceful. By the way, are you and Li Luo planning to go in? Wangchuan, perhaps you should first learn a bit of sparrow technique before entering? Feng Ke asked. Her expression filled with curiosity. Wangchuan shook his head and said, "Let us first enter the cave realm. By the time I master the sparrow technique, the rare treasures will likely have been snatched away." Very well, Feng Ke responded without further interference, instead clapping her hands to summon the large sparrow. Before long, the large sparrow led the three of them to the entrance of the cave realm. The entrance resembled a colossal cave with a diameter of 500 meters, shrouded in dense mist that obscured the view of what lay within. Observing the entrance in this state, Li Luo's eyes darted as he turned to Feng Ke and inquired, "Master Feng Ke, might you be able to block the entrance to prevent others from entering? Just allow Wangchuan and me to search for treasures inside." "What are you thinking?" Feng Ke replied. "Such a grand cave realm requires a sufficient number of participants to activate. Moreover, there are multiple entrances. Individuals from other regions may very well encounter you within." Upon finishing her explanation, Feng Ke turned to Wangchuan and added, "The cave realm requires a gathering of 1,000 people to open, with a maximum capacity of 10 billion. While we await others, I shall teach you the sparrow technique." "All right," Wangchuan responded. Wangchuan nodded and began to practice the sparrow technique. After approximately 10 minutes of diligent effort, a sudden commotion arose as an elderly man, accompanied by a young man, soared into the air. It was none other than old Lu and Lu Han. Upon landing, Lu Han immediately spotted Wangchuan, who was engrossed in his training. A profound respect welled up within him. Even now, Brother Yi is exerting himself with such dedication. Surely, Brother Yi must be toiling day and night to ascend to the second level, never pausing for a moment. If someone as gifted as Brother Yi, at the 99th rank, is working so hard, how could I afford to slack off? With that thought, Lu Han turned to old Lu and said, "Father, now is the perfect time to teach me the Lu family sword technique." "Ah? Oh, all right, old Lu replied, somewhat bewildered. Yet he had no reason to refuse his son's request to practice swordsmanship. Nearby, Li Luo observed Wangchuan and Lu Han training, her lips twitching slightly. To avoid drawing attention, she approached Wangchuan and pretended to practice alongside him. Gathering 1,000 individuals was neither too difficult nor too simple. An hour later, the entire Ling Mountain was bustling with over 1,000 participants. Due to Ling Mountain's central location in Chang'an City, many from various clans had already rushed up the mountain upon seeing the beam of light. Additionally, several sects within and near Chang'an quickly sent their disciples over. As for the common folk without families or sects, they were left behind. Climbing a mountain of 100,000 meters was no task for the average person. On Ling Mountain, near the entrance to the cave, a throng of people gathered, densely packed. Many were accompanied by their elders, most of whom were formidable beings. Consequently, A multitude of fourth-tier and higher powers were now exchanging glances atop Ling Mountain. Most wished to quietly wait for the younger generation to enter the cave realm, for engaging in conflict would only yield disadvantages. However, there were always some who were less than compliant. "Ha! So many people. I shall claim you all as my souls," cackled a powerful sixth-tier demon cultivator, but before he could finish his sentence, his body twisted grotesquely and collapsed. "If you wish to fight, do it elsewhere. Leave my mountain." Fong Ke, with an expression of indifference, flicked her finger, compressing the demon cultivator's physical form and soul into a small meatball, burying it in the ground as nourishment for Ling Mountain. Those around her swallowed hard, abandoning any thoughts of creating chaos. To effortlessly dispatch a sixth-tier opponent demonstrated Fong Ke's unfathomable strength. Furthermore, beside her sat old Lu, leisurely sipping tea. Hu and Chang'an did not know that the Lu clan patriarch was second only to the monstrous Yi Jintian. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted." The four individuals lamented as they carried a palanquin up the mountain, adorned with a large character for Tang. It was evident they belonged to the Tang clan. "Oh, the cave hasn't opened yet. I am truly fortunate." A vibrant young lady emerged from the palanquin, lifting her skirt and swiftly joining the crowd. With her arrival, the gathering finally reached 1,000 individuals of third-tier cultivation and below. The entrance to the cave began to unveil itself as the mist gradually dissipated. Chapter 46. Let us go kill. Thanks to the deity certification from Catgirl Meow, an additional update. As the smoke cleared, a massive formation came into view. "Hee. I shall go first." With that, one individual leapt onto the formation and vanished instantaneously. The others, realizing the situation, hurriedly followed suit, causing an uproar as bodies pressed against one another. However, within a 10-meter radius of Yi Wangchuan, no one dared to intrude. After all, this Yi was indeed a formidable figure. "Come, take my hand." Yi Wangchuan extended his hand towards Li Luo. Noticing Li Luo's momentary hesitation, Yi Wangchuan proceeded to elucidate. "The magical formation at the entrance of this cave is a teleportation array. Should we step inside, we will be transported to any location within the cave. By holding my hand, we shall be teleported to the same destination." "Oh, I see," replied Li Luo, as he reached out his small hand. Yi Wangchuan firmly grasped her hand with his large palm. The next moment, a loud bang echoed. Yi Wangchuan leapt directly into the air, gracefully stepping atop the heads of the crowd before plunging into the teleportation array. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and elegance. What was that? In the midst of the throng, Su Fugue, jostling for space, suddenly felt a foot pressed down upon his head. Puzzled, he raised his gaze but could not discern who had stepped on him. Scratching his head in confusion, Su Fugue muttered, "Which fool just trod on my head?" Nevertheless, his primary objective remained clear: to enter the cave realm and locate the rare treasures capable of restoring his younger brother. A serious expression adorned Su Fugue's face. Once he revived his sibling, he would certainly show those enchanting twin maidens a thing or two. Soon enough, everyone entered the cave realm. Within the confines of K Mountain's cave, suspended 100 meters above the ground. Whoosh! Suddenly, the figures of Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo appeared. The two plummeted downward. Upon realizing he was falling from a height of 100 meters, Li Luo swiftly scrambled onto Yi Wangchuan's back with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Wangchuan coldly remarked, "I shall assist you in landing with 3 foundation establishment pills. Otherwise, I will cast you down." "Agreed," Li Luo responded decisively. For this was no heavenly realm, and a fall here would render one irretrievable. Upon confirmation, Yi Wangchuan nodded slightly. He then ceased all activity, awaiting the inevitable descent. Li Luo exclaimed, Hey! Bang! Yi Wangchuan, along with Li Luo, fell heavily to the ground, creating a significant crater in the soil. Li Luo immediately cried out, "It hurts." "Does it not hurt?" He rose from the ground, dusting off his clothing. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan had already assumed a strikingly composed posture upon landing. The initial 10 seconds after the teleportation granted them invincibility. "By the way, Li Luo, 3 foundation establishment pills," he remarked. Li Luo retorted, "You should have mentioned the invincibility sooner. Trying to trick me out of my pills, are you?" Yi Wangchuan, indeed. Li Luo gritted his teeth and presented Yi Wangchuan with 3 foundation establishment pills. Consequently, Li Luo's villainous emotional value plummeted from 300 points to 30 points. However, it mattered not, for the forthcoming period was a precious opportunity for me to be alone with Yi Wangchuan. I still had ample chances to extract Yi Wangchuan's villainous emotional value. As Li Luo pondered on how to reap those emotional points, a voice interrupted. Hey, where do you two hail from? A burly man, donned with an eye patch, approached, wielding a colossal 2-meter-long machete upon his back. Wangchuan chuckled softly and leaned in, saying, "Oh, do you not know who I am? I am acquainted with you, Clang." Wangchuan had not finished his words when he and the burly man struck simultaneously. The long spear clashed against the broadsword, and the tremendous force rebounded, causing Wangchuan to stagger back a few steps. It was evident that, in terms of sheer strength, Wangchuan was no match for this formidable man, whose cultivation level was at the mid-stage of the second realm. Seizing the moment, the burly man pressed forward decisively, fully aware of the importance of maintaining proximity to Wangchuan. "Oh, you recognize me? I am the leader of the mountain bandits. Those who know me are not so delicate." The burly bandit snorted derisively. "Oh, no wonder. Brother, I am but a wandering cultivator, all alone. The cave's trials have just begun, and I possess no treasures. Why don't we join forces?" Wangchuan began to weave his deceitful words. "Wandering cultivator? Then what is that space ring on your hand?" The bandit retorted sharply. "Here is the deal. You hand over that space ring, and I will spare your life." It was clear that the mountain bandit was not easily swayed. "That simply won't do," Wangchuan sighed. "Then you shall perish," the bandit bellowed. At that moment, he was already perilously close to Wangchuan. The bandit brought his hands together, raising his broadsword high to deliver a devastating blow. Bang! Li Luo thrust his spear from behind, delivering a heavy jab to the bandit's lower body, producing a shower of sparks. The bandit was clad in iron undergarments. The bandit turned to Li Luo, sneering mockingly, "Humph. Useless. I am at the mid-stage of the second realm. A mere first-realm brat like you cannot harm me." With that, he swung his broadsword down with great force. Bang! As the blade struck, the ground trembled violently. Cracks instantly spread across the ground within a 10-meter radius of the bandit. The immense shockwave erupted forth, sending Li Luo soaring into the air. If the force at the periphery was so colossal, one could only imagine the devastation at the center. The bandit, grinning, earnestly advised, "Kid, in your next life, remember not to flaunt your space ring so ostentatiously." Puff! A long spear pierced through the bandit's heart. The bandit, bewildered, gazed ahead. As the smoke cleared, he found his broadsword had been cleaved in two. What kind of spear is this? So unyielding? The dark steel spear, worth 200 gold coins each. After Wangchuan concluded his explanation, he swiftly drew his spear and kicked the bandit's lifeless body to the ground. He then swept the spear across, slicing open the cloth pouch at the bandit's waist. Upon inspecting the contents, he discovered it held merely a handful of coins, inferior medicinal pills, and some bandages. There was nothing of worth within. What a waste of time. Is it because I am not the favored one of fortune that slaying monsters yields no equipment? Wangchuan sighed as he walked over to pick up Li Luo, who had fallen to the ground, and strode away. Meanwhile, Li Luo harbored similar thoughts. Upon encountering the bandit with no gold coins dropped, she felt a twinge of disappointment. However, at that moment, a notification chimed, indicating the detection of a special event and the issuance of a task. Special task: defeat enemies and acquire treasures. Continuing until departure from the cave realm. Reward: the corresponding villainous emotional value will be granted based on the defeated enemy's cultivation and the value of the treasures obtained. Ding! The host successfully assisted in defeating an enemy at the mid-stage of the second level of cultivation. Villainous emotional value 250 points. Current remaining, 280 points. Li Luo exclaimed. Wangchuan, let us slay a few more foes, shall we? Chapter 47, Lu Han's Opportunity. Killing? Wangchuan turned his head in confusion to gaze at Li Luo. Is it not so? You, a child of fortune, are discussing with me, a great villain, the possibility of taking more lives? Are you truly a child of fortune? For every life you take, I shall grant you 3 cultivation pills. Li Luo proclaimed, extending a single finger as he spoke. Wangchuan shook his head and resolutely declined, saying, "No, the duration of an open cave realm lasts at least 7 days, during which there will be no exit. We cannot squander our stamina on futile battles." Li Luo let out a slight sigh of disappointment, but there is nothing to be done about it. After all, the fighting mainly falls upon Wangchuan. I cannot compel him to engage in combat. Soon, Wangchuan and Li Luo arrived at a secluded forest. This place was relatively hidden, so they decided to rest here for a while. Wangchuan spoke as he casually swung his long spear, severing a towering tree that reached 100 meters in height. Using the fallen trunk as a makeshift bench to sit upon, Li Luo nodded in agreement, intending to take a moment to rest. Suddenly, she recalled the task assigned by the system to vanquish foes and acquire treasures. As she pondered the notion of treasure, Her gaze fell upon a vibrant flower beneath the tree. She crouched down, plucked the exquisite bloom, and stored it away. Ding! The host has harvested a calm flower. Valued at 5 silver coins, villain's emotional value 0. 05. Oh my. A swift smile spread across Li Luo's face. She turned to Wangchuan and said, Wangchuan, why not try plucking that fruit beside you? Wangchuan glanced at his companion in confusion and reached out to pluck the fruit. Ding! The host's partner has harvested one forget-me-not fruit, valued at 10 silver coins, with the antagonist's emotional value increasing by 0. 1. Wow. Wangchuan, quickly stand up. Let us gather more of these delightful items together. After speaking, Li Luo began eagerly foraging through the woods, leaving no flower or fruit unpicked. Wangchuan gazed at Li Luo, utterly speechless, before casting his eyes upon the materials she had gathered, regardless of the type. The stockpile within the Yi family was calculated in tens of thousands of tons. The Li family, too, surely did not lack such trifles. Pondering this, Wangchuan spoke. Do refrain from collecting any further. What if it draws unwanted attention? Your family possesses an abundance of these. Li Luo replied, for every 5 pieces of material you gather, I shall grant you a cultivation elixir. Wangchuan, very well. Even the tiniest morsel of a mosquito's leg is still flesh. I shall reluctantly gather a few. Upon hearing Li Luo's words, Wangchuan immediately rose to his feet. He then wielded his long spear and swept it with great force. Before him, yet another colossal tree, towering 100 meters, splintered upon impact. Subsequently, Wangchuan raised his spatial ring and approached, directly storing the fallen trunk along with its fruits within the confines of the ring. After all, the space within the ring could easily accommodate the entirety of the spirit mountain, let alone a few modest 100-meter tree trunks. As Wangchuan collected the tree, a notification chimed. Ding! The host's companion has harvested a substantial amount of materials, valued at 200 silver coins, villain emotional value 2. Li Luo exclaimed, Oh, that was swift. Wangchuan and Li Luo frantically scoured the forest. As they rummaged through the underbrush, Li Luo suddenly caught sight of a dark cave in the depths. Wangchuan, there is a cave here. Shall we venture inside to take a look? Wangchuan pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. Based on his experiences from his previous life reading novels, he surmised that caves within secret realms typically housed formidable foes and hidden opportunities. It seemed that the halo of fortune belonging to Li Luo was beginning to manifest. With this thought in mind, Wangchuan retrieved his spear and a candle, leading Li Luo into the depths of the cave. Inside a dim and damp cavern, Luhan walked cautiously. The only source of illumination came from the vines clinging to the rocky walls, faintly glowing. As Luhan navigated through the darkness, he mused aloud, Old Sheen. Where are we? My memory fails me. The last time I entered this cave was nearly 10,000 years ago. However, I recall that many sought to seize its treasures. Old Sheen began to reminisce when suddenly, a woman's anguish cry echoed from the depths of the cave. Luhan furrowed his brow and proceeded towards the source of the sound. At that moment, Old Sheen's voice filled with concern reached him. Many demons disguise themselves as women or infants, luring unsuspecting humans into traps. I advise against venturing further. The risks are too great. Fear not, Old Sheen. I merely wish to take a glance and scout the way, Luhan reassured him. Soon, he arrived near the weeping voice. He tore off several glowing vines from the walls and tossed them towards the sound. The faint light illuminated the origin of the cries, revealing a young girl collapsed on the ground, her leg marred by a deep gash. Before her lay a colossal serpent, measuring 20 meters in length, slithering closer, its forked tongue flicking in anticipation. The girl, realizing she was within the serpent's striking distance, instinctively recoiled, only to find her escape route blocked. The serpent displayed a cunning grin, opening its massive jaws to lunge at her. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a stone struck the serpent's head with a resounding thud. The serpent, momentarily stunned and bewildered, turned to see a mere mortal, who had yet to reach even the first level of cultivation, daring to assault it. Enraged, the serpent coiled its body and sprang forward with tremendous force, launching itself at Luhan. Luhan, taken aback by the serpent's agility, hastily drew his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. He swung the blade fiercely at the serpent's head. The clash produced a shower of sparks as the sword met the serpent's scales. But the blade was left with a significant gash. Stunned by the outcome, Luhan barely had time to react when the serpent's tail lashed out, striking him hard on the shoulder. Luhan was sent crashing against the stone wall, embedding himself slightly into the rock. His arm, struck fiercely, hung limply by his side, completely devoid of strength. The overwhelming force coursed through him, and with a violent cough, blood spilled from his lips. That single blow to his arm had nearly brought him to the brink of death. This serpent possessed strength equivalent to that of a mid-level cultivator, truly terrifying. As the serpent approached Lu Han with a sinister grin, relishing the thrill of toying with its prey, Lu Han furrowed his brow, attempting to muster the strength for a counterattack. Yet, survival itself seemed a monumental challenge, let alone resistance. Damn it! Is this where my journey ends? But I refuse to accept this. Lu Han roared in frustration. Inside Lu Han's garments, old Qin sighed. It appears I must resort to that technique. Before he could finish his thought, a spear hurtled through the air, mercilessly shattering the serpent's skull. The impact reverberated throughout the cavern, shaking it to its very core. In that moment, both Lu Han and old Qin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before them. Chapter 48, Lu Han. I have transformed your tale from one of a singular female protagonist to a narrative without any female lead. Ding. The host's companion has triumphed over a mid-level adversary. Villain's emotional value 150. Wangchuan stood at the entrance of the cave, wearing an expression of utter indifference. In contrast, Li Luo stood beside him, his face alight with excitement. It turned out that slaying beasts could also yield emotional value. Lu Han, it is you. Wangchuan lifted Li Luo with his arm and leaped down from the cave entrance, landing gracefully beside Lu Han. Lu Han, trembling, retrieved a medicinal pill from his spatial ring and consumed it. Brother Yi, I am grateful for your rescue, he exclaimed. It was merely a small serpent. There is no need for concern. Wangchuan spoke carelessly, seemingly dismissing the long serpent entirely. However, his words rendered both Lu Han and Elder Qin speechless. Just moments ago, that serpent had nearly struck Lu Han dead. Elder Qin was on the verge of employing a secret technique to preserve Lu Han's life. Yet, in Wangchuan's eyes, it was merely a small snake. It is worth noting that Wangchuan and Lu Han were contemporaries. Stop chatting and save me. At that moment, a feminine voice interrupted the dialogue between Wangchuan and Lu Han. Following the sound, they discovered it was the young girl who had previously been encircled by the serpent. The girl now appeared pallid, her complexion reminiscent of someone afflicted by a potent toxin. Wangchuan and Lu Han approached and discovered 2 small puncture wounds on the girl's thigh. It was evident that she had been bitten by some venomous snake. Immediate action was required to extract the poison for her treatment. You should assist her in receiving the necessary care. Wangchuan lightly tapped Lu Han, who was disinclined to assist in extracting the toxins. Lu Han nodded and promptly approached the young lady, saying, "Hello, allow me to assist you." In this pressing situation, the young lady glanced at the 2 men before her. Both of them are quite handsome, she mused. Furthermore, they both possess spatial rings, suggesting they hailed from affluent families. However, the man wielding the spear seemed to possess greater strength, capable of slaying a giant serpent with a single thrust. In contrast, the swordsman appeared rather weak, nearly dispatched by a mere flick of the serpent's tail. Considering her own striking appearance, she believed she deserved the finest companion. The swordsman is rather lacking, she thought. Eagerly requesting treatment for himself, perhaps he harbors ulterior motives. Unlike the spear-wielding man, who exuded an air of unapproachable coolness, he was undeniably charming. With that thought, the young lady waved her hand at Lu Han, saying, "No need. You are injured. Prioritize your recovery." She then turned to Wangchuan, pointing at him, and requested, "This handsome gentleman, might you assist me in my healing?" Wangchuan mused to himself, "Is this woman unwell? Why not allow Lu Han to assist her? What can I possibly do?" However, he did not refuse. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he offered a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall assist you in your treatment. Nonetheless, this setting is rather unsuitable. Allow me to escort you to a more ventilated location." With that, Wangchuan tenderly lifted the young girl and exited the cave. Inside the cave, Li Luo watched Wangchuan's retreating figure, utterly speechless. Approximately a minute later, a sound resonated in his ear. Ding. Host's companion has triumphed over a first-stage adversary, villain's emotional value 100. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's lips twitched. Indeed, she had suspected that Wangchuan was not as benevolent as he appeared. Outside the cave, Wangchuan swung his spear, casting off the blood that had stained its tip. Before him lay the young girl, clutching her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief as crimson continued to seep from her wound. In her final moments, she uttered in shock, "How could a man take the life of a woman? Shouldn't men cherish and honor women? Ah, you are not yet fully departed?" With a resounding thud, he struck again, driving the spear towards her head. It was only then that she succumbed completely. The rationale behind Wangchuan's decision to eliminate the young girl is, in essence, rather straightforward. He surmised that she was destined to become Lu Han's future romantic partner. After all, given Lu Han's precarious predicament, besieged by the serpentine creatures and on the brink of demise, it was evident that he was about to undergo a significant transformation. Once the serpents were vanquished, the girl would undoubtedly be ensnared by the allure of drug-induced euphoria, coupled with the quintessential hero saves damsel narrative, which would almost certainly solidify their bond. However, Wangchuan intervened, piercing through the serpent with a single shot, thereby thwarting this impending metamorphosis. His intent was to prevent the girl from turning Lu Han into a lovesick fool, jeopardizing his intellect and potentially turning him against his allies. Furthermore, in the event of encountering formidable monsters within the cavern, she could hinder their escape. Or should fortune favor them, she might claim a portion of their shared destiny. Wangchuan resolved to eliminate her first. After all, this is a hidden realm. Disposing of a body here is hardly a daunting task. Wangchuan incinerated the young girl's lifeless body, reducing it to ashes, which he then meticulously divided into 10 portions, mixing each with a measure of glutinous rice. 5 of these portions he interred in various soils, while the remaining 5 he scattered into the river. Once he had concluded this grim task, he returned to the cave. Inside the cave, Lu Han, observing Wangchuan's solitary return, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother Yi, what has become of the young woman?" To which he replied, "I have removed the toxins from her and laid her to rest outside, as the cave offers poor ventilation and is rife with wild beasts, making it an unsuitable place for repose." Wangchuan spoke casually. Lu Han nodded, harboring no doubts about Wangchuan. "For many years, Brother Yi has played alongside me, and his cultivation remains remarkably high. He has just saved my life. How could he possibly deceive me?" Meanwhile, Li Luo wore an expression of exasperation. She could already envision what Wangchuan's so-called methods of toxin removal and arrangement entailed. However, Li Luo chose to remain silent, as it was of no concern to her. At that moment, Lu Han sensed that his internal injuries had nearly healed. He then spoke. "Brother Yi, my injuries have healed. Let us depart. This cave is exceedingly perilous, and I fear that a large beast may soon attack us." No sooner had Lu Han finished speaking than a thunderous rumble echoed through the cave, as if some colossal creature was stirring within. Wangchuan's lips twitched, and he began to voice his inner complaints. What kind of ill fortune has Lu Han learned to bestow? However, this unexpected turn of events aligned with Wangchuan's own desires. He had intended to follow Lu Han, curious to see if the latter could uncover any hidden opportunities within this cave. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed, growing ever closer. In the next heartbeat, a section of the ground collapsed with a resounding crash. A colossal serpent, its head as large as a house, emerged into view. The serpent's body remained concealed beneath the earth, and Wangchuan estimated its length to exceed 500 meters. Triple-layered, this immense serpent had undoubtedly reached a formidable 3rd tier. Just then, the serpent's gaze fell upon the carcass of the previously encountered 20-meter-long snake. With a terrifying hiss, the enraged behemoth opened its mouth, gathering spiritual energy within. In a mere 3 seconds, it coalesced a dazzling blue orb of light within its maw. The light surged forth, imbued with a chilling aura, akin to a tsunami rushing toward the trio. "This is bad. It's a divine ability." Lu Han's expression turned pale with alarm as he frantically glanced at Wangchuan and Li Luo. "One should suffice, right? Perhaps that won't be enough. Very well. Let us barely manage with 3. Wangchuan and Li Luo exchanged expressions of serene composure. Subsequently, Li Luo drew 3 explosive talismans from his pocket and slapped them onto Wangchuan's hand. Lu Han, perplexed, wondered, why are these 2 so unfazed? By the way, what are those talismans? Chapter 49, Lu Han's Golden Finger Boom. Boom, boom. A pale blue light surged rapidly. Simultaneously, a chilling aura swiftly permeated the entire cavern. "Brother Yi, are you certain this will be effective?" Lu Han inquired, casting a dubious glance at the 3 explosive talismans in Wangchuan's grasp. Although the talismans crafted by the 3rd elder of the Yi family were indeed formidable, could the talismans that Wangchuan could activate truly rival the power of the triple divine arts? Rest assured, Wangchuan, devoid of any hint of panic, swiftly affixed 3 talismans upon a stone. Subsequently, he hurled the stone directly towards the cerulean glow. A dual force erupted, propelling the stone forward with the velocity of a bullet towards the radiance. As the 2 entities drew near, Li Luo's mind stirred. In an instant, the 3 talismans ignited with a crimson hue. He took refuge behind the stone. Wangchuan decisively pulled a few individuals to take refuge behind a boulder. Just as Lu Han was engulfed in a sea of doubts, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous noise reverberated incessantly within the confines of the narrow cavern. A brilliant fireball surged forth, piercing through the azure glow, and charged towards the colossal three-headed serpent. The detonation of the explosive talisman unleashed flames, while the serpent's azure breath was predominantly composed of icy light and frigid winds, rendering it utterly incapable of withstanding the searing blaze. As the tumultuous flames advanced, the serpent, momentarily stunned at its incantation, sensed an unexpected warmth. In the next instant, this warmth intensified. Hissing in realization, the scorched serpent swiftly pivoted, attempting to burrow into the stone wall for escape. Alas, the explosion's rapid expansion was relentless. The cavern trembled violently as the immense power of the explosive talisman caused its structure to collapse. In an instant, the ground beneath Wangchuan and his companions gave way, sending them plummeting into the abyss below. Wangchuan swiftly drew a long spear, thrusting it into the undamaged stone wall, while his other hand grasped Li Luo. As for Lu Han, he found himself in an inextricable predicament, unable to free his hands. However, Wangchuan remained unfazed. Such a descent into the abyss was a commonplace scenario for protagonists in novels. How could a favored child of fortune like Lu Han possibly meet his demise? As for rescuing Li Luo, it merely served to enhance his rapport, a convenient opportunity to reap further benefits. Wangchuan skillfully modulated his strength, allowing himself to glide slowly down the seemingly bottomless abyss. Beneath this chasm, there undoubtedly awaited some fortuitous opportunity. As Wangchuan had anticipated, Lu Han plummeted from the heights, experiencing no pain whatsoever. Puzzled, he glanced below and found himself amidst a vast expanse of glistening underground snowfield. The snow, composed of an indiscernible substance, was remarkably soft, cushioning his fall from the heights without inflicting harm. Moreover, this ethereal snow emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the subterranean realm as if it were daylight. Lu Han shivered, a tremor coursing through his body. It was unbearably cold, approximately minus 30 degrees Celsius. As an ordinary individual with cultivation below the first realm, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such frigid temperatures. He surveyed his surroundings, seeking a refuge from the biting cold while awaiting the arrival of his brother Yi for rescue. The desolate snowfield stretched infinitely in white, and as Lu Han gazed into the distance, he suddenly spotted what appeared to be an altar several hundred meters away. With a rustle, Lu Han took a few steps toward the altar. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal, 500-meter-long, fleshly white maggot plummeted from the sky. Upon closer inspection, Lu Han realized it was not a maggot at all, but rather the three-realmed giant serpent from before. The serpent was a grotesque sight, its flesh torn and mangled, with large patches of scales missing, revealing the densely cracked white bones beneath. The head bore the most severe damage, as though it had been scorched for 3 days and nights, leaving its skin charred and bones exposed. It lay on the ground, its weakened body heaving feebly. Lu Han was utterly astonished. Brother Yi previously utilized that explosive talisman with such ferocity. It could easily inflict serious injury even on a beast of the third tier. At that moment, the enormous serpent on the ground noticed Lu Han. Upon sensing that Lu Han possessed no spiritual energy and was merely a weakling with cultivation below the second tier, the gigantic serpent arrogantly reared up and began to hiss at Lu Han. Hiss. Startled, Lu Han turned and fled. A lean camel is larger than a horse. He would not be foolish enough to believe he could contend with that colossal serpent. However, despite the severe injuries to the serpent's front half, its rear half remained concealed underground, and due to the limited explosion range of the talisman, the serpent's hindquarters sustained minimal damage. Boom. The serpent's tail swung towards Lu Han with astonishing speed. At that moment, Wangchuan slowly descended from the stone wall, witnessing the serpent, akin to a creature brought to life from a playground track, lunging at Lu Han. Wangchuan could only sigh in resignation. He certainly could not reach him in time. Thus, Lu Han was on the brink of a breakthrough. Seeing the massive serpent's tail descending upon him, Lu Han felt a wave of despair. This time, it was truly over. Just then, a voice echoed within him. Humph! A mere little snake dares to be so audacious. Let me eradicate you. The voice belonged to Elder Qin. In the next instant, whoosh! A necklace flew out from within Lu Han's clothing. On the necklace was a jade pendant. With a flash of green light from the jade, an enormous green hand emerged. The hand measured a staggering 1,000 meters, dwarfing the three-tiered serpent beneath it, rendering it as insignificant as a toothpick. Die. With Elder Qin's command, the hand descended with a mighty slap, crushing the serpent instantly. The entire snowy expanse was swept by the force of the hand, creating countless waves of snow. After a brief moment, the green hand dissipated, leaving behind a 1,000-meter palm imprint and the twisted carcass of the serpent on the snowfield. Ding! The host has assisted in defeating an enemy of the early third tier, achieving a victory beyond their level, and received an additional reward, minus 500 points of villain emotion value. On the stone wall, Li Luo stared blankly at the scene. Meanwhile, Yu Wangchuan began to analyze. Does Lu Han possess a hidden powerful ally? Perhaps he has a benefactor, like an old man? Given Lu Han's slow cultivation speed over the past few weeks, it is evident that he lacks a system. After all, he is merely a native born and bred in this land. Yu Wangchuan scrutinized the scene with great attention. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Han approaching, who took a necklace from his mouth and tucked it away. It seems that it is indeed the old gentleman. Yu Wangchuan confirmed the answer in his heart, simultaneously letting out a sigh. If it were the old man, then he could not seize this golden opportunity for himself. After all, the connection was established by him. Chapter 50, A Diary on the Snowy Plains. Cough, 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 cough. As Lu Han retrieved the necklace, he was met with a series of coughs. He asked anxiously, Elder Qin, are you all right? Is your spirit harmed? No, I'm fine, Elder Qin replied. That last strike was less than 1% of my full strength. Cough, cough, cough. I just need to rest for 7 days. During this time, take good care of yourself. After Elder Qin spoke, the luster of the emerald necklace dimmed. He needed to enter a temporary state of slumber. Russell. At that moment, Yu Wangchuan approached with Li Luo. Are you all right? Yu Wangchuan inquired. Lu Han concealed the urgency in his eyes and smiled, saying, It's nothing at all. Brother Yi, you cannot imagine. Just now, this snake fell from the sky and died instantly. I see, replied Yi. By the way, there is an altar over there. Shall we go take a look? Yu Wangchuan chose not to confront the matter directly and deftly shifted the conversation. Lu Han nodded in response. Nearby, Li Luo yawned and exclaimed, it's freezing. Yu Wangchuan, may I burrow into your coat? Trembling, Li Luo nestled into Yu Wangchuan's clothing. Given that Yu Wangchuan had attained the second level of cultivation, he naturally possessed significant resistance to the cold, providing a warm and comforting heat. Li Luo emerged from Yu Wangchuan's collar, a look of contentment on his face. This is much better. Suddenly, Yu Wangchuan remarked, Hey, you rascal. I brought you a cotton-padded jacket, now get out. Feeling the chill of the elements against his skin, Yu Wangchuan exasperatedly tugged at Li Luo's collar, attempting to extract him from the warmth of his garment. Reluctantly, Li Luo complained, 9 spirit pills. Yu Wangchuan countered, No way, it's 15. All right, 15 it is. Li Luo readily acquiesced, knowing that during their venture into the cave, the system had begun to be generous. With plenty of villainous emotional points accrued from slaying foes and claiming treasures, he found himself in no shortage of such points. Moreover, being nestled within Yu Wangchuan's clothing continuously generated villain emotional points. As Li Luo pondered, he playfully touched Yu Wangchuan's abdominal muscles. Villain emotional points 100. Villain emotional points 100. Oh, just a couple of taps, and the emotional points surge. Yu Wangchuan is truly a pushover. Before long, the group arrived at the altar. The altar, constructed entirely of black stone bricks, was blanketed by a thick layer of snow. At its center, a prominent mound of snow rose distinctly. Yu Wangchuan approached and, with a powerful flick of his fan, directed it toward the prominent mound of snow. A gust of wind erupted, sweeping away the snow that had concealed the object beneath. Revealed in the center of the altar was a skeleton, seated upright. However, the 3 individuals present, possessing commendable composure, were not startled by the sight of the skeletal figure. Yu Wangchuan surveyed the skeleton with keen interest. In its left hand, it clutched a heart encased in ice, while its right hand cradled a tome. Before it stood a sword, adorned with frost. Yu Wangchuan approached, picking up the book to glance at it with Lu Han. The contents of the envelope read, Day 1. A radiant light emerged atop a mystical mountain. And then the sect sent me inside. Upon entry, I found myself underground. Fortunately, the vines here emitted light, and I had already attained the second level, ensuring my survival for the time being. Day 2. I attempted to climb for an entire day, but failed to escape the subterranean realm. It appears to be deeper than I could have imagined. Day 3. Climbing, yet still unable to escape. Day 4. Climbing, still no success. Day 7. Climbing, yet again unsuccessful. Day 14. Perhaps I should consider a different strategy. I ought to cultivate to the 3rd level. Perhaps that would grant me the means to ascend. However, it took me a decade to reach the 2nd level. I cannot fathom how long it will take to reach the 3rd. Year 1. Cultivation. Year 3. Cultivation. Year 10. Cultivation. Year 20. Remarkably, a small snake has appeared in this underground realm. Each day, I impart a bit of spiritual energy to it, hoping it gains sentience soon. For solitude is truly arduous. Year 31. A bold idea suddenly dawned upon me. Year 32. The snake has laid eggs. Soon, I shall have more companions. I shall no longer suffer the pangs of loneliness. Year 50. Cultivation. Year 80. I did it. I have finally broken through to the third level. 80 years. A full 80 years. The cave realm does not provide the resources for cultivation like the sect does, thus my progress has been nearly halved. Yet, I have persevered. At last, I can return to the outside world. I wonder what has become of the sect and my junior sister. Year XX. Where's the exit? The handwriting is frantic, the paper is torn. I have reached the surface. But where is the exit? Where is it? I have searched for decades. Decades. Why am I the only human in this entire cave realm? Where is the exit? Where is it? Is this a time-limited cave realm? Why did the sect not inform me? When will it open again? How many years must I wait? Year XX. I have returned to the underground, where at least my wife and children reside, though they are merely snakes devoid of intelligence. I must cultivate. I must cultivate. I must cultivate. I shall reach the 7th level. I will tear this damned cave apart with my bare hands. Year 200. Cultivation. Year 300. Cultivation. Year 400. I have broken through to the 4th level. The difference between the 4th and 3rd levels is astounding. It is no mere boast. I feel as though my very essence has evolved. Alas, I am still unable to escape. Year 500. Greetings, future generations. The handwriting suddenly steadies, contrasting sharply with the madness of the previous centuries. By the time you read this, I shall no longer be among the living. The reason is simple. I can endure no longer. 500 years. A full 5 centuries. I have not conversed with a single human soul. Loneliness, how profoundly I have suffered. Pain, how deeply it has pierced my heart. No matter how fierce a beast may be, it remains merely a beast. Just yesterday, the first snake I encountered, my wife, has passed away. Her cultivation was insufficient. Her lifespan was but 500 years. This was the last straw that broke my spirit. Thus, I have resolved to take my own life. To prevent future souls from falling into this endless abyss as I did, I have left behind a legacy. My heart, nurtured for a century with icy energy, shall serve as sustenance for my physical form even after death. It contains an abundance of icy essence in my dark thoughts. Consuming it will grant one the body of frost. Tread carefully to avoid succumbing to madness. As for the sword before me, it is forged from the bones of my wife and my virtuous intent, a sword of ice and bone. The spiritual bones of 500 years of beastly existence should be quite formidable. However, to prevent the unworthy from tarnishing my beloved's memory, I have placed a restriction upon it. Only those of purest heart and righteous spirit may wield this sword. One of darkness, one of light. This is the legacy of my life. May fortune favor you, future generations. Chapter 51. This opportunity eludes your grasp. I shall take my leave. The Underground. Wangchuan and Luhan finished reading the diary. Luhan's heart was in turmoil, unable to find tranquility. A seemingly ordinary individual had spent 5 centuries in a strange cave, alone. How despairing it must have been for him to toil for 100 years. Reaching the 3rd level of cultivation, only to discover that there was no exit to the outside world. How utterly shattered and tormented he must have felt when the first snake that had accompanied him met its end. Just as Luhan was overwhelmed with emotion, Wangchuan approached the lifeless body with an impassive expression, attempting to extract the ice-bone sword embedded in the ground. He exerted considerable force, yet the sword remained utterly unyielding. Wangchuan could sense that the sword was incessantly repelling him. If he were to forcibly draw it, it would likely self-destruct on the spot. Contemplating this, Wangchuan reached into his thick coat and pulled out Li Luo. Li Luo, give it a try and see if you can extract this sword. Wow, it's so cold. As soon as she left the warmth of Wangchuan's garment, Li Luo immediately began to shiver uncontrollably, regardless of her discomfort. She grasped the sword on the ground with her small hand and effortlessly pulled it out. Upon witnessing this scene, Wangchuan felt a flicker of joy within his heart. What nonsense is it that only the pure and righteous may wield such power? It is clearly a privilege reserved for the child of fortune. He could not fathom how someone like Li Luo, who mercilessly kicked Tang San to death and stabbed Su Fugue without hesitation, could be deemed a paragon of purity and justice. Li Luo was unmistakably a self-serving individual. He would pursue whatever benefited him the most. Wangchuan swiftly retrieved the spatial ring, extracting the ice-bone sword and stowing it within. He contemplated having the elder of the Yi family's weapon refinement assist in forcefully dispelling the sword's restrictions once they exited, intending to wield the blade for himself. With this thought in mind, Wangchuan tucked Li Luo into his clothing and proceeded to grasp the heart of the skeleton's left hand. As he did so, he remarked, "Luhan, the resentment within this heart is exceedingly potent. I shall take it first to avoid harming you. And as for that sword, Li Luo, like a child. Insist on claiming it, so I shall take that as well. As for this book, consider it a gift to you. Nearby, Lu Han, having heard Yu Wangchuan's words, nodded in agreement. Brother Yi, you have saved my life. Thus, it is only fitting that you take these items first. Sisterly Luo's talismans have proven immensely helpful, so I have no objections to her taking the sword. With a sheepish grin, Lu Han scratched his head and added, however, might I request your assistance in guiding me out of the cave? I lack the cultivation to ascend on my own. Yu Wangchuan and Li Luo, who peeked out from his collar, stared blankly at Lu Han. Is this fellow a tad too naive? Soon enough, Yu Wangchuan led Li Luo and Lu Han to the exit. Generally speaking, individuals with dual cultivation would find it nearly impossible to escape such a deep pit. However, the person who previously left behind the inheritance had excavated a passageway to the surface to prevent others from becoming trapped underground. Although the passage had suffered considerable damage over time, Yu Wangchuan was fortunate to possess several 100-meter-long tree trunks stored in his spatial ring, remnants from his previous logging endeavors. He ingeniously stacked these logs vertically, allowing them to serve as a makeshift ladder to ascend. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, Lu Han turned to Yu Wangchuan and said, Brother Yi, we must part ways here. My strength is too feeble and may hinder your progress. Therefore, I intend to head toward the outskirts of the cave heaven and will refrain from joining the central conflict. I wish you good fortune. With that, Lu Han pivoted and departed. Yu Wangchuan did not intervene. After all, the opportunities that were meant to be seized had already been grasped. In comparison to heading towards the borders, Yu Wangchuan had far more pressing matters at hand. With a deep breath, he extracted a heart, still pulsating and radiating a chill. The moment the heart appeared, the temperature within a 100-meter radius began to plummet rapidly, with an ominous tendency to spread outward. At this moment, Yu Wangchuan comprehended the situation. The vast expanse of snowfield beneath, stretching for thousands of meters, was entirely the result of this diminutive heart. A being of the fourth tier, with merely a single relic, could influence the surrounding area for miles, cloaking it in perpetual snow. Yu Wangchuan glanced at his heart to the left and then to the right. The heart pulsated vigorously, demonstrating that it was free from any venomous curses. However, a palpable aura of malevolent thoughts continuously emanated from around it. Clearly, this was the manifestation of the loneliness, anguish, resentment, and rage accumulated by the inheritor over 5 centuries within the cave. Li Luo, keep a vigilant watch on your surroundings. Yu Wangchuan casually spoke to Li Luo. Li Luo nodded and began to gather flowers and fruits from the surroundings. Yu Wangchuan took a deep breath. Subsequently, he meticulously refined his heart. Once he had completed the refinement of his heart, waves of emotion began to surge within him, as if he had been trapped in a cave for 5 centuries. Loneliness, anguish, and desolation enveloped him. What, then, is the nature of the cold desolation body? Rage, helplessness, and resentment. Hence, what truly is the cold desolation body? So, what is the essence of the cold desolation body? Yu Wangchuan stood expressionless, his emotions swirling within, yet they could not sway his rational contemplation. Once the negative sentiments subsided, he suddenly sensed a subtle transformation within himself. To ascertain the nature of this change, Yu Wangchuan opened his palm and began to channel his spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that, almost instinctively, he could manipulate ordinary spiritual energy or the chilling cold of Frostbane spiritual energy. Although the Frostbane energy was tainted with malevolent thoughts, this was not necessarily detrimental. When wielded against foes, it could inflict additional mental anguish. Moreover, within his heart lay a reservoir of profound cultivation, which propelled Yu Wangchuan's prowess to the mid-stage of the 2nd level. Furthermore, his physique appeared to have grown more resilient to the cold. Yu Wangchuan promptly drew forth a long spear, imbuing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the spear appeared as though it had been ensconced within a freezer for an entire week. Cloaked in layers of frost, he aimed at a section of the river and struck the spear down with tremendous force. Bang! The spear collided violently with the river, causing the water to scatter outward from the point of impact. In the process, it also dispatched a multitude of fish. Subsequently, a wave of frigid air erupted, instantly freezing the surrounding water within a 50-meter radius, further claiming the lives of numerous fish. The river resembled a colossal ice lotus that had been forcefully hewn from its depths. Is this the fortune of the Chosen One? A direct bestowal of a unique constitution. Yu Wangchuan felt a sense of emotion. Fortunately, he had seized the opportunity from Lu Han this time. Otherwise, with Lu Han wielding the Icebone sword and being able to manipulate the chilling spirit energy, he would have been immensely stronger. Chapter 52. Encountering the Son of Destiny again. After digesting the spoils of war, Yu Wangchuan rose to his feet and cast a glance at Li Luo, who was busy picking fruits. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to finish chopping down this growth. After all, for every 5 coins worth of materials gathered, he could extract a cultivation pill from Li Luo. Before long, the trees in the forest began to vanish at an astonishing pace. Naturally, there were attempts by both humans and beasts to ambush Wangchuan or Li Luo, but each was swiftly dispatched with a single shot. Currently, creatures below the 3rd tier posed no threat to Wangchuan, while those of the 3rd tier had all congregated at the heart of the cave, vying for more formidable treasures. Once the grove was completely felled, Wangchuan led Li Luo towards the cave center, eager to join the fray. At the heart of the cave, Su Fuguwei concealed himself within a thicket, panting heavily. Beside him stood a tall and striking woman, a bodyguard he had hired with considerable wealth from the largest escort agency in Chang'an, boasting an impressive early 2nd-tier cultivation. In truth, given Su Fuguwei's affluence, he could have employed even stronger protectors. However, upon learning that Su Fuguwei intended to enter the cave, many declined the offer. Only this woman was willing to accept the contract. Outside the thicket, a tremendous clash erupted. 2 mid-2nd-tier masters engaged in fierce combat, each strike reverberating through the air, creating tremors within a 100-meter radius. The resounding booms even caused Su Fuguwei's eardrums to ache. Yet, he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on a delicate, translucent bluish flower adorning the ground. "Are you certain that flower can restore my second brother?" Su Fuguwei inquired of his bodyguard. "Indeed, esteemed guest. That flower, known as the revival blossom, possesses the power to restore your impaired body to its prime condition without affecting your cultivation. Although its effects hold little significance for those of higher cultivation, its remarkable capabilities render it a coveted rarity, often existing only at exorbitant prices." With this explanation, Su Fuguwei grasped why the 2 2nd-tier combatants were fiercely contesting the small flower. It could unconditionally restore the disabled. Even someone with just 2 fingers capable of movement could rise and perform a few push-ups after consuming it. Who would not be tempted? Even if one had no need for it, selling it at auction would yield a fortune. Very well, we shall patiently wait here. Once these 2 determine a victor, we shall seize the opportunity to strike and claim the treasure. Su Fuguwei swiftly devised a plan. Soon after, with a resounding thud, one of the combatants pierced the other with a blade, decisively ending the skirmish. The victor, clutching a wound, approached the revival blossom, a grin spreading across his face. Filled with elation, though he bore injuries from the recent battle, consuming the flower would allow him to heal completely. Additionally, after being mute for over 40 years, he could finally regain his voice. The mute bent down, preparing to pluck the flower. At that moment, Su Fuguwei thrust his sword in front of the mute, capturing his attention. Simultaneously, the bodyguard stealthily approached from behind, launching a sudden attack. 3 arrows whizzed through the air, striking the mute instantly. The paralyzing poison smeared on the arrows rendered him incapacitated. The bodyguard lunged forward, pressing a dagger against the mute's throat. "Which city do you hail from? Is it from a family or a sect? Speak." The mute could only utter incoherent sounds. "Speak quickly." The mute continued to stammer, feigning silence. "Are we? If you do not speak, I shall end you." With a swift motion, the bodyguard's blade fell, and the mute departed without a trace of pain. Su Fuguwei nodded with satisfaction, turning his gaze to the revival blossom, only to witness Li Luo crouching down, uprooting the flower. "How dare you steal the guest's possession? You seek death." The bodyguard exclaimed furiously, drawing his bow and aiming at Li Luo. With a swift release, an arrow, coated in paralyzing poison, flew towards Li Luo. Just then, a long spear soared from a nearby thicket, shattering the arrow mid-flight and hurtling back to strike the bodyguard's shoulder. The force of the impact sent the bodyguard crashing against a stone wall. Wangchuan emerged from the thicket and approached Li Luo. Upon noticing him, Li Luo handed the Shihu flower to Wangchuan, as she did not possess a spatial ring, making the storage of such items rather cumbersome. Wangchuan deftly stored the Shifu flower into his spatial ring. The Shifu flower is indeed a precious item, and the Yi family stock has dwindled to a mere 50,000, which is nearly insufficient. After collecting the Shifu flowers, Wangchuan was about to inquire with the bodyguard regarding the affiliations and locations of treasures. His decision to refrain from exerting his full strength to eliminate her was motivated by this very purpose. Just then, Su Fuguwei swiftly emerged and approached Wangchuan. Upon seeing Su Fuguwei, Wangchuan furrowed his brow slightly. What could be the reason for this? Wasn't this fated child supposed to be dead? During Yi Bai's handling of the corpse, an unexpected incident occurred. Could it be that the body of the child of fortune also carries a debilitative aura? However, the last time, Tang San's body was incinerated without issue, even mixed with glutinous rice. Why did an anomaly arise in the case of Su Fuguwei? Despite the whirlwind of questions that surged within Yu Wangchuan's mind, his exterior remained remarkably composed. He lifted his gaze towards Su Fuguei, preparing to strike once more. Ah, is that you, young Master Yi? I've missed you. Greetings. Young Master Yi, I still remember the favor you bestowed upon me when you had me resurrected. Su Fuguei cheerfully exclaimed. The woman just now was my hired bodyguard. She did not recognize the little girl by her side and acted impulsively. My apologies. Since the moment he was killed, Su Fuguei's mindset had subtly shifted. He recognized his own cowardice. He would act when necessary but would also retreat when the situation called for it. There were simply too many powerful individuals in this world. Take Yu Wangchuan. For instance, the heir of the foremost family in Chang'an, his savior, and an extraordinary genius who had reached the second level in less than a month. To oppose him over a mere bodyguard? That would be madness. Beside him, Yu Wangchuan stood momentarily bewildered by Su Fuguei's words. When had he resurrected Su Fuguei? After a brief moment, he came to understand the reason. It appeared that Su Fuguei had been revived within the Yi family, leading to a misunderstanding wherein he believed himself saved by Yu Wangchuan. Thus, the narrative unfolds in Chapter 53. How did Su Fuguei's animosity become directed toward me? Ah, it's you. Do you not recognize me? Yu Wangchuan chuckled lightly, feigning familiarity with Su Fuguei. Su Fuguei, with a smile, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. I am that individual you speak of. I am acquainted with you. You were involved in that incident. That incident, yes, the one we all know too well. Precisely. It was rather noteworthy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a shared curiosity arose within both parties. What exactly was that? Once the formalities concluded, Yu Wangchuan prepared to probe further. He needed to ascertain whether Su Fuguei's wealth was bestowed by the system. After all, what else could the system provide besides monetary gain? At that moment, a tall figure clad in a black robe and mask approached, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, so you were Su Fuguei, he remarked. Seeing that the opponent was charging directly towards Su Fuguei, Yu Wangchuan took a slight step back, positioning Su Fuguei safely behind him. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed. 2 spinning darts hurtled through the air. In an instant, Yu Wangchuan drew his long spear, deflecting one dart, while using his chilling spiritual energy to send the other flying. One of the darts, upon its departure, collided with a millennia-old tree. As the venom from the dart dripped gently onto the ancient trunk, the entire tree began to wither and decay instantaneously. Yu Wangchuan cast a perplexed glance in that direction. At that moment, Su Fuguei furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. I am Yu Wangchuan, the heir of the esteemed Yu family, the foremost clan in Chang'an. And this is Su Fuguei from the top 10 families of Chang'an. Who are you to dare to assault us? Though the Su family was not present in Chang'an, Su Fuguei felt the need to assert some semblance of authority. After all, those from other cities were unaware of the Su family's status in Chang'an. Unexpectedly, the cloaked figure scoffed dismissively. What a farce. I have lived in Chang'an for decades and have never heard of a Su family. However, I am familiar with the Yi family. So why did you still choose to attack us? Are you courting death? Su Fuguei frowned, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why an individual from Chang'an would target the heir of the Yi family. Moreover, why had he attracted the attention of this enigmatic figure cloaked in black? Was it truly perilous to possess wealth without a formidable background in this fantastical realm? Enough. You're all doomed anyway. Before you perish, I shall enlighten you. The dark-clad figure took a deep breath and continued. I am Yu Xuanya, a top-tier assassin of the 3rd level. Nightshade is my sister. Last night, she perished. Su Fuguei. I spent an entire day uncovering the fact that she was hired by Tang Yamo just before her death. Her target was you. There were 3 individuals involved. Tang Yamo, Nightshade, and you. Why is it that only you survived? It must be because you are the one who killed my sister. Yu Xuanya's furious proclamation sent shockwaves through Su Fuguei, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Nightshade was dead? Indeed. Yu Xuanya growled, turning his gaze towards Yu Wangchuan. Yi family heir. I initially had no intention of harming you, but my investigation revealed that Su Fuguei was resurrected at your behest. I find it strange that my sister, possessing initial 2nd-level prowess, was defeated by Su Fuguei, who was merely at the 1st level. It now seems you must be complicit. You too shall perish. With that, Yu Xuanya concluded. Yu Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Damn. Is it because there are 2 children of fate here, causing their combined aura to dull the mind of this Night Shin Crow? How can a mere assassin feel the need to reveal his background and intentions before committing murder? This is absurd. At that moment, Su Fuguei regained his composure and spoke up. I have partnered with Night Shadow. We are under the command of a mysterious force. I refuse to listen to your excuses. Once I finish you too, I shall take my own life to join my sister. Knight Shin Crow, seething with rage, disregarded any further explanations. In the next instant, whoosh, he appeared before Yi Wangchuan in an instant. You are at the mid-level of the second stage. I will eliminate you first, Knight Shin Crow coldly declared, brandishing a scythe and slicing towards Yi Wangchuan with astonishing speed. Yi Wangchuan, unhurried, summoned his spiritual energy, causing a tremor around him. A frigid aura erupted forth. Initially, Yi Xuanya was unconcerned, yet upon encountering that chill, an avalanche of malevolent thoughts surged within him. Under normal circumstances, he could dismiss such dark notions through sheer willpower. However, at this moment, consumed by the rage of his sister's murder, he found himself vulnerable. The insidious thought seized the opportunity and infiltrated the sanctum of his heart. A tumult of resentment, pain, and fury swelled within him, battling against a sense of helplessness and despair that sought to suppress his anger. This turmoil rendered Yi Xuanya's emotions a chaotic mess, and his movements in combat became noticeably awkward. Damn it! I crave vengeance. Nothing shall impede me. After a full second, Yi Xuanya finally extricated himself from the clutches of those dark thoughts. Yet in the heat of battle, even a fleeting moment is of paramount importance. By the time he regained his composure, a frost-laden spear loomed before him. Boom! The spear struck his face with tremendous force, propelling him into a river, simultaneously dispatching a multitude of fish. As the spear's icy energy erupted, ice lotuses blossomed in the water, attempting to ensnare Yi Xuanya while freezing yet more fish. Fortunately, as a third-tier practitioner, he could withstand the impact of a mid-second-tier spear without suffering grave injuries. Only a disfigured visage, one blinded eye, and several shattered teeth remained as testament to the assault. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Xuanya noticed the ice encasing him. With a surge of strength, he easily shattered the block. Yet, scarcely had the ice crumbled than the river surged forth once more, only to be instantaneously frozen by the spear's chilling aura. This relentless cycle persisted. After several futile attempts to break free through brute force, Yi Xuanya resolved to adopt a different strategy. He closed his eyes, calming his mind to resist the malevolent thoughts woven into the cold. Then, he began to draw upon the spiritual energy in his vicinity, preparing to unleash his formidable abilities. With a fierce shout, Yi Xuanya melded into the shadows. This was his divine technique, shadow submersion. Submerging his form into the shadows, he moved with astonishing speed. Whether for assassination or escape, this technique proved immensely valuable. As the ice was semi-transparent, Yi Xuanya swiftly ascended the land by following the shadows within the ice. Yi Wangchuan, you never anticipated. Before he could finish, Li Luo tossed an explosive talisman into the air and detonated it. Good, Li Luo nodded. In the next moment, a talisman soared skyward, emitting a brilliant red glow. Boom! The talisman exploded, radiating an overwhelming light that caused a significant portion of the shadows to vanish. Oh no! Realizing the peril, Yi Xuanya swiftly dispelled shadow submersion and charged toward Yi Wangchuan. His third-tier speed was nothing short of astounding, racing across the ground far swifter than a diving falcon. Yi Wangchuan brandished 3 long spears and hurled them towards Yi Xuanya, who effortlessly evaded them. As the distance diminished, Yi Xuanya revealed a triumphant smile. You little rascal! The disparity between the third and second levels is far greater than that between the second level and mere mortals. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Before Yi Xuanya could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed a bundle of golden ropes materializing in Yi Wangchuan's hand. What is that? Chapter 54. Misfortune Su Fuguwei. Upon seeing the bundle of golden ropes, Yi Xuanya momentarily froze. The binding fairy rope was not a common knowledge, after all. It was quite rare. Yi Wangchuan seized one end of the binding immortal rope and flung it towards Yi Xuanya, resembling a farm owner overseeing his plantation. Yi Xuanya scoffed disdainfully, uttering, "What a ridiculous rope. Watch me sever it with a single stroke." With that, he raised his sickle and aimed a slash at the binding immortal rope. Crack! The sickle failed to cut through the rope. Instead, it forcefully yanked on Yi Xuanya's right shoulder, sending a searing pain coursing through him. Yi Xuanya felt as though the spiritual energy in his right arm had been violently dispersed. What in the world is this rope? Startled, Yi Xuanya instinctively took several steps back. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Wangchuan felt a faint sense of certainty. Indeed, the binding immortal rope could be wielded as a weapon. It was nothing short of an indestructible and mana-draining super whip. Strangely, it seemed that striking at the shadowy figure of Yi Xuanya was remarkably effortless with the binding immortal rope, as if black was inherently meant for such a purpose. Subsequently, Yi Xuanya attempted to assault Yi Wangchuan multiple times. However, each time he drew near, he would inevitably be lashed by the binding immortal rope. After several strikes, His spiritual energy was reduced by more than half. When engaging from a distance, he faced the relentless assault of Wangchuan's spear, which was wielded with an abandon that suggested an endless supply. It was unfathomable how much he must possess within his spatial ring. Conversely, the techniques Xuanya had mastered and the concealed weapons he carried were all tailored for covert assassinations. In a direct confrontation, their lethality diminished significantly. Realizing he was momentarily at an impasse against Wangchuan, Xuanya gritted his teeth and pointed at Su Fugue, declaring, "Your arrogance will be short-lived. Do not forget, I am an assassin. Su Fugue, you would do well to keep your eyes closed tonight." With that, as the brilliance of the explosive talisman faded from the sky, Xuanya swiftly melded into the shadows and made his escape. Upon witnessing this, Wangchuan fired several shots in quick succession. However, the adversary had already fled to a considerable distance. After all, Wangchuan was engaged in combat across a significant realm higher than his opponent. Although his combat prowess surpassed that of his foe, if the latter was genuinely intent on fleeing, there was little he could do. Perhaps once he mastered the art of the sparrow technique, he would no longer need to worry about adversaries escaping. Wangchuan pondered casually, not particularly concerned. After all, the primary target of Xuanya was Su Fugue, not himself. Within the cave realm, Xuanya could not best him, and once the cave realm concluded, it was certain that Xuanya would not survive more than 10 minutes in Chang'an. The next course of action was to distance himself from this calamity that was Su Fugue. How exasperating! A system flow child of destiny. With scarce opportunities yet an abundance of animosity, it would be better to accompany Li Luo in chopping wood. With that thought, Wangchuan turned to Su Fugue and declared, "I shall pursue that assassin." As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly grabbed Li Luo and dashed towards the direction of Xuanya, offering Su Fugue no time to react. Were it not for the intention of allowing Su Fugue to absorb Xuanya's enmity, Wangchuan had resolved to eliminate Su Fugue without hesitation. Su Fugue, observing Wangchuan's retreating figure, felt a large question mark materialize above his head. Such urgency! As he pondered, Su Fugue recognized that Wangchuan and Li Luo formed a striking duo, a tall man and a petite girl. This resemblance reminded him of the day he was ambushed, which involved a man wielding a long spear and a little girl. Could it be? After a moment of contemplation, Su Fugue shook his head. No, that mysterious assailant had only reached the late stage of the first level, whereas Wangchuan had already attained the mid-stage of the second level. How could he possibly advance so swiftly in just a few days? Even my system cannot upgrade at such a pace. Furthermore, if he intended to kill me, he would not have ordered my resurrection. If he truly wished to recruit me, it would have been far simpler for the Yi family to offer me treasures directly. Thus, Wangchuan must not be the enigmatic figure who attempted to assassinate me that day. After employing his keen intellect to reach this conclusion, Su Fugue glanced back. His bodyguard remained pinned to the stone wall by Wangchuan's spear. I hope they are all right. He approached, grasped the spear, and yanked, and yanked, and yanked. Su Fugue stared at the spear in bewilderment. What on earth is this spear? After several futile attempts, he decided to change his approach. He widened the wound on his bodyguard's shoulder and then extracted the spear. The bodyguard cried out in pain throughout the ordeal. Once he had freed her, Su Fugue administered some medicine. With his bodyguard injured in himself at the initial stage of the first level, he could not afford to pursue more Shihua. He sighed. All he could do now was wait to see if there would be an auction in Chang'an City. With his financial resources, acquiring a Shihua from an auction should not pose a significant challenge. Once the bodyguard regained consciousness, Su Fugue inquired, "What is the story behind that spear? Why could I not remove it?" "Let me take a look," the bodyguard replied, rising to examine the spear embedded in the stone wall. "Sir, this is a deep steeling spear. It is said that only the weapon-crafting elders of the Yi family can forge such a spear. The spear weighs an astonishing 200 tons. It is incredibly sturdy and possesses excellent spiritual energy conductivity. Moreover, its quality is superb, with exquisite craftsmanship. I estimate that one would fetch at least 200 gold coins. Sir, shall we extract this spear and sell it?" Su Fugue responded, There are dozens of such spears lying on the ground over there." Wangchuan was, of course, not genuinely taking Li Luo to pursue the Night Shenkro. He turned to Li Luo beside him and inquired, "Li Luo, does your previous statement still hold true, that for every material worth 5 pieces of gold, you would grant me a cultivation pill?" "Yes, that counts," Li Luo responded with a hint of confusion. "Very well, then let us proceed to the center." Wangchuan nodded, leading Li Luo towards the heart of the cave. As they approached the center, the treasures of heaven and earth became increasingly precious. By now, You had encountered all three fated children within this realm. Luhan's fortune had already been claimed by him, and Su Fugue's unfortunate presence only attracted resentment. Thus, it was imperative to gather more celestial materials to bolster Li Luo's wealth. Naturally, Li Luo agreed without hesitation. For every 5 pieces of material collected, the system rewarded him with 50 points of villainous emotional energy. Even after gifting Yu Wangchuan a cultivation pill, he would still profit 20 points. Ah, Yu Wangchuan. Did you ever anticipate being taken advantage of? The duo, in high spirits, made their way to the very center of the cave. Chapter 55. The tomb puppets at the center of the cave. There lay a gathering place for humans. Even in this central zone, not every location was fraught with conflict. For instance, this assembly area primarily served as a refuge for those who wished to avoid fighting and for those seeking to exchange information and resources. Consequently, it was relatively peaceful. Anyone attempting to create chaos here would find themselves beset by a dozen individuals. Within the gathering area, several people clustered together, exchanging tidings. By the way, have you heard? Beneath the desolate earth over there in the center, there supposedly lies an enormous tomb. That tomb, it is said to harbor a mid-stage puppet of the 3rd level, capable of switching combat styles and rapidly healing its wounds. It's utterly infuriating. I brought a few companions to confront it, and I was the only one who survived. Goodness, how formidable! Which unscrupulous artifact cultivator unleashed such a puppet? Who knows? Just as they delved deeper into their discussion, Yu Wangchuan approached with a decisive grace, tossing a bag of money onto the table. Could you elaborate on the location of the wasteland? He inquired. A moment of silence enveloped the group. One among them quietly opened the bag, verifying the authenticity of the currency before promptly beginning to explain. Yu Wangchuan listened attentively while contemplating. Based on his past experiences reading novels, such mysterious ruins guarded by formidable mechanisms often concealed great treasures and opportunities. A mid-stage puppet of the 3rd tier could still be managed with some effort. One must ponder. To whom does this fortune belong? Are there other fated individuals within this celestial realm? After all, with multiple entrances to the cave, it would not be unusual for other fortunate souls from different cities to enter. Yu Wangchuan pondered. Within a tomb. What is this? A puppet. It is a triple puppet. Why is there a triple puppet within this cave? 3 individuals were frantically fleeing within the tomb. Their cultivation levels were all at the 2nd tier. This was not due to the prevalence of 2nd-tier practitioners. Rather, it was because the battles in this central region of the cave had never ceased. The weaker 1st-tier individuals had essentially been annihilated, except for a black-haired lowly, who was being protected by a 2nd-tier man. Boom. As the 3 were escaping, suddenly, a meteor hammer flew in from the depths. The diameter of the meteor hammer was an astonishing 100 meters. As a result, one individual was immediately smashed into the wall, embedded within it, rendering him utterly flattened. The other 2 were also blocked from their escape by the meteor hammer, paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In the darkness, a voice devoid of emotion resonated. A black wooden puppet, its eyes gleaming with crimson light, emerged. Towering approximately 10 meters, its form bore some resemblance to the terracotta warriors. Although made of wood, it was inexplicably impervious to blades and bullets, incredibly resilient. Creak, creak. As a series of wooden creaks filled the air, the puppet's left arm underwent a transformation, morphing within mere seconds into a colossal bow. While uttering 18 kinds of martial arts, the puppet stretched out its right hand, drawing forth the spiritual energy from the air, which coalesced into a 7-meter-long energy arrow. Creak. The arrow was placed upon the bow and shot towards the 2 humans. With a resounding boom, a tremendous force erupted, causing the entire tomb to tremble slightly. The spiritual arrow surged forth like a massive python, its gaping maw ready to consume everything in its path. Lunging towards the 2 individuals. Boom. Without any surprise, the 2 were instantly torn apart. Yet, the arrow did not cease its path. It rampaged through the ground until it carved out a spiraling underground passage measuring 1,000 meters in length, dissipating into the air at last. The puppet confirmed the demise of the 3 individuals, and the crimson light in its eyes began to gradually fade. At that moment, oh my. The traces of battle underground are so chaotic. Yu Wangchuan, are you certain there are treasures here? Rest assured, came the response from the entrance of the tomb. Yu Wangchuan entered step by step, with Li Luo perched upon his back. As soon as they stepped inside, their gazes locked onto the puppet before them. Yu Wangchuan, Li Luo, puppet. A red light ignites in its eyes. 18 styles, bang. Before the puppet could finish its words, Yu Wangchuan swiftly brought down his spear. With a single thrust, he shattered the puppet's head into fragments. Yet, in the next moment, several root-like tendrils emerged from the severed neck, entwining one another. In but a brief instant, the puppet's head was restored. 18 styles, bang. Words left unspoken, its head was obliterated once more. The roots extended forth, regenerating the head. 18 styles, bang. Another strike crushed the head. Restoration ensued. 18 styles, bang. This cycle continued for 3 interminable minutes. One party refused to believe the other possessed such an arsenal of spears, while the other doubted the capacity for endless regeneration. Finally, at a certain moment, with a command from the puppet, it raised a massive wooden shield, accompanied by the 18 arts of defense. Although the puppet was perplexed as to why its adversaries ceased their onslaught of spears, it remained an emotionless automaton, solely focused on executing what it deemed the optimal course of action. Resolute, the puppet charged forward, shield held high. The shield was impervious. Even the previously formidable spears could not breach its defenses. A successful charge would surely crush this mid-stage human. Just then, Li Luo ignited the fuse. All right. The moment he uttered those words, 2 crimson lights flared to life upon the puppet's legs. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions erupted, obliterating the puppet's lower half into a cascade of debris. It collapsed onto the ground, its body beginning to sprout roots in a desperate attempt to restore itself. Crash. Wangchuan charged forward, wielding his spear to crush the roots of the trees. Li Luo, bring me another one. Upon hearing this, Li Luo hurriedly approached. During Li Luo's brief journey, the puppet's mind was engaged in frantic calculations. The core was severely damaged, and the threat to its existence loomed. Resistance calculations were underway. Armed opposition had failed. Material temptation had faltered. Desperate escape had proven futile. As it considered the option of appeasing the adversary, the puppet raised its head and cast a glance at Li Luo. The calculations indicated that the girl held a remarkably high regard for the man, perceiving him as a vast treasure trove. Conversely, the man also harbored a significant fondness for the girl, viewing her as an immense repository of value. The computation suggested that the man preferred women of petite stature. Appeasement activated. In that instant, the puppet's entire form radiated a luminous glow. Wangchuan quickly retreated to prevent the puppet from self-destructing. Instead of expanding, the puppet's form began to gradually diminish. In no time, it transformed into a petite figure standing at 138.8 centimeters. Chapter 56, The Lowly Puppet in the Tomb. The puppet underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving into a diminutive girl. Her hair cascaded in ordinary gray curls, while her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary vibrant red hue. She was clad in an oversized coat, her tiny hands tucked away within the sleeves, a clear imitation of Li Luo's attire. Her short legs possessed just the right amount of flesh, neither overly plump like a pig's trotter nor excessively slender like chopsticks. Her features were exquisite, delicate, and irresistibly charming. After all, this was a carefully calculated visage crafted by the puppet, a successful transformation into a petite female human with a lively, adorable, and kind-hearted disposition. Once the transformation was complete, the puppet gazed at Wangchuan, and after a moment of contemplation, tears streamed down her cheeks. Wah, big brother, I beg you, please don't abandon me. Wah. Wangchuan uttered a soft exclamation, raising his long spear with the intention of shattering the puppet before him. The elongated shadow of the spear cast upon the puppet's face momentarily rendered it speechless. The puppet exclaimed, Wait, hold on. Brother, I alone possess the knowledge of the hidden inheritance within the tomb. Please, spare my life. With the revelation of the hidden inheritance, the descending spear finally came to a halt. Wangchuan pointed the tip of his gun at the puppet and spoke. Dismantle the organs capable of absorbing spiritual energy from your body and hand them over to me, then lead the way. The puppet, visibly anxious, complied. She opened her chest and removed an object resembling a wooden heart, presenting it to Wangchuan. Wangchuan then sheathed his long spear, placing the wooden heart within his spatial ring. As long as it cannot absorb spiritual energy, this puppet possesses little combat capability. Transformation, restoration, and even activation, all these processes require spiritual energy. The role of spiritual energy for the puppet is akin to that of gasoline for an automobile, primarily serving as a source of power. Wangchuan pinched the puppet's face with his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. To his surprise, it felt quite soft, possessing the texture of skin rather than that of wood. The puppet's ability to morph was truly remarkable. Wangchuan glanced around at the puppet and spoke. Where is your spiritual energy reservoir? I need to release some of the energy within, retaining only what is necessary for your movement and speech. The puppet hesitated, stammering, The spiritual energy reservoir is. Given her current character setting, she was designed to be lively, adorable, and kind-hearted, naturally evoking feelings of shyness and embarrassment. Upon observing the puppet's current state, Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched slightly. He had likely discerned the location of the spirit energy storage chamber. After all, liquefied spirit energy is far more convenient for storage than mere spirit energy. However, Yi Wangchuan would certainly not relinquish the consumption of the puppet's spirit energy over such a trivial matter. If this puppet were to unleash a powerful technique using its stored energy when he least expected it, it would spell disaster. Therefore, depleting the puppet's spirit energy was imperative. Yi Wangchuan inquired, "Can you unleash an attack upon this vacant space to expend your spiritual energy?" The puppet elucidated, "In my current form, I am unable to employ the myriad techniques of combat. May I transform into a battle mode at your behest?" Yi Wangchuan waved his hand in refusal, saying, "Let's try a different approach. Is it possible for you to release the spiritual energy on your own?" The puppet pondered for a moment and replied, "Well, I cannot release it by myself, but I can enlist the assistance of others to help me channel the spiritual energy." Yi Wangchuan inquired, "What method?" The puppet replied, "Yi Wangchuan, are you speaking of a legitimate approach?" Puppet, Yi Wangchuan, puppet, do you not possess the capability in that regard? Yi Wangchuan furrowed his brow, seemingly arriving at a realization. Initially, he had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. However, faced with the ridicule of his capabilities, he felt compelled to impart some lessons. With that thought in mind, he turned to Li Luo and said, "Li Luo, wait here for a moment. I shall take this puppet to unleash some spiritual energy." "Huh? Unleash spiritual energy?" Li Luo was somewhat bewildered. What does that even mean? How does one unleash spiritual energy? Before Li Luo could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Wangchuan had seized the arm of the puppet and entered a chamber within the tomb, ensuring privacy. After a lengthy wait of 2 full hours, Li Luo finally beheld Yi Wangchuan emerge, his entire being enveloped in a haze of steam. Yi Wangchuan, where have you been?" "I was engaged in a confrontation with that puppet, pressing her for the location of the secret inheritance, while simultaneously releasing the spiritual energy stored within her to prevent any harm to us." Yi Wangchuan spoke casually, a flicker of thought guiding his hand as he retrieved a towel from his spatial ring, wiping the sweat from his brow and the moisture from his hands. Li Luo felt an inexplicable oddness. She wrinkled her nose slightly, faintly perceiving a peculiar scent emanating from Yi Wangchuan. It was difficult to articulate what the aroma was, yet it was not unpleasant. Thus, Li Luo continued her inquiry. "And what of the puppet? Did you inadvertently cause its demise?" "Not at all," he replied. "It is currently in the process of recuperating from its injuries and should emerge shortly." After Yi Wangchuan finished speaking, he took a deep breath to calm the tumult within his heart. It was his first experience striking a puppet resembling a young girl, and he felt a tinge of nervousness, as many aspects were still unfamiliar to him. Indeed, this puppet was remarkably lifelike. The sensation of striking it was akin to hitting a real person, complete with responsive feedback. 10 minutes later, the trembling puppet emerged from the room, clearly showing signs of the pain inflicted by Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan approached and gently patted the puppet's shoulder, saying, "Let us go. Lead the way." Okay." Just as the 3 of them set off, a man and a woman entered behind them. The man was named Luo Nangwigi, and the woman was Murong. Both had entered through a cave near Yanjing City. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a sight of human corpses and shattered ground. Murong, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Is there truly anything left in a place like this?" "Rest assured, my lady, there are definitely precious treasures here," replied Luo Nangwigi, noticing Murong's discontent. He tenderly took her hand and led her deeper into the tomb. Murong's face instantly flushed crimson. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Luo Nangwigi's mind. Ding. Binding pure love interest, affection value 20. "Hey, don't touch my hand. I can walk on my own," Murong exclaimed, blushing even more as she shook off his hand. Luo Nangwigi chuckled softly. Drawing from his experiences in his previous life on Blue Star, he perceived Murong as a tsundere, outwardly aloof yet earnest at heart. "I apologize, my lady. I shall be more cautious next time," he continued. "Just this once." Chapter 57. A sole female lead in pure love 1v1 sweet affection. Luo Nangwigi was an ordinary and somewhat cliché transmigrator. Just 2 months prior, he was an average individual on Blue Star. Despite being an orphan, he diligently delivered milk tea and breakfast to the beautiful schoolflower every day. He would endure a month of eating only steamed buns just to buy her bags and phones, cycling thousands of meters merely to feign a coincidental encounter with her. Finally, after relentless pursuit, he met with a tragic accident while rushing to see her, running a red light and being struck by a luxury car, inside which the schoolflower was leaning on the shoulder of a wealthy heir. After his demise, Luo Nangwigi's soul drifted in the void, observing the aftermath of his passing. Soon, he found himself at his own funeral. As he scanned the room, he was disheartened to see only a few classmates had attended, including the school flower he adored. In a corner, however, a girl was sobbing inconsolably. Approaching for a closer look, he realized it was the class's unnoticed girl, a transparent student who secretly harbored feelings for him, crying deeply for his loss. This realization pained him. He had forsaken someone who truly loved him for the unattainable school flower. Just then, his vision faded to black. A wave of joy surged within him. According to the tropes of novels, he was surely about to be reborn. He envisioned returning to the beginning of the school year, determined to cherish this unnoticed girl. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the scene gradually returned to focus, not to the modern city he had envisioned, but to a luxurious wooden palace. Memories of his previous life flooded his consciousness, revealing that he had transmigrated into the body of an ordinary individual, aged 24, whose talent was mediocre, with a cultivation level at the mid-stage of the first realm. Due to his handsome appearance and decent physique, he had become the personal attendant of the Murong family's heiress. As Luo Nangwigi absorbed these memories, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Apologies. Due to a misoperation by the administrator, your rebirth has unexpectedly transformed into a transmigration. As compensation, we present you with a super system. Ding. Based on the assessment of your past life, the super pure love system is most suitable for you. Function. The host must select a female character as a pure love interest, which cannot be unbound or changed. Interaction with the pure love interest will yield affection value, which can be used to purchase system items. The host and the pure love interest will share cultivation levels, maintaining synchronization. Given the high difficulty of this world, a novice reward has been granted. Premium Dual Cultivation Technique 1. Overwhelmed by this barrage of information, Luo Nangwigi felt dazed. After a moment, he erupted internally. Damn it. I finally found someone who truly loves me in reality, and now you tell me I've accidentally transmigrated instead of being reborn? Compensate me. Send me back to Blue Star. I refuse to be a servant in this fantasy world without a phone or air conditioning. I want a sweet romance back on Blue Star. As these thoughts spiraled in his mind, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? It's time to eat. By the way, I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried you might not get enough to eat, and the Murong family might not take care of you. A sweet voice chimed in. Luo Nangwigi turned to find Murong, slender and exquisite, with a perfectly balanced air of aloofness. Despite having glimpsed her stunning beauty through the memories, witnessing her in person left him spellbound, his gaze fixed upon her. Murong, noticing his stare, felt her cheeks warm and lightly tapped his head, playfully chiding. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? As she mumbled, she rubbed her face with her hand. Luo Nangwigi couldn't help but smile, thinking, system, I'm not going back to Blue Star. I choose to bind Murong as my pure love interest. Fast forward to the present. Inside the tomb, Luo Nangwigi and Murong searched for treasures, occasionally encountering small puppets and traps. The puppets, with combat prowess at the first and second realms and lacking intelligence, posed no challenge. Naturally, they were easily dispatched by Luo Nangwigi and Murong, especially since Luo Nangwigi had the system at his disposal. The system provided various miraculous items to enhance their cultivation, such as a chocolate bar that increased cultivation when shared, and a magical bed that boosted their levels after a night's rest together, along with couple outfits that raised their prowess. After 2 months of utilizing these system items, both Luo Nangwigi and Murong had elevated their cultivation to the early third realm. Such was the power of the system. Soon, they burst into the core of the tomb, where the treasures were abundant. There lay a large chest of gemstones, heaps of rare materials, and even a divine weapon worth 50 gold coins. Murong, using her spatial ring, eagerly collected the treasures. Once finished, she turned to Luo Nangwigi and said, All right, let us head back. Wait a moment. Luo Nangwei waved his hand, deep in contemplation. The tomb exuded an air of strangeness for reasons unknown. The battle marks at the entrance were abundant, and they clearly did not resemble the traces left by mere second-tier puppets. It was evident that these were the remnants of the rumored third-tier puppets. Yet, as they traversed this path, they encountered none of these formidable foes. This suggested that the third-tier puppet had likely been vanquished by a human. The rewards at the core of the tomb remained intact, indicating that no human had ventured into the core. Thus, it could be inferred that the individual responsible for defeating the puppet was currently elsewhere in the tomb, collecting treasures, perhaps minor artifacts or even hidden gems. After all, adhering to the conventions of the narrative, the third-tier puppet, being the most advanced within the tomb, must possess some extraordinary secrets. My lady, I believe we should pause for a moment at the entrance of the tomb. Why not return to the camp for a rest? Because I feel somewhat fatigued. Very well then, let us take a brief respite, as I too wish to rest. Upon hearing Muron's acquiescence, a subtle smile graced Luo Nanggui's lips. He intended to block the exit. He must seize the opportunity to rob the individual who had defeated the third-tier puppet. Although that adversary might possess considerable strength, he had two initial-stage, third-tier allies at his side, coupled with the enhancements from system items. Luo Nanggui was confident that nothing within this cave could pose a threat to the two of them. Such was the confidence emanating from the strong. Chapter 58. Seizing another opportunity deep within the tomb, a lowly-shaped third-tier puppet led the way, followed closely by Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo. As the puppet pressed 4 different combinations of stones on the wall, a hidden chamber suddenly revealed itself. The chamber was remarkably simple, containing only a coffin lying within. They approached to open the coffin. Yi Wangchuan immediately began to command the puppet. Meanwhile, he and Li Luo stood outside the secret chamber, prepared to launch a barrage of long spears and explosive talismans should any malevolent creature emerge from the coffin. The puppet, displaying a countenance of reluctance, approached the coffin and with a creak, pulled it open. Inside the coffin lay 2 skeletal remains entwined in an eternal embrace. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wangchuan felt a sense of relief. It appeared that yet another powerful individual had left behind a legacy before their demise. Yi Wangchuan approached and examined the scene closely. Within the coffin, alongside the white bones, lay a bow of immaculate whiteness and an arrow of profound darkness. The stark contrast between the two was jarringly discordant. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan noticed a book beside the bow and arrow. His expression brightened instantly as he moved closer to peruse its contents. My wife and I, both adept in the art of weaponry, had been dispatched by our sect to scour the realm, only to unexpectedly. Yi Wangchuan, turning the page, it seems there is no way out. I shall first construct a tomb. Yi Wangchuan, turning the page, my wife and I have created 3 intricate puppets, hoping that they. Yi Wangchuan, turning the page, time is running short. The toxins within my wife and me deepen with each passing day. We have resolved to leave behind a legacy. It was not until he reached this page that Yi Wangchuan finally ceased his frantic page-turning and began to examine it closely. Beside him, Li Luo expressed his exasperation. Could you not take the time to read it thoroughly? After all, it is a legacy left by others. That would be an inefficient use of time. It suffices to understand the purpose of the legacy left behind. Yi Wangchuan spoke in a calm manner, meticulously examining the introduction of the bow and arrow. This bow and arrow, known as the day bow and night arrow, was crafted by me. The day bow can only be wielded by males. The night arrow, on the other hand, was created for my wife, exclusively for female use. Thus, to utilize these weapons, 2 individuals of opposite genders must cooperate, one drawing the bow while the other knocks the arrow, unleashing their utmost potential. The specific power generated is determined by the cultivation levels of both parties, their mutual affection, and the progression of their romantic relationship. The higher these 3 aspects, cultivation, affection, and progress, the greater the arrow's might. 10 minutes after the arrow is released, a new night arrow will reassemble in the woman's hand. Should one disregard these rules and forcefully use the weapons, they will be no different from ordinary bows and arrows. After reading about the usage of this bow and arrow, Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched. What kind of bow and arrow is this? So difficult to use? Is it possible that this legacy was originally intended for a singular female protagonist in a sweet, pet-like romance narrative? By the way, why would a fantastical world feature a singular female protagonist in a sweet, pet-like romance narrative? Yi Wangchuan picked up the night arrow, contemplating for a moment before turning to the puppet. Are you able to wield this arrow? He inquired. The puppet, somewhat uncertain, replied, It seems I cannot. Upon witnessing this, Yi Wangchuan sighed and turned to Li Luo, saying, It seems that it shall be the 2 of us who must attempt it. Ah? Oh, very well, Li Luo replied, taking the night arrow and examining it with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Yi Wangchuan grasped the daytime bow, his muscles taut and defined. With his left hand holding the bow and his right hand drawing the string, he pulled it back fully and turned to Li Luo, saying, Come, knock the arrow. Li Luo looked up at the long bow towering above her. She raised her arm, clutching the night arrow, but found it out of reach. She stood on her toes, yet still fell short. In a fit of frustration, she maneuvered behind Yi Wangchuan, skillfully climbing onto his back. She then leaned over his shoulder, positioning the arrow against the string. Almost pressing her face against Yi Wangchuan's, she finally managed to knock the arrow. Yi Wangchuan paid no heed to the details. Once he confirmed the arrow was knocked, he aimed at a wall of the tomb and released the bowstring. At the very moment the arrow was launched, a streak of black light swept across the venue, momentarily blinding everyone present. The blindness lasted approximately half a second. When Wangchuan regained his vision, he discovered a profound gash before him, resembling a cavernous tunnel, extending a staggering 1,200 meters deep. Remarkable! Wangchuan gazed with great satisfaction at the daybao in his hand. Its destructive power, capable of wreaking havoc over a kilometer within a mere half-second, was on par with that of a triple-tiered weapon. Truly, the fortunes bestowed upon the chosen of fate were astonishingly formidable. Although its activation posed some challenges and came with a 10-minute cooldown, the overwhelming might justify the cost. With that thought, Wangchuan retrieved 2 chairs from his spatial ring and reclined upon one. "Li Luo," he began, "the night arrow you possess is worth at least 1,000 gold. I do not wish to ask for much. Simply grant me 100 cultivation pills and 34 foundation building pills, and that will suffice." Li Luo turned her gaze towards her system space, noting that her villainous emotional value had not increased despite Wangchuan claiming the daybao and the night arrow. This was also true for the earlier acquisition of the Cold Heart and Icebone Sword, which had similarly failed to raise her villainous emotional value. Confusion began to swell within her, prompting her to question the system. "System, did you not state that acquiring treasures would grant me villainous emotional value? Why have I not received any this time?" "Beep. These items are considered legacies and do not count as treasures," the system replied. "Curse you." Li Luo inwardly cursed the system for its semantic games. She then raised her head and addressed Wangchuan. "The night arrow is classified as a legacy and does not qualify as a treasure. Wangchuan, Li Luo, come here. I wish to discuss something advantageous with you." At the entrance of the tomb, Luo Nangua and Murong stared wide-eyed at the enormous tunnel that had just been revealed in an instant. "What on earth is this? I must investigate," Luo Nangua declared, rising immediately. "Hey, wait for me." Murong hurriedly followed suit. As the two traversed the passage for a while, they soon arrived at a hidden chamber where 3 individuals were present. A man and a black-haired loli were seated together, consuming elixirs, while a gray-haired loli stood silently to the side. "Why are there so many lolis?" Luo Nangua pondered when he suddenly noticed a coffin beside the trio. Realization dawned upon him. These 3 had claimed the hidden rewards of the tomb. This was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, Luo Nangua bellowed, "You 3, state your names. Hand over the spatial ring in your possession, and I shall spare your lives." Chapter 59, a most unique skill, huh? Wangchuan and Li Luo, who were currently savoring cultivation and foundational elixirs, looked up in confusion at Luo Nangua. Who is this person? At that moment, Wangchuan noticed a woman beside Luo Nangua. Moreover, both individuals appeared quite decent. Are they the children of destiny? Wangchuan, having made up his mind, swiftly began to consume the cultivation and foundation building pills. In no time, his cultivation level surged explosively to the late stage of the 2nd realm. Only then did he rise to his feet and direct his gaze towards Luo Nangua. Chang'an City, the Yi family, Wangchuan. Upon hearing this, Murong, by Luo Nangua's side, felt her pupils constrict sharply, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. After all, she was the daughter of a prominent family from Yinjing City. How could she not have heard of the foremost family in Chang'an City? Moreover, it was the family of that old monster. Trembling, Murong reached out and tugged at Luo Nangua, attempting to dissuade him. Luo Nangua, mistaking her anxiety for fear, patted her back reassuringly, whispering, "Do not worry, I am here. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Fear not." After offering comfort, Luo Nangua lifted his head, his eyes brimming with confidence as he smirked disdainfully at Wangchuan. The Yi family? Never heard of it. In truth, Luo Nangua was entirely unfamiliar with the Yi family, as he was merely an ordinary person. Just as the common folk of Chang'an City were unaware that the most powerful clan in Yinjing City was the Long family. The ordinary citizens of Yinjing also knew nothing of Chang'an's strongest family being the Yi family. In a fantastical world devoid of the internet, it is challenging for ordinary individuals to acquire news from other cities. Yet, it was precisely this ignorance that bolstered Luo Nangua's confidence. "I have never even heard of your Yi family in Yinjing. Could it be that you would dare to journey all the way here to confront me in front of the prestigious Murong family?" Although the Yi surname indeed carried weight, he could not bring himself to believe in their alleged prowess. Resolutely, Luo Nangua declared, "However, you have frightened my esteemed lady, and that is unforgivable. Apologize to her immediately." "Ah!" Murong emitted a piercing shriek, rushing forward to cover Luo Nangua's mouth. Luo Nangua assumed her haughty nature had once again flared up. No worries. He understood that with haughty individuals, one must simply do the opposite of what they say. Turning around, he patted Murong on the shoulder confidently, proclaiming, "It will be fine. We shall prevail." "No. My father said that the Yi family has an old monster. Do not provoke him." It matters not for you, my lady. I am willing to take on the whole world. Before Murong could respond, a resounding crash echoed as Luo Ningwa stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the earth as he charged towards Wangchuan. At that moment, Luo Ningwa felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, having just delivered such a heroic line. He was certain it had touched Murong deeply. The skills he honed in his past life to win over the school belle were now being deployed in this ancient fantastical realm. It was nothing short of a dimensional strike. Yet, he pondered, why had the system not granted him any pure love points? Just as he reveled in his own self-satisfaction, he suddenly felt a chilling force strike his face. Huh? What? A long spear came crashing down, striking Luo Ningwa squarely in the face, sending him flying. He collided forcefully with the stone wall, which crumbled into a cloud of debris before finally coming to a halt. Luo Ningwa's face contorted painfully, blood seeping forth, only to be instantly frozen by the spear's chilling aura that clung to his skin. Furthermore, the icy energy surged relentlessly through his wounds. Accompanying this was the invasion of malevolent thoughts. The negative emotions stemming from his despair and anger over unrequited love for the school belle ignited within him. The dual assault on his body and spirit left Luo Ningwa writhing in agony, howling in torment. Luo Ningwa. Murong gasped in shock as she witnessed Luo Ningwa being attacked. She immediately retrieved a heart-shaped stone from her spatial ring, decisively slicing her palm to let her blood drip onto the stone. As her blood was absorbed, Luo Ningwa's injuries began to heal rapidly. This stone was a tool from Luo Ningwa's system, designed to transfer one person's life force to another for recovery, commonly referred to as life value transfer. Although Murong was unaware of the origin of this miraculous object, she understood its application. At that moment, upon seeing Luo Ningwa's wounds heal, Wangchuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What kind of sinister artifact is that heart-shaped stone? If I were to obtain it, could I compel someone to bleed for me daily to restore my vitality? With that thought in mind, Wangchuan charged towards Murong. The explosive speed of the late-stage second realm was unleashed, akin to a speeding bullet train. Just as Wangchuan approached within 50 meters of Murong, brandishing a long spear aimed at her, Luo Ningwa's pupils flared red as he produced a turtle shell-shaped shield, bellowing, "Do not harm my lady." As the words left his mouth, a radiant golden light enveloped Murong. Boom! The spear collided against Murong's waist. However, she sustained no injuries, remaining entirely unscathed. Instead, it was Luo Ningwa who suddenly coughed up blood, a gash appearing at his waist. The damage had been absorbed by him. Wangchuan maintained a calm analysis within himself, promptly drawing forth a spear to strike at Murong. At that moment, Murong had also regained her composure. Her initial cultivation at the third level erupted as she swiftly evaded the spear, urging him to halt. "Stop, Yi Shao. I am Murong from the Mu family of Yanjing, and I believe we can." Before she could elaborate, Luo Ningwa charged forward. He immediately bellowed at Wangchuan. "Wangchuan, are you such a coward that you only dare to bully women? If you have the guts, come at me." Upon hearing these words, a peculiar emotion surged within Wangchuan's heart. Suddenly, he felt that this despicable man deserved a beating. The moment this thought emerged, it was swiftly suppressed by his rationality. Was that a taunt? Wangchuan suppressed the fury within him and turned his gaze towards Luo Ningwa, letting out a derisive chuckle. "A single blow nearly took your life, and yet you must rely on a woman to save you. How laughable." Luo Ningwa was instantly rendered speechless with rage. In a fit of anger, he raised the tortoise shell in his hand and charged towards Wangchuan. Wangchuan hurled two long spears, leaving merely 2 marks on the tortoise shell. Realizing the futility of his attack, he prepared to evade and maneuver behind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he positioned the spear defensively in front of himself. Bang! A tremendous force surged forth, sending Wangchuan hurtling backward. Wangchuan thrust his spear into the ground, carving a mark of 20 meters before gradually coming to a halt. The impact from the collision left him with the sensation that his arm might fracture. This was under the circumstance that his opponent wielded a shield and was unable to exert full strength due to injuries. The disparity between the late stage of the second realm and the third realm was overwhelmingly vast. "Young man, this is the price of provoking my ire. I had intended to show you mercy, but your audacity to strike at my esteemed lady leaves no room for leniency, not even if the heavens themselves intervened." Upon witnessing Wangchuan being struck back, Luo Ningwa's arrogance surged significantly. Wangchuan paid no heed to his opponent. With a mere flicker of thought, he calmly consumed a medicinal pill and spoke. "Li Luo, explode." What do you mean by explode?" Luo Ningwa's confusion remained unaddressed when he noticed the turtle shell in his hand glowing with 2 crimson lights. Chapter 60. What kind of comic book villain are you? Luo Ningwa gazed at the red light on the turtle shell, utterly perplexed. The next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated. Boom, boom. Two resounding blasts reverberated through the air. Accompanying this was a searing wave of heat, a manifestation of utter devastation. Luo Nangwig found himself face to face with the full brunt of two explosive talismans. Whoosh, whoosh. The entire tomb was enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke generated by the explosions. Wangchuan unfurled a fan and with a vigorous sweep dispersed the fog enveloping the arena. In that moment, he finally discerned the scene laid before him. A gaping pit with a radius of 40 meters had suddenly appeared. Luo Nangwei lay at the center of this chasm. Before him lay a shattered turtle shell shield, and his body was marred with burns. Flesh, bone, and scorched skin were strewn across every part of him. There was not a single unblemished patch of skin on his entire form. Wangchuan was not taken aback by the sight. The explosive talismans from Li Luo were provided by the system. Although their range was limited, their power was astonishing. A colossal 300-meter serpent was utterly devastated by 3 explosive talismans, its scales shattered to reveal white bones. The 10-meter-high triple puppet was obliterated at the waist by 2 explosive talismans detonating at close range. And Luo Nangwei, standing merely at 1 meter 80, had taken the full brunt of 2 explosive talismans directly to his face. Although he had a shield to absorb some damage, the toll was incalculable. Agonizing heat surged through him, and Luo Nangwei let out a wretched scream. Yet, Wangchuan would not afford him any reprieve. With a decisive thrust, a spear hurtled towards Luo Nangwei. At that critical moment, a sound pierced the air, thwack. The spear penetrated a chest, but it was not Luo Nangwei's chest that was pierced. Instead, it was Murong, who had spread her arms wide to shield Luo Nangwei. Luo Nangwei's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Murong, however, smiled gently. Memories of the past 2 months spent with Luo Nangwei flickered through her mind. Their first stargazing, their first time soaking in a hot spring, their first taste of stinky tofu. For reasons unknown, he seemed to have transformed into a different person over the past 2 months, introducing her to new experiences daily. What had started as a mere desire to have Luo Nangwei as a guard for aesthetic pleasure had, unbeknownst to her, woven a subtle dependence on him. With that thought, Murong offered a soft smile, her bloodied hand reaching gently towards Luo Nangwei's cheek, and she began to speak. Luo Nangwei, the truth is, I have always. Wangchuan quickly regained his composure and rushed forward, firmly covering Murong's mouth to prevent her from uttering any declarations of affection. Simultaneously, he swiftly retracted her outstretched hand to avert her from smearing blood onto Luohan's face. Subsequently, Wangchuan decisively stepped back with Murong, drawing a dagger and pressing it against her neck. Wangchuan was the first to speak, threatening, "Take another step closer, and your life will be forfeit." You. Luo Nangwei glared fiercely at Wangchuan, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, Wangchuan's mind was racing in a frenzy of thoughts. Damn it, this was a miscalculation. Carrying only 2 explosive talismans was far too insufficient. He should have obliterated this wretch directly. According to the current narrative, if this woman perished, the chosen one would undoubtedly descend into darkness and unleash chaos. It would take Li Luo, with his short legs, several seconds to reach here. There simply wasn't enough time to deliver the final blow. Wangchuan began to fervently contemplate methods to prevent Luo Nangwei from reaching a critical state. In a brief span, he recalled nearly every form of entertainment from his previous life: television dramas, anime, comics, and novels. His sole purpose was to discern if there existed a means for the antagonist to survive amidst the trope of severely injuring the female protagonist. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him. This woman had previously mentioned that she belonged to the Mu family of Yanjing. Wangchuan was suddenly struck by a moment of inspiration. He first placed a medicinal pill into Murong's mouth, stabilizing his injuries to prevent an untimely demise that could lead to the darkening of the child of destiny. Subsequently, Wangchuan leaned down, whispering into Murong's ear, "My lady, surely you would not wish for your family in distant Yanjing to face annihilation." "What?" Murong exclaimed, her eyes widening in terror at Wangchuan's words. Wangchuan observed the scene before him with great satisfaction. He continued, "I have heard of the Mu family, one of the prominent families in Yanjing. Surely you have heard of the Yi family as well. What a coincidence, I am the sole heir of the Yi family. At this very moment, I possess the Yi family token, which allows me to convey messages across space. If I were to use this token to inform my father, Yu Zhentian, that the Mu family intends to take my life, can you guess what the repercussions would be? The answer is that not a single member of the Mu family would survive to see the next day, much like your Lin family in Yanjing." Upon the utterance of Wangchuan's words, Murong's pupils constricted sharply. The Lin family, once the foremost clan in Yanjing, in terms of both elite combat prowess and profound heritage, they were an exceptionally formidable lineage. Even when considering their legacy, the current Long family still falls short in comparison to the illustrious Lin family of yore. However, for reasons unknown, one fateful night, the Lin family was annihilated by the Yi family, leaving only a child, whose stature barely reached the height of a wheel, to survive. This is the very reason Murong harbors trepidation towards the Yi family. What is it that you wish for me to do? Murong glared at Wangchuan, gritting his teeth in defiance. Wangchuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly spoke. You must first send that man away. The rest we shall discuss at our leisure. All right, fine. Murong gritted her teeth, lifting her gaze to Luo Nangu. In that moment, Luo Nangu glared at Wangchuan, continuously shouting in fury. However, the knife pressed against Murong's neck restrained him from acting impulsively. Instead, Luo Nangu resorted to furious curses. Wangchuan, you beast. What abilities do you possess? All you do is attack women. If you have the courage, do not threaten me with the lady. Come at me directly. Enough. Enough. Luo Nangu, silence yourself. Murong suddenly shouted, halting Luo Nangu's barrage of insults. Luo Nangu looked at Murong, bewildered. Luo Nangu, this gentleman, Wangchuan, is actually a kind-hearted person. You have misunderstood him. You were the one who struck first. He merely retaliated in self-defense. Did you not see that he even offered me healing elixirs? All of this is your fault to begin with. You must apologize to Mr. Wangchuan at once and return to the human camp to await my return. I wish to converse with Mr. Wangchuan for a while longer before I go back. Chapter 61. What a cow. Thanks to the great deity Mu Yangjima for the certification and additional updates. My lady, what did you just say? Luo Nangu looked at Murong, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Why would the lady I have been with day and night speak in defense of a man I have known for less than 10 minutes? I command you to return to the camp and await my arrival. Do you not hear me? Murong said, her voice tinged with anger. Luo Nangu hesitated, extending his hand, but Murong's command rang clear. This is an order, she shouted. Very well. Luo Nangu clenched his fists and departed from the scene. To him, the lady's command was paramount, one that could not be defied under any circumstances. Wangchuan, if you dare to harm the lady in any way, I will not spare you, he called out just before leaving. 5 minutes after Luo Nangu's departure, Wangchuan finally felt a sense of relief. He first took possession of Murong's spatial ring, then produced the binding immortal rope, wrapping it around Murong several times. This action would seal the spiritual energy within her, preventing any potential disturbances. After all, being a third-tier cultivator, her actions could become quite troublesome. Murong still held significant value. She was a means to threaten Luo Nangu and a safeguard against his descent into darkness, serving as his Achilles heel. In essence, when dealing with a singular protagonist of fate, it was wise to focus one's efforts on the female lead. The protagonist would inevitably become hesitant. Meanwhile, Li Luo, gnawing on the remnants of the elixir, looked at Wangchuan with an expression of exasperation. What shall we do next? He inquired. Wangchuan pondered for a moment, casting a glance at the previous triple puppet. This puppet, for reasons unknown, did not appear to be a mere automaton obediently following commands. It seemed to possess the capacity for independent thought. If possible, Wangchuan intended to bring this puppet to the Yi family to consult Elder Qixio. However, this meant he would have to accompany the trio of Li Luo, the puppet, and Murong, 3 individuals lacking in strength. Despite Li Luo recently attaining the late stage of the first level through the consumption of medicinal pills, her abilities remained insufficient. Although the puppet and Murong were at the 3rd level, Wangchuan harbored doubts about their reliability and would not permit them to exert their full strength. After all, what if he were to be unexpectedly betrayed by them during a confrontation with a formidable opponent? He was a villain, not a child of destiny. It was all too common for villains to be backstabbed. With these thoughts in mind, Wangchuan lifted his head and spoke. Let us find a forest and chop down some trees while we await the conclusion of the cave world. Very well, Li Luo nodded, expressing no objections. After all, chopping trees would allow her to accumulate villainous emotional points without engaging in combat. Meanwhile, at a human encampment, the battered Luo Nangu returned. The individuals within the camp were members of the Mu family and their attendants. Upon seeing Luo Nangu's return, their faces brightened with joy. Luo Nangu, you've returned just in time. A triple-level individual provoked us earlier. Hurry and teach him a lesson. Hey, Brother Luo, I just caught a few fish. And the soup I made is simply exquisite. Come quickly and have a taste. Let Miss Murong try it too. By the way, where is Miss Murong? I thought you two were inseparable. The group engaged in lively discussions, but Luo Nangu paid them no heed, fatigue evident as he walked toward the tent. Miss Murong will return shortly. I shall rest for a moment. With that, he slipped into the tent, lying down and awaiting Miss Murong's return. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. As he waited, Luo Nanga fell into a deep slumber. Mrs. Back. The young lady has returned. Luo Nanga, come out. When Luo Nanga regained consciousness, those were the words that greeted him. His face lit up with joy as he swiftly got out of bed and stepped outside. Upon seeing Miss Murong standing unscathed before him, he exclaimed in excitement, "Miss, you have finally returned." Before Luo Nanga could finish his sentence, Yi Wangchuan's figure emerged from behind Murong. Yi Wangchuan adopted an arrogant expression and delivered a firm slap to Murong's posterior. Murong immediately quivered, displaying a bashful demeanor. "Miss, I must apologize, but I can no longer part from young Master Yi Wangchuan. However, fear not, for I shall still accompany you during the day. It is merely in the evenings that I must meet with young Master Yi," Murong said shyly. Luo Nangwei stood frozen in place, taken aback. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile. Yi Wangchuan approached and spoke to Luo Nangwei word by word. "Murong is indeed real, so exquisite." Bang! Luo Nangwei abruptly sat up from the bed, his fist shattering the bed and the nearby floor into smithereens. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. Glancing around in fear. It was midnight. Some night watch attendants hurried over, anxiously inquiring what had transpired. Only then did Luo Nangwei realize that it had merely been a dream. And Miss Murong had not returned at all. "It's nothing, just a nightmare after a fierce battle during the day. You may leave," he dismissed the attendants. He raised his hand, observing his trembling arm, and muttered to himself, "What am I thinking? Ha! How could a proud woman like Miss Murong ever submit to someone?" At this moment, Luo Nangwei suddenly froze. He began to carefully recall and compare his circumstances with Yi Wangchuan's. In terms of strength, he, a third-stage novice, had been utterly defeated by Yi Wangchuan, who was at the late second stage. In terms of wealth, he was merely a servant. Whereas Yi Wangchuan possessed a spatial ring on his finger, undoubtedly affluent. As for character, he considered himself to be the better one, being gentle and considerate. While Yi Wangchuan's demeanor was excessively brutal and cruel, overall, it seemed that he was indeed inferior to Yi Wangchuan. No, that cannot be. Although I may not be as capable as Yi Wangchuan, I share a 2-month emotional foundation with Miss Murong. I must grow stronger. I must become powerful enough to defeat Yi Wangchuan and rescue Miss Murong. As Luo Nangwei pondered, he glanced at his system. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had depleted his pure love points. He had used them nearly all up during the previous battles. To acquire more pure love points, he needed to interact with Miss Murong. Without her presence, this system was nearly useless. As he continued to contemplate, he remembered something in his system space. He searched his system space and quickly located the item. Premium Dual Cultivation Technique function. Strengthens the body, soothes the mind, increases cultivation level. For more effects, please refer to the technique manual. Luo Nangwei swallowed hard upon reading the description. He had never used this technique before, feeling that his relationship with Murong had not yet reached that level. But now, after a moment of contemplation, he thought, if he wished, he could easily invite a female attendant for dual cultivation, given his good looks and physique. By enhancing his cultivation level through dual cultivation, he could surely surpass Yi Wangchuan and save Miss Murong. However, wouldn't that mean betraying her? No, I absolutely cannot betray Miss Murong. I will never engage in dual cultivation with anyone other than her. As he declared this, Luo Nangwei began to seek other alternatives. Chapter 62. This puppet is truly useful. Yi Wangchuan led a few individuals to a serene expanse of grassland. Upon this verdant plain, there lay a quaint grove of trees. Yi Wangchuan glanced left and right, confirming that the surrounding terrain was expansive, making it difficult for anyone to conceal themselves and launch a surprise attack. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he conjured a small wooden house in a vacant lot. This wooden house had previously been stored within his spatial ring. Now released, it served as a temporary dwelling. The house was modest, comprising merely 3 rooms and a hall. Fortunately, the puppet did not require sleep, rendering it sufficiently adequate. He stepped inside the wooden house. Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo simultaneously reclined onto the lounge chair. Yi Wangchuan, with a mere thought, retrieved a pot of steaming tea from his spatial ring. Savoring a sip of the warm beverage, a look of sheer contentment graced his face. Before them, Murong stood still, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Yi Wangchuan took a sip of tea and calmly addressed Murong. "My dear lady, you surely do not wish for the annihilation of the Murong clan, do you? Wait. Why are you threatening me again? Please, do not harm my family. I am capable of anything." Upon hearing Yi Wangchuan's veiled threat, Murong instantly grew anxious. "Oh, capable of anything. Are you? Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile. Subsequently, Wangchuan retrieved an axe from his spatial ring and tossed it into Murong's hands, speaking with authority. Now, I require you to use this axe to fell the trees outside. Huh? Murong was taken aback. She initially believed that Wangchuan was threatening her, intending to coerce her. Ah, indeed, you shall also engage in tree felling. Shortly, I shall infuse you with a touch of spiritual energy to facilitate your transformation. Wangchuan cast his gaze towards another puppet. Well, the puppet seemed to harbor no significant grievances. After all, she was merely a puppet. Once she transitioned into battle mode, she would be devoid of sensations such as pain and fatigue. However, in her current youthful form, she could still experience such feelings. She took small steps to approach Wangchuan and inquired with curiosity, "May I ask how you intend to infuse me with spiritual energy? Will you be returning my heart for a period of time?" Wangchuan waved his hand in refusal, saying, "No, if I give you my heart. What will happen if you run away? Are there any other methods to infuse spiritual energy?" The puppet replied, "There are." Wangchuan, what method is that? Puppet, Wangchuan. Puppet, Wangchuan. After a prolonged silence, Wangchuan, with a hint of resignation, rubbed his forehead and led the puppet into the bedroom of the wooden house. As he walked, he spoke to Li Luo. "Li Luo, please step outside to supervise Murong. I will infuse this puppet with spiritual energy to facilitate her tree felling." "All right." Li Luo nodded, approaching Murong with an upward gaze. "Go chop some trees. Quickly. No slacking off. I expect you to work for 16 hours today. You insignificant creature." Murong's lips twitched slightly as she hoisted the axe and ventured outside to begin her task. In truth, Murong was still bound with some celestial binding ropes beneath her clothing. However, her hands and feet were unbound, allowing for movement. The knots were tied at her back, making it somewhat challenging for her to untie them herself. This predicament resulted in her spiritual energy being sealed, preventing her from utilizing her divine abilities. Fortunately, her physique was remarkably robust. Even without spiritual energy, she could cleave a tree in half with a single swing of her axe. She could even reduce the trunk to mere splinters with a swift slap, should she choose to. While Murong focused on chopping trees, Li Luo took on the role of supervisor, occasionally collecting scattered herbs, fruits, and flowers to fill his basket. The two toiled diligently in their respective tasks. As Li Luo observed the emotional value of the antagonist rising steadily, his satisfaction knew no bounds. 2 hours later, Wangchuan and the puppet emerged from the wooden cabin, visibly infused with abundant spiritual energy. The puppet took a deep breath, and as it uttered the words of the 18 martial arts, it began to radiate light, expanding and transforming. In no time, it assumed the form of a 10-meter-tall wooden warrior. Furthermore, its right arm morphed into a colossal axe. Wielding the giant axe, the puppet charged into the forest, swinging wildly as if felling saplings. Within mere seconds, it could clear a vast expanse of woodland. Wangchuan reclined on a lounge chair, donning sunglasses as he basked in the sun. On the surface, it appeared as though he was idly relaxing. However, beneath the lenses of his sunglasses, his eyes were keenly surveying the surroundings. According to his conjecture, the young lady was being oppressed by the antagonist, and it was time for the Son of Fortune to come to her rescue. In other words, Luo Nangui was likely on his way. Wangchuan was uncertain whether the other party had brought companions or had gained strength through some fortuitous opportunity. Nevertheless, he had already devised a strategy in his mind. After approximately an hour had passed, in Wangchuan's pocket, a half-heart-shaped stone suddenly began to shimmer. He took out the stone and examined it closely. After capturing Murong, Wangchuan had long since seized all the system items and spatial rings from Murong. However, he remained unaware of the functions of these items. Even if Murong were to reveal their purposes, Wangchuan would remain skeptical. The system items that Luo Nin returned to Murong were primarily designed for paired use, reminiscent of couples items. Thus, what could be the function of this particular system item? Wangchuan pondered for a moment and resolved to take the initiative, preemptively guarding against the possibility of Luo Nangu returning for a surprise attack. "Puppet, come here for a moment." "Understood." The puppet ceased its tree felling and strode purposefully towards Wangchuan. Wangchuan did not waste words and directly inquired, "Puppet, are you able to transform into the likeness of Murong?" The puppet nodded in affirmation. In the next moment, it radiated a brilliant glow and, in the blink of an eye, assumed the appearance of Murong. Once the transformation was complete, the puppet, now resembling Murong, let out a cold huff towards Wangchuan and said, "Do not misunderstand. I have taken on this form solely out of concern that you may withhold my heart. It is certainly not for your sake." "Very well, very well." Wangchuan smiled and nodded, clearly pleased. The imitation was astonishingly perfect. "Come, Put on this garment. Wangchuan rummaged through his spatial ring and retrieved a set of couple's attire. This ensemble had been placed in her own spatial ring by Muro. The female outfit was donned by the puppet, while Wangchuan wore the male version. Once dressed, he adorned the puppet with the system items he had previously scavenged from Muro. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the puppet from this moment forth. You shall declare yourself as Muro to anyone other than me, and not as a puppet. Just feign compliance. The puppet acquiesced. After confirming that the disguise was flawless, Wangchuan shifted towards the side of the lounge chair, leaving an empty space beside him. He patted the vacant spot and instructed the puppet, "Come, rest in my embrace. Remember to display a bashful expression." "Eh? All right, fine," the puppet replied, moving over with a semblance of reluctance, shyness, and fragility, settling beside Wangchuan. Chapter 63, Young Miss. "What are you doing?" In a subterranean hole, Luo Nangwig emerged, gazing ahead. On the flat expanse of grassland, a quaint wooden cabin stood in stark contrast. Before the cabin lay a grove of trees, nearly stripped bare. Why is Wangchuan chopping down trees? Luo Nangwig scratched his head in confusion. However, such details mattered little now. The priority was to rescue the young lady. With that thought, Luo Nangwig produced a half-heart-shaped stone from his pocket. This stone was, of course, another system item. Its function was straightforward. The closer two heart-shaped stones were to one another, the brighter the stone would glow. It was thanks to this that Luo Nangwig was able to locate this place. Otherwise, it would have taken ages to find such a vast cavern. After checking the stone's brightness and confirming he was on the right path, Luo Nangwig beckoned the group trailing behind him to advance. This time, he was well prepared. He had brought 5 companions from the Murong family along. He was determined that a group assault could surely overpower Wangchuan. Before long, the Murong entourage, by tunneling, drew ever closer to the little wooden house in the grassland. When they were merely 100 meters away from another stone, Luo Nangwig halted. Cautiously, he dug upward. Peeking his head out, what he beheld made his heart sink. His young Miss Murong was clad in couple's attire with Wangchuan. She lay in his embrace, her expression one of utter bashfulness. Furthermore, it seemed she derived some enjoyment from the situation. Luo Nangwig retracted his head into the earth, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Luo Nangwig, what's wrong?" His companions looked at him with concern. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Luo Nangwig explained, "I'm fine. But I just witnessed the young miss being forcibly held by Wangchuan, which ignited a flicker of righteous anger within me. That Wangchuan was utterly detestable. We must avenge the young miss." His passionate words incited the anger of the other attendants as well. How dare that despicable Wangchuan act in such a manner? Indeed, the young miss, being proud and haughty, would never willingly be embraced by a man. Wangchuan must be a greedy lecher, infatuated with her beauty. This surge of indignation served to uplift their spirits, invigorating them further. Observing this reaction, Luo Nangwig felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared his usual proclamations about the young miss being unparalleled had indeed taken root. Without further ado, let us charge forth. With a grand gesture, Luo Nangwig began to excavate rapidly towards Wangchuan's position. Wangchuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, it has arrived. Fortunately, he had been vigilant, allowing him to subtly discern the moment when Luo Nangwig peeked in. Had he allowed himself a moment's distraction? It would have been quite challenging to notice that this fellow had dug a tunnel. "It has come. Proceed as previously discussed." Wangchuan spoke softly to the puppet, who nodded in response. After a brief moment, a violent explosion erupted from the ground, and 6 attendants sprang forth, charging towards Wangchuan. Among them was Luo Nangwig. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luo Nangwig's lips. At this proximity, Wangchuan had no avenue of escape. Should he dare to detonate the explosive talisman from before, he would be catapulted away in an instant. Furthermore, with Luo Nangwig currently in peak condition, he could forcibly assist Murong in withstanding any damage. Thus, he harbored no concerns that Wangchuan would threaten them by using Murong as a hostage. It was a foolproof situation. Wangchuan, oh Wangchuan, your gravest mistake lies in provoking me. Just as Luo Nangwig was basking in his own delight, a commanding shout from the puppet halted everyone in their tracks, including Luo Nangwig himself. After all, Luo Nangwig had previously instructed these attendants that the young lady's commands supersede all else. Even his own orders pale in comparison to the authority of the young lady's directives. Wangchuan's lips curled into a smirk as he arrogantly gazed at Luo Nangwig. He spoke, "Luo Nangwig, your young lady is clearly a friend of mine. What are you trying to accomplish?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Nangwig was instantly filled with rage. He pointed at Wangchuan and shouted, "Friend? You are no friend at all. I saw how without the slightest hesitation, you aimed your spear at the young lady. Yu Wangchuan chuckled softly. Ah, you are mistaken. Shouldn't the matter of friendship be inquired about with your master? With that, he raised his hand and playfully pinched the cheek of the puppet nestled in his arms, saying, What do you think? Yi, you bastard. Upon witnessing the audacity of Yu Wangchuan as he toyed with his lady's face, Luo Nangwai immediately prepared to charge at him in anger. At that moment, the puppet's face flushed a delicate shade of red as she timidly interjected. Why Yu Wangchuan is indeed my friend. It was merely a misunderstanding. Please do not regard him in such a manner. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. A few attendants exchanged glances, taking note of Yu Wangchuan's physique, appearance, and attire, and let out a chorus of teasing oaths. Meanwhile, others wore expressions of sympathy as they looked upon Luo Nangwai. Luo Nangwai hesitated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he continued. Young miss, are you being threatened? Fear not. With so many attendants present, I possess the means to share the burden of harm. As soon as you give the command, we shall subdue Yu Wangchuan at once, ensuring he cannot harm you in the slightest. Just then, the puppet interjected, There is no need for such trouble. Yu Wangchuan rose to his feet. At the same time, he lifted the puppet and approached Lin Nangwei, gently placing it down before him. Yu Wangchuan lowered his gaze towards the puppet and straightforwardly inquired, Murong, do you favor me, or do you prefer Luo Nangwei? Of course, it is Luo Nangwei. The puppet replied, adhering to the script Yu Wangchuan had previously provided. Upon hearing this, Luo Nangwei's expression brightened. Indeed, the young lady still harbored feelings for him. At this moment, Yu Wangchuan revealed a mischievous smile and continued, Then, will you be spending the night with me, or will you return with Luo Nangwei? Upon hearing this, the puppet's face flushed crimson as she buried her face against Yu Wangchuan's chest, uttering not a single word. Yet, in this silence, there was an eloquence that spoke volumes. The surrounding attendants glanced at Murong nestled in Yu Wangchuan's embrace and then turned their eyes to Luo Nangwei. Some even audibly clicked their tongues in disbelief. As for Luo Nangwei, he remained silent for a moment, and then a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He had bitten his own tongue. The eldest lady must have fallen under some form of brainwashing or hypnosis. I shall take her away. All of you, eliminate Yu Wangchuan. Luo Nangwei bellowed, grasping the puppet's sleeve and swiftly attempting to extricate her from Yu Wangchuan's hold. The attendants, who had merely been spectators moments ago, instantly surged forward. They believed Luo Nangwei's words without question. How could the eldest lady possibly develop feelings for another without reason? For the sake of the young lady, they charged forth. Seeing this, Yu Wangchuan furrowed his brows slightly, drawing forth a long spear to engage in mutual combat with the attendants. Meanwhile, Luo Nangwei returned to this opportunity to make his escape. Chapter 64, Luo Nangwei's bounty of gold coins, thanks to the esteemed shepherd horse for the endorsement. With an additional update, clang, clang, clang. On the vast grassland, Yu Wangchuan clashed with several attendants. With a flick of his spear, he unleashed waves of icy air. The chilling aura, mingled with malevolent intent, darted about the field, causing considerable distress among the attendants. Despite the encirclement, the attendants found themselves at a loss against Yu Wangchuan for the time being, as the reach of his spear was formidable. At this moment, noticing that Luo Nangwei had distanced himself, Yu Wangchuan finally felt at ease and swiftly thrust his spear into the crowd. A tremendous surge of icy energy erupted, startling those nearby into hasty retreat. Yu Wangchuan seized this opportunity to escape the encirclement, following the trail of cold air. Naturally, several attendants would not let this chance slip away. In their eyes, Yu Wangchuan's flight was a sign of cowardice. Soon, they pursued him into the depths of the forest. Yu Wangchuan glanced around, surveying the surroundings within the forest. Before long, he spotted a little fellow sitting on a wooden stump, gnawing on a grape. Li Luo, I've come to see you. Oh, Yu Wangchuan, what brings you here with such a large entourage? Upon noticing the crowd pursuing him behind Yu Wangchuan, Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. Yu Wangchuan, without further ado, rushed forward and seized Li Luo's arm, effortlessly tossing him onto his back. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the day bow and night arrows materialized in Yu Wangchuan's grasp. He deftly tossed a night arrow into Li Luo's hands, preparing to draw the bowstring. Li Luo instantly understood Yu Wangchuan's intention and placed the night arrow against the bowstring. Observing this spectacle, the surrounding guards widened the distance between one another, bemused. How amusing it was to dare employ archery, a solitary form of attack, amidst such a brutal onslaught. Truly, Yu Wangchuan appeared quite foolish. Suddenly, a flash of darkness enveloped the area, blinding everyone for a brief half-second. When Yu Wangchuan and Li Luo regained their sight, they found themselves before a path, ravaged as if struck by a mighty dragon, stretching for 1,000 meters. As for the guards, They had vanished, presumably off to dine with their families. Well executed indeed. Yu Wangchuan pinched Li Luo's face on his shoulder. Crack. Then he was bitten by Li Luo. Boom. Meanwhile, Luo Negue noticed a massive black light flashing from behind, which split the grassland neatly in two. He realized that Yu Wangchuan had once again employed the treasures from the tomb. Gritting his teeth, Luo Negue lamented, I'm sorry, Zhuang, Mo. I can't remember the rest of your names. Nevertheless, your sacrifices shall not be in vain. Once I am with the young lady, I will ensure she compensates your families. As Luo Negue spoke to himself, the puppet, being pulled along, sensed it was time to speak up. Hey, Luo Negue? Where are we? I think I was just hypnotized by Yu Wangchuan. Young lady, you are finally awake. How splendid. This story is quite lengthy. But we must hurry back to the Mu family's camp. Luo Negue, believing that Murong was merely under hypnosis, felt a wave of relief. However, at that moment, bang. A spear suddenly struck beside him, narrowly missing him. Luo Negue was startled and turned around. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Wangchuan had already pursued them. Moreover, a young girl was perched on his back. How infuriating. Gritting his teeth, Luo Negue prepared to unleash a burst of speed to shake off Yu Wangchuan. While Yu Wangchuan might surpass him in combat capability, as long as he wished to escape, what could Yu Wangchuan do to capture him? Just as Luo Negue began to accelerate, suddenly, the puppet tugged at him. She appeared pained and spoke, No, my body has just recovered. I am too exhausted to accelerate. Young lady, I will carry you. But that would only burden you. What if we both get caught? Luo Negue, you must go. Do not worry about me. Luo Negue gritted his teeth, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, he noticed a cliff ahead. The cliff was approximately tens of thousands of meters high. Luo Negue's expression brightened. This height was just right. Those at the third level could survive, while those at the second level would certainly perish. Yu Wangchuan's strength primarily stemmed from the quality of his weapons, his formidable abilities, and powerful talismans, but his physical prowess had not yet reached the third level. Thus, if he jumped down, perhaps Yu Wangchuan would abandon the chase. Resolute, Luo Negue grasped the puppet and leaped off the cliff. Whoosh! Bang! They fell to the ground like shooting stars. Luo Negue merely fractured his legs and broke several ribs, but he was not gravely harmed. As for the puppet, despite concealing her aura to appear as a beginner at the third level, her inherent quality was still that of a mid-level third-tier puppet, so she was entirely unscathed. At that moment, several spears thundered down. Luo Negue looked up to see Yu Wangchuan driving his spear into the rock wall, rapidly descending. Goodness! Is Yu Wangchuan insane? Why is he still pursuing us? Luo Negue frowned, pondering his next move. His legs were broken, making it impossible to escape quickly. Just then, the puppet spoke. Luo Negue. Look, there are numerous caves at the base of this cliff. We just need to slip into one of them to hide, wait for our injuries to heal, and then escape when Yu Wangchuan isn't paying attention. Upon hearing the puppet's suggestion, Luo Negue contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The puppet promptly dragged Luo Negue into a cave to conceal themselves. After a brief period, Yu Wangchuan slid down, gazing at the desolate ground. A hint of confusion etched on his face. Where have they gone? They were just here. Well, they must be hiding nearby, Li Luo replied nonchalantly. Indeed. There are quite a few caves in this vicinity. Let us search through them one by one. Yu Wangchuan, having spoken, began to thrust his spear forcefully into the cave. Conducting a violent search. Inside the cavern, feeling the surrounding tremors, Luo Negue was rendered momentarily dazed. Goodness! Is this villain truly so meticulous? Shouldn't a cursory search suffice? He thought, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. Of course, if I engage in dual cultivation with Miss Murong, I can enhance my strength and escape. With excitement, Luo Negue retrieved the supreme dual cultivation technique from his system space and approached the puppet. Miss, if we wish to survive, we must learn this dual cultivation technique, he declared. This technique was bestowed upon me by a mysterious master, and it is said to be immensely powerful. Really? Let me see. The puppet feigned shock as she leaned in for a closer look. After examining the technique, she nonchalantly stored it in her spatial ring. Hey, why are you taking this technique? Luo Negue questioned. For Yu Wangchuan, she replied coolly. Chapter 65. What kind of system is this? For Yu Wangchuan? Luo Negue's mind momentarily froze at her words. The young lady of his household had taken the supreme dual cultivation technique to give to Yu Wangchuan. Could it be? Miss Murong, you must be jesting. Ah. Ha, he stammered, his hand reaching out awkwardly. I am not jesting. Let me tell you the truth, Luo Negue. I was never hypnotized. I have slept beside you, Wangchuan, twice, she stated bluntly. Indeed, what she says is true. No, no, no. Luo Nangui's pupils quivered as he roared in disbelief. Why have you betrayed me? Why? No, you are not Miss Murong. You cannot be. How could the real Miss Murong have slept with you, Wangchuan, twice? It must have only been once at most. Who are you really, boom? Before he could finish, a spear suddenly crashed through the stone wall towards him. At such a short distance. He had no time to react and could only slightly turn aside. Unfortunately, the spear was not aimed at his head, but rather at his abdomen. With a sickening thrust, the spear pierced through Luo Nangui's midsection, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, a rush of chilling malevolence surged into his wound, launching a dual assault on both his body and spirit. Overwhelmed by rage from the betrayal, Luo Nangui could scarcely endure the onslaught of dark thoughts, and his emotions shattered in an instant. Tears streamed down his face, anger igniting within him. He continued to cough and spit blood. Ah, this stone is designed for tracking. On the other side of the wall, Wangchuan casually toyed with a heart-shaped stone as he approached. Cough. Cough. Wangchuan, it's you again. How do you have a tracking stone? Oh, I see. I understand now. Murong, did you give the tracking stone to Wangchuan? Why? Why? I did everything for you. Luo Negui lamented in anguish. At that moment, no matter how he tried to deceive himself, he had to confront the truth. Murong was involved with Wangchuan. The puppet cast a cold glance at Luo Negui, indifferent to his plight. She turned her back, walking towards Wangchuan. Seeing this, Luo Negui panicked instantly. He abandoned his earlier rage and pleaded, Murong, I beg you, please don't go. Don't leave. I implore you. Murong, why am I not as good as Wangchuan? Just tell me. I will certainly improve. I will change. I absolutely will. Please don't leave. I only ask that you don't go. As he spoke, Luo Negui fell to his knees, desperately begging the puppet to stay. Wangchuan immediately shook his head in disappointment at Luo Nanga. A man devoid of dignity, akin to a turtle, is truly repugnant. He is undoubtedly one of the most ineffectual scions of fortune that Wangchuan has ever encountered. Even someone as carefree as Su Fugue would unleash a torrent of curses upon his ancestors in such a predicament, rather than groveling like a dog, howling and pleading for mercy. He might as well descend to dine with Tang San. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wangchuan's eyes. He brought Li Luo and the puppet to the entrance of the cave. Murong, do not leave. I implore you. I beseech you. Suddenly, as Luo Negui lamented in despair, he felt something strike his face. Upon inspection, he discovered it was 3 stacked explosive talismans. Li Luo, explode. Very well. With Wangchuan's command. The 3 explosive talismans in Luo Nangui's hand began to glow. Injured and with broken legs, he had no means of escape, forced to watch helplessly as the light intensified. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed through the sky. The cave collapsed instantly. Without the protection of a turtle shell, the 3 explosive talismans detonated, scattering Luo Negui in every direction. Furthermore, since the talismans were ignited by Li Luo, it counted as a mutual attack between those favored by fortune, preventing any triggering of bloodlocks or explosive transformations. Ding. Host has triumphed over 3 early-stage enemies, defeating them at a higher level, earning an additional reward of 500 villain emotion points. The electronic voice resonated in Li Luo's mind. Luo Nangui, the blue star sycophantic turtle male protagonist of a system-themed transmigration story, met his demise. Yet, this was far from the conclusion of the matter. As the explosion subsided, Wangchuan first gathered some firewood and struck flint to create a modest blaze. Subsequently, he approached the collapsed cave and began to meticulously sift through the stones. Whenever he discovered a rock stained with blood or remnants of Luo Nangui, he resolutely cast them into the flames. In the case of bones, he shattered them into fragments with a spear before consigning them to the fire. After nearly an hour of diligent searching, having thoroughly scoured the vicinity of the cave, Wangchuan finally paused and approached the fire. Wangchuan extinguished the flames with a chilling breath, producing a handful of glutinous rice, which he meticulously mixed with the ashes from the fire pit. Subsequently, he divided the ashes into 10 portions, burying 5 in different locations and casting the other 5 into the river to feed the fish. At this moment, Wangchuan finally felt a sense of relief. With these actions, there was no doubt that survival was impossible. Nearby, Li Luo's lips twitched as she contemplated whether Wangchuan was afflicted with a delusion of persecution. Just then, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding. Detection of the super pure love system attempting to escape this realm. Capture in progress. Capture successful. Absorbing. Absorption complete. This system has acquired an additional function. When the host stirs the heart of the destined villain, the resulting villainous emotional value increases by an additional 50. The system store has additional items: pure love chocolate bars, pure love couple outfits, pure love bed sheets, life-draining stones, locator stones, and supreme dual cultivation techniques. Huh? What on earth is this? Li Luo felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What is this super pure love system? Wasn't her system a god-level choice system? Why was it now consuming another system? What exactly is it? A god-level choice system or a god-level devouring system? And what of this newly added function? What does it mean to stir Wangchuan's heart? Well, never mind, at least the function appears useful. In the future, as I ride on Wangchuan's back, I should be able to accumulate more villainous emotional value. However, what are these additional items provided by the system? They all seem rather frivolous. And what in the world is a supreme dual cultivation technique? On the grassland, the genuine Murong wiped the sweat from her brow. She gazed at the felled trees with a sense of pride swelling within her. At last, the task was completed. Although she was perplexed as to why Wangchuan and the others had vanished, with explosions echoing just moments before, this did not deter her from diligently working. As for fleeing, Murong had not considered it. She feared that if she did not remain focused on her task, Wangchuan might retaliate against her family. Chapter 66. The exit to the cave heaven opens as Murong took a break. Wangchuan finally approached with his puppet and Li Luo. Murong found herself pondering where they had been prior to this moment. Wangchuan approached, first unbinding the celestial binding rope from Murong and reclaiming it. He then utilized his spatial ring to gather the severed wood and the wooden cabin. Subsequently, Wangchuan spoke. Bow. What? Murong was momentarily taken aback by his words. However, Wangchuan offered no further explanation and simply turned to depart. To Wangchuan, Murong's sole value lay in her capacity to hinder Luo Nangui. With Luo Nangui's demise, Murong's worth dissipated. Left behind, Murong gazed in confusion at Wangchuan as he receded into the distance. Well, never mind. I should hurry back to the Murong family camp to find Luo Nangui, she muttered, attempting to summon the positioning stone from her spatial ring with a thought. It was at this moment that she realized. Wangchuan did not return the spatial ring. An exquisite dual cultivation technique? On the way, Wangchuan strolled along the riverside, casually perusing the exquisite dual cultivation technique bestowed upon him by the puppet. This exceptional dual cultivation method is exclusively designed for human males and females, rendering it inaccessible to shape-shifting demons, artificial puppets, zombies, animals, and all other non-human entities. Its benefits include fortifying the body, alleviating stress, enhancing cultivation, prolonging life, nourishing yin and supplementing yang, dispelling spiritual injuries, relieving fatigue, replenishing spiritual energy, purifying the soul, augmenting innate talent, extending time, increasing resilience, and restoring moisture, among others. After finishing, Wangchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this? So many effects. Should I give it a try? Contemplating this, Wangchuan turned to his companion, Li Luo, and spoke. Shall we give it a go? Absolutely not. Li Luo resolutely declined. Wangchuan shrugged nonchalantly, unperturbed by the matter. After all, it was merely a dual cultivation partner, and Wangchuan could easily find numerous candidates. For instance, there was that certain elderly loli who incessantly clamored to join. Since Li Luo was unwilling, he decided to seek other companions once they ventured outside. Wangchuan retracted his cultivation technique and was about to accompany Li Luo in search of another grove to continue their timber gathering. At that moment, a resounding rumble echoed through the air. A luminous pillar shot up into the sky from the very center of the cave. The exit of the cave unexpectedly opened at this moment. Upon a glance, Wangchuan immediately discerned the nature of the luminous pillar. It was the entrance to the cave abode. At this very moment, a month had elapsed since the cave abode had been unveiled. Wangchuan decisively dragged Li Luo's puppet towards the exit. The opening of the cave realm was typically time-limited, and should they miss it, Wangchuan would be doomed to linger within this cave for a millennium, a fate he was desperate to avoid. At the cave's periphery, Su Fugue swung his sword relentlessly, hacking at the corpse of the night Shin Crow, which lay marred in purple, a clear indication of poison. Spitting out blood, he began to scavenge the fallen creature for martial arts techniques, elixirs, and treasure, all the while cursing vehemently. After hunting me for so long, how dare you? He was grateful, at least, for having fortified himself to the mid-stage of the second realm. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to vanquish this foe. As he searched, he suddenly glanced towards the center of the cave. Pointing at the towering beam of light, he inquired of his bodyguard, "What is that?" "Sir, that is the exit of the cave realm. It is time-sensitive. We must hurry. By the heavens!" Meanwhile, by a secluded lakeside, Luhan inhaled deeply and opened his eyes. At last, I have broken through to the early stage of the first realm, he exclaimed joyfully. While most individuals required 3 years of cultivation to reach this level, Luhan had fortuitously encountered a lake rich in spiritual energy. By practicing near its waters and soaking in them afterward, he had achieved his breakthrough in a mere 3 weeks. Surely, he was one of the few prodigies among his peers to reach the early stage of the first realm. This lake is truly miraculous. Oh, Luhan, congratulations on your breakthrough. Come, have some fruit. A young girl approached, bearing a platter of fruit. She was Tang Ruru, a member of the Tang family, albeit without any significant cultivation herself. The Tang family had sent her here merely to see if she could glean any advantages. Not long ago, she had been surrounded by a pack of wild wolves, and had Luhan not risked his life to save her, she would have likely become their prey. Thus, she was immensely grateful to him, often assisting him with small tasks within her capabilities. Thank you, Ruru. Luhan graciously accepted her offering, gently patting her head before indulging in the fruit. Just then, he noticed a beam of light rising from the cave's center. This is bad. Ruru, we must leave. The exit is opened. He grasped her hand, and they began to sprint. At the cave's center, a rift suddenly emerged, towering 50 meters high and spanning 200 meters wide. This was the exit of the cave realm. Initially, a few individuals nearby rushed in. Among them, some chose to exit immediately, while others attempted to block the way and collect tolls. Those who obstructed the exit were swiftly beset by a throng of angry onlookers, as the majority opposed such hindrances. Just then, a deep voice echoed, a swarm of ants. Who permits you to obstruct the path? With that, the area surrounding the cave's exit erupted into a crimson mist of blood. The crowd recoiled in shock, retreating from the exit. In the next moment, a figure swayed and filthy bandages descended. His aura radiated with an overwhelming presence. He was at the early stage of the fourth realm. What? How is this possible? The crowd murmured in disbelief. This secret realm only permitted those of the third realm and below. And even those at the peak of the third realm required a year to condense their essence to break through to the fourth realm. How had this individual achieved such a feat in merely a month? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the bandaged man suddenly erupted into laughter. Hey, a bunch of ants, so short-sighted. To quickly condense essence, simply extract another's spiritual elixirs and absorb them into your own core. Panic gripped the bystanders. A demon cultivator. He must have mastered a dark art to eliminate the rejection of his core, using others' elixirs for himself. How terrifying. I know him. His name is Guoduan. After being bullied by a sect, he annihilated all their disciples when the elders were away. Faced with an opponent of the fourth realm, no one dared to confront him. Once a significant realm was crossed, collective attack held no value. No one could stand against Guoduan's blockade. At the exit, Guoduan snapped his fingers, and a crimson barrier enveloped the entire cave exit. Only behind him remained a small opening sufficient for a single person to escape. To demonstrate the barrier's might, Guoduan picked up a discarded weapon and hurled it against the barrier, which shattered the blade into countless fragments upon contact. The onlookers swallowed hard, witnessing the display. Those wishing to exit, form a line. Offer me 90% of your harvested treasures, and I shall grant you a chance to escape, Guoduan proclaimed. Positioning himself at the remaining opening, the crowd glanced at one another, none daring to approach. After all, those treasures were hard-earned, and surrendering 90% was an outrageous demand. Rather than pay for safety, they yearned for a chosen one to arrive and strike Guoduan down. After a moment of silence, Guoduan frowned slightly at the lack of response. Young ones, do not be greedy. Even a mere 10% of your treasures will suffice to sustain you for a time. There are over 100,000 of you still alive in this cave. If you do not comply now, you may not even get a turn in line later. Do not think anyone can defeat me. I possess the fourth realm power and the capabilities of a demon cultivator, able to restore myself through murder. 100 third realm cultivators attacking me simultaneously would not even scratch me. Upon hearing this, one timid individual finally laid down his weapon and approached Guoduan with a bundle. Brother, I'm only at the early stage of the second realm. Just hoping to gather some items to sell for my wife and child waiting at home. Let me see. Guoduan roughly snatched the bundle, inspecting its contents before confirming the individual bore no hidden treasures. Satisfied, he tossed back 10% of the treasures and impatiently urged, Go, hurry along. Thank you, big brother. The man's countenance brightened with delight, and he promptly dashed outside, observing that this demonic cultivator was indeed a man of his word. The surrounding crowd began to form a line, willingly offering their precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The principle of knowing when to stop was clearly at play here. As Guoduan collected the treasures, he also released individuals in return. Should anyone attempt to deceive him, they would meet a merciless end. In no time, Guoduan had filled several sacks with celestial resources, which piled up nearby. Yet, he remained unfazed. If he encountered anyone adorned with spatial accessories such as bracelets, necklaces, or rings, he would seize those items to facilitate the collection of his spoils. At this moment, Guoduan's heart was filled with a delightful glee. Merely by enlisting a ruse, he had managed to coax this crowd into willingly relinquishing 90% of their heavenly materials and earthly treasures. One must ask, who else possesses such acumen in commerce? After a while, Wangchuan arrived at this place with Li Luo and the puppet. Upon seeing a crowd queued up, he felt somewhat bewildered. After inquiring, he learned that it was due to the blockade imposed by a fourth-tier demon cultivator, thus gaining clarity on the situation. Li Luo, after hearing this, lifted her head in confusion and asked, Wangchuan, are we supposed to offer him the precious materials? In truth, Li Luo was indifferent to these precious resources. Her primary motivation for collecting them was to obtain the villainous emotional value bestowed by the system. Although she had felled several trees alongside Wangchuan, the total worth of those resources was, to be honest, unlikely to surpass the value of the spears that Wangchuan had shattered. We shall not offer them. Wangchuan spoke decisively. Indeed, Li Luo nodded, feeling unsurprised. After all, Wangchuan was a wealthy young master, proud and self-serving. How could he possibly ensure the safety of a demonic cultivator amidst the treasures of heaven and earth? Such thoughts lingered in Li Luo's mind. On the other side, Wangchuan's thoughts were rather straightforward. This demon cultivator was bound to be confronted and thoroughly beaten by the child of destiny at this door. Why waste his hard-earned money? Moreover, within his spatial ring lay a collection of remarkable treasures, including the Daybao, Night Arrows, Icebone Sword, Puppet Heart, and exquisite dual cultivation techniques. If that demon cultivator were to catch sight of these items, he would undoubtedly seize them. Well then, it would be prudent to rest here for a while. Wangchuan found an open space and summoned a wooden cabin from his spatial ring to begin his rest within. Li Luo, I'm about to commence my breakthrough to the 3rd level. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me. Upon entering the room, Wangchuan prepared to embark on a momentous breakthrough. Just as the first breakthrough is essential for forging the second body and the third breakthrough is pivotal for condensing the elixir, the transition from the second to the third breakthrough demands a state of pure focus. This state of clarity entails a rigorous period of 180 days, during which one must refrain from all distractions, allowing the mind to engage in continuous contemplation. At this very moment, Wangchuan needed only to ponder the arrival of the destined child of fortune. However, he certainly would not subject himself to 180 days of unbroken meditation. With a mere flicker of thought, he produced a pill from his possession. This pill, known as the Purifying Spirit Pill, serves the remarkable function of reducing the necessary period of meditation from 180 days to a mere 48 hours. This invaluable elixir had been bestowed upon him by the 4th elder during his 18th birthday celebration. Wangchuan ingested the elixir and commenced his meditation. After the passage of a day, the second child of destiny arrived. As Su Fugue approached the exit, he was met with an obstruction at the door. Could his fiery temper endure this? Naturally, it could. A fourfold demon cultivator. What a nuisance. Su Fugue decisively sought refuge, hoping to observe whether others might be capable of dealing with this demon. 3 more days swiftly elapsed. The third child of destiny, Lu Han, made his entrance. A man of such righteousness, how could Lu Han ignore the blockade? Of course, he could not. Lu Han embodied justice and kindness, though he was no fool. As a mere initial stage cultivator, how could he subdue Guoduan? Would he rely on the vast wealth within his spatial ring? With Elder Qin yet to fully recover, Lu Han hesitated, uncertain if the demon would harbor ulterior motives upon seeing such riches. Thus, he concealed himself within the crowd, opting to wait and see if anyone else could subdue the demon, perhaps allowing him to lend assistance later. Logically speaking, a 4th child of destiny was expected to appear, one possessing a 3-fold cultivation level. This child would wield the Daybao, while his accompanying lady would employ the Night Arrow, capable of obliterating the 4-fold demon. Alas, that child of fate had been rendered as dust, mingled with glutinous rice, and was currently unable to arrive. Chapter 68, An Inventory of Spoils at the Exit. A throng of people stood in line, densely packed. Within the venue, approximately tens of thousands were present. Others had either been slain by Guoduan during their attempts at resistance or had fled with treasures. Some had even turned on one another, resulting in further casualties. Among them, a faction had secretly gathered several thousand individuals in a bid to form a resistance force, only to be entirely vanquished by Guoduan. Should they wait for the fifth child of destiny? Inside the wooden cabin, Wangchuan pondered continuously. At this moment, he had been in meditation for 47 hours. Provided no unforeseen events occurred, in just one more hour, he would successfully break through to the threefold realm. Soon, an hour passed in this manner. Wangchuan swiftly achieved a smooth breakthrough to the initial stage of the third realm. After all, Wangchuan is an antagonist, not a child of destiny. Just as he was about to break through, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Such treatment is reserved for the fortunate ones. What relevance does it hold for a villain like him? Sigh. Wangchuan let out a long sigh of relief. After 4 days and nights of relentless contemplation, coupled with the efficacy of the purifying spirit pill, the results were indeed remarkable. Now, Wangchuan could effortlessly manage multiple tasks simultaneously, solving mathematical problems with his left hand, sketching with his right, and reciting an ancient poem all at once. Such simplicity was a testament to the power of the purifying spirit. Wangchuan has begun to ponder the extent to which the so-called fourth level of condensation could elevate the human body. After all, the diaries he perused in the underground had mentioned that the fourth level and the third level are entirely disparate tiers of existence. Furthermore, judging by the nearly insurmountable disparity in strength between Guiduan and the others, it indeed appears to be the case. Wangchuan pondered as he entered the living room of the wooden cabin. Li Luo remarked, Wangchuan is merely a pawn. All I need to do is to lean on him, utter a few words, and his heart races uncontrollably. Though he feigns calmness, he is utterly insignificant. Puppet inquired, Insignificant? Li Luo explained, Insignificant refers to a minor character. Puppet responded, Ah, I see. Insignificant. Li Luo continued, Insignificant Wangchuan. Villain's emotional value increased by 200. Current remaining, 10. 500 points. Wangchuan, what are you doing? Li Luo stiffly turned his head towards Wangchuan, his expression solemn. I am recounting your glorious achievements to this puppet. Puppet, useless fish, Wangchuan. Villain's emotional value 100. Current total, 10, 600 points. You have led my puppet astray and even insulted me. Compensate me with 90 cultivation pills and 30 foundational establishment pills. Wangchuan looked utterly speechless. Li Luo was taken aback and exclaimed in disbelief, Wow, you truly dare to ask for so much. I can offer you a body refinement pill. This item can significantly reduce your time to break through to the second level of body refinement from 2 months to merely 6 hours. What do you say? As Wangchuan spoke, he produced a body-forging pill. Upon hearing this, Li Luo glanced at her system space. After a month of slaying monsters, chopping wood, and teasing Wangchuan, she had accumulated a staggering 10, 600 points of villainous emotional value. This was quite an achievement, especially considering that she and Wangchuan had used a plethora of explosive talismans during this period. With such a considerable amount of emotional value at her disposal, Li Luo decisively spent 400 points to purchase 90 cultivation pills and 30 foundational establishment pills. Consequently, her remaining emotional value dwindled from 10, 600 points to 200 points. However, Li Luo felt no remorse. Saving 2 months' worth of breakthrough time made this transaction exceedingly profitable. Just a moment, she said, as she began to remove her shoes. This action was not merely to display her delicate feet to Wangchuan for the sake of negotiation, rather, it was to retrieve a bracelet from her ankle. This bracelet served as her spatial storage device. Although it was not as sophisticated as a spatial ring, it provided sufficient space for her needs. The decision to wear it on her ankle was born from the fact that her wrists were too slender for a bracelet, which would constantly slip off. With the bracelet in hand, Li Luo feigned a moment of concentration and summoned 120 pills from her system space. She was determined to keep the existence of her system a secret from Wangchuan, fearing that he might imprison her in a dungeon and compel her to grind for rewards daily. Li Luo believed that even if she were to secretly accumulate a 9-layer experience card, it was unlikely she could defeat Yu Xintian. Seeing that all the pills were accounted for, Wangchuan happily stored them away and tossed the body-forging pill to Li Luo. The body-forging pill was something he could easily procure several of with a mere word to the fourth elder. Exchanging it for such a multitude of pills was a tremendous bargain. Furthermore, Li Luo's cultivation indeed required enhancement. Otherwise, it could hinder his progress. At this moment, both parties were thoroughly satisfied with the transaction. Li Luo immediately consumed the pills and commenced her body forging process. Fortunately, the requirements for body forging were not as stringent as those for spiritual purification. All she needed to do was refrain from eating, drinking, or sleeping for 6 consecutive hours. Meanwhile, Wangchuan examined his spatial ring, which now contained a total of 165 cultivation pills and 55 foundational establishment pills, including the 120 just acquired. Over the past month, Wangchuan had felled countless trees. Li Luo had previously promised him a cultivation pill for every 5 pieces of rare materials he collected. Coupled with his occasional borrowing from Li Luo, he had amassed a considerable amount. Ideally, there should have been more pills, but unfortunately. After the cave realm opened for a week, the rare materials in the forest had been nearly depleted. Li Luo sought the rare materials on the trees, not the trees themselves, which naturally resulted in fewer pills being available. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, the quantity was still substantial. Throughout this month, Wangchuan had consumed approximately 105 cultivation pills and 35 foundational establishment pills, far exceeding his intake during his time in Chang'an. Wangchuan calculated that he needed merely an additional 120 cultivation pills and 40 foundation building pills to ascend to the mid-stage of the third realm. However, he realized that these would not suffice to reach the late stage of the third realm. With this thought in mind, Wangchuan decided to showcase his prowess. He consumed 160 pills, displaying one every second. Before long, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the third realm. One cannot help but ponder whether his ascension was a tad too swift. Wangchuan's lips twitched. In just a brief month, he had progressed from the initial stage of the second level to the mid-stage of the third level. For an ordinary individual, it would typically take around 40 years to reach the third level. Yet, he accomplished this feat in merely 40 days. The capabilities of Li Luo's system were truly astounding. Chapter 69. Overreaching in the pursuit of gains can yield detriments. After confirming his own cultivation level, Wangchuan stretched languidly, preparing to indulge in a much-needed slumber. Although 4 consecutive days without rest may seem trivial for one of the triad, the most effective remedy for mental fatigue remains a restorative sleep. Wangchuan must ensure that he remains alert, lest he falter in the face of the impending situation. He harbored a growing apprehension that he might soon find himself in a confrontation with Guoduan. Now, on the 5th day, not a single child of fortune had approached to challenge Guoduan. This absence prompted Wangchuan to ponder deeply. Could it be that his excessive siphoning of the children's fortunes had deprived them of their opportunities to confront the antagonist? The thought caused the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Upon further reflection, he realized he had not truly exploited the children of fortune to any significant extent. After all, had he not merely capitalized on Li Luo's gains to reach the mid-stage of the third realm, intercepting Lu Han's frost body and icebone sword, as well as seizing Luo Nangguo's day bow and night arrows, ultimately slaying Luo Nangguo to acquire an exceptional dual cultivation method? What was so wrong with that? Did it substantially hinder the children of fortune from attacking Guoduan? Perhaps. There was indeed a slight impact. By the way, had Sufu Gue not yet bestowed upon him any gold coins? Several hours later, at the exit, Guoduan yawned, gazing ahead with an expression of utter bewilderment. A throng of onlookers had gathered around him, yet none dared to present treasures. Clearly, those willing to part with their wealth for safety had long departed. What remained within the cave were those reluctant to relinquish their riches. Guoduan rummaged through his bag, producing a large goose. He swiftly kindled a fire and roasted the goose until it was perfectly crisp, seasoning it before indulging in his meal. Once finished, he extracted an iron needle to clean his teeth. After his repast, he lifted his gaze, his cold eyes sweeping over the crowd. He scoffed derisively, addressing them. A bunch of selfish individuals, willing to forsake their lives for a mere treasure. You sit here, hoping others will defeat me to safeguard your possessions, do you? People like you, driven by self-interest, possess no value in existence. It has been 5 days. Surely, everyone within this cave is gathered by now. Excellent, excellent. Congratulations. You shall soon become my sustenance. As he spoke, a colossal crimson barrier, measuring 10,000 meters in diameter, began to rise, enveloping everyone present. Simultaneously, the barrier previously blocking the exit was completely sealed. With a whoosh, as the barrier ascended, a mist of blood began to permeate the area. Guoduan had commenced his slaughter. Inside the wooden cabin, Wangchuan gazed out the window in silence. He then turned his attention to Li Luo, who still required a bit more time to break through to the second realm. Wangchuan immediately felt a twinge of regret for bestowing the body-forging pill upon Li Luo. As expected, whenever a child of destiny approaches a breakthrough, unforeseen troubles arise. Wangchuan, do you think you can defeat that 4th-tier adversary? Li Luo raised his head, questioning Wangchuan with a look of perplexity. Wangchuan's gaze sharpened, and he replied, of course, it is. Bang. Before Wangchuan could finish his words, the entire wooden cabin was instantly shattered. Guoduan brandished an axe, raising it high as he prepared to strike down upon Li Luo. Bang. Wangchuan struck Guoduan's back with a resounding slap, followed by a forceful blow to his head that sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. A frigid aura and malevolent thoughts surged forth, penetrating his wounds. However, they proved largely ineffective against Guoduan. Being a fourth-level cultivator and a practitioner of demonic arts, he was naturally impervious to such dark intentions. Guoduan merely stood up, wincing in pain, and cursed under his breath. Damn it, how can someone at the third level possess such strength? Li Luo, explode. As Wangchuan's words fell, for explosive talismans began to radiate light upon Guoduan's back. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, whipping up a fierce gale in the arena. Instantly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Guoduan's vicinity. When the smoke finally dissipated, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. There stood Guoduan amidst the chaos, but he was transformed. The bandages that had wrapped his body were entirely incinerated by the intense heat. His flesh was mangled, revealing his bones in several places. Yet these were mere trifles, not the cause of the spectators' awe. The true reason lay in the multitude of stitching marks that adorned Guoduan's body. His right arm appeared robust and muscular, while his left arm was delicate and fair, reminiscent of a maiden's. His chest was powerfully built, yet his abdomen resembled that of a famished skeleton. His legs were equally mismatched. Most horrifying of all was Guoduan's visage. His features, along with his skin, were a grotesque patchwork of different individuals. It was only then that the crowd comprehended why Guoduan had been swathed in bandages all along. His countenance was utterly chilling. No one knew what Guoduan's true form resembled, or if this body, comprised of dozens of others, had long eclipsed his original self. And the talismans? Ha ha ha. Very well, Guoduan exclaimed, abruptly abandoning Wangchuan to charge at others. With a swift motion, he dispatched a brawny man. He tore off the delicate shoulder of his left arm, subsequently affixing the man's left arm onto his own shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he shattered his own emaciated abdomen and replaced it with the brawny man's well-defined six-pack. Simultaneously, Guoduan relentlessly utilized the muscular form to restore his own flesh that had been obliterated by the explosive talismans. Wangchuan immediately comprehended the situation. This Guoduan was continuously reinforcing himself. Wangchuan immediately concentrated his thoughts and tossed a heart to the puppet, urging, "Assist me in battle, or we shall surely perish." Furthermore, Li Luo, provide me with 10 explosive talismans. Oh, certainly, Li Luo replied, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and quickly handed over 10 explosive talismans to Wangchuan. Wangchuan had just received the talisman when, at that moment, Guoduan had already fortified himself. Armed with an axe, he charged towards Wangchuan once more, and this time, his speed was significantly greater than before. Wangchuan quickly regained his composure and immediately raised his spear to block the attack. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the spear met the axe, resulting in a brief stalemate between the two. In the next moment, a sharp crack resounded. Wangchuan's spear shattered on the spot. The reason is hardly surprising. Although the heavy steeling spear he wielded was of exceptional quality, a paragon among its kind, it was ultimately designed to accommodate the dual forging technique. Its weight was a mere 200 tons. Wangchuan has now reached the mid-stage of the third realm, yet his weapon remains unrefined. With a mere flex of his muscles, he wields a strength exceeding several thousand tons. Coupled with Guoduan's cleaving strike, it shattered without a hint of surprise. Nevertheless, even in the face of the broken spear, Wangchuan maintained an air of composure. He cast aside the shattered spear and, in an instant, conjured the Daibao within his grasp. Then, Wangchuan wielded the body of the Daibao, fiercely clashing against Guoduan's axe. The two weapons collided, sparking a shower of fire. Guoduan exclaimed, "What kind of bow is this? It's so unyielding." Chapter 70, Demon Cultivator. Clang, clang. The Daibao and the axe struck against each other repeatedly. The Daibao was a legacy of a pair of weapon cultivators. Given that the opponent could even craft triple puppets, the materials of the Daibao were undoubtedly supremely resilient. Guoduan, somewhat unconvinced, sought to strike a few more blows. He could not believe that his axe could not even cleave through a long bow. Wangchuan furrowed his brow tightly. After a few strikes exchanged with Guoduan, his arm felt numb, and his palm was bleeding. The power of the fourth level was indeed astonishing. Noticing Guoduan was preparing to strike again, Wangchuan immediately signaled to the nearby puppet. In the next moment, the battle-ready puppet brandished an enormous wooden sword, nearly 8 meters in length, and swung it towards Guoduan with a resounding thud. Startled, Guoduan quickly dodged. Simultaneously, he pivoted and swung his axe, effortlessly severing the wooden sword in two. What on earth is this? A puppet? I'll chop you to pieces first. Guoduan charged towards the puppet with an unstoppable momentum. The puppet conjured a shield in an attempt to withstand Guoduan's assault. With a resounding crash, Guoduan's axe struck the massive shield, creating a fissure on impact. After a few swift maneuvers, he reached the puppet's legs and cleaved them in two. With a thunderous crash, the puppet collapsed to the ground. Guoduan raised his axe, ready to strike at the puppet's chest. Suddenly, a rope ensnared Guoduan's neck, wrapping tightly around his arm. It was Wangchuan, gripping the rope with great intensity. Veins bulging on his forehead as the force in his hands multiplied. He began to tighten the rope as if in a tug-of-war. Since Wangchuan used a slipknot, a deep mark immediately appeared on Guoduan's neck. Realizing the dire situation, Guoduan began to struggle desperately. He first attempted to break the rope, but it was made of an unknown material, incredibly resilient. Finding it impossible to break free, Guoduan frantically twisted his body, trying to shake off Wangchuan. However, due to the constriction around his neck and the suppression of spiritual energy from the binding rope, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched for the moment, but in terms of stamina, Wangchuan could not compete with Guoduan. Meanwhile, onlookers were frozen in shock at the scene before them. Just then, Sufugue suddenly stood up, raising his arm and shouting, "What the hell are you all doing? Rush in and help. Are you all waiting for that freak to break free and come kill you?" Hearing this, the others snapped to attention and began to swarm Guoduan. "I'm going too," Luhan declared, drawing his sword and charging forward. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his arm, as if someone was trying to restrain him. Turning, he saw it was Tang Rura holding him back. She shook her head and said, "Luhan, we are only at the first level. It's too dangerous. You mustn't he. I can't just stand by. He is my childhood companion. He has treated me well, and he saved my life in the cave not long ago. How can I not lend a hand? What if my assistance makes all the difference?" Luhan asserted firmly, shaking off Tang Rura's grasp and rushing towards Guoduan. On the battlefield, Wangchuan, caught in a stalemate, sensed the impending danger as a group of people surrounded Guoduan. How could a minor boss like Guoduan be easily defeated? If the tide turned in their favor now, it would surely reverse later. Wangchuan immediately prepared for a swift escape. Boom, boom, boom. A throng of assailants unleashed a barrage of mystical talismans and secret techniques towards Guoduan. The densely packed waves of light erupted upon contact with Guoduan, causing a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Consequently, the binding celestial rope that had restrained Guoduan fell away. The crowd erupted in jubilant frenzy, rushing forward to deliver the final blow to Guoduan. Meanwhile, Wangchuan raised his gaze to the heavens. The crimson barrier still lingered, refusing to dissipate. Wangchuan promptly retracted the binding immortal rope and swiftly retreated. He also beckoned Li Luo and the puppet to follow him. Just at that moment, Wangchuan also spotted Luhan, who was preparing to lend a hand. Luhan, in turn, noticed Wangchuan. Observing that Wangchuan refrained from delivering a finishing blow and chose instead to distance himself from the corpse, Luhan felt a twinge of confusion. After pondering for a moment, he too decided to move away from the body and seek out Wangchuan to inquire about the situation. At that instant, on the battlefield, a finger stealthily crawled up the clothing of a practitioner at the second level of cultivation. Then, with a sudden leap, the finger pierced through the man's temple. With a sickening squelch, after dispatching the victim, the finger snapped off the corpse's finger and replaced it. In the next moment, the corpse stood upright, seized the axe lying on the ground, and with a swift motion, cleaved several practitioners of the second level in half. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as onlookers turned to the source of the horrifying screams. A man stood among them, wearing a sinister and triumphant expression, cackling. "Ha ha ha, you pathetic fools, did you not expect this? I've concealed my elixir within my finger." He had initially intended to eliminate that annoying thorn first, leaving the rest of you worthless wretches for later, but now, it seems you shall all perish. Clearly, at this moment, Guoduan had commandeered that man's body through the means of a mere finger. The surrounding crowd erupted in fury, charging at Guoduan. Yet, Guoduan merely raised his axe and then vanished in a flash. Thud, thud, he plunged into the throng of second-level practitioners, engaging in a brutal melee while evading those at the third level. With each second-level adversary he dispatched, he would tear off a piece of their organ or flesh, affixing it to himself. In the blink of an eye, Guoduan transformed back into a grotesque amalgamation. From a distance, Wangchuan observed this scene, deep in contemplation. With each additional organ or piece of skin Guoduan acquired, his speed seemed to increase incrementally. Moreover, Guoduan frequently swapped out his legs. Could it be that his own limbs had reached exhaustion and could not recover, necessitating their replacement? Wangchuan was not well versed in the nature of demonic arts. Although the Yi family library contained extensive records of the techniques employed by practitioners of such arts, those individuals were often regarded as the scum of society. Many turned to dark paths due to poverty, poor aptitude, humiliation, or sheer psychological aberration. Consequently, practitioners of demonic arts emerged year after year, with new techniques constantly surfacing. On the battlefield, Guoduan continued his rampage. Each life he claimed seemed to augment his reservoir of resources, even if he were to be overwhelmed and killed. As long as the part of the body containing the elixir remained alive, he could easily possess another corpse and continue his slaughter. The tactic of overwhelming him held little efficacy. It was evident that once Guoduan finished off this group, he would seek to exact vengeance upon Yi Wangchuan. Chapter 71. Lowly Long Spear Thud. Thud. Soon, every last individual who had besieged Guoduan lay slain at his hands. Guoduan could have effortlessly obliterated them into a mist of blood using his supernatural abilities. However, he found these corpses of considerable utility. This leg is quite nice. It's mine now. Oh, such defined abs. I'll take those too. My word, what a well-proportioned chest. I'll save that for later. Guoduan rummaged through the pile of bodies, affixing various useful organs to himself. Before long, he had assembled an optimal configuration. Ha. Next. It's time to eliminate that thorn. Guoduan cackled, his gaze scanning the vicinity. Although he was unsure of Yi Wangchuan's whereabouts, he remained confident that the barrier still held. He did not believe a third-level practitioner possessed the capability to breach a fourth-level barrier. It was worth noting that he had spent a month meticulously setting up this barrier for just such a moment. Guoduan began his search behind a concealed stone slope. Yi Wangchuan crouched with Li Luo on his left and a doll in a youthful form on his right. Li Luo, how much longer until you successfully forge your body? Perhaps 10 minutes? Very well. Yi Wangchuan nodded slightly, standing still as he awaited the passage of time. Meanwhile, he produced an icy bone sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Li Luo, advising him to remember to use the sword for self-defense. Yi Wangchuan, what of your own weapon? Li Luo inquired, grasping the icy bone sword with a hint of confusion. Yi Wangchuan helplessly supported his forehead and remarked, the heavy steel ink gun is intended for the second level. Now, employing it in battles of the third and fourth levels seems somewhat inadequate. Then why not use a rod with a frost bone sword bound to one end as a spear? Just as the two were engaged in discussion, the puppet tugged at Yi Wangchuan's clothing. Yi Wangchuan turned his head in confusion and beheld the puppet raising its hands high. Subsequently, the puppet exclaimed, transformation? In the midst of Yi Wangchuan's astonished gaze, the puppet radiated light and gradually began to morph. In the next instant, she transformed into a long spear. Yi Wangchuan gazed in astonishment at the puppet spear, affectionately dubbed the Lolicon. He extended his hand, grasping the Lolicon and giving it a few experimental swings. To his surprise, it felt remarkably effortless. Moreover, the weight of the Lolicon was substantial, approximately several thousand tons. Yet, intriguingly, the puppet in its lowly form weighed merely a few dozen pounds. Yi Wangchuan promptly retrieved a heavy steel ink gun from his spatial ring and placed it upon the ground. Subsequently, he forcefully struck the heavy steel ink gun with the tip of the Lolicon. Bang! The heavy steel ink gun immediately sustained several fractures. How is it? The voice of the puppet emanated from the tip of the gun. Yi Wangchuan nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. Not bad at all. It is a pity that it cannot be used for throwing. Although it indeed lacks the capability for throwing, I can extend it. As the puppet spoke, it suddenly elongated the gun barrel, increasing its length from 2 meters to an impressive 4 meters. Yi Wangchuan observed with growing satisfaction and smiled. Can you transform into a longbow, a shield, a dagger, and chopsticks? Certainly. In the next moment, the puppet complied with Yi Wangchuan's request, transforming into each of the specified items, including the chopsticks. Yi Wangchuan found himself increasingly satisfied with his discovery. What a remarkable contraption it was. With its 18 forms of weaponry, each capable of transformation, it could even serve as a pair of portable chopsticks for daily use. Astonishingly, it could also function as a cup, specifically, one for drinking water. Just as Yi Wangchuan was contemplating further innovations with the puppet, pondering potential new applications, he was suddenly interrupted. Found you, cackled Guoduan, who crouched on the hillside, his gaze fixed intently upon Yi Wangchuan. Without granting any time for a response, he abruptly stomped his feet, raising his axe and bringing it crashing down towards Yi Wangchuan with great force. Yi Wangchuan swiftly raised his lowly gun, transforming it into a lowly shield. A resounding clash echoed through the air. Although Guoduan had previously sliced through the puppet's massive shield with ease, the puppet had now diminished in size, rendering it even more formidable while maintaining its original mass. Even when struck by the axe, leaving behind scars, it could mend itself. Yi Wangchuan aimed the shield at Guoduan, issuing a command. In the next moment, the lowly shield in Yi Wangchuan's hand transformed into a Lolicon. With a resounding thud, the long spear thrust towards Guoduan's chest. Yi Wangchuan then struck the gun's shaft, infusing it with chilling spiritual energy. The puppet exclaimed, "Ugh! Yi Wangchuan, do not shout recklessly." With the infusion of chilling spiritual energy, a torrent of frigid air and malevolent thoughts surged toward Guoduan. Damn it! Guoduan immediately grasped his chest and tore himself asunder, splitting his body in two to evade the onslaught of the spear. After crouching down, he instantaneously rejoined, returning to his original form. With a resounding thud, he charged forward once more, wielding his axe against Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan immediately transformed his spear into a shield. "You young one, there are flaws in the transformation of your weapon." Taking advantage of Yi Wangchuan's moment of vulnerability, Guoduan swiftly unleashed his supernatural powers. He tore off his own right arm and aimed it at Yi Wangchuan, squeezing it with force. The arm instantly turned into a mushy pulp. Guoduan's right arm was composed of the essences of 15 individuals. With a single squeeze, a dark smoke filled with intense resentment erupted towards Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. However, the 15 tendrils of black smoke pursued him relentlessly, like vengeful spirits seeking his life. Everything in their path was annihilated. Meanwhile, Guoduan, witnessing the black smoke chasing after Yi Wangchuan, felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned his head, preparing to procure himself a new arm. At that moment, he noticed Li Luo, who was stealthily attempting to escape. This little brat was still alive? Wait, the kid with the gun had previously protected him. Could I use this child to threaten that fellow? Hiki. With this thought, Guoduan grasped his axe with his left hand and leapt towards Li Luo. Upon seeing Guoduan charging at him, Li Luo gasped and instantly purchased 3 explosive talismans from the system shop, hurling them at Guoduan. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, causing Guoduan to momentarily evade. After all, he had been caught in the blast of 3 explosive talismans before. The fiery nature of these talismans inflicted considerable harm upon him, although he could easily use the corpse of his adversary to mend his own wounds. The situation was still precarious. On the other side, Li Luo exclaimed in despair, "Oh no, this guy has set his sights on me. System, 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 help me. Your host is about to perish." Ding. The system informed him that he had been granted the right to purchase a mid-grade fire talisman. Mid-grade fire talisman, 1,500 points of villainous emotion value for 1. Bye. Li Luo was beyond concerned. He knew that once the dust of the explosion settled, that grotesque creature would be upon him in an instant. A mere 1,500 points? He could always annoy Yi Wangchuan a few more times. Ding. 1,500 villainous emotion points deducted. Current balance, 1,100 points. As the system's voice faded, a fire talisman materialized in Li Luo's hand. Chapter 72, Survive. Thanks to the esteemed Catgirl Meow for the certification. Additional update. On the battlefield, Guoduan sneered, "Little brat, where do you think you can run?" As the power of the 3 explosive talismans dissipated, he swiftly closed the distance to Li Luo. Just as he prepared to seize Li Luo by the throat to use him as leverage against Yi Wangchuan, Li Luo, on his tiptoes, slapped a talisman onto Guoduan's body. "Take that. You think you can blow me up?" Guoduan immediately kicked Li Luo away, sending him tumbling to the ground. He reached to tear off the talisman from his body. At that moment, a surge of intense flames erupted from the talisman. The fire instantly consumed Guoduan's arm and body, spreading uncontrollably. Seeing the flames, Guoduan chuckled dismissively. He was at the early stage of the 4th level. As long as the flames did not exceed 10,000 degrees Celsius, they could not harm him in the slightest. And this little brat was merely at the late stage of the 1st level. Such a lowly cultivator must have employed inferior talismans. Haha. Snap. Just as Guoduan reveled in his arrogance, his other arm was reduced to charred remains, falling to the ground. Huh? Guoduan stared in disbelief at his severed arm. Simultaneously, an excruciating burning pain began to envelop his entire being. Damn it. The searing agony from the flames was unbearable, even for someone like Guoduan, who had long become desensitized to pain from tearing apart his own organs. Every inch of his skin being scorched was an indescribable torment. Moreover, the flames forcibly activated some of Guoduan's nerves, ensuring he could not escape the pain. The agony rendered him disoriented and incapable of fighting back. "I must switch bodies. I must switch bodies." Guoduan immediately dashed towards a pile of corpses. He tore off a shoulder from one of the bodies, pressing it against his own right arm. After regaining his shoulder, Guoduan attempted to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Realizing he could not douse the flames, he quickly began to manipulate the elixir within him. He moved the elixir to his fingertip and swiftly severed the finger, attaching it to another corpse. Once that corpse received Guoduan's consciousness, he promptly transferred the elixir back into his own body, severing the burning finger. Thus, Guoduan's new body was finally free from any trace of fire. Hiki. Once again, I demonstrate my superior skills. But before Guoduan could finish his boast, he ignited once more. Could it be that my elixir caught fire? The thought filled Guoduan's eyes with despair. Meanwhile, Wangchuan, who was being relentlessly pursued by the 15 tendrils of black smoke, witnessed the preceding events and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had surmised that Guoduan intended to attack Li Luo, only for Li Luo's system to present him with a new tool at a critical moment. Alas, of all people to provoke, it had to be the child of destiny. Now, he was entangled with flames that could not be extinguished. Speaking of which, those talismans were truly formidable, capable of making a fourth-level powerhouse scream in agony. Wangchuan contemplated as he turned to glance behind him. The 15 swirling plumes of black smoke had begun to dissipate due to Guoduan's breach of defenses. Meanwhile, the crimson barrier obstructing their exit in the sky started to crumble gradually. Witnessing this, the others rushed towards the exit with frantic urgency, oblivious to whether the flames engulfing Guoduan would extinguish. In but a moment, only a handful of individuals remained within the cave. Thus, the entire battle came to an abrupt and hasty conclusion. Brother Yi, we must depart swiftly. The exit of this cave may close at any moment, Lu Han said as he approached Wangchuan. Wangchuan waved his hand, dismissing Lu Han. Step by step, he approached Guoduan, who was writhing in agony. At this moment, despite the excruciating pain, Guoduan continued to replace his own body in a relentless struggle to sustain his life. Wangchuan approached, kicking the corpses surrounding Guoduan aside with disdain, keeping a distance while staring intently at him. Guoduan glared at Wangchuan, his teeth gritted in fury. Once we are out, my master will not let you go. Wangchuan nodded perfunctorily. Soon, Guoduan was reduced to a charred mass. Accompanied by the insufficient supply of spiritual energy, the elixir within his body shattered with a resounding crack. It was then that Guoduan succumbed on the spot. The surging, terrifying flames extinguished at that moment. From a distance, Wangchuan hurled several long spears, shattering Guoduan into fragments. Only then did he feel a sense of relief as he approached. Subsequently, Wangchuan began to search the corpse. It was not until he uncovered a spatial ring that he paused. This ring belonged to the wealthy offspring of another city, having been seized by Guoduan when he blocked the entrance. Within the spatial ring lay an assortment of treasures, including heavenly materials, divine weapons, and exquisite ornaments, all previously pilfered by Guoduan. However, these were not what Wangchuan sought. He continued to rummage through the contents and, as expected, discovered a scroll titled the first volume of the Duanhe demon technique. Indeed, there was a demonic art. Wangchuan smiled faintly as he tucked away the spatial ring. He had no intention of mastering this magical technique. In his view, relying on a body that was not one's own, utilizing a patched-together form of another, or usurping someone else's physical vessel, was something he found difficult to accept. Ultimately, he believed that one's natural body was the finest of all. Wangchuan's decision to confiscate this volume of demonic arts was motivated by the desire to prevent other children of fate from surreptitiously mastering it. The children of fate possess high fortune, akin to divine assistance, yet this does not imply that they are inherently virtuous or just. Take, for instance, all the children of fate Wangchuan has encountered thus far: Li Luo, Lu Han, Tang San, Su Fugue, and Luo Nangyu. Among these five, only Lu Han embodies righteousness and goodness. The others are either self-serving egoists or deranged individuals. The sole virtuous Lu Han remains remarkably weak, currently at the initial stage of the first realm. Thus, it is entirely plausible that a darkened child of fate might stumble upon this demonic arts volume and become a practitioner of malevolence. For Wangchuan, the presence of children of fate is naturally best minimized. As for the demonic arts, they can simply be entrusted to the Yi family for management. The facts speak for themselves. Wangchuan's actions were indeed justified. In the distance, Su Fugue initially contemplated approaching to examine the corpse, hoping to uncover any martial arts techniques. After all, his younger brother had yet to fully recover. Acquiring Guoduan's techniques could potentially aid in restoring him. However, upon witnessing Wangchuan begin to search the body, he chose to abandon this notion. Ultimately, Wangchuan was his savior and had contributed significantly in this battle. In contrast, Su Fugue had done little more than rally a group of people to their demise, rendering him unfit to claim any credit. Undoubtedly, the primary reason for his reluctance was his inability to contend with Wangchuan. Chapter 73, The So-Called Genius. Yu Wanchuan meticulously gathered his spoils before preparing to depart with Li Luo. At that moment, Li Luo received notifications. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating an enemy of the Fourth Realm's initial stage, achieving an extraordinary victory with additional rewards. Minus 2,000 points of villain emotion value. Ding. The host's companion has acquired a plethora of celestial treasures, valued at 400 coins, granting an additional 4,000 points of villain emotion value. Current total, 7,100 points. Recently having broken through to the second realm, Li Luo observed the influx of villain emotion points with a smile curving his lips. It was the perfect opportunity to return and utilize these points for advancement. On Ling Mountain, a gentle breeze rustled as Feng Ke lay on a lounge chair, soundly asleep. Nearby, a throng of individuals clustered around the entrance to the cave, resembling anxious parents awaiting the release of their children from school. Recently, a few individuals had exited early after providing Guoduan with celestial treasures, sharing the news of a fourth realm demon cultivator blocking the exit. This revelation undoubtedly heightened the anxiety of those awaiting their own children at the entrance. By a lakeside near the exit, a triumphant exclamation broke the air. Ah! I've got one. Yu Xintian, donning a tattered straw hat, sprang to his feet, jerking his worn fishing rod with vigor. In the next moment, a broken shoe dangled from the hook. Ha ha! Old Lu guffawed, pointing at the shoe on the fishing rod, his laughter echoing around him. Yu Xintian immediately raised the tattered shoe, attempting to force it into Old Lu's mouth. Startled, Old Lu emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Beside them, Old Li observed the scene in silent disbelief and remarked, "It is said that there is a fourfold demon cultivator blocking the entrance. Are you not concerned about the safety of the little ones?" As soon as Old Li uttered these words, Yu Xintian and the old man Lu, who had a tattered shoe clamped in his mouth, turned their heads. The expressions on their faces were filled with perplexity. Old man Lu spat disdainfully. Humph. What is there to be worried about? Yu Xintian, what is there to worry about? Old Lu, Lao Li, if you're concerned. Why not simply tear through the void and take a look inside the cave of heaven? Yu Xintian, alas, Yu Wanchuan still possesses the token I bestowed upon him. Should there be any pressing matter, he would surely inform me. At that time, we can rip through the void and enter. Old Lu, indeed. As they pondered, Old Li, whose cultivation was too weak to tear through the void and enter the cave realm, interrupted. Lu Han. It is the young master of the Lu family, Lu Han, who has emerged. The young master, Lu Han? I recall he had just started his cultivation. How could he have advanced to the initial stage of the first realm so swiftly? What an astonishing rate of advancement. I can only wonder what great fortunes await within the cave realm. As the crowd spoke, Old Lu slowly approached Lu Han. He scrutinized him for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Quite impressive. In just 2 short months, you have broken through to the initial stage of the first realm. I am truly proud of you. Father, you flatter me. My cultivation still pales in comparison to Brother Yi. Lu Han humbly replied. Old Lu chuckled lightly, unconcerned. It matters not. I do not require you to compare yourself with others. You need only measure yourself against your own progress. Moreover, your 2-month breakthrough to the initial stage of the first realm is far swifter than I was at your age. Old Lu's words deeply moved Lu Han. Just then, Yu Wanchuan appeared. Are you taking a stroll tonight? I cannot. I have matters to attend to. At the exit, Yu Wanchuan pulled Li Luo along with him. To avoid drawing attention, he opted to maintain his puppet in the form of a long spear. Suddenly, a perceptive individual in the crowd exclaimed in shock, Goodness! Young Master Yi has advanced from the initial stage of the second realm to the mid-stage of the third realm. What? From which realm to which realm? Oh my! That girl from the Li family has also reached the initial stage of the second realm. The crowd surged forward in excitement, while Lu Han, who had just garnered attention moments ago, was overlooked. After all, the leap from the initial stage of the second realm to the mid-stage of the third realm was far more astonishing than an ordinary person reaching the initial stage of the first realm. Lu Han. Old Lu. Lu Han. Father, I wish to cultivate. Old Lu. Eh? Aren't you going to rest for a moment? Lu Han, ignoring his father's words, sought out a secluded corner to begin wielding his sword. Observing this, Old Lu felt a sense of helplessness and could only sigh. This foolish child, despite possessing exceptional talent and aptitude, is disheartened by the even more extraordinary achievements of Yu Wanchuan and Li Luo, leading him to lose confidence. This is certainly not a favorable development. Yes, indeed. That fourth-stage demon cultivator was slain by Li Luo and me together, just like that. As for the specifics of how we did it, I seem to have forgotten. In the crowd, Yu Wanchuan continued to dismiss the inquiries of those around him. When Yu Xintian and Old Man Li entered to assess the situation, they took a moment to observe. Wangchuan decisively stated, "Father, please take me back to the Yi family first. We shall discuss the specifics later." "Very well." Yu Xintian, disinclined to inquire amidst the throng of onlookers, waved his hand. And in an instant, he and Yi Wangchuan vanished from sight. When they re-emerged, they found themselves at the Yi family residence. As for Li Luo, Yu Xintian chose not to bring him along, instead allowing the old man Li to manage matters on his own. Yi Wangchuan exhaled deeply, pulling out a chair to sit down, casually recounting his experiences in the cave realm to Yu Xintian. He then produced 2 spatial rings. One was obtained from Murong, and the other from Guiduan. Each contained an assortment of heavenly materials, divine weapons, precious ornaments, and magical arts that Yi Wangchuan had no use for. The Yi family would certainly have their own methods for utilizing or disposing of these items. Meanwhile, those treasures beneficial to Yi Wangchuan were securely placed within his own spatial ring. "Ah, splendid. Well done." Yu Xintian nodded slightly, his expression remarkably calm, as if completely unperturbed. "Then I shall proceed to seek out the second elder." Upon observing that his father had no particular thoughts, Yi Wangchuan rose and departed. Once outside, he exclaimed, "Ah, truly. He is my son. In just 2 months, he has ascended to the mid-stage of the 3rd level and has even crossed borders to slay a 4th-level opponent. He embodies a fraction of my former grandeur." "Ha." Yu Xintian reclined in his chair, laughing joyfully. What could possibly bring greater happiness than the realization that his son is a genius? He immediately resolved to celebrate by catching a big fish for Yi Wangchuan. Yi family. Forging chamber. Yi Wangchuan arrived at the entrance of the forging chamber and gently knocked on the door. "It is Wangchuan, the second elder," came a spirited female voice from within. Yi Wangchuan pushed open the door and was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. Bang, bang, inside the forging room. A spirited woman, glistening with sweat, wielded a massive hammer, striking it down with fervor. Below her lay a sword, its blade shimmering with a golden hue. Heated by divine flames. She was the second elder of the Yi family and a skilled weapon craftsman. Chapter 74. The second elder of weapon crafting in the forging room. Second elder, I have reached the 3rd level of cultivation. Some of these dense-stealing spears are no longer suitable for me. I shall leave them here for you." Yi Wangchuan spoke as he tossed the heavy steel gun into the pile of weapons. The second elder, who was busy forging weapons, was taken aback by Yi Wangchuan's words and exclaimed, "You've reached the 3rd level? How on earth have you advanced so swiftly in your cultivation? Surely, you haven't been secretly practicing demonic arts, have you? Speak the truth. How could that be?" "I merely stumbled upon some fortunate opportunities within the cave." Yi Wangchuan spoke as he placed the cold bone sword, day bow, and night arrow upon the table. Simultaneously, he commanded the spear in his hand to transform. Uttering the words, "Take on human form." As his voice faded, the spear morphed back into a small, doll-like figure. "What is this?" The second elder, who had been forging weapons, paused her work and approached. She first examined the cold bone sword, day bow, and night arrow with curiosity. After a thorough inspection, she scrutinized the doll's face with great care. The doll began to struggle, closing its eyes tightly. Subsequently, Yi Wangchuan instructed the doll to demonstrate its transformation, restoration, and various skills. "Ah, these truly are remarkable treasures." Upon confirming their worth, the second elder began to elaborate on each item. She first raised the cold bone sword, stating, "This ice sword, if my assumptions are correct, is crafted from the bones of a century-old serpent, infused with the Creator's benevolent spirit. Yet, were it merely that, it would be an ordinary sword, one I could forge myself, perhaps even surpassing it. What makes this sword extraordinary, however, is that, despite its modest quality, a small spirit has emerged within it over the passage of time. This spirit possesses a unique temperament, permitting only those of pure and righteous intent to wield it." Next, the second elder lifted the day bow and night arrow, remarking, "This bow and arrow were likely forged by a couple. Their craftsmanship is far superior. To create such a weapon, not only must the forger possess exceptional skill, but they must also share a profound emotional bond. This inheritance, crafted in their final moments, has only grown more powerful with time. Alas, I have never experienced romance in my life, thus I would be unable to forge such a bow. If only someone would wish to be with me, I might yet attempt to enhance this weapon." As she spoke, the second elder winked playfully at Yi Wangchuan. "Now, do tell me about the doll's functions." Yi Wangchuan disregarded the elder's subtle gesture and turned his gaze towards the puppet. The elder sighed, placing a reassuring hand upon the puppet's shoulder, and continued, "This puppet was initially crafted by that couple. However, it has undergone an enhancement at some point along its journey." Upon the elder's revelation, Yi Wangchuan's expression turned perplexed. Had the puppet been upgraded midway? What was going on? In that tomb, there had only been the legacy of the couple who were skilled in crafting artifacts. Could it be that someone had entered, upgraded the puppet, and then left without disturbing the couple's inheritance? Was that merely a pastime? Noticing Yi Wangchuan's confusion, the second elder explained, the original puppet was merely a rather robust, emotionless entity that patrolled the tomb without question. The abilities of transformation, restoration, the 18 forms of martial arts, and the enhanced self-awareness and computational capabilities were all artificially added. The purpose was presumably to better safeguard the tomb. Afterward, the second elder turned to the puppet and inquired, "Do you remember who upgraded you?" The puppet shook its head. "Well, these matters are not of great importance. Now, hand me your heart." The second elder extended her hand and accepted the puppet's wooden heart. Subsequently, she opened the heart and began to elucidate. The function of this heart is quite simple. It absorbs spiritual energy. However, within the heart, certain absolute rules can be inscribed. The puppet must adhere to these rules. For example, here, the fundamental rule is to prioritize its own survival, followed by the duty to protect the tomb. Since she no longer needs to guard the tomb, I will erase that rule. Additionally, I shall inscribe a new rule, prohibit any action that may harm Yi Wangchuan by any means. As she spoke, the second elder held the heart before Yi Wangchuan. Upon inspecting a particular area of the heart, she remarked with surprise, "Oh, remarkably, the name of the puppet's master has yet to be inscribed here. It was previously unclaimed and brand new. Allow me to engrave your name upon it." Upon witnessing this, Yi Wangchuan inquired with curiosity, "What will happen if my name is inscribed? Will she absolutely obey my commands?" The second elder shook his head, responding, "It merely serves to demonstrate that she has an owner. Furthermore, once a name is written, it cannot be erased or altered. Beyond that, it holds no further significance." Upon hearing this, Yi Wangchuan turned to the puppet and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" The puppet replied, "I have no objections." Noticing the consensus between the two, the second elder commenced his engraving. As he was engrossed in his work, he suddenly suggested, "By the way, Yi Wangchuan, would you like to bestow a name upon this puppet?" Referring to her simply as the puppet seems rather impersonal. Yi Wangchuan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Then let us call her Gray Eggplant." The second elder replied, Is that so hasty?" Upon hearing this, Yi Wangchuan turned to the puppet and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" The puppet, named Gray Eggplant, replied, "I have no objections." The second elder's lips twitched as he began to inscribe the characters for Gray Eggplant on the puppet's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan glanced at the Hanggu Jian. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Second elder, you mentioned that the spirit within this sword permits only those of pure and righteous character to wield it. Is there a way for the spirit to rescind this restriction?" The second elder shook his head, responding, "No, it is not possible to remove it. One would have to eliminate the spirit altogether. However, without the spirit, this sword would revert to being quite ordinary." Yi Wangchuan continued to inquire, "Does the self-awareness of the Gray Eggplant qualify as a form of spirit?" The second elder pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, it does. However, the spirit of the Gray Eggplant possesses the abilities of character simulation and rapid computation." Yi Wangchuan received a response and nodded slightly. "Then let us melt the ice-bone sword, to serve as nourishment for the Gray Eggplant." The second elder's lips twitched. Is that not rather extravagant?" "That is, after all, a spiritual weapon." "Yi Wangchuan, what use is a weapon with a spirit if it cannot serve me? It would be far better to enhance the Gray Eggplant." "Very well." The second elder promptly tossed the ice-bone sword into the furnace, allowing it to melt away. Such a spirit, demanding much, would not attract many bidders at an auction. It is more worthwhile to fortify Yi Wangchuan's Gray Eggplant. The flames within the furnace were a special kind designed for the forging of weapons. In a mere moment, a wisp of soul fire and some white stones emerged. The second elder directly placed the soul fire onto the Gray Eggplant, allowing it to merge within. Henceforth, the mental acuity and wisdom of the Gray Eggplant should be significantly enhanced. The second elder clapped her hands and affectionately patted the head of the Gray Eggplant. To be honest, the Gray Eggplant, transformed into a petite girl, appeared rather charming. Wait a moment. The second elder suddenly realized, gazing at the Gray Eggplant with a puzzled expression. "You can clearly assume various forms, so why do you persist in maintaining such a diminutive appearance? Surely, this shape must hinder your combat effectiveness?" Gray Eggplant, "Because Yi Wangchuan likes it." Second elder? Chapter 75, The Second Elder Below. Thanks to the divine recognition from Su Yin of Dongong Ancient City, an additional update, in the refining room. The second elder stared wide-eyed at Yi Wangchuan. She pointed at the Gray Eggplant, incredulously exclaiming, "Yi Wangchuan, You actually have a preference for this type. Previously, I heard others say you fancy that girl from the Leaf family who stands at 1 meter 39, and I didn't believe it. How astonishing that it is indeed true. Yu Wangchuan pondered for a moment, poised to clarify that he was not attracted to lowly characters and held no interest in them whatsoever. At that moment, the second elder turned his gaze towards the gray eggplant and inquired, could it be that Yu Wangchuan transformed you for his own purposes? Indeed, I have been utilized twice. Each time lasting for 2 hours, the gray eggplant replied, raising its index and middle fingers as it spoke. The second elder, Yu Wangchuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seems that he could not articulate his situation clearly. If he claimed that his intentions were solely to release and infuse spiritual energy, he could only wonder whether the second elder would believe him. Since an explanation eluded him, he decided to forego it altogether. Second elder, could you prepare some 3-tier long spears for me? The higher the quality, the better. Additionally, it would be prudent to have some 4th-tier long spears ready in advance. Indeed. In truth, I had already made preparations, though I did not anticipate your swift breakthrough. Achieving the 3rd tier in merely a month is remarkable. Here you are. The second elder said, extending 2 spatial rings into Yu Wangchuan's hands. Yu Wangchuan glanced over the 2 spatial rings, both containing thousands of long spears haphazardly piled together. The spears within the left ring were made of Yaojin, weighing 5,000 tons, with exceptional spiritual energy conductivity. Each spear cost approximately 300 coins. Given my craftsmanship, I could sell them for around 1,000 coins. The spears in the right ring were crafted from link Yajin, exceeding 10,000 tons in weight, making them cumbersome to wield for the time being. No need to concern yourself with them now. Once you reach the 4th level, return to me, and I shall assist you in upgrading all these Yaojin spears to link Yajin, thus avoiding wastage. After the second elder's explanation, Yu Wangchuan nodded in satisfaction. With preparations made for even the 4th level, he was assured of an extended period of usability. After all, as one progresses, the enhancement of cultivation becomes increasingly sluggish. Presently, Yu Wangchuan was at the mid-stage of the 3rd level. To break through to the late stage of the 3rd level would require over 100 cultivation pills and more than 40 foundational establishment pills. Upon reaching the 4th level, the requirement would likely begin at 300. At this moment, it was evident that Li Luo was nearing a point where she could no longer support Yu Wangchuan's needs. Perhaps it was due to Li Luo's own lower cultivation level that the system's rewards had not kept pace. In that case, it would be prudent to refrain from taking advantage of Li Luo for now. I shall wait until she reaches the late stage of the 2nd level before resuming. It is essential to maintain a significant disparity in cultivation levels with Li Luo, ensuring she does not fall too far behind. Yu Wangchuan pondered for a moment before inquiring about one last matter. Elder, is it possible for you to upgrade the gray eggplant? Currently, that is not feasible. The individual responsible for upgrading the gray eggplant possesses skills superior to mine. I must conduct further research, the second elder explained. Having received the final answer, Yu Wangchuan courteously exchanged a few words before taking his leave, accompanied by the gray eggplant, from the artifact forging room. Second elder, I am heading out now. I have matters to discuss with Master Fong Quebec very well. Do take care on your journey. The second elder nodded in response. Once Yu Wangchuan departed, she remained in place, reflecting, by the way. I recall Master Fong K also stands at a height of 1 meter 38. So, Yu Wangchuan has a preference for this type, huh? The second elder mused while seated on the bench, contemplating the earlier scene. In truth, it did not come as a surprise to the second elder that Yu Wangchuan favored petite women. After all, from birth to adulthood, he had consistently displayed a disinterest in women. Numerous beautiful daughters from various families had attempted to engage him in marriage, only to be decisively rejected by him. At that time, the family members remarked that Yu Wangchuan was indifferent to women, suggesting he had great potential. In retrospect, it could be attributed to the fact that those young women all exceeded a height of 1 meter 50. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the second elder suddenly rose to her feet. She approached a bronze mirror and scrutinized her own height of 1 meter 75, along with her well-defined muscles and graceful abdominal lines. This appearance would certainly not align with Yu Wangchuan's preferences. No, I must change myself, the second elder declared. Stepping out of the artifact forging room, she flung a sword beneath her feet and, in an instant, soared in a particular direction. Before long, she arrived near the alchemy room. After knocking on the door and receiving confirmation, she entered. Inside the alchemy room, the 4th elder sat before the furnace, gazing intently at the flames. What brings you here? The 4th elder inquired, somewhat perplexed by the second elder's presence. I need to ask you for a favor. But please keep this matter between us, the second elder replied, glancing around cautiously before closing the door with a serious expression. Could you concoct a few special pills for me? The effect should reduce one's stature to approximately 1 meter 38. What are you talking about? The fourth elder looked at her, bewildered. The second elder tilted her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Did you not hear that Wangchuan has a liking for that girl from the Li family, who is 1 meter 39? The fourth elder frowned, confused. I mean, you and Wangchuan are separated by several millennia in age. Besides, you are both from the Yi family, so this seems a bit odd. That's not an issue. My father was also adopted by our ancestor, so theoretically, I am of the same generation as Wangchuan. Moreover, since I was adopted, there is no blood relation, the second elder explained, leaving the fourth elder in silence. He felt something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint exactly what. Fine. Since you helped me build my furnace, I shall assist you. As long as it can make the body smaller, that works, right? Indeed. The second elder's spirits lifted at the fourth elder's agreement. After all, she had aided Wangchuan numerous times. It was not unreasonable to expect a return of favor. Chapter 76, Astonishment. Fengke actually. Ling Mountain. After leaving the Yi family, Wangchuan swiftly returned to Ling Mountain, having reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level. Climbing the mountain was no longer a formidable challenge for him. The primary dangers of Ling Mountain stemmed from the ferocious beasts dwelling within. However, over the past month, due to the matter of the cave, the mountain had seen a surge of visitors. This influx had resulted in the powerful beasts either being easily dispatched or forcibly taken away as spirit pets. Only a few weaker beast cubs remained, ensuring sustainable development. At this moment on Ling Mountain, the crowd that had previously gathered had significantly dwindled. This was not without reason. The entrance to the cave had since closed, indicating that those still trapped inside had likely perished. Even if they had not met their demise, they would need to endure for a millennium, waiting for the next opportunity to emerge. Truth be told, it might be more prudent to simply start anew during that millennium. Nonetheless, while the majority had departed, a handful of individuals still lingered on Ling Mountain. What? My child? Why haven't you emerged? I deserve all the blame. Why didn't I stop my child from entering? Why? Big brother. Boo-hoo. Brother. These individuals cried out incessantly. Some mourned for family members, while others wept for their fellow disciples. In a fantastical world where human life is often considered trivial, such scenes were commonplace. Humans, after all, are emotional beings. It would be disingenuous to claim one would not feel sorrow upon losing loved ones or comrades. Yet, in this realm where lifespans are considerably extended, it is not uncommon for a person to leave behind numerous descendants throughout their life. In large families, it is perfectly normal for 1,000 individuals to refer to the same person as father. Yu Zhentian, however, was an anomaly, having only one child and no other descendants. Naturally, families with many offspring would not be devastated for decades over the loss of a single individual. Wangchuan's gaze briefly swept over the crowd before settling on a hillside. There, Fengke's eyes were fixed on the throng, as if pondering something profound. Master Fengke, what captivates your attention? Wangchuan leapt onto the hillside and inquired. Fengke's expression remained as impassive as ever, untouched by even a hint of pity or sorrow amidst the cries of the crowd. Upon noticing Wangchuan's arrival, she replied simply, "It is nothing. I just feel that the mortality rate in the cave this year is rather high. Out of 30 individuals who entered, only one has emerged. This is significantly worse than before, especially considering there is a 4th-tier demon cultivator guarding the entrance." Wangchuan casually remarked as he retrieved a bowl of dumplings from his spatial ring and handed it to Fengke. The dumplings, filled with minced pork, were brought from the previous establishment. "Oh, wonderful. Thank you," Fengke said, accepting the dumplings and savoring them contentedly. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for a while longer. As their dialogue progressed, the topic naturally shifted to Wangchuan's cultivation level. By the way, Wangchuan, how did you manage to advance so swiftly from the initial stage of the 2nd layer to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer? Well, regarding that, Wangchuan touched his nose, exhibiting a semblance of hesitation. Fengke, observing Ye's demeanor, spoke up, "It's all right. Go ahead. I assure you, I shall not divulge this to anyone else. We can seal this with a promise. If you prefer to remain silent, that is entirely acceptable. However, I must caution you against employing any demonic techniques to hasten your cultivation. Such practices only lead one deeper into peril." Upon hearing Fengke's words, Wangchuan glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Please, do not speak of this to anyone." "All right, Let's make a pinky promise, Fong Ke suggested, extending her little finger. Once they completed the promise, Yu Wangchuan slowly produced a book of cultivation techniques and presented it before Fong Ke, saying, "This is the secret behind my rapid advancement in cultivation." Fong Ke focused her gaze and exclaimed, "An exquisite dual cultivation technique. Oh, is this the one you and Li Luo have been using?" She inquired with curiosity. Yu Wangchuan nodded and said, "Indeed. Will you two take me along next time?" Fong Ke inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Wangchuan replied, "This technique cannot be practiced by 3 individuals. Master Fong Ke, if you wish to cultivate it, I shall accompany you alone." "Very well," Fong Ke nodded. "However, I have never engaged in such practices before, so I may be somewhat unaccustomed to it." "You do not mind, do you?" "I have no objections." Seeing Fong Ke's acceptance, Yu Wangchuan felt no surprise. Rather, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. First, he would enhance Fong Ke's fondness with a bowl of dumplings, followed by casual conversation. Once Fong Ke expressed interest in his cultivation speed, he would introduce the technique. Given Fong Ke's nature, she would undoubtedly wish to try her hand at it. After all, she had previously insisted on being included in his training. From the moment he acquired this technique, Yu Wangchuan had contemplated practicing it with either Li Luo or Fong Quebec. This was not due to any particular inclination towards younger companions, but rather because the technique was exceedingly potent, and neglecting to cultivate it would be a loss. However, he felt that practicing with outsiders would also be somewhat regrettable. As the saying goes, one should not let fertile water flow into another's field. Yu Wangchuan naturally thought of Li Luo and Fong Quebec. Speaking of which, did Li Luo not mind? She had no objections. In the Longevity Palace, Li Luo sat in the courtyard, continuously consuming cultivation pills and foundation-building pills. There was nothing substantial to discuss with the old manly. After exchanging a few words, she returned home to commence her cultivation. As she munched on her pills, the sound of footsteps approached the entrance. Li Luo recognized immediately that it was Yu Wangchuan's footsteps. As for Fong Ke, she floated in, making no sound at all. Soon, Yu Wangchuan entered, accompanied by Fong Quebec. The first thing he did was to revert the gray eggplant back to her lowly form, allowing her to wander about the Longevity Palace and familiarize herself with her surroundings. Then, he turned to Li Luo with a serious expression. "Fong Ke and I have some important matters to attend to. Li Luo, please refrain from coming to my bedroom for the next few hours." What matters?" Li Luo asked, puzzled. Fong Ke bluntly explained. "Wangchuan and I will be engaging in dual cultivation for a while." "Ah, good what?" "What?" Li Luo turned in bewilderment. However, by that time, the two had already moved far away. Li Luo initially intended to chase after them for clarification, but felt it inappropriate and returned to her previous spot. After some contemplation, she surmised that Yu Wangchuan must be utilizing the technique from that previous manual. He had asked Li Luo if she wanted to try it, but she had firmly declined. This Yu Wangchuan was truly a lowly enthusiast. Li Luo's lips twitched as she muttered a few words, dismissing the matter. She was well aware that her relationship with Yu Wangchuan did not afford her the right to interfere in his private affairs. Surely, she could not deny him the opportunity to practice his techniques with others after having rejected him herself. Lost in her thoughts, Li Luo glanced at the gray eggplant beside her and called out, "Little puppet, come here. I wish to speak to you about Yu Wangchuan. I am called Gray Eggplant." "Who named you that?" "Master Yu Wangchuan. His taste in names is rather poor. Why do you refer to him as master?" Chapter 77. Yu Wangchuan's 8-hour duel with Fong Ke in the Longevity Palace's courtyard. Li Luo was practicing her spear techniques with a stick in hand. Beside her, Gray Eggplant also wielded a stick, instructing Li Luo on how to attack, defend, and thrust. Initially, Li Luo had been engaged in conversation with Gray Eggplant. However, as all topics of interest had been exhausted and Yu Wangchuan had yet to emerge, she decided to practice her spear techniques as well. They trained from daylight until sunset, and then from sunset until midnight. Li Luo even returned to her bedroom for a brief rest. The following day, she emerged to find that Yu Wangchuan and Fong Ke had still not concluded their activities, not until 8 in the morning. Yu Wangchuan finally emerged from his bedroom. "Gray Eggplant, how long has it been since Yu Wangchuan entered the room?" 8 hours. Li Luo fell silent for a moment. It was evident that the exquisite technique was indeed formidable. "Good morning, Li Luo." Yu Wangchuan extended his hand in greeting. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Yu Wangchuan paid no heed to the rain, simply finding a bench to sit upon. He tore off the talismans adorning his body and meticulously arranged the damskin binding rope in his hands before storing it within his spatial ring. Li Luo, holding an umbrella, joined him on the bench. Meanwhile, the waterproof gray eggplant stood nearby, listening intently. Observing Yi Wangchuan's invigorated demeanor, Li Luo inquired with a hint of curiosity. How was that technique? It was quite effective, Yi Wangchuan replied. Even after an entire night, I still feel refreshed, brimming with energy, and my cultivation has significantly advanced. Moreover, Master Fang Ke's innate talent has also seen a slight enhancement. Yi Wangchuan explained candidly. Can one still enhance their innate talent? Li Luo swallowed hard, somewhat astonished. Yi Wangchuan nodded and continued his conversation with Li Luo. After approximately half an hour, Fang Ke finally floated out of the room. As she stepped outside, it was as though an invisible barrier enveloped her. The raindrops parted automatically as they approached her. Fang Ke approached Yi Wangchuan and, with a hint of weakness in her voice, quietly advised him, please refrain from using the binding immortal rope tonight, or at least do not rely on it continuously. Yi Wangchuan nodded in agreement. The extraordinary cultivation technique possessed the ability to alleviate fatigue. Therefore, substituting practice for sleep posed no issue whatsoever. However, the technique does have certain limitations. Specifically, within every 12-hour cycle, only the initial 4 hours can activate its effects. Following these 4 hours, an 8-hour cooldown period ensues. Yi Wangchuan practiced for 8 consecutive hours to ascertain whether this technique operated on a cooldown cycle or refreshed at midnight. His dedication was remarkable. Just then, the rain ceased. I shall take a bath and rest for the day. I will return tomorrow to teach you the technique, Fang Ke said weakly as he departed from the courtyard. Yi Wangchuan stretched languidly, preparing to acclimate himself to the power of the mid-stage of the threefold realm. At that moment, a servant from the Yi family approached him. The servant stood before Yi Wangchuan and spoke. Young master, the Shang family has organized an auction. The person you had someone keep an eye on, Su Fugue, has also attended the auction. Understood. Yi Wangchuan nodded. He knew that someone like Su Fugue, who possessed nothing but the fortune of wealth, would undoubtedly attend the auction to flaunt his affluence. Moreover, it was certain that the auction would feature exquisite treasures. Yi Wangchuan promptly inspected the contents of his spatial ring. There is a modest amount of wealth. After confirming, Yi Wangchuan turned to Li Luo. Li Luo stiffened immediately and exclaimed, Why are you looking at me? What are you thinking? I am heading to the merchant auction in Chang'an. Are you coming? Yi Wangchuan looked at Li Luo with a face full of disbelief. Go. Li Luo decisively commanded. As long as it wasn't a martial arts technique, Li Luo was more than willing to accompany Yi Wangchuan. After all, there was the villain's emotional value to consider. It would be foolish not to capitalize on it. Merchants, as the name implies, are families that primarily sustain their livelihoods through trade and commerce. In Chang'an, they do not qualify as a prominent family, failing to even rank among the top 10. However, due to their frequent acquisition of novel goods from outside, they still wield a certain level of influence. At this moment, numerous sects and families were selling the exquisite treasures collected from the recent cave to the merchants. Seizing this opportunity, the merchants organized an auction to profit from the substantial price differences. At the front of the auction house, Su Fugue stood before the sign, perusing the list of auction items. Behind him trailed a pair of stunning twin maidens. Most of the items were publicly displayed to attract customers, while a select few were deliberately concealed, marked as mysterious goods. Let me take a look. Indeed, there is the Shifuwa. How wonderful! Su Fugue exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the Shifuwa on the list. If he could acquire the Shifuwa, he would be able to restore his younger brother and indulge in a splendid life. With this thought in mind, Su Fugue examined his system space, which contained 8,000 coins. In reality, Su Fugue could have amassed more wealth, as the system granted him 1,000 coins daily. However, during his time in the cave, he had squandered his funds on various trinkets to earn reinforcement points for enhancing his cultivation. The 8,000 coins he possessed were merely what he had saved over the past 8 days. Nevertheless, that amount remained quite substantial, equivalent to 800 million on Blue Star. Su Fugue was determined that with 800 million, he could certainly procure a Shifuwa. Upon entering the auction house, Su Fugue noted the classic layout. The first floor was filled with seating akin to that of a cinema or concert, while the second floor featured several rooms with openings. The rooms were equipped with curtains to ensure privacy, primarily to accommodate those who preferred to keep their identities concealed while bidding. Please arrange a room for me on the second floor, Su Fugue instructed a nearby merchant attendant, tossing a coin in their direction. Certainly. You are indeed fortunate. The remaining rooms just became available. The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement as they swiftly prepared a room for Su Fugue. Once inside, the first thing Su Fugue did was draw the curtains. These curtains were imbued with special seals that allowed for visibility from the inside while distorting any sounds that escaped. With a sigh of relief, Su Fuguwei felt reassured. He reminded himself to exercise caution. He could not afford to be reckless again. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. What? There's no room available on the second floor? Do you know who I am? I am from the Tang family. Whose room is this? I distinctly remember it being unreserved. It certainly does not belong to a prominent family. Get the person inside out. Bang. In the next moment, Su Fuguwei's room was forcefully kicked open. A nonchalant man strolled in, casting a disdainful gaze at Su Fuguwei. Who are you? Su Fuguwei frowned, scrutinizing the intruder. The man, with his hands in his pockets, appeared unimpressed as he surveyed Su Fuguwei, who had dressed in simple attire to avoid drawing attention, lacking any indication of opulence. Seeing this, the man immediately mocked Su Fuguwei. I don't care who you are. Listen well. My name is Tang Mingze, and I am from the Tang family. If you know what's good for you, vacate this space immediately. Who do you think you are, you insolent brat from a lowly family? Su Fuguwei retorted, unleashing a torrent of verbal disdain. Tang Mingze's expression froze, his teeth clenched in anger. You have some nerve. Su Fuguwei replied, Tang scoundrel, your mother is dead. Seize him. Tear that insolent mouth apart. Enraged, Tang Mingze waved his hand, summoning a group of imposing attendants from the Tang family. Tang Mingze smirked derisively as he surveyed the room. Just then, he noticed the stunning twin maidens seated on the sofa. Instantly captivated, he approached them with an insidious grin. Ladies, come work for the Tang family. The rewards are quite generous. Before he could finish, Su Fuguwei erupted with a surge of energy, unleashing his mid-stage cultivation prowess, sending the surrounding Tang family attendants sprawling. With a swift stride, he closed the distance to the bewildered Tang Mingze. This will hurt. Just bear with it. Before Tang Mingze could utter a word, Su Fuguwei delivered a swift kick to his groin. With a sickening crunch, Tang Mingze collapsed to the floor, incapacitated. Su Fuguwei dusted off his hands, unceremoniously tossing out both Tang Mingze and the attendants before repositioning the damaged door. Room 99 belongs to Su Fuguwei, he thought. On the third floor of the auction house, Wangchuan observed the happenings below, speaking to himself. In truth, the merchant auction house boasted a third floor, though its flooring was one-way transparent. Thus, those below could only see an ordinary ceiling. Compared to the second floor, the third floor provided even greater privacy, being an exclusive area for the Yi family, accessible only to its members. Consequently, most people were unaware of the existence of the third floor. Wangchuan sat upon the sofa, perusing the more detailed inventory list of auction items. Each mysterious item was clearly marked, leaving no ambiguity about their nature. Wangchuan held a pen in his hand, encircling several items and making notations, such as peculiar weapons, enigmatic ornaments, and a cat-eared loli. To the left of Wangchuan sat the inquisitive gray eggplant, while to his right, Li Luo occupied her seat with a hint of anxiety. She grasped her chi-pao tightly, her demeanor betraying a sense of unease. Wangchuan, why is the floor transparent? The people below won't be able to see us, will they? She inquired in a flustered manner. It is one-way transparency. Those beneath can only see the wooden planks above, he reassured her. Wangchuan patiently elucidated the matter. Upon hearing his words, Li Luo felt a subtle sense of relief. However, gazing at the transparent floor, a tinge of nervousness still lingered within her. Had she known about the transparency of the floor beforehand, she would have refrained from donning the chi-pao. Consequently, Li Luo nestled herself deeper into the sofa and began to nibble on grapes. Soon enough, the auction commenced. The initial items offered were rather unremarkable, mere commonplace objects intended to serve as a warm-up. Wangchuan's gaze remained fixated on room 99, unwavering for a moment. Just as he believed Su Fuguwei was still awaiting a significant acquisition, the stage showcased 10 immortal revival flowers. In a bid to maximize profits, merchants bundled these treasures together, refraining from individual sales. Yet, this did not deter Su Fuguwei's resolve to purchase. 50 gold coins, he declared, referencing room 99. On the first floor. Upon hearing room 99's proposed price, Tang Mingze, who was grimacing in pain, stood up angrily and retorted, 60 gold coins. Young master, the family has entrusted you with these substantial funds to acquire vital resources. How can you squander them here? The guards nearby turned pale at Tang Mingze's intent to bid for the immortal revival flowers. In response to the guards' protests, Tang Mingze snapped, mind your own business. My second brother is gone. Without the immortal revival flower, can you give me back your second brother? Besides, it was that beast from room 99 who harmed me. Today, I will make him understand the consequences of provoking the Tang family. At that moment, Su Fuguwei coolly continued, 70 gold coins, 80 gold coins, 90 gold coins, 100 gold coins. As the price escalated to 150 gold coins, Tang Mingzi began to sweat profusely. When it reached 300 gold coins, he hesitated in his bidding. Upon reaching 500 gold coins, he fell silent. 500 gold coins, Su Fuguwei declared once more. The entire audience was stunned, shocked, terrified, petrified. Who was this young master from room 99, so extravagantly generous? Although the efficacy of the immortal revival flower was indeed formidable, it lost its potency for those of higher cultivation levels. What level of desperation must one possess to willingly pay 500 gold coins? Everyone was astounded, and no one dared to bid further. After a brief moment, the auctioneer, responsible for the proceedings, prepared to finalize the transaction, sensing the absence of additional bids. Suddenly, a merchant's attendant rushed to the auctioneer, presenting a letter. After reading the note, the auctioneer announced to the guest in room 99, "We regret to inform you that the immortal revival flower is no longer for sale." What? In the room, Su Fuguwei's eyes nearly bulged out. What nonsense is this? How can it not be for sale? He immediately stood up, shouting through the curtains, "What does your auction house mean by this? You simply declare it unsellable?" The auctioneer replied, "I apologize, but it truly cannot be sold." Su Fuguwei pressed, "Has someone secretly outbid me? I offer 2,000 gold coins. Will you sell it?" The auctioneer responded, "I'm sorry, but we cannot sell it." "Not even for 2,000? 5,000. I will offer 5,000. The auctioneer reiterated, "I'm afraid. Even if you were to offer 10,000 or even 1,000,000 gold coins, we cannot auction these immortal revival flowers. It is simply not possible." Su Fuguwei was left bewildered. Chapter 79, The Precious Treasure of the Auction at the Auction, Not Even for 1,000,000 Gold Coins? Hearing this, Su Fuguwei could only sigh in resignation and collapse back into his seat. Clearly, some powerful family was coercing the merchants to reserve the goods for themselves. How utterly despicable. Meanwhile, at the auction platform, the auctioneer stood trembling, clutching the earlier note in her hands. The envelope bore a brief message: "The immortal revival flowers are to be kept. The price is at your discretion." Wangchuan posed no threat, nor did he exert any coercion. It was merely a simple statement. Yet, in the eyes of the auctioneer, this declaration held immense significance. No matter what, Shirwa must remain. This transcended the mere issue of monetary value. It was about the Yi family. Moreover, he was the sole heir of the Yi lineage. Who in their right mind would dare to deny him any possessions? The auctioneer took a deep breath and proceeded to introduce the next item for bid. Subsequently, a stretch of mundane moments ensued. Several unremarkable auction items were fiercely contested by the crowd on the first floor. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Wangchuan occasionally intervened to ensure certain items were forcibly retained. Wangchuan was certainly not interested in these auction items. His intention was merely to prevent Su Fuguwei from thinking that he was being targeted by others. As he waited, the next item came up for bid. The upcoming auction piece was an unknown jade bracelet, which the seller claimed had been given by a poor boy hoping to join a caravan. The starting price was set at 50 silver coins. The auctioneer announced it. On the second floor, Su Fuguwei furrowed his brows and observed closely. Fortunately, his second-level cultivation granted him keen eyesight. After a few moments of scrutiny, Su Fuguwei immediately recognized the bracelet. Was this not the very jade bracelet his previous incarnation had given away to come to Chang'an? This bracelet had been worn by his former self since birth, its purpose unknown. With this thought, Su Fuguwei resolved to bid on the bracelet. After all, it was a relic of his past life, and it might prove to be of great significance. Even if it were merely a keepsake, it would still hold value. With that in mind, he began to raise his bid. 3 minutes later, upon receiving a message from Wangchuan, the auctioneer quickly apologized to number 99, Su Fuguwei, and retracted the jade bracelet. Bang! Su Fuguwei slammed his hand down on the table, causing the entire room to tremble. Fortunately, he had restrained his strength, or his slap might have demolished the room. Anger flared in his eyes as he cursed twice. "Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Are your clients more important than your reputation? I'm truly sorry." The auctioneer could only offer a helpless apology. To be frank, the merchant's reputation was indeed less significant than Wangchuan's experience. After all, a merchant could only thrive in Chang'an with the support of the Yi family. Grinding his teeth, Su Fuguwei returned to his seat, his gaze irritably sweeping around the room, sensing a pair of eyes watching him. "Just one more item. I need to confirm," he thought. "If the next item is also withheld, then someone is deliberately targeting me." After contemplating for a moment, he resumed his wait for the subsequent auction items. Soon, the auction approached its conclusion. Next up is the last item from our merchant association, which I believe you have all eagerly anticipated. Without further ado, let us reveal it. With the auctioneer's words, several attendants carried a massive iron cage to the front. They lifted the cloth that covered it, revealing a petite girl standing at 139.5 centimeters, sporting small fangs and cat ears with golden hair. At the moment the cloth was removed, the cat-eared girl curled up in fear, retreating to the corner of the cage, appearing adorably vulnerable and evoking a strong protective instinct in onlookers. The crowd erupted in laughter. This is a shape-shifting little demon we encountered during our travels. Typically, shape-shifting demons are at least 4th level or higher. However, for some unknown reason, this one appears to be in its juvenile phase, with powers comparable to a 1st-level demon. We captured it with ease. This little demon can be nurtured as a combat pet or serve as a servant. After the auction, we will provide a contract seal to ensure the buyer's absolute safety. The starting bid is 5 gold coins. With the auctioneer's call, a fierce bidding war ignited in the hall. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such a cute and obedient little demon? Although most attendees had little interest in such a diminutive creature, the potential for it to grow was enticing. On the 2nd floor, Sufugue looked on in disbelief. He had no interest in the cat-eared girl. After all, he preferred a more voluptuous figure, like the stunning twin maids behind him. Just as he prepared to leave, a voice boomed from the crowd below. 300 gold coins. I am from the Tang family. Let us see who dares to compete with me. Tang Mingzi stood up, loudly declaring his intent to purchase the cat-eared girl. Although he wasn't specifically a fan of Lolis, he saw potential in her. If she grew into a voluptuous beauty, combined with a contract seal, she would be at his command. As Tang Mingzi indulged in his fantasies, a voice from room 99 interrupted. 500 gold coins. The tone was somewhat derogatory. Tang Mingzi shot an angry glare at room 99, cursing. Yet, Sufugue remained unfazed. Weren't you the one who irritated me before? Today, I shall return the favor. Before long, the price for the cat-eared girl soared to 800 gold coins due to the rivalry between Tang Mingzi and Sufugue. However, Tang Mingzi found himself short on funds. He had only 850 gold coins on him, which was nearly half of the Tang family's savings. This money had originally been allocated by the family elder to assist Tang Mingzi in acquiring medicinal herbs to help him break through to the 2nd level, especially after Tang Ro returned empty-handed from her excursion. Despite lacking sufficient funds, Tang Mingzi was undeterred from raising his bid. He had resolved that even if he couldn't secure the purchase, he would make the person in room 99 spend a fortune on this cat-eared slave. If it truly came down to a sale to him, and he couldn't pay, he would leverage the Tang family's influence to resolve the matter. Ultimately, his goal was to vex the occupants of room 99. Chapter 80. The golden-haired cat-eared girl at the auction. The bidding escalated rapidly. 7,000 gold coins. 7,100 gold coins. 7,200 gold coins. At this moment, Tang Mingzi and Sufugue continued to call out bids. The price had now reached a point where most participants hesitated. After all, it was merely a demon girl. Surely, she wasn't worth thousands of gold coins. The other 98 rooms on the 2nd floor shared similar sentiments. Although they hailed from prominent families, they were not foolish spendthrifts. Only Sufugue, who seemingly acquired his wealth without effort, could afford such extravagance. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor, Tang Mingzi grew increasingly anxious. What have I done? This seems to have escalated too far. If it were just over 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, it wouldn't be a significant issue if Sufugue withdrew. But now it's reached 7,000. 7,500 gold coins. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Mingzi silently lowered his hand. He then cursed at room 99. Forget it. You are truly a disgusting creature. To waste so much money on such a petite demon is repugnant. No. I am simply here to annoy you. Sufugue sat in the room, grinning broadly. His words betrayed not a hint of remorse, which left everyone present in a state of astonishment. The casual disregard for over 7,000 coins was a testament to his formidable financial prowess. Naturally, Sufugue felt no pangs of regret for this money. After indulging in 8 days of revelry, all would be restored. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the system, just as Sufugue reveled in his thoughts. A guard suddenly entered, delivering a note to the auctioneer. Instantly, Sufugue's expression soured. Damn it. We're leaving. No more lingering here. Someone has it out for me. In a fit of rage, he kicked a stool aside and dragged the stunning twin maidens out of the room. On the 1st floor, the auctioneer hesitated. Room 99, I apologize, but we must retain this item. This time, however, no shouts of outrage echoed from room 99, which offered the auctioneer a moment of relief. Thus, the merchant auction concluded. Please depart in an orderly fashion. Customers who purchased items may collect their auctioned goods at the rear, the auctioneer announced, clapping his hands to signify the end of the event. At the back of the auction house, a flurry of transactions unfolded as buyers exchanged coins for items. Those attempting to abscond without payment would face the merchant's demands for compensation, typically amounting to 30% of the auction price. Generally, family members would not default, while outsiders found it unwise to defy the merchants. Historically, very few had dared to run from their debts, except for the Tang family, who collectively had defaulted on dozens of occasions, still owing the merchants a staggering sum. This caused great distress. Logically, one would think that a family like the Tang, lacking any second-tier members, could be easily eradicated. Yet, the Tang family possessed reasons for their continued existence. Before long, most items were exchanged, leaving only those reserved by Wangchuan. He arrived slowly in the evening, having delayed his visit to avoid drawing attention to his acquisitions. The last thing he wanted was for rumors to circulate, whispers claiming that his master was infatuated with young girls, perpetually entwined with those from the Li family, wielding weapons that could transform into maidens, and having purchased a cat-eared girl. Wangchuan harbored no desire to be misconstrued as a lowly enthusiast. Upon arriving at the auction venue, a merchant's attendant promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, you have arrived just in time. All your auction items are here. Would you prefer them to be delivered to the sect or the Yi residence?" "There's no need for such trouble," Wangchuan replied. "I can receive them directly within my spatial ring." Wangchuan approached, and, with a flick of his spatial ring, stored away the reserved Shifu flowers, jade bracelets, and various other items. As for the cat-eared lowly demon, being a living creature, she could not be contained within the spatial ring. However, such a small creature was easily carried along. At that moment, a servant approached bearing a seal. "Young Master Yi," he said, "this is the contract seal. Simply drop your blood onto the seal and imprint it upon the little demon, and you will be able to command her at will." "Very well." Wangchuan took the seal and, without a hint of hesitation, pricked his finger to let his blood drip onto it. Unlike those favored by fortune, he would not reject the use of a contractual seal in pursuit of so-called genuine emotions or friendships. After all, what if he were to be betrayed later on? Once he confirmed that the seal was stained with his blood, Wangchuan approached the cage and scrutinized the cat-eared lowly from behind the bars. He contemplated placing the mark on his face or hand, but rejected the idea as it would appear unsightly. He considered the option of inscribing it on his back, which inexplicably reminded him of certain vocational schoolgirls on Blue Star who adorned their backs with tattoos. Alternatively, he pondered the notion of placing it on his bottom or the top of his thigh, akin to a whimsical little seal of intimacy. Wangchuan pondered for a moment and decided that it would be best to imprint it on his lower abdomen. It appeared more dignified that way. Having made up his mind, Wangchuan suddenly extended his hand. Through the bars, he roughly yanked the cat-eared lowly towards him, slightly lifting her clothing. With precision, he pressed the seal just below her navel. Accurate, swift, flawless. In less than 3 seconds, a perfectly positioned contract mark was imprinted on the little demon's abdomen. The onlookers had yet to react when it was already completed. Wangchuan opened the door, his gaze falling upon the bewildered cat-eared lowly sprawled on the floor. He inquired, "Do you have a name?" "Yes, I am called Jiangyu," the cat-eared lowly Jiangyu replied softly. "Very well." Wangchuan nodded slightly, committing the name Jiangyu to memory. Simultaneously, a flicker of disappointment stirred within him. It was rather unexpected that she already possessed a name, and a rather ordinary one at that. Originally, Wangchuan had resolved that, should this cat-eared lowly lack a name, he would bestow upon her the moniker Hakimi. Upon confirming the receipt of the auction items, Wangchuan raised his head and inquired of the merchant, "What is the total amount? Feel free to set the price." He added nonchalantly, "Young Master Yi, it would be sufficient to settle at 15,000 gold," the merchant replied cautiously. The sum of 15,000 gold coincidentally represented the cumulative highest auction prices of all the items owned by Wangchuan. The merchant dared not ask for more, fearing it might be perceived as an affront to the Yi family. Likewise, they refrained from requesting less, concerned it might be construed as a sign of disrespect towards the Yi clan. Consequently, they settled on the total derived from the highest auction prices. Upon hearing this, Wangchuan spoke up, "Are you certain that this modest sum of money suffices? Aside from these items, your merchants have also incurred a loss of reputation and goodwill. Shall we not take that into account?" "And no, we dare not. This amount is more than sufficient," the merchants hastily replied. Chapter 81. The origins of Jiangyu at the rear of the auction. Wangchuan swiftly settled the payment for the auctioned items. 15,000 coins were easily dispensed, for his spatial ring contained countless long spears, each valued at 1,000 coins. "Come, let us make our way to Ling Mountain." Wangchuan planned to take Jiangyu to the Longevity Palace first, to prevent any fortunate child from the Yi family from stealing and feeding him. Meanwhile, Li Luo silently observed Yu Wangchuan beside him, contemplating his own addition of a gray eggplant and another Zhengyu. Upon their return to Ling Mountain, there would also be Fang Ke, resulting in 4 young girls. Had Yu Wangchuan not previously claimed that he held no interest in a barren physique? At this moment, as they returned to Ling Mountain, it was already deep into the night. Yu Wangchuan carefully settled Jiang Yu in a room before making his way to Fang Ke's quarters to alleviate his fatigue. Once Yu Wangchuan had distanced himself, Jiang Yu opened her eyes, confirming her solitude before sitting up. Humph. Humans are merely this. She chuckled wickedly to herself. It was rather easy to infiltrate. It isn't as challenging as I had imagined. In truth, she was not a powerless little demon. On the contrary, she was a formidable great demon. Jiang Yu was a mother weasel who had cultivated for thousands of years, possessing immense power. All weasels would address her as big sister upon encountering her. As for why Jiang Yu currently appeared as a cute golden-haired girl with cat ears, that story dates back a few months ago. In the territory of the demon clan, a weasel sat upon a wooden throne, commanding her fellow weasels to serve her. Xiao Mian, fetch me a coconut. Xiao He, go catch a chicken for me. After issuing her orders, the weasel prepared to take a nap on her throne when an elder weasel approached her. Xiao Jiang, you cannot continue in this state of despondency. You've been single for millennia, without any offspring. Why not seek a mate? Ugh, too lazy to bother, Jiang Yu replied impatiently. The elder sighed and continued, I did not come to urge you to find a mate, but rather to discuss an important matter. What is it? Jiang Yu inquired. Xiao Jiang, your cultivation has reached a level qualifying you for seeking a title. Seeking a title? Jiang Yu looked at the elder weasel, puzzled. This was the first time she had heard of the term. The elder began to explain patiently, it's normal not to know. Only us old-timers are aware of such matters. To put it simply, seeking a title involves finding a human once you reach a certain level of cultivation. You must bow before them and ask, what do I resemble? If the human responds that you resemble an immortal, you will have the opportunity to ascend to immortality. Much like a dragon. If they say you resemble a human, you shall truly become human, which is not such a bad outcome. However, if they say you resemble a weasel, you will remain in this form until the end of your days. After absorbing the elder's words, Jiang Yu nodded. Grasping the basic rules of seeking a title. Is it truly that miraculous? Have any from our clan succeeded in ascending? She asked. The elder weasel launched into a lengthy tale. This takes us back to our very first ancestor, the first weasel to seek a title. It is said that they were once stuck at a certain level of cultivation without progress, until one day they casually asked a human what they resembled. The human, having been defeated and begging for mercy, exclaimed, Great immortal, I see you as a celestial being. Please spare me. Remarkably, upon uttering this, the heavens reacted. Thunder roared, and several bolts of lightning struck our ancestor. After withstanding the lightning, they discovered their cultivation began to rise steadily, and they no longer remained stagnant. They sensed that with a few more millennia of cultivation, they could ascend to immortality. After the elder finished excitedly recounting the tale, Jiang Yu inquired, what happened next? Did our ancestors succeed in ascending? Oh, no. Before they could ascend, they were casually killed by a human named Zhen Tian, the elder replied. Jiang Yu. The elder coughed a few times. Cough, cough. Regardless, the method of ascension has been passed down. Xiao Jiang, have you not felt your cultivation stagnating lately? You should seek a human for seeking a title. Jiang Yu asked, what if I forcefully incapacitate a human and make them say I resemble an immortal? Would that work? The elder shook his head. No, it must be the human's genuine belief that you resemble something. I have an old friend who pressured a human into calling him an immortal, yet he ended up transformed into a voluptuous woman. Indeed, quite ample. Enough of that. I shall return to find my partner, Jiang Yu replied. After the elder departed, Jiang Yu began to contemplate her next steps. The simplest way to be perceived as an immortal would be to venture into human-dominated areas and shatter their territory with a display of power. The survivors would surely regard her as an immortal. Nonetheless, she needed to devise a plan to infiltrate human society. With that thought, Jiang Yu began to transform. For a great demon like her, shape-shifting into a human form was a trivial task. However, the transformed appearance was not entirely human, it merely resembled one, retaining certain characteristics of her demon form. Moments later, Jiang Yu had morphed into a petite golden-haired girl with small tiger-like teeth, standing at 139.5 centimeters. Moreover, she kept her weasel ears and tail. Observing her reflection in the water, she deemed her weasel ears and tail too revealing. Hence, she made further adjustments, reshaping them to resemble those of a cat. Perfect. When humans see me, they will only perceive me as an ordinary cat demon, Jiang Yu declared confidently. Hands on her hips. After completing her transformation, she stealthily left the demon territory and infiltrated the human realm. Several weeks later, she spotted a caravan and immediately suppressed her cultivation, pretending to be a small demon passing by. As expected, she was captured and brought to Chang'an City, where she was auctioned off to Wangchuan. Now, time returned to the present. Jiang Yu glanced around, confirming she was in an ordinary bedroom. Having mingled among humans for thousands of years, she had previously only infiltrated small villages and towns. This was her first venture into a grand city like Chang'an. After all, she could obliterate dozens of small towns with a mere display of her powers, which lacked the necessary intimidation. It was essential to showcase her strength in such a large city. Though she was uncertain why there was a spiritual mountain within Chang'an, she decided to sneak a look at the human who had purchased her. Jiang Yu opened the door and, with a twitch of her nose, followed the scent of Wangchuan. Soon, she arrived at the door of Feng Kei's room. Is she hiding in there? What could she be doing? Let me take a glance. Jiang Yu, hearing some inexplicable noises emanating from within the room, located a window. With grace, she leaped 2 meters high, perching herself on the ledge to discreetly observe the activities within. Upon discerning the nature of the happenings inside, she quietly retreated. Reflecting on the appearance of Feng Kei within the room, a tumult of emotion surged within Jiang Yu. Oh no, it seemed she had unraveled the reason why this man, Wangchuan, had purchased her. What a perverse individual. No, this. Jiang Yu cast her gaze downward, scrutinizing her transformed figure. She realized it bore a striking resemblance to Feng Kei's, albeit she stood 1.5 centimeters taller. This is a disaster. Could it be that this man intends to target her? She certainly had no desire for a mate. Biting her fingernails, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Subsequently, her astute mind conjured a solution. All she needed was to unleash a surge of spiritual energy towards the room, obliterating Wangchuan in one fell swoop. After all, they were a toppling mountain. She could control the intensity of her power. Following the attack, she could simply dart away. Who would ever know it was she who struck? Jiang Yu felt her plan was impeccably devised. As long as no exceptionally powerful cultivators resided within the room, her scheme would not falter. Surely, the 138-centimeter-tall white-haired loli inside could not possibly be a hidden master, could she? With that thought, Jiang Yu raised her right hand, beginning to gather spiritual energy. She was poised to unleash a devastating strike at Wangchuan. However, just as she had accumulated half of her power, the contract mark on her abdomen detected her intent to attack Wangchuan. The mark immediately began to glow. In an instant, all of Jiang Yu's spiritual energy was sealed, rendering her powerless. Simultaneously, a wave of heat radiated from the contract mark. What on earth? Jiang Yu was taken aback, her composure unraveling in an instant. Who's outside? Wangchuan heard a commotion outside, filled with curiosity. He donned his trousers and clothing, stepping out to ascertain the situation. However, upon reaching outside, he found no one present. Come here, gray eggplant. Wangchuan spoke into the darkness. Instantly, a broom transformed into the shape of a young girl with short legs, approaching Wangchuan. In truth, the gray eggplant had been present for quite some time. Concerned that his recently acquired Jiang Yu might cause trouble, Wangchuan had intentionally turned the gray eggplant into an inanimate object, placing it at the entrance of Feng Kei's room as a form of surveillance. Wangchuan immediately inquired of the gray eggplant, "Did you happen to see anyone approach this vicinity?" "Indeed." The gray eggplant nodded and began to elaborate in detail to Wangchuan. After Wangchuan listened attentively, he pondered for a moment. Based on the gray eggplant's account, it appeared that Jiang Yu had first spied into the room, then attempted to gather energy with one hand to unleash a supernatural ability. However, before he could execute it, he was interrupted by the contract seal. Wangchuan was not particularly surprised. The contract seal was crafted by an elder of the Yi family, ensuring its quality. Moreover, Feng Kei was present in the room at that time. Since he had not utilized the binding immortal rope to restrain Feng Kei, he felt no fear even if ambushed. Feng Kei possessed the capability to effortlessly eliminate a 6th-tier demon cultivator, so Wangchuan had faith in her strength. He feigned ignorance of the scene and continued his daily surveillance, eager to uncover the schemes of this little demon. After Wangchuan issued a directive regarding the gray eggplant, he turned and returned to Feng Kei's room. In Jiang Yu's chamber, she found herself in a state of distress. "How can I rid myself of this?" she lamented, rolling on the floor. The contract mark on her abdomen emitted a relentless glow, radiating an unbearable heat from within her. This excruciating sensation rendered Jiang Yu almost incapacitated. She attempted to erase the mark with her hands, but it was evident that the level of the contract mark surpassed her own capabilities. Initially, Jiang Yu had assumed that this mark was merely a trivial one, capable of delivering a minor shock for disobedience. Thus, she had paid it little mind and offered no resistance, allowing Yi Wangchuan to inscribe the mark upon her abdomen. After all, if Jiang Yu were wholly opposed to the marking, it would have been impossible for the contract to be forcibly applied. Yet now, she comprehended the stark reality. This contract mark had been crafted by a formidable individual. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in fury. Yi Wangchuan, I swear I shall slay you, you pervert, she exclaimed, but her words were abruptly interrupted. The contract mark sensed her deep-seated animosity towards Yi Wangchuan and intensified the punitive measures, growing even more searing in its heat. Consequently, Jiang Yu found herself rolling on the ground once more, her legs flailing wildly as if in a fit, her toes splayed in agony. No, I was wrong. I won't kill you, Wangchuan. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please, stop burning me. Oh no. Time slipped into the following day. Yi Wangchuan emerged from Fang Kei's abode, invigorated and refreshed. Fang Kei, as customary, required a moment to recuperate. After all, despite her formidable powers, Fang Kei possessed a unique constitution that rendered her physically more delicate than an ordinary individual. Yi Wangchuan first donned a gray hat. Subsequently, he approached Jiang Yu's room and gently knocked on the door. As it creaked open, he felt a wave of warm air escape. As if the room had been heated throughout the night, Jiang Yu stood at the threshold, her gaze directed at Yi Wangchuan, her eyes filled with exhaustion and trepidation. Her legs trembled incessantly, and her cheeks were flushed as if she were feverish. The previous night, she had been forcibly tormented by the contract seal for an entire night. It was only in the morning, when Jiang Yu's heart began to harbor no ill will towards Yi Wangchuan, that the contract seal finally calmed. The thought of it left her feeling resentful. Here she was, a dignified ancient demon, the queen of yellow weasels, reduced to such a state by a mere mark. It was utterly humiliating. For Jiang Yu, the trifles of seeking titles or attaining immortality no longer held any significance. What mattered now was devising a means to rid herself of the contract seal. Chapter 83. Hakimi, 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 so plump and adorable. The ensuing moments were rather uneventful. Morning. After awakening Jiang Yu, Yi Wangchuan proceeded to rouse Li Luo. Initially, he practiced marksmanship with Li Luo in the morning. At noon, Fang Kei emerged from the house and began instructing Yi Wangchuan and Li Luo in the art of sparrow techniques. Once the lesson concluded, Fang Kei retired to rest. Leaving no one to teach further, Yi Wangchuan descended the mountain accompanied by the 3 remaining young girls for a shopping excursion. In truth, he preferred solitude during such outings. Yet Li Luo insisted on accompanying him, leaving him with little choice but to acquiesce. The versatile gray eggplant had to be brought along as well. With Jiang Yu remaining at Lingshan, Yi Wangchuan felt a pang of unease, concerned about potential mishaps, further necessitating the presence of the trio. Thus, his companions for the shopping trip were not a reflection of his fondness for young girls. Rather, he harbored no interest in women or young girls alike. In the afternoon, Li Luo wore a frown, troubled by the fact that each evening, Yi Wangchuan retreated into Fang Kei's abode. Coupled with the presence of the gray eggplant and Jiang Yu at Yi Wangchuan's side, this left Li Luo unable to take advantage of the situation. Yet, the primary reason remained unspoken. Yi Wangchuan has truly experienced the company of a woman now. Even if Li Luo were to cling to Yi Wangchuan's back, teasing him, rubbing against him with her thighs, or removing her coat to drape it over his back, it would all be in vain. Even increasing the villainous emotional value would yield only a modest gain of a few dozen points. Yi Wangchuan is no longer the man who would become wildly agitated by a mere touch or brush, elevating his villainous emotions. Alas, those villainous emotions. In the evening, after a day of wandering, Li Luo collapsed into bed, succumbing to slumber. Yi Wangchuan routinely slipped into Fang Kei's abode. The gray eggplant transformed into a broom, standing sentinel at the threshold of Fang Kei's room, serving as a makeshift surveillance device. After a brief interlude, as anticipated, Jiang Yu arrived at the door. Her cheeks flushed. She leaned quietly against the window, observing intently. Indeed, the indelible mark of the contract weighed heavily on her mind, instilling a sense of apprehension regarding the possibility of Yi Wangchuan's coercive intentions. Thus, she made a deliberate decision to arrive early and familiarize herself with the interior, seeking to steel her resolve. The subsequent days unfolded in a similar vein. During the day, she was instructed in martial arts by Fang Kei and accompanied Li Luo on leisurely excursions. By night, she sought out Fang Kei to practice. all the while being discreetly watched by Jiang Yu. The gray eggplant served merely as a tool in this intricate web. Thus, Chang'an once again embraced a period of tranquility. Time slipped by swiftly, and a week had elapsed. Within that week, Yi Wangchuan, relying on the remnants of his elixirs and his training with Feng Ke, successfully advanced to the late stage of the 3rd level. In the process, he acquired a technique known as Ke Gong, enabling him to manipulate certain objects with his mind. Meanwhile, Li Luo, through subtle means of gleaning from Yi Wangchuan's endeavors, ascended to the late stage of the 2nd level. The Yi family. Yes, very well. Simply upgrade the gray eggplant. Yi Wangchuan casually conversed with the 2nd elder within the Yi family. The 2nd elder lifted his gaze and regarded Yi Wangchuan. Presently, Yi Wangchuan was accompanied by 3 young girls, frolicking about. In just a few days' absence, how had another one appeared? The corners of the 2nd elder's mouth twitched as he inwardly lamented. When would the elixir to transform individuals into young girls be developed? At that moment, Jiang Yu, who had been lost in thought, suddenly twitched her cat ears. She had heard a cry, one not of human origin, but of an animal. Jiang Yu promptly turned to Yi Wangchuan and asked, "Brother, may I go play elsewhere?" Brother was her term of endearment for Yi Wangchuan. She preferred not to address others as master, instead adhering to the customs of her clan by referring to Yi Wangchuan as brother. Of course, Yi Wangchuan nodded in agreement. After Jiang Yu departed, Yi Wangchuan glanced at the gray eggplant and Li Luo beside him and spoke, "I shall go see what she is up to. You two wait for me here for a moment. Gray eggplant, take the opportunity to have the 2nd elder upgrade you." Yi Wangchuan, having spoken, followed the path taken by Jiang Yu, eager to discover the intentions of this little demon. A cacophony of anguished cries echoed through the air as Jiang Yu approached the source of the torment outside the Yi residence. Peering ahead, she beheld a man standing ominously over a stray cat, which lay on the ground, wailing in agony. "Curse you!" the man exclaimed, lifting his foot and delivering a brutal kick to the hapless creature, akin to striking a soccer ball. The stray cat soared through the air, landing several meters away with a resounding thud, blood seeping from its mouth as it lay motionless on the ground. The man approached once more, looming over the injured feline. The cat emitted a low growl, a desperate gasp escaping its lips. "So you dare to resist." With that, the man unleashed another forceful kick, sending the cat flying once again. Hidden behind a nearby wall, Jiang Yu witnessed this cruel spectacle, tears cascading down her face, each droplet a testament to her sorrow. Or perhaps merely the saliva pooling at the corner of her mouth. What else could it be? Jiang Yu, a yellow weasel, had devoured her share of cats in the past. The cries of the suffering feline had drawn her in, igniting the hope of capturing a meal. After all, how could a yellow weasel ever feel compassion for a stray cat? And behind Jiang Yu, a shadow loomed. Yi Wangchuan gazed upon the scene, lost in contemplation. The man who kicked the cat, known as Yi Qi, was familiar to him. Yi Qi was a descendant of the 7th adopted son taken in by Yi Wangchuan's grandfather. Yi Qi's prowess is indeed formidable, yet he harbors a peculiar quirk, the hunting of stray cats. Yi Qi often employs special abilities to entice the stray cats within the city. Subsequently, he captures these strays and subjects them to a series of evaluations. If a stray cat refrains from hissing, does not scratch, and approaches him affectionately, Yi Qi classifies it as a noble cat. He either keeps these noble cats himself or finds them a loving adopter. In cases where the stray cat exhibits average characteristics, Yi Qi deems it a common stray. For these common strays, he administers a swift and painless end, ensuring their departure is devoid of suffering. However, if a stray cat hisses, scratches, or flees at the sight of humans, Yi Qi categorizes it as a wretched cat. The fate of such a wretched cat is grim. With a swift kick, Yi Qi sends it howling into the distance. In Yi Qi's eyes, there was a palpable disdain. With his prowess, he could easily dispatch the stray cat with a single kick. Yet, Yi Qi chose to methodically deliver each kick, curious to see how many blows it would take before the wretched creature ceased its feeble protests. Indeed, one might argue that a character like Yi Qi, who derives pleasure from tormenting stray cats, embodies the quintessential villain archetype. Yi Wangchuan pondered. Regarding the existence of stray cats, he harbored little sentiment. Ultimately, a cat was merely an animal. How others chose to deal with them was of no consequence to him. Yi Wangchuan would not actively mistreat cats, yet he would remain indifferent upon witnessing others doing so. However, if it were a certain type of individual, at that moment, a feminine voice emerged, reproaching Yi Qi for his wrongdoing. Chapter 84, Huffing, fur bristling, low growl, pouncing. Yi Wangchuan turned his gaze towards the sound. There stood a woman, cradling a black cat in her arms. With a furious expression, she pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qi, exclaiming, "Cats are friends to humanity. They're so adorable. How could you possibly mistreat them? Huh? Are you out of your mind? Is this your cat? You certainly have a lot of nerve." Yi Qi rose to his feet, casting a puzzled glance at the woman. Simultaneously, his foot continued its motion unabated, delivering another kick that sent a stray cat flying. Witnessing this scene, the woman immediately erupted in anger. "I am Cheng Miao Miao, the esteemed daughter of the Cheng family. Cease your actions at once. Otherwise, I shall invoke the wrath of the Cheng family upon your own." "I belong to the Yi family," he retorted. Upon hearing Yi Qi's words, Cheng Miao Miao froze for a moment. Alas, it seems that this family truly cannot impose any sanctions. "What of the Yi family? Your cruelty towards animals is undeniably your fault. Oh, then come and strike me if you dare," Yi Qimon nonchalantly declared, lifting her foot as if to crush the stray cat beneath her. Cheng Miao Miao instinctively shut her eyes in terror. But just then, meow, the black cat, previously nestled in Cheng Miao Miao's embrace, suddenly leapt forward, charging towards Yi Qimon. "Heiji-me!" Cheng Miao Miao exclaimed in shock, fully aware that her beloved Heiji-me was merely an ordinary feline, incapable of overpowering a human. Yet, at that moment, an uncanny scene unfolded. The cat named Heiji-me extended its paw, a shroud of shadow cloaking its claws. With a swift motion, the paw descended, leaving 3 deep gashes upon Yi Qimon's raised calf. Yi Qi furrowed his brow and swiftly retracted his legs. He fixed his gaze upon the dark feline, his heart brimming with astonishment. His cultivation level was a formidable 4-fold initial stage. How could this cat breach his defenses with a mere swipe? A cat at the 4-fold level? What absurdity! As Yi Qi pondered these thoughts, the black feline suddenly transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously appearing before Yi Qi's neck. It opened its jaws, poised to sever Yi Qi's throat in one swift bite. Yi Qi, alas, after so many years of adoring cats, to be cherished by one. Just then, a long spear suddenly appeared beside Heiji-me. Startled, Heiji-me swiftly dodged the attack. Bang! The spear struck the ground, instantly conjuring a colossal wave. A fierce cold wind erupted from the spear, causing the surrounding area to tremble and the temperature to plummet. In an instant, Heiji-me took refuge in Cheng Miao Miao's embrace, deploying a shield to protect her. Meanwhile, Yi Qi seized the opportunity to create distance. As for the onlooker Jiangyu, she was an ancient demon, capable of withstanding the long spear of Yi Wangchuan with her mere visage. The entire scene saw only the stray cat from earlier being annihilated by the spear's force. In the heart of the battlefield, Yi Wangchuan descended gracefully from the sky. He had mastered the art of sparrow techniques, manipulating his descent with telekinesis with ease. Upon his arrival, Yi Qi felt an immediate surge of confidence. "Wonderful. It is young master, we are saved." Heiji-me glared at Yi Wangchuan, sensing an ominous turn. Although the latter's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 3rd level, Heiji-me couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Wangchuan was far more formidable than Yi Qi. The Cheng family, indeed. Yi Wangchuan uttered a mere 4 words, causing Cheng Miao Miao to break into a cold sweat. If she offended Yi Qi, the Cheng family might only face retaliation from a fraction of the Yi family's influence. However, offending the sole heir of the Yi family would equate to antagonizing the entire clan. "I am so sorry. I am truly sorry, young master Yi Wangchuan. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I have no idea what has happened to my Heiji-me." "Oh no, Heiji-me, don't run away." Cheng Miao Miao hastily apologized. Meanwhile, her Heiji-me sensed the precariousness of the situation and immediately leaped from her arms, transforming into a shadow that darted away. Pursuing it would undoubtedly prove futile. Yi Wangchuan disregarded Cheng Miao Miao, instead surveying his surroundings, reveling in the might of his long spear. Indeed, its power was commendable. With a single thrust, he created a profound pit in the ground, instantly covering an area of 1,000 meters in frost. Alas, he was still considerably distant from reaching the 4th tier. Yi Wangchuan believed that after reaching the 4th level, there would be no issue in taking down the black cat with a single shot. After reflecting on this, he turned his gaze towards Cheng Miao Miao. From that moment forth, the Cheng family was forbidden from harboring the black cat, should it be sighted again. They were to notify the Yi family for its execution. Until the black cat was eliminated, Cheng Miao Miao was not permitted to leave the Yi residence. Regarding the origins of the black cat, Yi Wangchuan had already deduced a few possibilities. This black creature was likely the offspring of a beast imbued with extraordinary fortune. While Cheng Miao Miao was destined to be its protector, Yi Wangchuan intended to retain Cheng Miao Miao within the Yi household, enticing that dark figure, Haijimi, to approach, only to subsequently eliminate him. In a dilapidated alley, Haijimi cautiously peeked out, glancing around to ensure that no one from the Yi family was in pursuit. With a sigh of relief, he muttered to himself, "What terrible luck to encounter the young master of the Yi family. The wealthy are truly insufferable. One cannot even retaliate." Yi Wanchuan's conjecture was not erroneous. Haikimi was indeed a child of fortune among extraordinary beasts. In a previous life, 10 years ago, he had lived on Blue Star. To save a stray cat that was about to be struck by a truck, he dashed into the road to shoo it away. Unfortunately, both he and the stray cat were struck by the vehicle, becoming one with the asphalt. Perhaps due to this peculiar bonding, by a twist of fate, he was transported to this world, transformed into a cat, and was subsequently adopted by the daughter of the Chung family, who named him Haikimi. Over time, Haikimi discovered that he was no ordinary black cat. Stealthily conducting a bloodline test, he found that he possessed a golden bloodline. Haikimi also realized that his cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary demon beasts by several magnitudes. Thus began his relentless training. In just 10 years, he reached the formidable cultivation level of a 4th-tier cat, a truly terrifying feat. While it typically took humans over a century to achieve such a level, Haikimi scoffed at the notion that anyone could surpass his speed of cultivation. "Ha, you Wangchuan, is it? Just wait until I find the opportunity to eliminate you. After all, I am merely a cat. As long as it doesn't involve Cheng Miao Miao, I shall be fine." Haikimi mused to himself, seeking a place to rest for a moment. At that moment, a voice chimed in, "A 4th-tier cat. Quite extraordinary indeed. I recall there is a technique among humans called the crispy-skinned cat." Haikimi turned rigidly, spotting a golden-haired girl with cat ears, none other than Jiang Yu, who had pursued him. A mere 4th-tier was no challenge for Jiang Yu, who easily caught up. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Yu lunged at Haikimi. Haikimi, startled, puffed up and swiped at her with his claws. However, just as his claws were about to make contact with her delicate skin, they shattered with a crack. Haikimi stood dumbfounded. What? Chapter 85. The grudge between two children of fortune. Gazing at his broken claws, Haikimi was momentarily stunned. How can a 4th-tier like me not even pierce the skin of this little girl? At that moment, Jiang Yu's hand had already reached for Haikimi's throat. In a flash, Haikimi puffed up again and transformed into a shadow, attempting to flee. In an instant, he managed to escape 100 meters away. Just as he prepared to dart off again, boom. Jiang Yu, like a golden specter, appeared and landed a heavy punch on the ground, sending Haikimi flying and causing him to cough up blood. Before he could react, Jiang Yu's hand was around Haikimi's neck, squeezing tightly. Crack! His cervical vertebrae shattered. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Jiang Yu thrust her paw into Haikimi's body, extracting the spirit pill located at its core. Without the support of the spirit pill, and with a shattered neck, Haikimi perished on the spot. Mission accomplished. Jiang Yu grinned, seizing Haikimi's corpse and preparing to take it back to Spirit Mountain for crispy skin cat preparation. Did the Blue Star Traveler, a feline enthusiast and child of fortune among extraordinary beasts, meet his demise? 10 minutes after Jiang Yu departed, the air coalesced to form a new black cat. This cat bore an uncanny resemblance to Haikimi. What the? The black cat regained its composure, exclaiming in disbelief as it assessed its own body. Once assured of its well-being, it sighed in relief while cursing Jiang Yu inwardly. That insufferable little brat. She has cost me one of my 9 lives. Now I'm down to 8. Haikimi grumbled. As a traveler, how could he lack a bit of an advantage? His advantage, naturally, was his golden bloodline and the 9 lives of a cat. With 9 lives to spare and a golden bloodline ensuring rapid cultivation, such was the privilege of a traveler. That little brat must be a powerful cat demon. Given her cat ears and tail, did she attack me because I entered her territory? Haikimi pondered, hastily deciding to leave the area. He resolved to seek out his stray cat subordinates to serve as his eyes and ears in Chang'an City. Is that a human enjoying roasted chicken ahead? Looks rather appetizing. In the bustling market, Su Fugue sat at a table, gnawing on roasted chicken while contemplating where he could procure Shifu flowers to restore his younger brother. Suddenly, meow! Haikimi leaped onto the table, snatched Su Fugue's roasted chicken, and dashed away. The entire sequence was executed with fluid grace. Clearly, Haikimi was no novice in the art of thievery. After all, He was merely a cat. Stealing a few morsels was hardly a crime. Su Fuguei, momentarily stunned by the theft, exclaimed, "Hey, my roasted chicken. Damn you, Haikimi." Regaining his wits, Su Fuguei sprang into action, propelled by his enhanced cultivation. Now at the late second tier. Boom. He launched himself, instantly catching up to Haikimi. Haikimi, taken aback, realized that he had casually stolen a chicken from a late second-tier cultivator. But it mattered not. He was a fourth tier. Resolute, Haikimi accelerated, swiftly making his escape. What? A fourth-tier Haikimi? Su Fuguei gaped in disbelief as he witnessed a cat outrun him. Frustrated at being unable to catch up, he shouted, "You little thief, Haikimi, just wait. I'll toss you into the river for a watery escape." System. Use 10 enhancement points to learn tracking skills. Upon uttering those words, Su Fuguei concentrated. And in the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Enhancement points successfully consumed, skill acquired, beginner tracking technique. As the system's voice faded, Su Fuguei felt a shift in his senses. He keenly noticed the subtle paw prints on the ground and followed the trail left by the cat. In a desolate ruin, Haikimi placed the roasted chicken on the ground and meowed twice. The next moment, he continued with a series of meows. Surrounded by ruins, a multitude of stray cats emerged. These felines varied in size, some large, some small, some with disabilities, and others in good health. In short, there was an assortment of cats present. A few kittens approached Haijimi, meowing as they began to tear into a roasted chicken. Meanwhile, several other kittens attempted to inch closer. The kittens growled, hissed, and defended their food. In their fervor to protect their meal, they engaged in a scuffle, leaving tufts of fur scattered about. Haijimi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and made his way toward a gathering of adult strays. These mature cats were Haijimi's subordinates, notorious for their audacious food thefts, territorial disputes, bird hunting, raucous mating calls, and the spread of ailments. Haijimi spoke briefly, conveying the situation with simplicity. All the stray cats promptly dispersed, taking to the shadows of the city to monitor every happening, as Haijimi instructed. However, one hefty gray cat, weighing around 20 pounds, remained behind. This was Haijimi's most loyal and capable subordinate, Haji Cat. Haji Cat was Haijimi's first recruit upon entering this world, hence Haijimi placed considerable trust in him, even guiding him personally to achieve his first level of cultivation. However, Haji Cat's lineage was rather ordinary, being just an average cat. It took Haji Cat a full 8 years to successfully reach that milestone. Nevertheless, this lengthy journey enhanced his intelligence and prowess, setting him apart from ordinary strays. Approaching Haji Cat with seriousness, Haijimi said, "Meow, meow, meow. Haji Cat, you are my most loyal subordinate. Therefore, I have a crucial task for you. Upon its completion, I shall reward you with a month's supply of unlimited roasted chicken." Haji Cat responded eagerly, "Meow, meow. What? Don't worry, boss. I will see it through. But I prefer hamburgers over roasted chicken." Upon hearing this, Haijimi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, regretting his previous decision to offer Haji Cat hamburgers, which led to Haji Cat incessantly demanding them. "Meow, meow, meow. Fine. Upon completing the task, I shall arrange some hamburgers for you." "Meow? Thank you, boss. What is the task?" "Meow? I need you to surveil the young master of the Yi family, Yi Wangchuan." "Meow? Understood." After their discussion, Haji Cat swiftly darted toward the Yi residence, while Haijimi headed to the Chung family to check on Chung Meow Meow. Chapter 86. A small short-haired soccer match. Once the larger cats departed, only a few kittens remained in the ruins. Just then, Su Fuguei arrived, magnifying glass in hand. He was a person who held grudges. While he could tolerate provocations from formidable individuals, he could not let a mere Haji Cat go unchallenged. Having traversed into this realm, he intended to assert his dominance. "That pesky Haji Cat, if I can't catch up to you, surely I can find your home." Upon entering the ruins, Su Fuguei spotted a cluster of small strays. Realizing they were feasting on his roasted chicken, he chuckled. "Uh-huh. These little ones must be the companions of that formidable black cat." With a grin, he raised his hand, and a spatial bracelet on his wrist shimmered. In the next moment, a large bamboo basket and several pieces of pork materialized beside him. Su Fuguei tore off a small chunk of pork and tossed it, instantly attracting the kittens. As they gathered around the morsel, he swiftly flipped the bamboo basket over, trapping nearly all the kittens inside. He then secured the lid, successfully capturing the batch of strays. However, he soon noticed one kitten had eluded his grasp, engrossed in its roasted chicken. Approaching with the intention of seizing it, As he drew near, the kitten emitted a series of growls and hisses, clearly defending its meal and threatening Su Fuguei. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Just then, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a kick, sending the kitten flying. He didn't exert his full strength, fearing he might obliterate the tiny creature. Yet even with restrained force, the impact sent the kitten soaring nearly 2 meters into the air, landing several meters away against the ruins wall. The fallen kitten, surprisingly elated, began to breakdance. Su Fuguei scoffed, muttering, "Cats truly are peculiar creatures, daring to threaten one so much larger than themselves. Do they aspire to be soccer players?" With that, he gathered the remaining kittens in the bamboo basket and made his way back. On Ling Mountain, Jiang Yu entered the kitchen of the Changshu Palace. Squatting before a fire, she ignited it and tossed Hajimi's corpse into the flames. Moments later, a charred aroma wafted through the air. Alarmed, Jiang Yu quickly reached into the fire to retrieve Hajime. The outer layer of Hajime was completely burnt. Puzzled, Jiang Yu scratched her head, wondering why it hadn't transformed into crispy cat. At that moment, Fong Kei entered the kitchen. Noticing the smell, she inquired, "What is that burnt scent?" Jiang Yu pointed at the still-burning Hajime. Recognizing it as a cat, Fong Kei advised, "If you intend to roast a cat, you must first pluck its fur. Otherwise, the hair will char. Apply some oil and seasoning before placing it over the fire. Don't just toss it in." "Oh," Jiang Yu nodded, following Fong Kei's instructions. She plucked the burnt fur, applied some lard and seasoning, then skewered it to roast over the flames. Indeed, the results were far superior to before. Sitting down in satisfaction, she turned to Fong Kei and, after a moment of contemplation, realized she could not sense Fong Kei's cultivation. What is going on? Suddenly recalling the scenes she had spied on each night, her cheeks flushed. Fong Kei, what do you do with Yi Wangchuan every night?" "That is a secret. I cannot divulge." Fong Kei casually spoke. She had previously made a pact with Yi Wangchuan, promising not to indiscriminately spread the news about the extraordinary dual cultivation technique. Otherwise, she would have to endure 80 bolts of tribulation lightning. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Yu felt even more anxious. A secret? Could it be that Yi Wangchuan possessed some kind of secret about Fong Kei? Was he coercing her? Oh my, was Yi Wangchuan truly that perverse? What if he used the contract seal to force her into doing something she despised? Just as Jiang Yu was lost in these chaotic thoughts, Yi Wangchuan entered the kitchen, gazing at Jiang Yu with a look of utter disbelief. This afternoon, he had been preoccupied with negotiations concerning the Chung family. By the time Yi Wangchuan concluded his discussions and turned around, he found that Jiang Yu had inexplicably vanished. He had already prepared himself for the possibility that upon returning to Ling Mountain, if he could not locate Jiang Yu, he would summon her using the contract seal. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had not strayed far. She had merely returned to the task of grilling meat. What creature is that? Yi Wangchuan leaned closer, and, upon discovering it was a cat, the corners of his mouth twitched. He glanced at Jiang Yu, perplexed. "As a cat demon, why would you consume cat meat?" It's for the principle of like cures like." "Yes, like cures like. Is this cat the same one as that black cat from before?" No. It's just a stray cat I randomly caught by the roadside." Jiang Yu fabricated excuses casually. She certainly did not want Yi Wangchuan to know that she was capable of hunting 4-tier cats. However, it was evident that Yi Wangchuan was skeptical of Jiang Yu's words. He refrained from pressing further and instead cast a couple of glances at the cat being roasted over the fire. There was no spiritual essence within the cat's body, and its appearance was unrecognizable. He was uncertain if it was the Black Jimmy. Should Jiang Yu seize an opportunity to utilize the contract mark to compel her to disclose her background? Yet, this might diminish their rapport. Jiang Yu was originally meant to be the companion of the child of fate. Fostering a good relationship might yield some special rewards. Just as Yi Wangchuan was lost in thought, Jiang Yu felt the cat was sufficiently roasted and brought it out. "Hey, big brother, big sister, would you like some?" She first inquired of Yi Wangchuan, and Fong Kei replied, "No, thank you. Yi Wangchuan, I shall not partake." Seeing the two refuse, Jiang Yu began to eat by himself. "It is somewhat inappropriate to converse in the kitchen. Let us proceed to the courtyard." Yi Wangchuan conversed with Fong Kei as they departed from the kitchen. Upon their exit, Jiang Yu retrieved a mystical elixir from her pocket. With a mischievous grin, she popped the elixir into her mouth. After a few chews, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was not for any trivial reason, but rather because Jiang Yu felt a subtle evolution within her bloodline. Is this cat a beast of golden blood? Ha ha ha. What a treasure I have found. Chapter 87. It is time to employ the compound bow. The following day, the Yi family, Ha-Ji cat concealed itself atop a tree in front of the Yi residence, persistently awaiting the arrival of Yi Wangchuan. Alas, despite its leader's orders to shadow Yi Wangchuan, it was powerless to ascend the spirit mountain due to its first-level status. Thus, it had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the Yi family estate. After a brief interval, Ha-Ji cat finally spotted Yi Wangchuan approaching. Yi Wangchuan strode into the Yi family estate, accompanied by 3 young maidens, with an air of confidence. Ha-Ji Mao immediately sprang to his feet, intent on leaping over the walls of the Yi residence to stealthily observe Yi Wangchuan from the eaves. With a swift motion, Ha-Ji Mao launched himself towards the wall. In the next instant, a barrier materialized unexpectedly, sending him tumbling back. Bewildered, Ha-Ji Mao sought alternative routes for entry. After half an hour of fruitless attempts, he reached a disheartening conclusion. The entire Yi estate was enveloped in a protective barrier, rendering any infiltration impossible. The only means of entry lay through the 4 grand gates at the cardinal points, yet each gate was vigilantly guarded by elite Yi family sentinels. It was clear that not even Ha-Ji Mao, nor any formidable figure like Jaime, could slip past the watchful eyes of the guards. Resigned to his fate, Ha-Ji Mao settled down to wait once more at the entrance of the Yi estate. Meanwhile, the Yi family, Yi Qi sat at the table, inscribing a letter onto an envelope. Within the envelope, she recounted the incident from the previous day when she had kicked a stray cat, an action that had deeply unsettled Jimmy. Yi Qi intended to send a letter to his friend in Chang'an, cautioning him to be wary if he encountered a completely black cat. Having completed the letter, Yi Qi rose to his feet. He retrieved a birdcage from his room, within which a pigeon tilted its head to glance at Yi Qi. This pigeon, named Jiu Li, had been his companion for 5 years. Yi Qi smiled gently as he reached out to release the dove from the cage. In truth, apart from his penchant for tormenting cats, his greatest passion lay in nurturing birds. However, on a certain day in the past, Yi Qi's wife brought a stray cat into the Yi household, declaring her intention to raise it as her own child. The stray cat roamed the house with abandon, leaving its droppings and urine as territorial markers. Furthermore, all the leather sofas were marred by the cat's claws. Yi Qi tolerated these antics, for the Yi family was affluent and could easily afford a few servants and leather furniture. However, the following day, the stray cat stealthily infiltrated the room where Yi Qi kept his birds, resulting in the slaughter of the 20 birds he had nurtured for 2 decades. On that day, Yi Qi was nearly consumed by rage, his composure shaken as he wielded a willow branch resembling a data cable, chastising the stray cat for an entire afternoon. After some time had passed, and his anger subsided, Yi Qi shook his head in resignation and sighed. It was merely the nature of the stray cat. He could simply be more vigilant in the future. Resolving to release the cat, he was suddenly interrupted by his wife bursting into the room. Upon seeing the panting stray cat on the floor, she let out a shriek. "Oh my baby, Yi Qi, how can you, a grown man, hold a grudge against a cat? I have not borne you any children for over 40 years, and now I have taken in this cat as my child. It merely made a mistake and killed your wretched birds. Must you truly beat it with a willow branch for an entire afternoon? Are you still human? Would you allow me to beat you for an afternoon? Your birds have lost only their lives, while my baby has endured an entire afternoon of suffering. I shall return to the Tang family. Your Yi family is far too terrifying. The Tang family is much better. My poor baby." Yi Qi's wife spoke with eloquence. Yi Qi remained silent as he retrieved a composite bow from his spatial ring and nocked an arrow. "Yi Qi, you beast. May you transform into a cat in your next life, only to be whipped by others. What do you intend to do with that bow?" Regardless, ever since that day when Yi Qi emerged from his dwelling, dragging a bloodied sack, he embarked on a relentless hunt for the stray cats of Chang'an. It must be said, due to Yi Qi's fervent pursuit, the ecology of Chang'an has indeed improved significantly. No longer do cats yowl uncontrollably during their mating season, for they are swiftly captured by Yi Qi within mere minutes. Stray cats no longer dare to pilfer food, as the audacious ones have been mercilessly shot and taken away by Yi Qi, repurposed as makeshift footballs. Moreover, the issues of concealed cat feces, disease transmission, safety hazards, and avian predation have been considerably mitigated. Now, we return to the present. Yi Qi walked outside the Yi family residence. Due to the presence of a barrier within the estate, it was impossible to send messages by pigeon. Thus, she had to step outside to deliver them. Yiqi took out the envelope she had just written and attached it to the pigeon she had raised. Jiuli. Jiuli, please deliver this letter to the Wang family. Yiqi spoke to Jiuli, who nodded in response. Yiqi then tossed it into the sky. Jiuli spread its pristine wings and soared upward. In the next moment, with a sudden snap, Haji Mao leapt down from the large tree at the entrance of the Yi residence, sinking its teeth into the dove Jiuli and crushing it with a single bite. Its instinctive reaction to seize any bird it encountered had taken over. Yiqi, Haji cat. After a brief moment of silence, Yiqi swiftly drew his compound bow, knocking an arrow and releasing it towards Haji cat. He refrained from exerting his full strength, mindful not to kill Haji cat with a single shot, for such a swift demise would be too lenient on those contemptible felines. Whoosh! The arrow soared towards Haji cat, piercing through its body in an instant, creating a gaping wound. Haji cat, huffing, fur bristling, howling, fleeing, with merely a single layer of cultivation, Haji cat endured the arrow's strike before hastily retreating. Yiqi furrowed her brows in surprise, never anticipating that she would encounter a cat of merely first-tier cultivation. How peculiar it was, just yesterday, she had encountered a cat of fourth-tier cultivation, and today, a cat of only first-tier. Contemplating this, Yiqi followed the trail of blood left by the peculiar cat, astonished to discover it was indeed a first-tier feline. At the entrance of the Yi family, Jiang Yu cautiously peered out. After glancing around, she stealthily followed Yiqi. In a certain part of Chang'an City, Hey Jimmy hurriedly emerged from the Chung family residence, cursing under its breath. For reasons unknown, upon entering the Chung household, it was met with hostility and was driven out by the family members. To make matters worse, they intended to summon the Yi family to assist in capturing it. How despicable! Fortunately, Hey Jimmy possessed the power of the fourth tier and was adept in speed, allowing it to evade the Chung family with ease. Were it not for Chung Miao Miao, Hey Jimmy would have relished the thought of vanquishing every member of the Chung family. Yet, amidst its contemplation, Hey Jimmy pondered why it had searched for so long without locating Chung Miao Miao. Just then, from a distance of 10,000 meters, it suddenly heard a cry. Meow, 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 boss, help, help. Upon hearing the call, Hey Jimmy was taken aback. It was its little brother, Haji Mao. What had happened? Had it been discovered while tracking Yi Wangchuan and was now being pursued? Chapter 88, Astonishment. The true power of Hey Jimmy. With its little brother in peril, Hey Jimmy could not remain indifferent. It immediately transformed into a shadow and darted towards Haji Mao's location. Meanwhile, Haji Mao was in dire straits. With 4 arrows lodged in its body, on the brink of collapse, Yiqi, despite being a mere 4th tier, exhibited a speed far superior to that of Haji Mao. However, Haji Mao persistently squeezed through small holes and crevices. Furthermore, Yiqi was reluctant to damage the architecture of Chang'an City and aimed to capture Haji Mao alive. This restraint allowed Haji Mao to evade for a full 5 minutes. Had Yiqi been indifferent to both the structures of Chang'an and the creature, and unleashed a widespread indiscriminate attack, Haji Mao likely would not have lasted even 10 seconds. At that moment, in a state of panic, Haji Mao unexpectedly found itself on a desolate mountain. Here, there were no human edifices in sight. Yiqi finally no longer needed to tread cautiously. He unleashed his fury, obliterating everything in the mountains as he charged towards Haji Mao. Upon witnessing Yiqi's advance, Haji Mao began to huff and growl, attempting to intimidate him. However, the mere act of huffing only served to deepen Yiqi's disdain. Just as Yiqi readied another arrow to incapacitate Haji Mao and take it back as a plaything, a sharp meow pierced the air. Suddenly, from the shadow behind Yiqi, the dark Kimi emerged. Its claws reached out towards the darkness, attempting to employ its previous cunning tactics once again. TSK. In an instant, Yiqi realized the gravity of the situation and infused his arrow with spiritual energy, launching it with a resounding roar. The force of this arrow obliterated the ground before him, leveling it entirely. The potent spiritual energy coalesced into the arrow, even manifesting the ethereal silhouette of an ancient colossal serpent. However, in the face of such a terrifying projectile capable of annihilating a mountain, Haijimi merely smirked. Have you heard? A cat's speed is 7 times that of a snake. With that, Haijimi gracefully transformed into an afterimage, preparing to evade. Oh, but there is still the 4th tier of cat agility. Jiang Yu interjected, suddenly appearing before Haijimi. The once confident Hajimi's expression shifted to one of panic upon seeing Jiangyu, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Just as he was about to speak, Jiangyu declared, "Allow me to share something from the depths of my heart." With a swift motion, Jiangyu extended his claw, effortlessly extracting Hajimi's spiritual essence, then vanished from the scene. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness. In the very next moment after Jiangyu's departure, Yiqi's arrow was already upon Hajimi's visage. Boom! The formidable arrow obliterated Hajimi's corporeal form. The peak of the desolate mountain was shattered in an instant, transforming its triangular shape into a trapezoid. Hajime primarily cultivated speed-based techniques, excelling in close-range assassination and evasion. With heightened speed and attack power, his defensive capabilities naturally diminished. Coupled with Yiqi's own high attack, low defense nature, it was akin to two fragile glass cannons clashing. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Hajime was slain by a single arrow. Breathless, Yiqi exhaled in relief upon witnessing Hajime's demise, turning his gaze towards Haji Cat, whom he intended to capture. Despite Haji Cat's desperate cries, they proved futile. At that moment, however, a black cat began to coalesce in the air. Meow, meow, meow. Hajime unleashed a torrent of feline curses, charging forward to rescue Haji Cat. Despite knowing he had but 7 lives left and should wait for the intruders to depart before reviving, especially the golden-haired, cat-eared Loli, Hajime could not abandon his companion of a decade. Memories of the past 10 years with Haji Cat flooded Hajime's mind, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. Meow. In an instant, Hajime's power surged dramatically. 3 spiritual essences manifested within him. At that moment, Hajime's presence rivaled that of a 5th-tier entity. Yet, he had not truly ascended to the 5th tier. Instead, he chose to merge 3 of his lives into one, temporarily amplifying his strength. After this explosive surge, the 2 excess essences would shatter, and his remaining lives would dwindle from 7 to 5. I feel it. An endless well of power. Hajime cackled madly, sensing the shift in his opponent's aura. Yiqi grew serious, no longer concerning himself with Haji Cat. He knocked an arrow, aiming at Hajime, poised to unleash another shot. Hajime glanced at Yiqi with disdain and declared, "Ant, who permitted you to aim at me?" With a meow, Hajime unleashed a sudden wave of darkness, enveloping the entire mountain in an ominous shadow. Yiqi immediately sensed that while enveloped in this shadow, her control over spiritual energy had considerably weakened. Hee hee. Ha ha. The Black Kimi, witnessing the amplified power of its abilities, could not help but laugh. "You beastly creature, tormentor of cats. Abusing animals is utterly disgraceful. As the Lord of Shadows, I shall send you on your way today." Suddenly, a piercing blow struck through the chest of the Shadow Lord. "Oh, this time there are 3. Jiangyu joyfully pulled out 3 spiritual pills, wiped them clean with a cloth, and tossed one into her mouth. As she felt her bloodline subtly evolve, she was filled with delight. Indeed, the golden bloodline is remarkable. Black Kimi, gazing at the gaping hole in its chest, stiffly turned its head to look at Jiangyu in confusion. "What the hell is your cultivation level?" Jiangyu tilted her head in puzzlement. Before she could respond, Black Kimi abruptly perished. The shadow domain it had previously unleashed instantly collapsed. Yiqi gazed in bewilderment as the Black Kitty met an untimely demise. He lifted his head, eager to discern the identity of the assailant, yet all he perceived was a fleeting glimmer of golden light, obscuring the figure responsible. In the ethereal realm above, the spirit of the Black Kitty drifted, a vacant expression adorning its visage. "Wait, my friend. I stacked 3 lives together to activate a minor cheat, and you extinguished me in an instant?" Contemplating this, the Black Kitty cast a glance at the little cat beside it. "Alas, there is truly no salvation. I must take my leave. Dear brother, I shall seek vengeance for you on another occasion." With that, the spirit of the Black Kitty floated back to the ruins, opting to resurrect amidst the debris, determined to avoid further conflict with Yiqi. What if, upon re-emergence, the golden-haired cat-eared girl were to slay it again? It had but 4 lives remaining. In merely 2 days, it had squandered half of its existence. This was truly a game it could no longer afford to play. At that moment, the Black Kitty suddenly noticed an unusual tranquility enveloping the ruins. "Meow, meow, meow." It called out several times, attempting to lure the little kittens from their hiding places. Yet, despite its persistent calls, no kittens emerged. Filled with confusion, the Black Kitty continued to explore the ruins. As it wandered, it stumbled upon the lifeless body of a kitten in a corner. Chapter 89. I am the villain. Not the child of destiny approaching the corpse of the kitten, the black kitty could hardly believe its eyes as it nudged the small body. The lifeless form crumpled to the ground. Upon recognizing the kitten's rigidity, the black kitty was compelled to accept a grim reality. Someone had intruded into the ruins. Not only had they captured the other kittens, but they had also slain one. Who dares to harm my kittens? Meow. The tragic demise of the little cat had already stirred a tumult of emotions within the black kitty. The sight of the deceased kitten only fueled its wrath further. Lowering its head, the black kitty intently sniffed the air, its enhanced sense of smell honed as a fourth-tier feline. After memorizing the scent, it scoured the ground, tracking the aroma that lingered. In Chang'an, at a jade shop, Su Fugue sat on a bench, his legs shaking as he regarded a solitary kitten before him. This particular kitten lay comfortably, purring softly as it dozed. Initially, Su Fugue had brought 10 kittens with him. However, 9 of them had hissed and growled at him, only to be fed to the neighbor's guard dog. Now, only this one remained, and Su Fugue resolved to spare its life. After all, his intention in bringing the kittens was merely to vex that fourth-tier cat. You steal my roast chicken, and I shall take your young. Besides Su Fugue, the jade shop owner adjusted his spectacles. Indeed, this cat seems rather fine. If you desire it, feel free to take it. It is merely a stray I found. Su Fugue casually replied. This jade shop owner was one of the few acquaintances Su Fugue had in Chang'an. Just days prior, he had heard the owner lamenting about a rodent problem at home. Thus, upon acquiring the kitten, he had intended to gift one to the jade shop owner. With the other 9 being lesser cats, they were swiftly disposed of, leaving only this one. The jade shop owner nodded, grinning as he lifted the kitten to play with it, securing it with a string around the bench. After all, he needed to tend to the shop, and it would be evening before he could take the cat home. For now, it was tethered to prevent it from escaping. Just as he completed this task, 3 customers entered the shop. Boss, could you take a look at this jade bracelet for me? Is there anything peculiar about it? Yi Wangchuan entered the shop with Li Luo and the gray eggplant. As for Jiang Yu, his whereabouts remain unknown. The moment Yi Wangchuan entered, he exchanged a fleeting glance with Su Fugue. In the next heartbeat, Yi Wangchuan retrieved a jade bracelet from his spatial ring. Su Fugue's sharp gaze flickered towards the bracelet instantly. It was not the piece from the auction. Noticing that the bracelet was not the one from the auction, Su Fugue shook his head, dispelling the doubts that had arisen within him. Initially, Su Fugue had suspected that Yi Wangchuan was the one who had snatched his auction item. After all, rumors had spread throughout Chang'an that Yi Wangchuan was now accompanied by a cat-eared golden-haired little girl, who also happened to be an auction item. However, this merely indicated a connection between the person who had seized the auction item and Yi Wangchuan. It did not definitively prove that Yi Wangchuan himself was the thief. Perhaps a member of the Yi family, aware of Yi Wangchuan's well-known fondness for little girls, had intentionally purchased the golden-haired cat-eared girl to curry favor with him. With this thought, he turned his attention away from the bracelet and engaged in polite conversation with Yi Wangchuan. Yi Wangchuan nodded slightly and casually responded with a few remarks. In truth, he initially intended to present the jade bracelet he had acquired at a previous auction for appraisal. However, upon catching sight of Su Fugue, he promptly abandoned this notion and instead opted to produce a common jade bracelet. Yi Wangchuan had no intention of allowing Su Fugue to discover that he was the one who had snatched the auction item. At the very least, he could not let Su Fugue be unequivocally aware that the jade bracelet was in his possession. After all, if that bracelet turned out to be some ancient artifact, wouldn't it be tantamount to inviting trouble upon himself? Individuals from the realm of transmigration are notoriously fond of plundering. This is a lesson learned from experience. As the two exchanged pleasantries, in the distance, Hajime caught a whiff of something amiss and arrived at the jade shop. He stealthily peered inside, his pupils dilating in shock. Upon seeing Yi Wangchuan within the store and a small cat tethered to a bench, Hajime immediately grasped the entire situation. It was undoubtedly Yi Wangchuan who had surreptitiously infiltrated the ruins and captured all the kittens. He had even killed one. Fuming with rage, Hajime charged towards the shop. The last time he refrained from attacking Yi Wangchuan was due to the presence of the formidable Yi Qi by his side, and the fact that they were near the Yi family's residence. But now, with Yi Wangchuan alone and at the 3rd level of cultivation, what could he possibly use to defend himself? In a flash, Hajime transformed into a shadow and within mere moments reached the jade shop's entrance. He raised a paw, ready to strike at Yi Wangchuan. However, at that very moment, a masked figure suddenly leapt down from the roof of the shop. Before Haijimi could react, the masked individual brandished a stick, delivering a swift and precise blow to Haijimi's back, shattering his spine instantly. Yet, due to the elixir still coursing through his veins, he would not perish immediately. He merely lost control over his own body. Whose feral cat dares to assault the young master? Is there truly a fourth level of cultivation? Thankfully, the young master is cautious, allowing me to discreetly follow him. The masked figure muttered angrily as he dragged the barely conscious Haijimi inside the jade shop. Upon reaching Yi Wangchuan, he respectfully stated, "Young master, this fourth-level black cat attempted to assassinate you, but I have subdued it. How shall we proceed?" Yi Wangchuan and Su Fugue both turned their gazes in unison. Upon recognizing the feline held by the masked man, Su Fugue was rendered utterly speechless. Goodness! Wasn't this the wretched Hakimi who had robbed him of his roasted chicken just a few days prior? That Hakimi was a formidable opponent, boasting a cultivation level of the fourth realm. How could he have been so easily apprehended by a mere guard of the Yi family? Meanwhile, Yi Wangchuan regarded the unfolding scene with an air of nonchalance. Just the day before, after provoking Hakimi, he had arranged for a bodyguard of the fifth realm to discreetly accompany him. This was merely a precaution against Hakimi's potential vendetta. After all, he was the antagonist, not a favored child of destiny. It is entirely reasonable for a villain to secure a bodyguard, is it not? In any clan, a fifth realm cultivator holds a position of great esteem. Indeed, even some sect leaders possess only the cultivation of the fourth realm. However, within the illustrious Yi family, there was no shortage of fifth realm talents. It was a simple matter to arrange for a fifth realm guardian to protect Yi Wangchuan discreetly. Li Luo, if you desire the purifying spirit pill, you must slay that black cat. Yi Wangchuan looked at Li Luo and said, "Huh? It's me again?" Li Luo gazed at Yi Wangchuan with an expression of utter bewilderment, unable to fathom why this fellow insisted on delivering the final blow every time. She approached him, her confusion evident. "Yi Wangchuan, this black cat possesses 4 levels of cultivation. I can't even break its skin. How can I possibly kill it?" Chapter 90. Once this battle concludes, I shall return home. Yi Wangchuan's lips twitched slightly, as he had not anticipated this matter. Li Luo's cultivation level was too low, making it troublesome to deliver the finishing blow. It was time to take Li Luo seriously. You should administer this poisonous pill to him. Yi Wangchuan rummaged through his spatial ring and tossed a purple pill into Li Luo's hand. Without hesitation, Li Luo pried open Haijimi's mouth and stuffed the pill inside. Witnessing this, Haijimi attempted to struggle, but a swift blow to its spine rendered it paralyzed, making any further resistance impossible. Should it merge its 3 lives again to unleash its potential? No, that would be too costly. Yet, to squander a life in such a manner? Unacceptable. Damn. Yi Wangchuan even had a 5th-tier bodyguard. How infuriating. As Haijimi pondered these thoughts, the pill dissolved within its mouth, releasing toxins. Moments later, it let out a final gasp and perished. Upon seeing Haijimi's demise, Li Luo approached Yi Wangchuan, extending her small hand with a smile. "Where's the purifying spirit pill? Hand it over. You promised me that you would comply with my requests in the future, and in return, I shall grant you the purifying spirit pill." Yi Wangchuan casually remarked, All right. Li Luo, with a sense of resignation, nodded in agreement. Although he was uncertain as to why Yi Wangchuan took pleasure in having him finish off the task, the importance of the purification pill outweighed any other concerns at present. Otherwise, by the time Li Luo spent 180 days achieving a breakthrough to the 3rd level, Yi Wangchuan would have likely ascended to an even higher realm. Yi Wangchuan handed a spirit-cleansing pill to Li Luo before he approached the masked figure, directly storing the corpse of Haijimi into his spatial ring. He intended to bring it back for Jiangyu, recalling her fondness for cat meat. In midair, Haijimi's soul observed this scene, twitching in frustration. Damn it. Only 3 lives left. How discontented I am. I didn't even get to touch a hair of Yi Wangchuan. This is so unfair. While Haijimi's spirit lamented incessantly, Yi Wangchuan suddenly dismissed the masked figure. Haijimi was taken aback and then filled with exhilaration. It seemed that Yi Wangchuan was unaware of Haijimi's ability to resurrect. Thus, upon witnessing Haijimi's demise, Yi Wangchuan felt at ease to send the masked figure away. Haijimi immediately conceived a brilliant plan. All he needed to do was follow Yi Wangchuan's soul closely, waiting for him to return to Ling Mountain at night. When Yi Wangchuan climbed halfway up the mountain, Haijimi would suddenly revive and launch an assault on him. At that moment, being at the mountainside of Ling Mountain, Yi Wangchuan found himself unable to summon any reinforcements. A flawless scheme. As for rescuing the kitten tethered beside the chair, that could wait until after Yi Wangchuan was dealt with. Soon, nightfall descended. Yi Wangchuan carried Li Luo on his back and began to ascend the mountain alongside the gray eggplant. When Yi Wangchuan reached the halfway point of Ling Mountain, the moment arrived. Haijimi seized the opportunity, resurrecting on the spot and charging toward Yi Wangchuan's back. Yi Wangchuan heard the rustling in the grass and turned to look behind him. Upon seeing the black cat pouncing towards him, he was momentarily taken aback. How has this black cat returned to life? What was it that I killed during the day? A twin? A technique of doppelganger? Or does this cat possess 9 lives? Yi Wangchuan analyzed the situation in his heart, yet his expression betrayed not a hint of panic. At that moment, Haijimi had closed the distance to within a meter of Yi Wangchuan. It extended its claws, mere moments away from tearing Yi Wangchuan apart. Meow haha. Yi Wangchuan. Die. Suddenly, a powerful flash of red light emanated from the gray eggplant's eyes as it charged forward, delivering a punch that struck Haijimi squarely on the head, sending it hurtling away. Haijimi was propelled backward, crashing violently against a cliff. The tremendous force unleashed caused the cliff to collapse, burying Haijimi beneath the rubble. Yi Wangchuan gazed upon the crumbling cliff, a smile gracing his lips as he rubbed the head of the gray eggplant. The second elder has indeed bestowed upon you a commendable upgrade, he remarked. You now approximate the capabilities of a puppet in the early stages of the 4th tier. The gray eggplant extended its index and middle fingers, continuing. However, due to technical constraints, I can only elevate you to this level for the time being. Yet, it is more than sufficient. Yi Wangchuan nodded gently and set Li Luo, who had been resting on his back, down. Li Luo, do you still have that flame talisman you used earlier? Yi Wangchuan inquired. Li Luo glanced at his system space. Villain emotion value, 20 points. After reading this, Li Luo looked up and said, that's all. Just then, a loud meow echoed as Haijimi sprang from the rocky cliff, lunging toward Yi Wangchuan. Instantly, Li Luo sought refuge. Knowing that without talismans, he could not intervene in the fierce battle of the 4th rank. The gray eggplant transformed into the shape of a long spear. Very well. Once the gray eggplant had morphed into a spear, Yi Wangchuan wielded it and struck fiercely at Haijimi. The immense force shook the ground, sending a wave of cold air surging forth. After the strike, with a mere thought, Yi Wangchuan summoned the spear back to his hand using his agility technique, ready to continue his assault. Cats, as creatures, are resilient to heat but intolerant of cold. With several shots fired, Yi Wangchuan had already reduced the surrounding environment to a chilling -70 degrees. This would certainly have some effect on Haijimi. Moreover, the pervasive malice swirling around posed a considerable nuisance, compelling Haijimi to remain vigilant against being swayed by these sinister thoughts. Yi Wangchuan faced the formidable Haijimi with remarkable composure. Although his cultivation was merely at the late stage of the 3rd level, the weapon in his possession was of the 4th level. At times, Haijimi might seize an opportunity to exploit Yi Wangchuan's weaknesses. In such moments, the gray eggplant would instinctively transform into a shield, deflecting Haijimi's assaults. Once the distance increased, it would revert to its spear form, enabling Yi Wangchuan to strike with greater force. It was akin to a superintelligent AI. As for why the gray eggplant was not switched to a combat form to restrain Haijimi, it was due to the latter's lack of agility in that form. Should Haijimi utilize its speed to evade the gray eggplant, it would pose a significant challenge. Therefore, employing the gray eggplant as a weapon for battle was the optimal solution at present. After some time had elapsed, Haijimi began to feel a sense of exhaustion. After all, it was a cat, and its stamina paled in comparison to that of a human. Furthermore, it had not anticipated that Yi Wangchuan would prove to be such a formidable opponent. How could a mere late-stage, 3rd-level cultivator wield both ice and telekinesis? However, Haijimi was not merely at a standstill. Within its being, it was accumulating a powerful move. This was its final 3 lives. Should these 3 lives unite, it would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing Yi Wangchuan. For the 9-lived cat, merely 9 years of cultivation could replenish 1 life, with a maximum of 9 lives. By sacrificing its 18 years, it could eliminate the arrogant young master of the Yi family and simultaneously initiate the family's decline. There could be no greater bargain. Thus, Heijimi had resolved. Once this battle concluded, and Yi Wangchuan was slain, it would return to the ruins and enjoy a peaceful existence for 72 years. Chapter 91. The weapons of the fated child are most effective against the fated child. Rumbling sounds echoed as half an hour had passed since the commencement of the battle. Yi Wangchuan breathed steadily, his expression calm as he gazed ahead. Heijimi, with disordered breathing, met his gaze, weariness evident in his eyes. Though it was clear that Heijimi had utterly succumbed in terms of stamina, there was no trace of panic within him. After all, his ultimate move had yet to be unleashed. Who? Yi Wangchuan raised the Lolicon in his hand and shot it towards Heijimi. At that moment, a remarkable opportunity arose. Heijimi's pupils dilated, and with a mighty exhalation, 2 additional spiritual pills manifested within its body. The fusion of 3 destinies commenced. In an instant, Heijimi's aura surged dramatically. Within moments, it exceeded the 4th realm, racing towards the 5th. Although it still lacked a fraction to reach the 5th realm, it was more than sufficient to contend with Yi Wangchuan. Just as Heijimi utilized the fusion of 3 destinies, shadows began to ascend into the sky, casting an overwhelming darkness. The realm of shadows unfurled. As the domain expanded, Heijimi acquired dominion over the spiritual energy within it. With a mere thought, it severed the connection between Yi Wangchuan and the Lolicon, thwarting any attempt to utilize the sparrow technique to retrieve the long weapon. Upon witnessing this scene, the gray eggplant had no choice but to transform from its long gun form into a combat form. In no time, the gray eggplant morphed into a colossal wooden terracotta warrior, towering at 30 meters. Following the upgrade from the second elder, her combat form had escalated from a maximum of 10 meters to an impressive 30 meters. With a resounding declaration of martial prowess, a meteor hammer with a diameter of 300 meters materialized beside the gray eggplant. She aimed at Heijimi and thrust the meteor hammer forward with a powerful strike. The hammer charged ahead like a rampaging ox, leaving deep fissures in its wake. Yet, Heijimi remained unfazed.